Yo guys, it's RyugaXD. You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun. October 10th in the Hidden Leaf Village, the day had started off similarly to all others. Calm. Be calm. The silence that always preceded a storm. But a woman was in labor deep within a secret location protected by the highest security, far from the busy streets of Konoha. Sweat clung to her forehead as her screams reverberated through the darkened room. The Jinchuriki of the village, Kushina Uzumaki, gripped the bedding under her as she struggled with the excruciating pain of childbirth and the darker stirring inside of her. Her spouse, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, was at her side. His eyes darted between his wife and the intricate ceiling barrier enclosing them, his face tense. Within Kushina, the seal that held the 9 tails, Kurama, was eroding. The most vulnerable time had always been during birth. Then, it came. As the chamber filled with the cries of a newborn triplets, Kushina let out one last scream. As Minato gazed at the kids, his eyes grew wide with wonder. The first was a girl, her red hair, wet with perspiration, glistening like her mother's. Her eyes were a sharp blue. The second, a girl with violet eyes that resembled her mother's and golden hair like her father's. And lastly, a boy, the youngest. The 3 whisker marks on his cheeks were the most noticeable feature of his blended hair. As Minato looked at them, tears filled his eyes. They're perfect. However, the happiness was fleeting. The air became suddenly cold. It was fear, not peace, that put an end to the baby's cries. It was a sharp sound, like the tearing of wind. Minato spun about. The Anbu guards were all dead. Blood gathered under them. Lady Bawako, the 3rd Hokage's wife, who had been the midwife, collapsed beside the bed, dead. And in the darkness, a man in a mask stood. Cloak of darkness. Mask with a spiral pattern. The 3 babies were in his hand. The heart stopped in Minato. "Who are you?" he yelled, his chakras exploding with anger and fear. "How did you get in?" "I didn't sense a thing." The man spoke calmly. "Chilly. Too quiet." Then he said, "Hand over the 9 tails, or the children die." Time stopped. With her face contorted in rage, Kushina attempted to get out of bed, still weak and hardly conscious. "You monster! You bastard!" Minato yelled, her eyes blazing with unadulterated rage. "Put them down." The man in the mask did not recoil. In his arms, the 3 kids whimpered. In his free hand, a blade of chakra shimmered, close. Too near. This wasn't a threat, Minato realized then. It was a pledge. The infants were flung into the air by the man in the mask. Kushina yelled, "No," in a voice racked with fear. Minato, however, made no hesitation. The 4th Hokage disappeared under a burst of yellow light, then reappeared in midair. With his heart thumping in his chest, he embraced all 3 infants. Then he caught sight of them. Tags that explode. His gaze expanded. Without hesitation, he disappeared once more, teleporting to the Hokage's office, where a group of medical ninja and retired 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi were waiting. Minato yelled, "The children, get these tags off them, now." As she started to carefully and precisely remove them, he gave the triplets to Hiruzen as the final tag was deactivated. "There's no time to explain. A masked man attacked us. He killed the Anbu, Lady Bawako, and he's targeting Kushina, and the 9 tails." Hiruzen's expression grew stern. "Go." Minato disappeared once more. It was too late when he returned to the secret lair. The ritual had already been started by the man in the mask. It had a broken seal. Free was the 9 tails. As her chakra spiraled out of control, Kushina lay on the ground, barely conscious from the strain. Minato made a snap decision. He took her in his arms and transported her to the hospital, where their infants were now secure. Minato uttered the words, "There's no time to rest," with ragged breath. "Kaibi is loose. I have to stop him." Chaos had broken out outside. The village was being torn apart by the rampaging 9 tails. Even though the shinobi were fighting hard, some of them were dying to buy time, but it wasn't enough. In a burst of light, Minato emerged on a rooftop, looking out over the destruction. There were fires. Buildings were torn apart by craters. The air was filled with the cries of the wounded. He was aware of what needed to be done. Minato teleported again in a last desperate move, this time to the hospital room where the triplets were lying in their cribs. He gazed at them, so innocent, so little. There's no other way, he said in a whisper. Weakly, Kushina sat up and faced him. What are you talking about? With a low voice, he declared, I'm going to seal the Ninetales into two of the children, Mito and Narumi. Kushina's gaze expanded. Why not Naruto? Minato paused. Because Mito and Narumi inherited your Uzumaki genes. Strong, resilient. We know the Uzumaki are capable of housing the Ninetales. Naruto. He stopped and gazed at the child. He's, like me, too much of my blood. He doesn't have the same Uzumaki genes. Although Kushina appeared conflicted, she eventually nodded. Fine, but I'm coming with you. I can help. Minato cautioned, you're not at full strength. Firmly, I've recovered enough, she declared. Minato nodded, seeing the fire in her eyes. He teleported Kushina, Mito, and Narumi to the battlefield in the following instant. The roar of Kibus reverberated through the village's ruins. Without hesitation, Kushina called forth her chakra chains, the Uzumaki's bloodline technique, and encircled the Ninetales with them, limiting its motion. Now, she exclaimed. Minato channeled all of his chakra into the sealing jutsu and flew through hand seals. He split the chakra of the Ninetales with heartbreak and accuracy, half sealed into Mito and the other half into Narumi. One final roar from the monster, then disappeared into the light. The conflict was over. However, the wounds it caused would always be remembered. After several hours, the commotion subsided. Peace had returned for the time being, though the village was still smoldering from the attack. Kushina lay in a quiet hospital room, her battle-weary body finally succumbing to exhaustion. Mito, Narumi, and Naruto slept peacefully in 3 small cribs nearby, oblivious to the fate they had just barely avoided. Gently, the door slid open. Minato, a friendly, well-known voice said. Jiraiya and Tsunade took over. Minato got up from his chair next to Kushina's bed and smiled wearily at them. He remarked, you made it. Jiraiya said, of course, and moved toward the cribs. He grinned as he glanced down at the children who were sleeping. So, these are your kids, huh? Yeah, Minato declared with pride. Triplets. Tsunade gave Kushina a gentle pat on the shoulder. You did well, Kushina. Rest now. Kushina nodded feebly. Thank you, Tsunade. However, Jiraiya's expression had become graver. Minato, he uttered softly. I came because of a prophecy, from the great elder Toad. Minato's face grew angular. A prophecy. Jiraiya gave a nod. Yes, it spoke of a child, born with extraordinary power. The child would bring peace to the world, and finally end the cycle of hatred. Minato and Kushina looked at each other. Minato questioned, you think it's our children? Jiraiya glanced at Narumi and Mito. I believe it is. They're both Jinchuriki now. They hold the Ninetales. It's obvious. Kushina scowled. But what about Naruto? He's their brother. He's just as much our child as they are. I'm sorry, Kushina, but I don't think Naruto is part of the prophecy. He doesn't carry the beast. Not like they do, Jiraiya said quietly after he paused. There was a thick silence in the room. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, unseen, and listened quietly. Kakashi, who had come earlier, was also silent, leaning against the wall with sad eyes. Jiraiya then turned back to Minato and said, there's more. I think you need to make a choice. A hard one. Minato's chest grew constricted. What kind of choice, sensei? Jiraiya let out a slow breath. You should take Mito and Narumi and leave the village, for a few years. Train them in secret. Help them control the Ninetales before it controls them. Minato's face grew serious. Why not train them here? Why should we leave Naruto behind? Jiraiya didn't panic. If the girls lose control, the council may intervene, and not in a good way. Outside the village, you can train them in peace, without politics. As for Naruto, he looked away. He may grow up to be a good shinobi, but he won't have the power his sisters do. He won't be the one the prophecy speaks of. Enough. Kushina screamed abruptly, her eyes blazing with rage. You're saying we should abandon our son just because he's not a Jinchuriki? Are you out of your mind? Kushina, Jiraiya gently replied, I know how this sounds. But the safety of the village, and the world, may depend on those two girls. They need guidance. You can return later, and train Naruto the same way. Minato, trying to maintain his composure, clenched his fists. So, you want me to take 2 of my children and leave one behind, alone, to grow up thinking we chose his sisters over him? Just for a few years, demanded Jiraiya. Naruto will be safe with Hiruzen. You can return once Mito and Narumi can handle their power. Then, we'll train Naruto. Give him the toad summoning contract. Help him catch up. Minato muttered, but will he ever forgive us? Nobody responded. Like a blade, the silence hung. Jiraiya said, it won't happen, in an attempt to sound comforting. No child would grow up hating their parents. Especially not the son of Minato and Kushina. However, Hiruzen's harsh and dissatisfied voice interrupted. I disagree. This entire idea is not only foolish, it's cruel, he responded. Leaving one child behind because he's normal. That's not training, that's abandonment. If you're going to leave the village, then take Naruto with you. He needs his parents just as much as the other two. Jiraiya scowled. If we take him, he could be in danger. What if Mito or Narumi lose control? What if they hurt him? They'd never forgive themselves. Kushina and Minato wouldn't forgive themselves. It could ruin all of them. Hiruzen remained motionless. He's their brother, Jiraiya. You're asking his parents to rip their own family apart. That's not a hard choice. That's a wrong one. Jiraiya spoke in a calm yet firm tone. Sometimes sacrifices must be made for the greater good. If this prophecy is true, Mito and Narumi need to be prepared for the weight of the world. Naruto, he'll have a simpler life. He'll be safe. Up until now, Tsunade had remained quiet. Hiruzen's right. It feels wrong, she muttered. But, Jiraiya does have a point. If the girls lose control in training, it might scar Naruto. Emotionally or worse. With a deep sigh, Hiruzen's facial lines became more noticeable. Minato, Kushina, I understand the pressure you're under. But please, think about what this will do to Naruto. Minato's hands clenched tightly as he lowered his gaze. It seemed as though his heart was breaking in two. Jiraiya took a step forward. Minato, if you do this, the world will remember your name as one of the greatest protectors of peace. You and Kushina will be heroes, not just of the village, but of the world. It's a hard choice, but the right one. The voice of Kushina broke. But what about Naruto? Jiraiya's voice grew softer. The village loves you, Kushina. It adores Minato. Naruto will grow up as the Hokage's son. He'll have support, love, admiration. He'll be safe here, and when the time is right, you'll return to him. Kushina's eyes softened, a mixture of hope and fear. She cast her gaze down at her three kids. Naruto, so quiet, so little. A protracted silence ensued. Then Minato finally said, we'll do it, sensei. Jiraiya put a hand on Minato's shoulder and smiled in relief. You won't regret this. After another moment of hesitation, Kushina nodded slowly. Tsunade said nothing. Hiruzen swung around. Standing close to the window, Kakashi remained silent, but his hands were balled into fists. They were aware of the recent decision. They also knew it wasn't bravery. It was duty disguised as abandonment. After completing his last tasks as Hokage, Minato stood at the village gates the following morning alongside Kushina, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Warmly wrapped for the journey, Mito and Narumi slept in their parents' arms. Grim-faced Hiruzen and Kakashi were waiting at the exit. Sensei, we appreciate your concern, but it must be done, Minato. Sharply, this is a bad idea, Hiruzen remarked. You're abandoning your son. You're creating an orphan even though he has parents who are alive. Guilt twisting in their hearts, Minato and Kushina hesitated. Whispering, but, it's the only way, Kushina said. Disgusted, Hiruzen shook his head. Think, he urged, his voice rising. You're leaving him to grow up alone. When you finally return and tell him you're his parents, do you really think he'll run into your arms? No, he'll hate you, with all his heart. Jiraiya's arms were crossed. That won't happen. Once we come back, we'll train him. What child wouldn't want to be trained by legends like us? Kushina gave a nod. Don't teach him anything big until we return. We'll handle his basic training ourselves. Hiruzen became angry. Are both of you insane? He yelled. By the time you come back, other kids his age will be in Academy Many Genins, and you want him to be helpless. Mocked by everyone. Minato's head bowed. Please, it will help us make up for lost time when we return. Hiruzen clenched his fists at his sides. He snarled. I still don't agree with this, though. Jiraiya, however, was already in motion. Let's go. We have no time to waste. Suddenly, they were gone. At the village gates, Hiruzen and Kakashi watched as Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Mito, and Naruto vanished into the distance, leaving Naruto in their wake. Hiruzen said sourly, they're leaving their only son behind for a dumb prophecy. Kakashi whispered, "Don't you believe in prophecies? Jiraiya-sama speaks highly of them." "It's not about prophecy," was Hiruzen's stern statement. "Imagine growing up in an orphanage, wondering every day why your parents left you. Craving their love, but only getting loneliness. When they come back, they'll be in for a surprise. Naruto will hate them." Kakashi took a swallow. "Will you tell Naruto the truth? That his parents abandoned him?" With the burden of guilt pressing down on him, Hiruzen shook his head. "No, I'll let destiny unfold." Kakashi questioned, "So, we're leaving him in the orphanage?" Hiruzen turned away, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. "Yes, after a few days." Thus, Naruto's fate was set. He would be alone, forgotten, and forsaken by the people who ought to have cared for him the most. The Konoha Council met a few days later. The elders demanded answers after the news of the fourth Hokage's abrupt departure went viral. Homura asked in a severe tone, "Where has Minato gone?" "The fourth has abandoned his post without informing the council." Weary and irritated, Hiruzen stood at the head of the room. "They left to train their daughters. Mito and Narumi now bear the burden of the Ninetales. They need control. Without it, they pose a danger to the village." Kaharu questioned sharply, "What about their son?" Hiruzen paused before responding, "Naruto is here, in the village. They believed staying would put him at risk if the girls lost control. So, they left him behind for his own safety." There was tense silence. Then it was broken by a voice full of hidden malice. "Shimura Danzo." He muttered, "HMPH. Sentimental drivel, they've abandoned a child. A child of Hokage blood. A powerful legacy, now left defenseless." Hiruzen's gaze grew strained. "He is not defenseless. He will be protected." Danzo gave a cold, calculating smile but said no more. His mind's gears were turning deep inside. The village's beloved child. Left behind, forgotten. Moldable, vulnerable. The perfect weapon if guided correctly. A young woman who had been on a solitary mission for a month returned to the gates that evening. Nohara Rin. She was so excited to see her sensei Minato, his wife Kushina, and their kids that her steps were light with anticipation. Before Hiruzen himself stopped her, she had heard whispers but had dismissed them. "Rin," he said gently, "we need to talk." Bewildered, she blinked. "Is sensei back home? I brought a gift for the babies." "Wait, he is back, right?" Hiruzen sighed, his aged face showing the strain. "Minato and Kushina left. Took their daughters with them. Naruto was left behind." Rin's grin disappeared. "Left? What do you mean, left? Why would they leave Naruto?" "They believed the girls needed special training to control the Ninetales. And they feared for Naruto's safety if things went wrong." Rin's hands shook a little as her brain attempted to take in the information. "So, they just left him alone?" "I'm afraid so." Rin changed her face. Disbelief, followed by anger, had replaced the joy of her return. How could they do that to him? He's their son. What kind of parents, what kind of father leaves their child behind for other children? Rin was upset and disappointed in Minato Kakashi because they both thought they would make excellent parents. Danzo Shimura started weaving his web in the darkness. Danzo started his plans in secret when Naruto was only 2 years old. He employed the civilian council as his puppets, moving them like pieces on a board, out of sight of the Hokage and shinobi elite. The first murmurs were faint. Minato and Kushina left him because he was weak. He's not like his sisters, no power, no purpose. For Danzo, though, that was insufficient. The rumors soon became more sinister and subtle. He propagated the myth that Naruto was more than just a boy. However, the Ninetales took on a new form. Twisting the child's facial whiskers into a symbol of the demon trapped inside, he pointed to them as evidence. "Look at his face. Those marks. They aren't natural. He is the fox. They left him behind for a reason." Like poison, Danzo's lies ate into the villagers' hearts. As Danzo watched silently from the shadows, grinning under his mask, the people started to view the defenseless child with suspicion, then fear, and finally hatred. The damage was done by Naruto's 4th birthday. The murmurs had become icy gazes. Instead of a child, the villagers now saw a demon disguised as a human. The rumors took off like wildfire, fueled by Danzo's falsehoods and the civilian council's inciting of fear. "Monster. That's the Ninetales. Why is he still here?" At last, the orphanage that had previously taken care of him yielded to the pressure. With tears in his eyes and only the clothes on his back, Naruto was left on the street after the matron abruptly threw him out while trembling with fear and disgust. The villagers glared at the weeping child, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was observing from a distance, clenched his fists. His voice was a whisper of controlled rage as he turned away. Danzo, what are you scheming with this child? He was aware. The animosity. The moment. The murmurs. It all smacked of Danzo's deceit. Hiruzen took swift action. He personally gave Naruto a modest apartment on the outskirts of the village after discovering him in an alley, shivering and hungry. He had a stove, a blanket, and one room, but that was all he had. Naruto grinned as well. Although Hiruzen was unable to be present all the time, he trusted Kakashi and Rin to look after Naruto in his absence. Heartbroken by the events, Rin came to visit whenever she came back from missions, bringing warmth, food, and toys. Quiet but protective, Kakashi. Naruto was not alone, even though the village started to ignore him. Not just yet. They were all taken aback by Naruto despite everything. He was intelligent, upbeat, and brilliant, a beacon in a village that had only attempted to stifle him. Naruto grinned despite the hatred that pervaded his surroundings and the rumors that followed him everywhere. He didn't have any pals his age. Danzo's lies poisoned the other parents, who made sure their kids avoided him at all costs. However, Naruto didn't mind because he had 3 people who genuinely cared about him. Hiruzen, Kakashi, Rin. His world revolved around them. He started referring to Hiruzen as Gigi, a name that warmed the elderly man's weary soul. Naruto was a younger brother who was desperate for attention, stories, and the small amount of affection they could give in between missions, and Kakashi and Rin clung to him like family. However, even that tiny happiness couldn't keep him safe indefinitely. Naruto was cornered in an alley by a group of villagers one day when he was 6 years old. Their irrational and baseless hatred boiled over. They called him a demon, a monster, and a curse as they beat him. Up until Hiruzen showed up. Like a storm, the third Hokage came down. He put an end to the attack with a ferocity that had not been seen in years and established a law that said no one would ever touch Naruto again. With the Hokage's power, he made sure of it, but the harm had already been done. The wounds on the body healed. But the falsehoods, Danzo's deception had become too entrenched. Hiruzen could not get rid of them no matter how hard he tried. The twisted story that was whispered behind closed doors was too twisted for him to change. And he was haunted by that. But even in the darkest recesses of his early years, Naruto found happiness in the infrequent times he spent playing with Kakashi, laughing with Gigi, or listening to Rin hum old lullabies. His light came from them. They also had him. However, the most depressing reality of all, which none of them dared to speak out loud, was this. Naruto had been born 6 years prior. Furthermore, not a single letter had been sent. Neither Kushina nor Minato mentioned their son at all. Not once. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi stood next to Rin, his fists clenched. His voice was low as he finally said, "Hokage-sama. Has any message come from Minato-sensei or Kushina?" Rin's eyes were hopeful as she looked up. Both of them waited. Hiruzen avoided looking at them. "No," he said plainly. Between them, the word dropped like a stone. Rin's expression contorted in shock. 6 years, and they haven't written even once. Her voice broke. Not even to ask how their own son is doing. Kakashi's mouth tightened. Over the years, he had suppressed many emotions, but this. It was impossible because of this. Silently, "Feels like they've forgotten him," he said. Before Rin's soft but tremulous voice spoke again, the silence grew thick. "Should we tell him?" Kakashi turned in her direction. "Tell who?" "Naruto," she said in a whisper. "He's been asking about his parents for days now. He keeps wondering where they are, what they're like. What do I say to him, Kakashi? Do I tell him they left him behind? Do I tell him they never write, never ask, never care?" The final word made her voice tremble. The room fell silent. Hiruzen turned his head away, his face etched with guilt. Since there was no simple solution. Because, in a cruel, indisputable manner, they had left him behind. "We shouldn't tell Naruto," Hiruzen said in a low, stoic voice. "It would crush him, Kakashi, Rin. The boy is already hurting. He knows, somehow, that the village looks at him with hate. He feels it, the whispers, the stares, the rumors that his parents left him because he's useless. He's already been asking me about it, and I don't know how much longer I can lie to him before he sees the truth for himself." He hesitated, as if he was trying to collect his thoughts, the decision weighing more heavily every second. If we tell him that his parents abandoned him, it will destroy him. He may be young, but his heart is pure, and this would break him. The boy's light, his smile, it's the only thing that's kept me going after all these years. And I'm not ready to take that from him. With worried expressions on their faces, Rin and Kakashi stood still. Both of them had become close to Naruto and had begun to consider him a member of their family. It was nearly intolerable to consider keeping such a painful truth from him. Hiruzen went on, his voice becoming icier and tinged with something much more nuanced. When Minato and Kushina come back, they'll have to face the consequences of their decisions. They left their son behind without a single word, and Naruto, he'll make them pay for it. His anger, once it comes to the surface, will burn brighter than anyone expects. And they'll be the ones who will have to face that, not us. The Hokage's voice faltered a little, revealing the intense internal conflict he was experiencing. He was aware that keeping this from Naruto was wrong, but he also understood that he had to shield him from the reality until he was mature enough to deal with it. For now, we need to protect him from this pain. Let him grow up without that burden. Let him remain the bright, happy child he is for as long as we can. When the time comes, we'll all deal with the consequences, Hiruzen said, his voice becoming softer but still determined. Though their hearts were heavy, Kakashi and Rin nodded, acknowledging the gravity of Hiruzen's choice. For Naruto's sake, they would have to keep this secret and hope that the truth wouldn't destroy him beyond redemption when he was ready. Naruto had escaped significant trouble for the past 2 years. The violence had subsided, until today, but the villagers' hatred remained unwavering. 8-year-old Naruto ran through the streets, panting and his heart pounding. Shouts rang out in the distance behind him. Adult villagers were pursuing him once more. There he is. Get the monster. Naruto's feet led him down well-known alleys, but his judgment was impaired by fear. He skidded to a stop as he turned a corner. A dead end. He gasped for air. He shook as he turned and saw the alley walls covered in shadows. With clenched fists and ruthless eyes, the villagers closed in. As one of the men sprang at him, Naruto disappeared. The crowd froze in disbelief. A few moments later, Kakashi Hatake, a masked Anbu, silently landed between them, his silver hair glistening in the midday sun. Kakashi said, "You're all under arrest for attacking a child," in a chilly voice that belied the porcelain mask. Some attempted to object, but were silenced by the expression in his only visible eye. He insisted, "Where is he?" We don't know. He just disappeared," stumbled one of the villagers. Tower of Hokage. Within minutes, Hiruzen learned of Naruto's disappearance. He remained quiet for a while. His eyes narrowed as he slowly exhaled smoke from his pipe. Danzo. He called Anbu to search the entire village, but the boy was nowhere to be found for days. Hiruzen's concern grew. If Danzo took him, if that man turned Naruto into an emotionless weapon like the rest of Root. Hiruzen called Danzo to his office in a panic. "Tell me plainly, Danzo," he said. "Did you take Naruto?" Behind his cane and bandaged face, Danzo remained composed as usual. With ease, he asked, "Why would I take a child his own parents deemed worthless? Minato and Kushina left him to rot. I have no use for dead weight." Hiruzen's hand quivered at the venom in Danzo's words. However, there was no evidence. No proof. "I'll burn Root to the ground if you're lying," Hiruzen thought. He put Danzo under silent surveillance after that day, but it didn't provide any answers. Naruto had not returned. The only people who publicly wept for the missing boy were Ayame and Ichiraku Tsuki. The rest of the village hardly paid any attention. They were relieved, or worse. Konoha's streets were alive with activity. While shinobi of all ranks, including Chunin, Jonin, and even Anbu, performed their duties with practiced efficiency, civilians went about their daily lives. In a blur of movement in the afternoon sun, some of them leapt elegantly from rooftop to rooftop. Under the pretense of D-rank missions, recently graduated genin were observed carrying out routine tasks, their youthful enthusiasm driving each step. Sitting at his desk inside the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi was engrossed in paperwork, which many believed to be the real curse of any cage. Even though there were countless piles of papers in front of him, his thoughts were not focused on them. His mind strayed once more to the agonizing query that had plagued him for the previous 12 months. Worried, the third Hokage pondered, "Naruto, what happened to you? You vanished without a trace." The silence was broken by a knock on the door. Kakashi Hatake walked into the office, his calm exterior concealing the worry in his eyes. Kakashi inquired, "Any news about Naruto?" Slowly, Hiruzen shook his head. "No, Kakashi. We've searched every corner of the Land of Fire. There's not a single clue. Even your ninja hounds couldn't pick up a scent. It's as if he vanished from this world." Kakashi's headband caused his brows to furrow. "Have you sent Sensei a letter?" With his voice hardly audible above a whisper, Hiruzen turned away and said, "No. Not just yet. Why, they'll be back in a few years. What will you say to them if we haven't found Naruto by then?" Kakashi inquired softly. Quote. Hiruzen did not respond right away, instead gazing out the Hokage Tower window at the village below. "Kakashi, they left Naruto behind. Even if I sent a letter, they wouldn't come," he finally said, "and you know that as well as I do. They would, at most, ask Jiraiya to investigate. Unless we try," Kakashi insisted. "We can't know that." Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "Kakashi, I can appreciate your concern. I really do. But consider it, they haven't even sent Naruto a letter to inquire about him or to wish him a happy birthday. Furthermore, Jiraiya has never once brought up Naruto in his monthly spy reports. Tell me, then, why I should bother telling them now." Quote. His voice grew acrid as he reclined in his chair. "They don't seem like Naruto's parents to me. They left him the day they put a prophecy and power ahead of their own son. Minato is hailed as a prodigy and a genius. However, how could a person with such intelligence make such a stupid, callous error?" Quote. Kakashi stopped talking. Hiruzen sighed deeply after a long silence, saying, "There is still hope. Our scouts have not yet found anything. I'm still going strong." "Who do you believe abducted him? Iwa, Kumo?" Kakashi inquired. Hiruzen scowled and said, "To be honest, I'm not sure. According to the civilians, he just disappeared. Additionally, I am aware that both the elemental body flicker and the body flicker technique leave traces. However, nothing could be detected by our best sensors. No signatures of chakras, no indication of a fight. Additionally, I haven't heard of any trespassers in the village." His expression was one of frustration as he rubbed his temples and said, "It's like he disappeared into thin air." In the vicinity of the Fire Daimyo's palace, somewhere in the Land of Fire. "What did you do?" Mito and Narumi, who were both only 9 years old, stood shaking with rage and tears in their eyes as two young voices screamed in shock and betrayal. Minato tried to calm them by saying, "Mito, Narumi, calm down, calm down. Slow down." With her tiny fists clenched, Mito yelled, "How do you think we'll settle down? We recently learned that we had a younger brother, and you two left him behind." Quote. Minato said, "It's not that we abandoned him," in a remorseful tone. "We had no choice. The Ninetales are inside both of you. To control it, you required the right training. Additionally, the prophecy was there. Jiraiya Sensei thought that one of you would make the world a more peaceful place." At that moment, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune came into the room as the doors opened. Mito's scowl grew intense, focusing on Jiraiya with an intensity far beyond her years. "You, how dare you split up our family?" she cried. "Our little brother is now an orphan because of you." Quote. Jiraiya's face darkened. "I understand it appears harsh. However, sometimes sacrifices are required to keep the world safe." "Oh, really? Is leaving a defenseless infant your notion of a noble sacrifice?" Narumi asked icily. Quote. Without waiting for an answer, Mito slammed her palm to the ground and made a hand sign by biting her thumb. There was a puff of smoke, and Gamakichi emerged. "I'm canceling my contract," Mito said firmly. Narumi did the same. "The same here. I don't want to be connected to the toads that broke up our family." The Toad elders, who were watching through the summoning link, gasped in surprise as the room fell silent. "Mito, Narumi, why?" With heartbreak, Kushina inquired. With pained eyes, Narumi turned to face her mother and said, "Don't you understand? You took the advice of beings who have no concept of love or loss, and you heeded some foolish prophecy. You decided to abandon our brother. Why should we maintain a relationship with the people who took him from us?" Quote. "Please, let's go back," Mito said in a softer, more beseeching tone. "He might not forgive us if we wait any longer. He deserves to know that his family is there for him." Unable to look into her daughter's eyes, Kushina turned her head away. "But in 3 more years, your training will be finished. We want that too," she muttered. "After that, we can go back together." Every one of us. We'll locate your sibling. He will be trained by us. And we'll once more be a true family. Disbelief burning in her eyes, Narumi took a step forward. Are you even aware of the sickness of your idea? She questioned, her voice trembling with rage. With a harsh, reprimanding tone, Minato said, Narumi, that's enough. She disregarded him. Then, just above a whisper, Mito said, so, we're not going back. Quote. Unable to look her in the eye, Minato turned away and said, we're sorry, Mito. Mito clenched her fists and said, don't expect him to come running into your arms with tears of joy. Her voice was low but piercing. You'll pay for what you did, she said in a sharper tone. You believe that training him will compensate for it. You've truly become senile. Mito pivoted on her heel and left, while Narumi stopped in the doorway and gave the room a final glance before speaking in a chilly, resentful tone. For power, you left your own son an orphan. You then had the audacity to lecture us about family. Then she was gone, and there was a deafening silence. With his eyes far away and his voice hardly audible above a whisper, Minato asked, did we do the right thing? Quote. With a sigh, Jiraiya touched his former pupil's shoulder. Minato, try not to think about it too much. Narumi and Mito are still quite young. They are unaware of the weight we bear. He smiled reassuringly, but without conviction. It's not as though we abandoned Naruto entirely. He is the son of the Hokage. He will be adored by the village. They must treat him like a king or queen. Some of the tension in their shoulders subsided as Minato and Kushina looked at each other. They wanted to believe him. They needed to believe him. And they did, for a brief instant. How stupid of them. They thought that a title could take the place of a parent, that a village based on fear would show love to a child it called a monster, and that Naruto's silence meant peace. How cruel, and how stupid. A realm of divine silence spanned eternity, far beyond the mortal plane's comprehension, where no human soul could ever set foot. A figure appeared in the midst of the silence. He was the Supreme Kai, the god of creation, the defender of universal balance, with lavender skin, wise, old eyes, a white mohawk atop his head, and two spherical Patara earrings hanging from pointed ears. He was staring at a boy, not at galaxies or stars. A boy with cerulean blue eyes, sun-kissed, spiky blonde hair, and 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. A kid who was left behind by fate, or more accurately, by the people who ought to have loved him the most. Uzumaki Naruto. His parents abandoned him in favor of a prophecy that a chorus of toads whispered. But Naruto's real story had started right here, under a god's watchful eye. A year had passed since the Supreme Kai started training him, a year of hard, unrelenting work, countless physical drills, sparring sessions, and key control sessions. Just days before, his weighted clothes had been increased, but he didn't mind, he adjusted, quickly. The Supreme Kai was not particularly impressed by Naruto's strength. He had the will to do it. In order for Naruto to even stand, the Kai had to lower the planet's crushing gravity to Earth's level because it was 10 times greater than Earth's. Naruto was in the midst of intense training at the time. As he moved through martial forms determined by the Supreme Kai himself, his breath was steady and his sweat glistened in the divine sunlight. His movements were precise and sharp, and every strike and stance had a purpose. With his arms folded and a slight nod of approval slipping from his lips, the god watched. He's progressing, faster than even I anticipated. Rewind to a year ago. Out of nowhere, an 8-year-old Naruto Uzumaki landed on the thick earth of a strange world. He let out a terrified scream as soon as his feet touched the ground. I'm going to be devastated. Quote. The Supreme Kai's planet's tremendous gravity weighed down on his frail body like an unseen mountain, but the air shimmered a little and the weight was relieved before it could overpower him. The lavender-skinned deity stood a short distance away and watched Naruto with interest as the Supreme Kai instantly adjusted the gravity to match Earth's. Slowly pushing himself up, Naruto's eyes widened as he absorbed the alien landscape, which included green pastures, strange skies with several large moons, and a stillness that made everything seem dreamlike. Eventually, his gaze fell on the creature observing him. Hello, child, the Supreme Kai said calmly, welcome to my planet. Naruto's response was far from composed. Monster, leave me alone, keep me from being eaten. With his arms flailing wildly, he clambered to his feet and ran in the opposite direction. With a sigh, the Supreme Kai started to follow him at a leisurely pace. I guess he's still afraid. The god disappeared and then reappeared right in front of the running boy, and Naruto thudded into his chest before falling back to the ground and blinking in bewilderment. Slow down, boy. The Supreme Kai extended a hand and said, I actually saved your life, so I won't harm you. Remember, a few peasants attempted to murder you. Naruto froze, staring up at the god with wide eyes. Painful and hazy images flashed through his mind. Angry faces, stones, fire, fear, and then nothing. He looked down and said, yeah, I think I remember. Thank you for saving me, but how can I trust you? What if you saved me just so you could eat me? You do have a strange appearance. Pointy ears, you know. That hair. Quote. After blinking, the Supreme Kai let out a weary sigh and used 2 fingers to gently tap Naruto's head. Ah. Quote. First of all, the god muttered, a little insulted. My hairstyle is not weird. Secondly, kids are not something I eat. Lastly, and above all, I am not a monster. I am divine, specifically, the god of creation, the Supreme Kai, who is in charge of the entire cosmos. With a slow blink of amazement, Naruto's eyes widened. You're a god, as in, a real god. Quote. The Supreme Kai gave a nod. Gazing at the Supreme Kai's long ears, Naruto scowled. So why do you appear to be a monster? Monsters in some of the stories of Red have pointed ears. With a heavy sigh, the Kai squeezed the bridge of his nose. First things first, boy, don't believe anything you read. Yes, the ears of some demons are pointed. Indeed, some extraterrestrials also do. However, that does not imply that all people with pointed ears are evil. Naruto pouted and scratched his cheek, considering it. All right, I apologize for referring to you as such. The Supreme Kai nodded before pointing in their direction. My planet is where you are. No mortal has ever stepped foot here before, so feel honored. Once more, Naruto's eyes grew wide. Really, am I the first? That's fantastic. Then his excitement dimmed as he tilted his head. Wait, I was in an alley when I last remembered anything. Yes, the Kai said, his face growing more serious. You were attacked by some villagers. But I didn't bring you here just to save you, he said, placing a hand on Naruto's tiny shoulder. You were on the verge of death when I stepped in. To train you, I brought you here. Naruto became alert, saying, teach me. Do you mean to teach me jutsu and other such things? Like Grandpa Hiruzen, Big Bro Kakashi, and Big Sis Rin. Quote. Slowly, the Kai shook his head and said, no. Blinking, Naruto said, what do you mean by, no? You promised to train me. That implies that you will teach me various forms of jutsu and how to use chakra, doesn't it? Quote. No, Naruto, said the Supreme Kai, laughing. Ninja tricks are not what I'm here to teach you. Something much older, deeper, and more potent is what I'm going to teach you. Naruto appeared perplexed and intrigued. More potent than chakra, quote. Yes, the Kai said, nodding. The energy of life itself is known as ki. Indeed, your chakra is a combination of your physical and spiritual energies. However, ki is the basis of everything. It's raw, unfiltered, and it doesn't rely on hand seals or bloodlines. So, it's like chakra without hand signs? Naruto asked, tilting his head even further. Quote. The Kai smiled. In a way, however, ki is capable of things that chakra was not. Power, quickness, takeoff. Planets are shaken by energy blasts. The capacity to detect life on other planets. Even teleportation is possible with the correct training. Naruto gaped, saying, what? I think that's awesome. All right, all right, all right. He jumped in place, his fists clenched with excitement. Come on, Mr. God Guy, I mean, let's do this. Quote. Supreme Kai will do just fine, the Kai said with a rare smile. Naruto, get ready now. Your training has just begun. With interest in his eyes, Naruto raised his gaze to the Supreme Kai. Naruto said, okay, but before we start, I don't even know your name, with genuine bewilderment in his voice. You can call me Kai, the Supreme Kai said calmly, grinning softly. All right, Kai, I can't wait to learn more about ki. How can I begin? Naruto inquired, his enthusiasm mounting. After observing the boy for a moment, the Supreme Kai's face became serious. Well, to start with, you don't have enough ki to access it yet. For it, your body is still too underdeveloped and slender. In order to improve your control, we will first strengthen your physical abilities before moving on to the fundamentals of ki, such as ki sensing and other mental skills. Eat healthily and work out hard. We can proceed to the more complex methods, such as ki control, manipulation, flying, and ki blasts, once I can see that your body can manage ki without experiencing any strain. You will be able to accomplish a lot with ki, but it will require time. Your time will determine how long it takes. You can go back home sooner if you pick things up quickly. Wait, so after all this training, can I still access my chakra? Naruto asked, tilting his head in an attempt to understand the words. Quote, why would you need chakra when I'm offering you a far more efficient energy system? Asked the Supreme Kai, raising an eyebrow. I was shocked to see that your kind was using chakra, he said, pausing as his eyes grew intense. It is limited. You won't be constrained in this way with ki, though. With a startled expression, Naruto said, how do you know that? Quote, with a hint of comprehension in his eyes, the Supreme Kai chuckled softly and said, Naruto, I keep watch over the universe. I've been watching you for some time. I am aware of your experiences. For a mortal, your heart is pure. The majority of kids who go through what you have would have allowed hatred to consume them. However, you haven't. I brought you here to train you, that's why. To help you reach your full potential, not to turn you into a weapon. Naruto's expression softened, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. He had never considered it in that way before. He had always simply tried his hardest to move forward without really understanding why. Puzzled, Naruto glanced up at Kai. But why me? I don't even want to be a ninja, he said. Kai, who was obviously getting annoyed, sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Boy, you're here to train, not to pester me with endless questions, he said with authority. Sorry, Naruto flinched, looking down. Kai's voice grew a little softer. HMPH, all right, for now. No more inquiries. Let's eat first. Before we start anything, you must be fully recovered. When food was mentioned, Naruto's face brightened. Hell yeah. Quote, following a substantial meal, more than Naruto had ever consumed in a single sitting, Kai put a hand on the boy's chest and closed his eyes. Suddenly, Naruto's weariness and any remaining wounds disappeared as a gentle light glowed. There. Pulling his hand away, Kai said, you're healed. Take it easy today. Tomorrow is when your actual training starts. With his belly full, his body complete, and for the first time in a long time, his heart feeling secure, Naruto reclined on the soft grass of the sacred world. All right, he muttered, I'll be prepared. Flashbacks end. Kai has been astonished ever since he started training Naruto. The boy was energetic and easily distracted, so it took time and patience to teach him how to focus for more than a few minutes. At first, Kai had trouble keeping Naruto's attention, but gradually, he changed. Now, as he refined his sense of ki, Naruto sat motionless, meditating with his eyes closed and his legs crossed. Though his range was currently only around 10 feet, Naruto had made astounding progress in just a few days by unlocking the ability to sense ki, faintly, but consistently. Kai had anticipated that it would take at least 2 years before the boy even touched the surface of ki sensing, but Naruto had done it in just 1. Although his sense range was still limited, the Supreme Kai was profoundly impressed that a mortal, particularly a child, could arouse that awareness so quickly. From a nearby ledge, Kai floated down and yelled, come, Naruto. Time to spar. We must also continue to practice your martial arts and physical prowess. As he got up and brushed off his clothes, Naruto opened one eye and a grin spread across his face. Hey, old man, you're on. Kai's eyebrow went up. Old man, boy, I'm a god. With a cheeky smile, Naruto said, still looks old to me, before lowering himself into a fighting stance. Kai chuckled. The Supreme Kai pushed Naruto hard for hours, forcing him to react, adapt, and learn. Despite how tired he was, Naruto never gave up, and his punches got sharper, his movement more fluid, and his endurance noticeably better. Later, when their match was over, Naruto went back to his meditation, concentrating on improving his ki sensing skills. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, and slowly extended his energy, bit by bit, attempting to feel farther than the 10 feet he had grown accustomed to. Naruto opened his eyes and turned to face Kai as the sky started to turn soft purple as it started to shift into dusk. He called out, hey, old man, and stretched his arms. How are Big Sis Rin, Big Bro Kakashi, and Grandpa Hiruzen doing? Quote, they're doing fine, boy, Kai said, giving him a distant smile. Naturally, they are concerned about you. Don't worry, though, if you keep up your current pace, you may finish my training earlier than anticipated. You will then be able to go back home. Additionally, if you ever wish to keep training, you can always return. I'll teach you things that only gods are aware of. Naruto cocked his head and said, gods? What does that signify? Quote. Kai laughed, his face becoming more solemn. Naruto, take it easy for the time being. Pay attention to what you're learning. If you're considered worthy, and only then, I'll show you what it means. Then I'll train harder, old man, Naruto smiled. Just keep an eye on me. Quote. Shortly after he started training, Naruto found out that Kai was a bit of a pervert. Every time Naruto called him that, he was dropped onto a perilous planet to survive. Seeing this, Kai decided to make it a regular part of Naruto's training routine. Naruto had been training for 2 years when he recently started learning how to fly. In a matter of days, he had mastered the fundamentals, but his speed was still insufficient. Even when Naruto was satisfied with his progress, Kai would not let up and kept pushing him to increase his endurance and speed. Kai's magic materialization particularly captivated Naruto, who had marveled at how easily Kai could summon weighted garments and new clothing out of thin air. Hey Kai, Naruto said one day, can you show me how to do that? Make clothes appear in midair, you know. Quote. Magic manifestation, I can teach you if you want to. However, it calls for a greater degree of ki control, Kai answered. How can I get better at controlling my ki? Naruto asked. You need to strengthen your mind, Kai clarified. Lack of ki control will cause you to waste energy that leaks away, regardless of how strong you get. Meditation and developing your ki sensing skills are crucial. The first step to becoming proficient in ki control is that. Naruto gave a contemplative nod. Resolved, Naruto started practicing his ki control, which to him was like going back to the beginning, finally grasping the fundamentals of Kai's magic manifestation. Naruto's strength and speed grew significantly over the next 3 years, and by the time he was 10, he was sparring Supreme Kai himself. Despite his youth, Naruto had a well-defined physique, complete with abs and muscles. During their fight, Naruto deftly sidestepped a blow to his face, but Kai immediately followed with a strong kick to his stomach, sending him flying backward and landing heavily on the ground with a thud. Enough for today, explained Kai. How come I can't even fight you for 5 minutes? Naruto said, gasping for air. Quote. Remember, boy, I've lived for millions of years, Kai said with a knowing smile. You lack experience, but I do. Naruto mumbled, fine. Naruto then proceeded with his training. Naruto had been in the realm of the Supreme Kai for 4 years. He had matured so much in that period that even the Supreme Kai was taken aback by his own development. Boy, it's been 4 years since you came here, the Supreme Kai remarked, grinning proudly as he observed Naruto. You've improved a lot, more than I ever expected. Honestly, I thought it would take you years to reach this level, but you broke your limits. Thanks, Supreme Kai, that means a lot. Guess you're a good teacher after all, Naruto shot back, grinning. But even now, I still can't do magic materialization. Kai shook his head and remarked, boy, that's not a simple technique. It takes serious practice. Naruto uttered the words, I have been practicing, for 2 years. And I still can't even make a piece of cloth, with a hint of frustration in his tone. Calmly, patience, boy. Patience, the Kai answered. I think it's time for you to return home. What? But I still haven't finished my training, argued Naruto. You have, the Kai asserted. I've taught you what I intended to. You've learned well. Naruto's face darkened. He and the Supreme Kai had become more than just teacher and pupil over the last 4 years. They were now friends. Boy, did you forget? You've mastered instantaneous movement, haven't you? Kai responded. Naruto said, yeah, I know it now, and nodded. Then you can visit if you want. Just don't come too often. I'm a busy person, Kai replied. Naruto smirked and teased, yeah, very busy, doing perverted things. The Kai mock annoyed him with a ki blast. Naruto ducked and yelled, hey, you never taught me how to fire a ki blast. Kai said, you should figure that out on your own, grinning mischievously. With excitement, Naruto exclaimed, okay, let me try now. Kai said, not here. Let's go to the wastelands, and he lifted off. They reached a desolate wasteland, dotted with dust and sharp rocks, after a brief flight. Naruto gathered ki in his palms while remaining motionless and concentrated. Initially unstable, a tiny yellow sphere gradually expanded to the size of a golf ball. Then he threw it with a resolute shout. Naruto was pushed backward by the blast and collided with a huge rock formation. The rock was totally destroyed when the smoke cleared. Whoa, did you see that? I did it, exclaimed Naruto, his eyes aglow with delight. Yeah, I saw how you fell on your back firing it, Kai answered with a laugh. Naruto smiled and said, hey, I'll do it better next time. Naruto kept practicing his ki blasts over the course of the following few days. He improved his control and accuracy by working steadily. The Supreme Kai once remarked, boy, as he observed Naruto training, you should start experimenting more with ki. It's a versatile energy, you can do much more than just blast things. Be creative. I'll give it a shot, Naruto said, dabbing at his perspiration. Before you go, I have a parting gift for you, Kai replied. Naruto's eyes brightened as he asked excitedly, a gift? What is it? I'm going to unlock your potential. My potential, what does that mean? It means I'll bring out all the hidden power inside you, Kai said. But remember, unlocked power isn't permanent unless you maintain it. Keep training, or you'll lose it over time. Okay, but I thought I was already using my power. I can fly, use ki blasts, teleport, what more is there? Kai grinned. Yes, you're using your ki well, but that's only scratching the surface. Everyone has dormant potential buried deep inside. For some, it takes years of intense training to access. Others never reach it. What I'm going to do is awaken that potential instantly. Once it's done, you'll be many times stronger than you are now. Intrigued, Naruto nodded. So, what do I do? Sit down, cross your legs and clear your mind. Naruto took a meditative stance after nodding once more. With precise, nearly dance-like movements, the Supreme Kai started to circle him. The air around them started to tremble with strange energy. Kai eventually came to a halt and sat in front of Naruto, where he started chanting softly in an old, unidentified language. After a minute, Naruto inquired, is it done? Kai responded, no, it'll take 24 hours. What? Exclaimed Naruto, startled. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Kai chuckled, because it'll help improve your patience and focus. So be quiet and sit still. Naruto fell into silence, muttering to himself. When Naruto opened his eyes 24 hours later, he was shocked to discover something amazing. He mumbled, I actually stayed quiet for 24 hours, in shock. I didn't say a word. Calmly, it's done, declared the Supreme Kai. Finished about 5 minutes ago. Naruto screamed, what? Then why didn't you tell me? Quiet, boy, smirked Kai during the statement. Naruto sighed, alright, so, what's next? Power up, directed Kai. Shutting his eyes, Naruto started to absorb his energy. He yelled loudly, and his aura burst around him, a storm of white, translucent energy. His muscles became firmer, his hair stood up, more spiked than ever, and his body grew a little taller. Around him, the ground cracked, and the area was cleared by the shockwave his power sent outward. Exclaiming, whoa, this is awesome. Naruto flexed his arms. I feel like I could beat you without even breaking a sweat. The Kai said, in your dreams, boy, and arched an eyebrow. Naruto's aura faded as he laughed and shut down. Naruto uttered the words, well, I guess this is goodbye, with a hint of melancholy. Yes, Kai said, you've been good company, boy. Try to visit, occasionally. Of course, grinned Naruto. Then his face became contemplative. Wait, I've been gone for 4 years. Everyone back home is probably worried sick. What should I tell them? I can't exactly say I was training with a god. With a firm, no, the Supreme Kai said. In any situation, you must not reveal that. Then what should I tell them? And what if I have to use my powers in front of them? Say you were kidnapped by bandits. As for your powers, tell them you were born with them. A natural gift. Naruto retorted, but that's not true. It's because of you I have these powers, annoyed. Kai snapped back, and I'm telling you what to say, in response. Naruto exhaled deeply. Alright, I just hope everything turns out okay. And I really hope I don't have to use my powers. Boy, Kai replied with seriousness, you never know what tomorrow brings. If a situation arises, don't hesitate to use your power. That's what it's for. As the gravity of the situation set in, Naruto nodded in silence. Naruto disappeared after taking one last look back at the Supreme Kai's domain. He reappeared in a thick forest outside the Hidden Leaf village in a flash. He felt a strange mixture of nervousness and nostalgia as he was surrounded by familiar trees and a gentle breeze. He started to move in the direction of the village gates, silently detecting the key signatures nearby. He could sense life more intensely than before. Two shinobi guards stood watch as he got closer to the gate. One of them narrowed his eyes and said, "Hey, Katetsu, someone's approaching." "Yeah," said Katetsu. "Looks like a kid. What's a kid doing out here, this far from the village?" "Could be an enemy ninja," explained the first guard. "They're getting younger every year. Stay alert." Naruto approached the gate with assurance. "Affirm, state your name and business," Katetsu said. "My name is Naruto." "Wait, Azumo," the other guard said. "Did you say, Naruto?" "Yeah," said Naruto. Azumo's gaze expanded. He instantly turned to a nearby communications scroll and pressed the "Hold on a second" button. "This is Gate Post 3. Alert the Anbu. Naruto has returned." Description: blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker-like marks on his face. In a matter of minutes, a figure wearing an Anbu mask resembling a cat materialized and silently landed next to them. The masked Anbu took a close look at Naruto. "So, it's really you?" Naruto nodded slightly. "The Hokage is waiting," the Anbu said as soon as possible. Using the body flicker technique, he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, and they instantly disappeared in a flurry of leaves. At the office of the Hokage, Naruto and the cat-masked Anbu emerged into the Hokage's office in a whirl of leaves. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, looked up from his desk and froze. He gazed at the boy who had gone missing for 4 long years, his eyes widening in shock. He could clearly see Naruto standing in front of him. Hiruzen's heart was racing. His eyes were not yet trustworthy. He immediately made a hand seal out of fear that it was genjutsu or some kind of illusion. "Kai!" he exclaimed, attempting to break any delusion. Naruto, however, did not disappear. Naruto said, "Hi, Gigi," grinning a little. "I'm real." Hiruzen didn't think for a second. Hurrying forward, he threw his arms around Naruto tightly. The boy who had mysteriously disappeared was at last at home. "Where have you been?" Hiruzen said in a tremulous whisper. "Do you have any idea how worried I've been all these years?" "A quiet. I'm sorry, Gigi," Naruto said. His shirt was soaked with the Hokage's tears. "Please don't cry. I didn't mean to make you sad." Even the normally stoic Anbu in the room, including the one wearing a cat mask, were taken aback by the Hokage's public display of tears. "I thought we lost you forever," Hiruzen remarked as he squeezed Naruto. "Don't you ever leave the village like that again." Naruto tightened his throat and nodded. "Okay, Gigi, I promise. I'll never leave you again." With his hands still on Naruto's shoulders, Hiruzen slowly withdrew from the embrace while maintaining eye contact with the boy. Gently, "Okay, Naruto, tell me," he said. "Where have you been all these years?" Naruto lowered his eyes and inhaled deeply. "I was kidnapped by some bandits." Hiruzen's gaze expanded. "What? It's true, Gigi. When I woke up, I was in the back of a wagon with other kids, about my age. I don't even remember how I got there. I was gagged, couldn't scream or do anything." With each word, Hiruzen's heart grew heavier, and he clenched his fists. In an attempt to make sense of everything, the Hokage remarked, "But, from what Kakashi reported, based on the villagers who saw what happened, you disappeared into thin air. No signs, no tracks. 1 second you were there, and the next, gone. I don't know how it happened, either." Naruto shook his head for a moment. "All I remember is blacking out, and then waking up in that wagon." "And what happened during those years? What did they do to you?" Hiruzen cautiously inquired, fearing the response. "They made us do all sorts of things," Naruto muttered. "I cooked for them, cleaned their clothes, carried supplies, just anything they wanted. If we didn't obey, they'd beat us." Hiruzen's jaw tensed as anger slowly grew within him. Did they do anything else? Any serious harm?" Naruto gave a headshake. "No, apart from the beatings, nothing else. But, I was scared all the time, Gigi. At first, I kept hoping you'd find me. I waited and waited, but then they took us across the sea, to some other land. After that, I stopped hoping." For a moment, Hiruzen was unable to look directly into Naruto's eyes. He had failed to protect him, and his guilt was overwhelming. The elderly man said, "I'm sorry, Naruto, I truly am," in an emotionally charged voice. "I promise you, those responsible will be hunted down, no matter where they are." Naruto gave him a look. "It's okay, Gigi, I'm just glad to be home." Hiruzen leaned forward with a furrowed brow, still in shock over the news of Naruto's kidnapping. "All right, But how did you escape, Naruto? If you were taken across the sea, how did you get back to the land of fire? After a brief pause, Naruto made an awkward scratching motion with his head. I don't know if you're going to believe this, Gigi, but a wolf saved us. Stunned, Hiruzen repeated, a wolf. Evidently taken aback by the statement, even the Anbu in the room moved a little. Yeah, further said Naruto. Not just any wolf, a talking wolf. Hiruzen blinked. A talking wolf saved you. Naruto gave a nod. It was weird at first. It appeared one night when the bandits were getting more violent. Some of the kids didn't make it. That's when the wolf attacked. It killed all the bandits, every last one. Then it talked to us. Quickly and with great concern, Hiruzen inquired, did it harm any of you? No, said Naruto. It was actually really kind. It said, it wasn't from this world. That it was just here on a vacation. It told me stories about its travels, different worlds it visited, strange places, weird creatures. It helped calm me down, helped me face my fears. There was silence in the room. Naruto grinned. It even guided us to safety. Some of the older kids went their own way after that. I was the last to leave. And well, here I am. Hiruzen massaged his temples, attempting to take it all in. A talking wolf from another world. Naruto smiled. Honestly, Gigi, you could use some therapy from it yourself. Might finally help you kick that old pervy habit. The eye of the Hokage twitched. Naruto. A tiny, suppressed laugh even came from the cat-masked Anbu. Naruto continued to smile as he shrugged. What? I'm just saying, it worked wonders for me. On the surface, Hiruzen finally let himself relax after Naruto gave him more information. Despite its strangeness, Naruto's story was believable and sincere. However, Naruto secretly experienced a weight in his chest. He looked at the elderly man who had always been like family and thought, I hate lying to him. But I can't tell him. All right, Naruto, Hiruzen said softly. We'll need to schedule you for therapy. I want to make sure you're truly okay, physically and mentally. Naruto gave a silent nod. That's fair, Gigi. Then an idea occurred to him. Hey, where's Kakashi-Nisan? And Rin-ni-chan? Hiruzen's expression slightly tensed. They've been on a long-term mission, searching for you. They refused to believe you were gone forever. They've been out in the field for almost a year now. Naruto's gaze expanded. They've been looking for me all this time. The Hokage gave a nod. They've covered 3 countries in the last year. I'll send word immediately to recall them. They deserve to know you're back, and safe. Hiruzen immediately grabbed a scroll and started writing a message. He sealed it and called forth the messenger hawk. In a whisper, he tied the scroll to its leg and said, find them, and bring them home. With a soft screech, the hawk flew out the open window and disappeared into the sky. Silently, Naruto stood and gazed after it. I hope they come back soon. I really missed them. They'll come, Hiruzen assured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. They never gave up on you. And they never will. Hiruzen held Naruto close to him for a whole week, hardly ever letting him leave his sight. The idea of losing him again was too much for him to handle after everything that had transpired. Yamanaka Inoichi, one of the village's leading mental health experts, evaluated Naruto psychologically and provided him with therapy during that period. To the astonishment of all, including Inoichi, Naruto was exceptionally stable, both mentally and physically. Yes, the boy was scarred, but he had managed to cope with them. Inoichi gave the Hokage a succinct but insightful report. Resilient beyond his years, no signs of trauma disorder. His mind as sharp, more mature than expected. Naruto was now peacefully seated on the couch in the Hokage's office, reading a thick book about Konoha's history and its numerous conflicts. His face was unreadable. Shutting the book, he glanced up at Hiruzen. Gigi, I think shinobi are fools. The direct statement took Hiruzen by surprise, and he blinked. Why would you say that? Naruto put his elbows on his knees and leaned forward. 3 shinobi world wars, and all of them pointless. What were they fighting for? Land, power, authority. People died, children died, all because of the ambitions of a few. Hiruzen's expression darkened. He was unable to dispute Naruto's veracity. After a pause, the elderly man said, You're not wrong, those wars left deep scars across nations. But, after the formation of the villages and peace treaties between them, things have slowly improved. Naruto didn't appear persuaded. What if the next Kage is a madman? What if they ignore all those treaties and start a war out of nowhere? What then? Hiruzen let out a long sigh. That's why the title of Kage isn't handed to just anyone. It requires wisdom, experience, and the trust of the people. It's not a position given lightly. So Naruto, do you want to become a ninja? Naruto leaned back and gazed up at the ceiling. I don't want to be a ninja. Hiruzen's gaze expanded. You don't. Like his parents and the heroes he looked up to as a child, the old man had always thought Naruto would jump at the chance to become a shinobi. Now, though, this. Hiruzen gently inquired, do you have a reason, Naruto-kun? Glancing at him, Naruto uttered the simple words, no. I just don't want to. Hiruzen silently studied him for a long time. Naruto's voice was one of calm conviction rather than rage or rebellion. The type derived from experience. Whispering, all right, the Hokage said. It's your choice. The doors flew open as soon as the silence had subsided in the room. Travel-weary but alert, Kakashi and Rin took over. They froze in shock as soon as they saw the boy sitting next to Hiruzen. Whispering, Naruto, Kakashi said. Gasping, Rin asked, is that really? Naruto threw himself at them and embraced them tightly before they could say anything more. Kakashi Nisan, Rin Nichan, it's so good to see you again. They automatically closed their arms around him and gave him an equally strong hug in return. Rin's voice was shaking as she asked, where have you been all these years? We've been searching everywhere for you. We never stopped looking, Kakashi noted in a low voice. Not for a second. Naruto slightly withdrew to look them in the eyes. I'm sorry, I promise, I won't leave you again. With emotion in their eyes, they nodded. In spite of everything, it felt as though the years that had been missing had finally been filled in. So, Rin murmured, can you tell us what happened? Naruto took a step back and nodded. He narrated the same tale he had told Hiruzen, including the kidnapping, the wagon, the years spent in captivity, and the strange talking wolf's arrival, which led to their release. Rin and Kakashi listened silently, their expressions a mix of surprise and incredulity. With wide eyes, Rin repeated, a talking wolf. Naruto gave a nod. Yeah, I was surprised too, but it was kind. It saved us. Kakashi gave his chin a scratch. Honestly, I'm not too shocked. I have talking dogs, after all. And Sume Inuzuka has a partner that's half wolf. Maybe this one belongs to a rare wolf clan. Could be, mentioned Rin. But it's incredible it helped you instead of attacking. Most wild summons aren't that gentle. Yeah, it told me it wasn't even from this world, told Naruto. Said it was here on vacation. Kakashi blinked. Well, that's new. Naruto laughed. You'd like it. It's got good stories. Helped keep me sane. You might want a session with it along with Gigi. Could help you stop being a perv. Hiruzen scowled. You've been back a week and already spreading lies about your grandfather. Everyone laughed, but Naruto laughed the most. They all got together to celebrate Naruto's return that night. Hiruzen, Kakashi, Rin, and Naruto traveled to Ichiraku Ramen, which is Naruto's favorite restaurant in the world. Chuki and Ayame looked up from behind the counter as soon as they walked in. Naruto! Exclaimed Ayame. Chuki exclaimed, you're back, and rounded the stall to give Naruto a tight, paternal embrace. 4 years, kid, you gave us all a scare. Naruto gave a sheepish smile. I missed this place, and your ramen. The counter soon filled with bowls of steaming ramen as they sat down. Naruto told Rin, Kakashi, and Hiruzen the same story he had told them. With wide eyes, Chuki and Ayame listened, occasionally glancing at each other incredulously and empathetically. A whirl of white smoke appeared outside the store as Naruto was slurping his third bowl. A big, majestic wolf with silver fur that was just barely glinting in the twilight stepped out of it. All around, there were gasps. Onlookers stopped dead in their tracks and stared. The wolf looked at Naruto and said, oh, so you've made it back home, in a deep, serene voice. Naruto got up swiftly and grinned. Yeah, thanks to you. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood and bowed deeply, surprising everyone. Thank you, Wolf-san, for saving my grandson. Rin and Kakashi did the same, bowing politely. Chuki let a ladle fall. Ayame put her hand over her mouth. Across the street, onlookers muttered incredulously. A talking wolf. The Hokage is bowing, too. Naruto blinked, perplexed as to how the wolf had located him, but then a voice he recognized came back to him. The Supreme Kai's voice said, surprised, boy. You're good at telling stories. Don't worry, I sent it. Just making sure your story believable. Amused, Naruto grinned to himself. The wolf gave a nod. I just came to check in. I'll go find the other children I helped, make sure they're safe. Naruto repeated, thank you, with sincerity. The wolf leapt powerfully and disappeared in a haze of smoke and silver light. The ensuing quiet was oppressive, until whispers began to spread like wildfire. Did that wolf just talk? The Hokage bowed to it. What the hell is going on? Naruto looked around at everyone. That wolf really is something else. A hand was placed on Naruto's shoulder by Hiruzen. So are you, Naruto. Naruto, who first encountered the wolf on the Supreme Kai planet, was startled to see it again. At least on the surface, life in Konoha had started to calm down after the talking wolf incident, which had occurred a week ago. Hiruzen had designated an Anbu to watch over Naruto all day and night as a precaution. Rin or Kakashi took the job most of the time. However, the silent and constantly alert cat Anbu stepped in when they were on missions. Naruto had become accustomed to her presence over time. To be honest, he enjoyed her company. The villagers' glares continued, but Naruto had grown to the point where he didn't mind because she listened, even though she didn't say much. Naruto was walking down one of the village's side streets this afternoon when he heard a muffled, sharp cry. He stopped instantly. The source was a nearby alley. The cat Anbu moved her position silently from high above, already observing. Naruto sprinted in the direction of the noise. He noticed a young girl, perhaps 7 years old, curled up on the ground as he turned the corner into the tiny alleyway. She was surrounded by 3 boys who were roughly Naruto's age. They were all laughing while one held her toy and another pushed her hard against a wall. Stepping forward, Naruto yelled, "Hey, leave her alone." The boys pivoted. One of them scoffed and said, "Well, look who it is, the demon himself." "What, you gonna play hero now?" A second one rolled up to make fun of it. On his head, Naruto saw the Konoha forehead protector. "You're a shinobi," declared Naruto icily. "And you're picking on a little girl. That's pathetic." The boy yelled, "Yeah, what are you gonna do about it, demon? We're ninja." Naruto questioned, "You do know assaulting civilians is a crime, right? Do you have any idea what will happen if the Hokage finds out?" The leader yelled, "He won't," and withdrew a kunai. "Because you won't live long enough to tell him." The kunai was thrown straight at Naruto by him. Naruto raised his hand and neatly caught the kunai between his fingers before the cat Anbu could even move. The boys stopped. Suddenly, like a shadow, the cat Anbu fell from the rooftops and hit. Before the 3 boys could even react, she subdued them with quick, accurate blows that rendered them unconscious. Naruto did not recoil. He chose to approach the girl instead, who was still curled against the wall. Softly, "Hey, you all right?" he said. Her eyes widened in terror as she slowly raised her head. Her expression changed from one of fear to one of bewilderment and then to one of safety when she noticed the boys lying still and the masked Anbu behind Naruto. She nodded slightly. Naruto questioned, "Why were they bullying you?" After hesitating, the girl spoke in a low voice. I don't know. They've always done it. We grew up in the same orphanage. After they became genin, they still found ways to pick on me." Naruto scowled. "Did you ever tell anyone? The Hokage?" She bowed her head. "No." He grinned softly and sighed. "Well, don't worry. They won't bother you anymore." She gave him a look. He inquired, "What's your name?" "Akira," she uttered, nearly in a whisper. "My name is Akira." Naruto said, "Nice to meet you, Akira," with warmth. "I'm Naruto." He reached out and touched her. He smiled and pointed to the cat Anbu, saying, "Come on, I'll walk you back to the orphanage. And don't worry," adding, "she's with me. She's the one who knocked out those guys. So you're totally safe." Akira stood up and slowly took his hand. As they left the alley together, the cat Anbu nodded silently and trailed behind them. Akira's stomach let out a low growl as they strolled alongside Naruto through the peaceful village streets. After blinking, Naruto laughed. "Looks like someone's hungry." Akira covered her stomach with her hands as she flushed. "Come on," a smiling Naruto said. "Let's go get some ramen. You'll love it." The two soon reached Ichiraku Ramen. Chuki smiled warmly at them as usual. "Well, look who's back again. And you brought a guest this time." "With one bowl for me, and one for her," Naruto declared. "Make hers with extra veggies." Chuki winked at him. Coming right up. While eating, the two sat in silence. After the first bite, Akira's eyes brightened. This is really good. Naruto smiled. Told you. They ate together and then strolled in the direction of the orphanage. The village was illuminated by golden light as the sun started to set. Naruto lowered himself to eye level with her as they arrived at the orphanage gates. Kindly, be safe, he said. Don't let anyone push you around anymore. And if they try, tell me, okay? After hesitating, Akira spoke timidly. Can you come tomorrow? Naruto blinked. Why? With a whisper, I want to play with you, she said. Unexpectedly, Naruto hesitated. Then he grinned. All right, I'll come by around 4 in the evening. Akira's face brightened with happiness. She said, thank you, and hurried through the doors of the orphanage. The attack, the genin bullies, and Akira's story were all explained when Naruto paid Hiruzen a visit later that night. After removing the unconscious boys from her scroll, the cat Anbu placed them in front of the Hokage's desk. As Hiruzen heard the entire report, his face grew icy. Shinobi or not, they will face consequences. We do not tolerate abuse, especially against civilians. He made certain that the 3 received harsh discipline, that their ranks were temporarily revoked, and that they were given additional training and counseling. Additionally, a formal apology was mandated. Satisfied, Naruto nodded. Silently, the remainder of the day went by. Months went by. In addition, Naruto started to disappear from the village for a few hours every morning while no one was looking. Nobody was aware of his whereabouts. He would get up early and be gone by the time the village awoke, only to come back before noon as if nothing had happened. Actually, Naruto was back in the realm of the Supreme Kai, attempting to learn magic materialization, a skill that had eluded him for years. He was surprised to discover that he was finally improving. He started creating simple objects under the astute supervision of Supreme Kai, such as a wooden spoon, a strip of cloth, and even a crude shirt, each one better than the last. One day, as he watched Naruto create a solid, folded bandana, the Kai exclaimed, see. Told you, patience. You're improving faster now because your mind is calm. Naruto grinned. Guess spending time with people who care helps. After a few hours of training, he would use instantaneous movement to teleport back to Konoha, arriving in time to meet Akira at the orphanage gates or have lunch with Rin or Kakashi, all the while keeping everyone in the dark. The peace held for the time being. However, change was constantly on the horizon. After a year, Naruto had been back in the village for a year. Minato, Kushina, Mito, Narumi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune are seen traveling toward the hidden leaf far from Konoha. The relationship within the family had been a little strained over the last few years. Mito and Narumi had been upset ever since they found out they had an abandoned brother, particularly at their parents, but especially at Jiraiya. He had lost all communication with the two sisters. He had made multiple unsuccessful attempts to communicate with them, to apologize, to explain, and to explain. He was extremely saddened by their constant disregard for him. At last, the group arrived at Konoha's gates. The sight of the Hokage and his family, as well as 2 of the fabled Sannin, startled Kotetsu and Izumo. As soon as the group arrived in the village, they were met with astonishment and reverence. The entire village was joyfully applauding them. Tsunade slapped Jiraiya on the back of his head after he winked at a group of young women in his typical perverted manner. They heard some unsettling muttering from the crowd as they kept on walking. See, Lord Fourth finally came, to kill the demon. Shizune, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kushina, and Minato all exchanged perplexed glances. Kill the demon. What was the topic of their conversation? Some villagers looked anxiously or expectantly as the cheers blended with whispers, further confusing them. Tension followed closely behind as the group finally arrived at the Hokage Tower and entered the main office. Jiraiya and Tsunade said, "Hello, Sensei," as they walked into the Hokage's office. Although Hiruzen's face was expressionless, his rage at seeing them all was simmering beneath the surface. But he repressed it. He wanted to watch Naruto's reaction for the time being. "Hello, Sarutobi," Minato said, attempting to sound polite. Hiruzen smiled icily. "So, you finally remembered where your home is. If you were late by even one more day, I would have sent a search party to find you all," he said with a sarcastic tone. Kushina moved forward before Minato could respond. "Hiruzen, where is Naruto? Bring him. We want to see him." Hiruzen looked toward the adjacent Anbu. He commanded, "Bring Naruto here." The Anbu nodded quickly and vanished. An hour went by. They all waited another hour. But the Anbu never came back. Hiruzen was starting to get nervous. The Anbu knelt before the Hokage as the door finally opened. "Lord Hokage," he uttered, a little breathless. I cannot find young Naruto anywhere." The entire room fell silent. "I waited for an hour at his apartment, he didn't come home. I searched the village thoroughly, every district. I returned to his house again, but he's not there. He's nowhere." Naruto casually entered the room and said, "Hello, Gigi. What's going on? Why are all the Anbu searching for me?" With a sigh of relief, Hiruzen spoke in a somber tone. Naruto. Naruto felt the tension immediately. The ki of Hiruzen was disturbed. Naruto stepped forward and asked, "What happened, Gigi? Why are you so tense? Did something happen to Kakashi-Nisan and Rin-Nichan?" In a low voice, Hiruzen answered, "No, Naruto. They're fine. I didn't send them on any mission." "Then what is it?" Hiruzen hesitated a second. After closing his eyes, he turned to face Naruto. "Naruto, there are some secrets you need to know." Slowly, he lifted a hand and gestured to Kushina and Minato. Naruto looked at them as he turned his head. They had hopeful, anxious joy on their faces. When Hiruzen said, "See, Naruto, they are your parents." Naruto stopped. "My what?" he exclaimed, startled. "My what?" Naruto cried in astonishment, his voice building incredulously. "Gigi, I've told you so many times, you need to stop reading that perverted book. See what it's done to you. You're losing your mind." The accusation made Hiruzen's eye twitch a little, but he kept his composure. Despite their best efforts to conceal it behind their hands, Kushina and Tsunade were unable to contain their laughter at Naruto's direct outburst. But Jiraiya appeared clearly offended. "Hey, there's nothing wrong with my writing. It's art." Hiruzen signaled for silence with a little cough. "Naruto," he said, his voice abruptly serious, "I'm telling you the truth, I'm not kidding." Naruto glanced between the strange faces, his brows furrowed. He said slowly, "So, you're telling me these people are really my parents? If that's true, then where were they all these years? Why did they leave me alone?" Kushina took a step forward, speaking steadily but softly. "Naruto, dear, yes, we really are your parents." She pointed to the two girls who were standing next to her. "And these are your sisters, Mito and Narumi." As they wait to meet Naruto, Mito and Narumi are staring at him. Still trying to take it all in, Naruto blinked, but Kushina went on in a guilty-sounding voice. "As for why we weren't there, we left the village to train them. There was a prophecy, it said they might be the key to saving the world. We thought." She paused, her eyes sparkling, "we thought we had to prepare them." The door slid open as she finished speaking. Rin and Kakashi moved to the opposite side of the room and entered in silence. They gave Naruto a slight nod of encouragement but said nothing else. Kushina turned to face her son again. "But we're here now, we've returned, and we want to be a family again." The room was silent as thick as a fog. Everyone was waiting, watching Naruto, expecting a storm of rage, a loud outburst. However, none arrived. Naruto stood motionless, his face unreadable. His voice was cool and collected when he finally spoke. His words, "You abandoned me," sliced like a blade through the silence. "And now you want me. Is this some kind of joke?" Minato's eyes widened and Kushina winced as the words struck more forcefully than any jutsu. Rin, Kakashi, and Hiruzen across the room appeared taken aback. They had anticipated rage, yelling, and possibly even tears, but not this. Naruto was calm, steady, and painfully aloof. Kushina stepped toward him and whispered, "Sochi, it's not like that. We didn't want to, but we had to. We never meant to abandon you." Naruto's eyes remained hard. "Well, what you did is exactly what abandonment looks like. Please, Naruto," Minato said in a soft yet pleading tone, "give us a chance, we know you're hurt." Naruto interrupted him. He asked bluntly, "Who said I'm hurt? I don't know you, so why would I be?" That sentence gave Minato and Kushina a brief glimmer of hope. Perhaps something could still be built if Naruto didn't feel hurt. Naruto then turned to face Hiruzen. "Gigi, why didn't you tell me?" he asked, turning to look at Rin and Kakashi. "You both knew, didn't you?" Kakashi ni, Rin nay, "You knew too, right?" With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen's face was etched with guilt. "We knew, Naruto. But what could we say? That your parents abandoned you for a prophecy. That they chose others over you." Naruto averted his gaze for a moment to process. Then he gave a small nod. "You're right. Maybe it's better I didn't know. Although his voice grew softer, it remained powerful. Because all these years, you three were there for me. Gigi, Kakashi ni, Rin ne, you were the ones who watched me grow. You treated me like family. Not once did I waste time wondering who my parents were, because I had family. A hand fell to Kushina's side. Minato opened his mouth, but he was unable to speak. Naruto turned to face them, his eyes fixed on them. His tone was quiet but sharp as he questioned, how can you claim to be my parents? Just because you gave birth to me. That doesn't make you my mother and father. Minato moved forward and spoke in a strained tone. Naruto, we are your parents. That's the truth. Naruto responded quickly. He repeated, the truth. The truth is you weren't there. He gave them one last glance. So no, you're not my parents. You're just strangers who share my blood. Naruto then walked out of the room. Kushina collapsed to her knees in tears. Minato's face was filled with guilt and pain. The room was silent. I told you this would happen. But you didn't listen. I begged to return, but you didn't see. Now look. He doesn't want anything to do with us. We don't even know if we can bond with him. This is all your fault. I said it 3 years ago. We should have returned. But no, you were too blinded by that stupid prophecy. Mito's voice was piercing, brimming. Kushina's tears became more intense. There was silence for several minutes. The silence was finally broken by Hiruzen's serene voice. See, I told you this would happen. I begged you that day, but neither of you listened. You heeded a man who didn't even have his own blood son to understand what he was doing. Jiraiya recoiled at that remark. I think I understand Naruto's pain to an extent, Hiruzen then went on to say. After all, I faced something similar with Asuma, my son. He somewhat resented me and left to the daimyo's place to become one of the 12 guardians. Minato said nothing. Narumi raised her voice quivering with annoyance. Tell me, how in the world did you think it was a good idea to leave him alone? At last, Minato spoke, his voice laden with pain and guilt. I thought, if we prepared you both, one day we could save the world. Look where it led, replying Narumi. Mito laughed. He can't even save his own family, yet he dreams of saving the world. How ridiculous. Minato winced at the harsh remarks. With tears still in her eyes, Kushina stood up. But why didn't you tell Naruto about us? With a sarcastic tone, Hiruzen arched an eyebrow. Are you really asking me that? Should I tell you both abandoned him? There are whispers spreading across the village, that his parents deemed him useless, so they left him. Even though they don't know he is your child, you don't know what kind of life he's lived here, Hiruzen grumbled. Minutes passed in silence. Then Tsunade spoke for the first time. What do you mean by that? When we entered the village, there were murmurs that we came to finally kill the demon. Is there a problem? And what demon is this? We didn't sense any vile chakra. With a sigh, Hiruzen squeezed the bridge of his nose. It's complicated. The demon you heard of is Naruto. They all let out a startled gasp. With wide eyes, Mito questioned, what does that mean? Is he really a demon? He seemed normal. He's no demon, nor a Jinchuriki, Hiruzen clarified, but rumors have spread across the village that Naruto is the Ninetales in human form. All of them were shocked, but Kushina and Minato were particularly distressed because they had heard their son referred to as a demon. The Ninetales yin and yang sides mocked the notion that a normal human child could be mistaken for the Ninetales in human form inside Mito and Narumi. Kushina made a pointed accusation, and you didn't stop it. I did what I could. But rumors can't be stopped quickly, especially ones based on bad memories. You left the village immediately. You don't know what the villagers went through, Hiruzen sighed. Jiraiya questioned, but didn't you tell them the fourth defeated it? Yes, I told them. I know how it happened and who did it, but I had no proof to charge them, Hiruzen responded. Jiraiya guessed, Danzo, but what would he gain? The Jinchuriki aren't even in the village. I think he planned to use Naruto as his pawn. He would have enormous potential as the child of Minato and Kushina, Hiruzen said. I'm disappointed in you, sensei. I thought you'd be a great dad, but you weren't, Kakashi said accusingly. To tell the truth, I hope what happened did happen, he murmured. Minato gasped. Kakashi, how could you think that? With burning eyes, Kakashi went on, how could you leave your son alone in the village? There isn't even a single letter for him. Tell me, sensei, how could you leave your son, all for a prophecy? Tell me, is that justifiable? Minato's expression wavered. I didn't have time. Kakashi laughed. Don't mock my intelligence. A letter would take 5 to 10 minutes. And now you show up expecting Naruto to smile and love you like nothing happened. He was chased by mobs twice. Luckily, we were there to protect him. Nothing happened to him, Kakashi asserted. What? He was chased by mobs. Why didn't you teach him to defend himself? Kushina screamed. Hiruzen laughed. Well, somebody said don't train him, we'll train him when he returns. Aren't you the one who said that? Mom, how could you think like that? Shouted Narumi. It's not the whole story. He was kidnapped by bandits 4 years ago, Rin replied quietly. We searched the Fire Country and decided to scout all the nations. Kushina exclaimed, what, he was kidnapped and you didn't tell us? Why should I? The moment you left him here, you lost the right to be his parents. And what good would it do to inform you? You didn't bother to write a letter to him all these years. You would probably have sent toads to search for him, Hiruzen lashed out. Kushina and Minato lowered their heads in embarrassment. With desperation, Mito questioned, but how is he here now? Where did you find him? Rin replied, we didn't find him, he told us about the kidnapping himself. There were many children around his age and older who made him do chores for them, and some children were killed by those bandits. There was silence. A faint grin appeared on Hiruzen's face. Luckily, a wolf saved them all and helped Naruto return. Everyone gasped, really? Yes, we didn't see the wolf bringing him back, but we saw Naruto when he returned. We checked on him to make sure he was okay. I had Inoichi examine his mind for trauma. For his age, his mental defenses are strong, even stronger than some adults, Hiruzen replied. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. He said the wolf helped him handle his trauma, Hiruzen said quietly. With concern on her face, Kushina looked at Minato. She whispered, what should we do now? Pray that your son might accept you. His smile is as bright as the sun, but so is his anger. He's smart, intelligent beyond his years, even beyond most adults. He sees things differently. I think there might be a chance. After all, he's compassionate, kind, and pure of heart. That's why I didn't tell him about you, I didn't want to taint that. Mito's voice shook with optimism. Do you think he will accept us? Definitely, was Hiruzen's firm response. But he's slow to open up to people. Narumi became determined. Then we'll go. We'll try to talk to him. Let's go, said Mito. They then departed the room. They decided to approach him after looking for him throughout the village and finding him sitting in a park. Before they could speak, Naruto's cold, piercing eyes swung open and locked on to them with such force that the girls recoiled. But they refused to back down. With a cool but icy tone, Naruto questioned, what do you want? In a quiet voice, Mito said, we want to talk to you. We want to know about our brother. As the wind rustled the leaves surrounding them, Naruto looked at them in silence. Then his tone became resentful. What do you want to know? How weak I am, how useless. No, Narumi shook her head rapidly, her voice containing desperation. Who cares about how strong you are? You're our brother. We don't care about your strength. We care about you, Mito said earnestly as he moved closer. Naruto didn't change his expression. He became flat and lowered his voice. Did you even know I existed before today? We only found out when we were 9, Narumi reluctantly acknowledged. With a slight clenching of his fists, Naruto remained silent. When we found out, we were angry, furious. I begged them to let us come back to you. I told them again and again. But they didn't listen. They thought they could just train you later and fix everything, Mito said, her voice shaking with guilt. Naruto snorted, his tone full of contempt. Bribe me into a family I never knew. Ha, fools. Mito let out a quiet laugh, not a derisive one, but an honest one. I said the same thing to them. With a glint of surprise in his eyes, Naruto gazed at her. The anger subsided, slightly, for the first time. With a slight smile tugging at her lips, Mito remarked, it seems like even if we didn't grow up together, we still think the same way. Naruto fell silent, studying them both intently. It was no longer easy to gain trust. It didn't feel fake, though, standing there with them. It was authentic. He was caught off guard when Narumi suddenly grabbed his arm with a bright smile, breaking the gloomy mood. Come on, enough of this gloomy stuff. Let's go eat ramen, our treat. Astonished, Naruto blinked. Mito gave him a sly smile and gave him a shove. You're not getting out of this. Come on, little brother. Okay, Tell us where the ramen is available, Mito said. Naruto gave a small smile. Follow me. Mito and Narumi couldn't help but notice the looks he was getting as they made their way through the streets toward Ichiraku Ramen. They weren't curious. No, they were filled with disgust and hatred. They caught snippets of muttered voices around them. With a bitter tone, one villager muttered, "TCH, why is that demon still alive?" "Die, monster," hissed another under their breath. A third whispered to someone nearby, "Why is he walking with the Hokage's daughters? They're pure, he's filth." Naruto heard every word, every whisper, every vile look. However, he did not respond. He continued to walk with a composed, emotionless expression on his face. Narumi and Mito also heard it. Their faces darkened with anger as their fists clenched tightly. With a fierce whisper, Mito said, "How dare they?" Narumi clenched her teeth and said, "If I hear one more word, I swear." Both of them looked at Naruto, but his face was unreadable, as though their whispers had no effect on him. They arrived at Ichiraku Ramen at last. "Hey, old man," Naruto exclaimed with joy. She smiled and said, "Ah, Naruto, you came. It seems you've brought friends. Aren't you going to introduce them to me?" "I'm Mito," one of the girls introduced herself. "And I'm Narumi," the other person added. Ayame appeared from behind the stand at that precise moment. She smiled warmly at Naruto when she saw him. "My usual one, old man," said Naruto without hesitation. Chuki asked the two girls, "What will you two have?" According to Mito, "One chicken ramen. Shrimp for me," also said Narumi. Since Naruto was a regular, his usual was always ready, so his bowl came first. 2 minutes later, Mito and Narumi's ramen was served. They didn't talk while they ate. Each had consumed 10 bowls by the end of 30 minutes. Even Chuki was taken aback by the unusual silence in the stand. Normally, Naruto would chat non-stop about his day, but today, he was silent, watching the three of them. After eating, Mito paid the bill, and the three left. Chuki asked Ayame, "Did you notice how quiet it was today?" "Yeah, I did. Did something happen?" "Naruto was unusually quiet," replied Ayame. "Did you see the resemblance between the three? It's like they're related," Chuki thought. Ayame asked out loud, "So they might be cousins or something like that?" "The red-haired girl, she looked like a mini Kushina," Chuki remarked reflectively. Ayame questioned, "Who's Kushina?" "Oh, right, you wouldn't know. She was one of our old customers. She married the 4th Hokage," Chuki continued. A new customer walked into the stand at that very moment. "Did you hear? Lord 4th has returned, with his 2 daughters. Those 2 girls who just left. They're his kids." Ayame and Chuki exchanged startled glances. The customer left a few minutes later. Chuki mutely remarked, "It appears Naruto may be related to the 4th. He does look like him, especially when he was a kid. If Naruto grew his hair out, anyone could mistake him for Minato." Ayame exclaimed, "Wait, you saw the 4th when he was a kid?" "Yeah," Chuki grinned and replied. "This stand has been in our family for generations. I used to help my dad, just like you're helping me now." Ayame's voice rose in surprise as she questioned, "Wait, does that mean Naruto is also the child of the 4th? If yes, then why did they leave him here? Did they know how he was treated? Wait, so that means Naruto met them already. That's why he was so quiet. He's upset, maybe even angry." A voice said, "You're right," from behind. Chuki and Ayame turned to see Rin and Kakashi coming into the stand. With a gentle tone, Rin inquired, "So, Naruto came?" Chuki, "Yeah, he came, with his sisters," she said. She said, "How were they?" "Quiet, none of them talked much. They just ate." In complete silence, Chuki, who was still a little uneasy, said, "If Naruto is really the 4th's son, then why has he been alone in this village all this time? Shouldn't he have been with his mother and father? We've known him since he was a little kid." Kakashi quietly exhaled. There were circumstances, some decisions made in haste. Mistakes, really. Rin's voice was firm but worried as she said, "Don't talk about it in front of Naruto. We were there, and even we don't know exactly what he's thinking." But he didn't burst out or say anything. That silence, it says more than words. "I see," Chuki muttered. "We just hope he'll be fine." "We all do," said Kakashi. Alongside Naruto. Following their ramen, the trio strolled leisurely through Konoha streets. Between them, an awkward silence lingered like a dense mist. Until Mito finally spoke, her voice tentative and almost frail, none of them knew how to begin the conversation. So, how have you been all these years? How's life? Alone? Fine, Naruto quickly answered. Mito frowned and said, fine. I asked you a full question, and you give me a one-word answer. Naruto halted his progress and swiveled to look at her. Give me a reason to talk about personal things with strangers. Mito's face contorted in pain. Why should I open up to people I just met, even if you say you're my sisters? He was unaware of the depth of his words. The expressions of Mito and Narumi wavered. Although neither spoke for a moment, the pain was evident. Under her breath, Narumi said, are you mad at us? Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, no. Why would I be? She tried to look him in the eye as she asked, do you think we might dislike you? Narumi inhaled deeply. We waited for this moment for so long. When we heard we were returning to Konoha, we were so excited. I know what Mom and Dad did was unfair, wrong, even. But I hope you can give us a chance. Her eyes were on the verge of rolling with tears. Silently, Naruto stood contemplating. He was conflicted, not angry, though his fists were slightly clenched. Narumi muttered, can't you give us a chance? Please. Naruto exhaled deeply. Fine. As much as I'm a victim in all this, so are you. Logically, it's not fair to blame you for the mistakes of adults. Mito and Narumi's faces instantly lit up with relief. They both stepped forward and gave him a hug in a moment of happiness. After hesitating, Naruto allowed them to embrace him. They let him go after a few seconds. It was already 4 p.m. when he looked up at the sky. I'm leaving. I have some business to attend to. Okay. Mito grinned broadly. We'll meet again tomorrow. After giving a slight nod, Naruto turned and left, making his way to the orphanage where Akira resided. Still full of hope, Mito and Narumi turned to face the Hokage Tower. Office of the Hokage. There was silence in the room. Hours had passed since Mito and Narumi had left to speak with Naruto, and Hiruzen, Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune were waiting. The door opened. Rin and Kakashi came into the room. Did you find them? Hiruzen called out. Yes, they are coming, Kakashi informed them. Mito and Narumi came into the room a short while later. Kushina asked eagerly, did you meet him? How did it go? She was also afraid that Naruto would reject the girls. He might open to us, Narumi replied. Really? Kushina exclaimed with delight. It will take time. I asked how his life is, he just said, fine. That's it, no more words. At that Hiruzen laughed. It's the same for us. Minato inquired, did he say anything about us? Yes, Mito replied. There was a flash of joy on their faces. He said you both are fools, bribing family affection with training, Mito replied. The expressions of Kushina and Minato wavered. Don't be surprised if he doesn't accept you, Narumi advised. You don't know how the village sees him. It's like he is trash, talked about behind his back like he's some kind of monster. And he didn't react to them. It's like he doesn't care about what they think of him, stated Narumi. You both caused this mess. If you just used your brain on that day, none of this would have happened, Mito replied. Mito gestured to Tsunade and said, don't you know it's a bad idea? And haven't you done anything to stop it? I said it's a bad idea. But when Jiraiya said if any one of you lost control, you might hurt him. While you had no problems with controlling, Narumi was a different case. The Yang side of the Ninetales is a tough one. She lost control many times, and she didn't fully control her beast. Oh really? You all kept me away when you trained her. So if she got out of control, I might not get hurt. You could have done it for Naruto if he had come with us. Thinking, Mito sighed, what if is a waste of time. Alongside Naruto, Akira lived in an orphanage when Naruto got there. She was waiting for him outside. Akira exclaimed, Naruto ni. As soon as she saw him, she hurried over and gave him a firm embrace. Naruto gave her a warm embrace in return. Akira realized something was wrong when they eventually started to back off. He had a tense, different look. She inquired worriedly, what happened? Your face, it's not normal. Are you upset? Did someone hurt you? With a dismissive, nah, I'm fine, Naruto answered. What about you? Where do you want to go today? Let's go to the park. Akira exclaimed with joy. After pausing for a moment as they strolled together, Akira yelled, Ni-chan. Naruto gave her a quick look and a slight nod, indicating that she could continue. I've been thinking, I want to join the Ninja Academy. She waited, expecting protest or shouting, but neither materialized. Naruto questioned, is that what you really want? Are you sure? Yes, I am. I want to become a great kunoichi, she resolutely stated. Naruto calmly remarked, if you're sure, then go for it. I won't stop you. Really, I thought you'd say no. You always said you didn't like the idea of becoming a ninja, Akira responded with disbelief. Naruto gave a small smile. No, I wouldn't stop you. I have no right to. If that's what you truly want, then I'll support you. Almost everyone I know is a shinobi anyway, and this village revolves around that life. It's only natural for you to want to be part of it. Akira remarked, but you never wanted to become one, you never told me why. Her hair was ruffled by Naruto. You wouldn't really understand if I explained it now. But be careful, it's not what you think. The shinobi life, it's darker than it looks. Akira sulked. How do you know I won't understand if you don't even try to tell me? Naruto gave a small laugh. For me, being a shinobi is a path where people can lose their humanity. It's a world where some forget they're human before they're ninja. Quietly, Akira questioned, are you afraid you'd become one of those people? Naruto gave a headshake. No, I know who I am. That's not it. The real reason I didn't want to become a shinobi is because I never saw the point. There have been 3 great wars, and none of them had any real justification. They sent children, kids who hadn't even reached their teens, into battle. All I saw was adults using children as sacrifices for their own conflicts. There are a lot of reasons, but I don't want to get into them right now. The atmosphere between them became dense. That's exactly why I didn't want to say anything, it'd just ruin the mood, said Naruto. Come on, let's go eat. What do you feel like having? Sushi, Akira exclaimed, becoming animated. Naruto grinned. Let's go then. Minato and Kushina had been back in the village for a week. Minato had not yet returned to his role as Hokage, but the villagers had joyfully celebrated the return of their heroes. Naruto and his parents' relationship remained at a standstill. Naruto hadn't seen or spoken to either of them since that day. In the meantime, Mito and Narumi met with him every day and gradually increased their time together. Slowly but surely, their relationship was improving. Naruto wasn't the kind to open up right away, but that wasn't because he didn't want to connect with them. Present. Office of the Hokage. It was filled with Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Rin, Shizune, Hiruzen, Mito, and Narumi. Minato declared, we've finally settled everything. Starting tomorrow, Mito and Narumi will join the Ninja Academy. It'll help them bond with other kids, and hopefully, with Naruto too. We can place them in the same class he attends to increase their time together. Kushina gave a nod. At the very least, it might help the 3 of them grow closer faster. Wait, Naruto doesn't attend the academy, Kakashi came in between. Surprised, everyone turned to him. What? Mito questioned, startled. He already graduated. Kakashi gave a headshake. No, he never attended. In fact, he doesn't want to become a shinobi at all. There was a stunned silence as that left the room. Why not? Mito and Narumi cried together. The calm response from Hiruzen was, he said he simply doesn't want to. Jiraiya scowled. And you didn't try to convince him? Hiruzen gave a headshake. No, it's his life. He has the right to choose his own path. With obvious frustration, Jiraiya questioned, but he might have enormous potential. Are you really willing to let that go? Yes, Hiruzen said emphatically. The girls and adults looked at each other in disbelief. Mito begged, Hiruzen-sama, will you try talking to him? If we join the academy and he's not there, we won't get many chances to see him. Once we graduate, it'll be even harder. She's right, said Narumi. Our bond is progressing, but it's slow. If we lose time now, we might lose our chance entirely. Hiruzen looked at Rin and Kakashi. Rin softly remarked, I think, you should talk to him, Hokage-sama, he never really gave us his reasons, and we never asked. I'm curious too. Kakashi gave a nod of approval. It's time someone asked him the real, why. Hiruzen recognized their logic and gave an Anbu signal. Bring Naruto here. If he's not in his apartment, wait, Hiruzen replied. The Anbu came back a few minutes later. He is coming, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen said, all the Anbu, get out of here. From all four corners of the room, the Anbu quietly departed. Naruto came in. So, Gigi, what's the reason you called me? He asked, observing everyone in attendance. Hiruzen stated, I'll get right to the point. Will you join the ninja academy to become a shinobi? No, was the response, as Hiruzen had anticipated. Tension was high in the room. Minato, Kushina, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Rin, Shizune, Mito, and Narumi were all watching Naruto as he stood in front of them, waiting for a response. It was Kakashi who first broke the silence. Gently, why, Naruto? He inquired. Naruto's eyes were icy and aloof. Because in my view, he replied, shinobi are fools. Rin blinked, startled. Naruto, what are you saying? He did not recoil. Rather, he moved forward with a cool but acerbic voice. Tell me something. There were 3 shinobi wars. Why? Was it for freedom? No. They fought for power, land, and ego. And while they played the hero, innocents died. Villages burned. Children cried in the ruins left behind. He stopped, allowing his words to linger in the air. Tell me, why should I be a part of that cycle? There was a heavy silence. Nobody knew the answer. Mito paused, unsure of herself. But, shinobi fight to protect the weak. Naruto sneered. Protect. Count how many lives shinobi saved, and how many they killed. I think the deaths outweigh the living. He squinted his eyes. And don't even get me started on the first Hokage. Tsunade tensed up. What are you talking about? He's the one who built this village. Yeah, said Naruto bluntly, and he handed out tailed beasts like candy to warring villages, in the name of peace. What was he smoking when he thought that was a good idea? It's like giving weapons to children in the middle of a fight. He looked over at Tsunade. Tell me something, if I made you my slave against your will, would you be fine with it? Despite clenching her fist, Tsunade remained silent. Hiruzen spoke quietly, attempting to remain composed. Naruto, the tailed beasts are monsters. Hashirama did what he did to maintain peace. Naruto laughed bitterly. Oh really? And what did it lead to? The first shinobi war. So tell me, on what basis do you call the tailed beasts evil? His voice trailed off, the resentment in it now obvious. Try being shackled, sealed, tortured, for centuries. Then tell me if you'd stay. Good. Would any of you just let it slide? Once more, nobody responded. The yin half of Kurama stirred deep within Mito. She could still hear his deep voice. That kid speaks truth. Mito's gaze expanded. Even Ninetales agrees with him. Everyone in the room gasped. Naruto smiled crookedly and bitterly. See, even the so-called monsters understand the world better than humans. His voice was quiet but piercing as he started to pace slowly. And the biggest fool of them all, Hagoromo. He gave chakra to a world already soaked in blood. He wanted peace, but what he really did was arm a battlefield. Kurama fell silent, offended but thoughtful, inside Mito. At last, Naruto paused and raised his head. Now his voice was softer, almost reflective. I think, if Hagoromo hadn't given chakra so early, if he had first taught people how to live, how to be human, then maybe, just maybe, when they had hearts, when they had light to understand themselves, he could have given them power. And even if peace wasn't guaranteed, at least it wouldn't have become this blood-soaked lie. He surveyed the stunned, quiet faces in the room. So tell me, why would I want to be a part of such a system? And the most disgusting thing is sending children, kids who hadn't even reached their teens, into battle to get killed brutally. All I saw was adults using children as sacrifices for their own conflicts. A thick silence descended upon the room. Nobody said anything. Nobody was brave enough to. Because despite their best efforts, none of them were able to identify any flaw in Naruto's logic. With a loud bang, the doors of the Hokage office suddenly flew open. With Hiruzen in its sights, a tiny wooden shuriken zipped through the air. I got you, old man. A child's voice called. Without even looking, Naruto idly lifted 2 fingers and grabbed the wooden shuriken before anyone could react. The room echoed with gasps. Whispering to Narumi, he didn't even turn around, Mito said. With mouths slightly open, Kushina and Minato gazed in disbelief. The older shinobi appeared shaken as well. Not because it couldn't be done. However, that was not supposed to be Naruto's skill. He never trained, as far as they all knew. With his scarf flapping behind him like a cape, the boy ran into the room, until it caught beneath his foot. Thud. The boy moaned, Ouff, as he fell face first to the ground. He stumbled to his feet and scowled at Naruto, the person standing in front of him. Then he brushed his knees aside and said, "Hey, you made me fall." Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. Naruto, obviously unimpressed, raised an eyebrow. "Really, I think your face met the floor before your brain could think," he grumbled. "You haven't even learned to walk properly, and you're already trying to run. That scarf's too long, it tripped you." "Lies," yelled the child boldly. "You tripped me because you were scared the old man might lose." Naruto cast a quick glance down at the wooden shuriken that was still in his grasp. He held it up and said, "You came at him with this. You call that a challenge? That's not bravery, that's just childish." The fire in the boy's eyes flickered as he turned away in embarrassment. Naruto became slightly softer. He said, "What's your name, kid?" With his chin up, the boy straightened his back. "Don't call me kid. I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi." With fear in his voice, a tall Jonin stormed into the Hokage's office. "Honorable grandson, are you all right?" Konohamaru hurried to his feet and waved the worry away. "I'm fine, Ebisu-sensei. Next time, I'll defeat you, old man. And then I'll become Hokage." Unimpressed, Naruto arched an eyebrow. "Who is the idiot that told you that beating up an old man makes you Hokage?" There was silence in the room. Everyone looked at Konohamaru, who paused and then gestured sheepishly. "Ebisu-sensei told me that." Sharp enough to cut through chakra threads, Hiruzen's eyes swung to Ebisu. The Jonin flinched visibly. Naruto gave a headshake. "You really are an idiot." Bristling, Ebisu straightened. "Hey, who are you calling an idiot?" Calmly, "I only see one," Naruto answered. "And it's you." As he stepped forward, Ebisu yelled, "Do you even know who I am?" "I'm Ebisu, an elite Jonin." Defiantly, Naruto crossed his arms. "I don't care. And who's the fool that made a fool like you a Jonin?" Silence settled over the room like a heavy fog. Ebisu glanced at Hiruzen, uncertainly, even in anger. The others looked at the third Hokage one by one. At last, Naruto looked directly at Hiruzen. Then slowly faced Ebisu again, his face unreadable. Red-faced, Ebisu lunged, clenching his fist in rage, but Naruto moved fluidly to the side before he could hit. He gently pushed Ebisu's foot in the middle of his stride, causing the Jonin to collapse on the ground. The room fell silent. Ebisu groaned in embarrassment, while Konohamaru stared at Naruto in awe. Even the adults. "That's enough," Hiruzen said quite firmly. "Ebisu, take Konohamaru and leave. I'll deal with you later. I need to understand exactly what you've been teaching him." Ebisu's face went white as he tensed. He turned to usher Konohamaru out after making a slight bow. Before they could depart, however, Naruto spoke, his words piercing despite his calm tone. His gaze was fixed on Konohamaru. "So, you want to be Hokage," he said. "So people see you for who you are, not just the Hokage's grandson." After hesitating, Konohamaru gave a silent nod. His eyes met Naruto's. There was only truth, no ridicule. "Then let me tell you something you won't find in storybooks." His voice was steady and low as he moved forward. "Sending people you care about on missions they might never return from is part of being Hokage, and when they do, you're responsible for their blood. Even though they respect you, their families will occasionally blame you, curse you, and despise you. Not only do you get praise, but you also bear sorrow, guilt, silence, and loneliness." He took a moment to allow the words to sink in. "You must take care of everyone, including those you despise and those who despise you. So ask yourself, can you bear that burden, Konohamaru?" Konohamaru gazed up at him, stunned and unable to speak. Finally, Naruto's voice grew icy. "If not, go play with kids your age. Because this shinobi world, it's not a dream, it's a farce, where people kill each other in the name of peace." Nothing more could be said. Without saying a word, Konohamaru turned and walked out slowly, head bowed, his tiny hands gripping the ends of his large scarf. Silence hung heavy in the room. Jiraiya appeared astonished. For the first time, Tsunade was silent. The unreadable expression on Naruto's face, somewhere between pride and awe, was all that Kakashi and Rin could do. Kushina and Minato experienced the stinging, merciless pain once more. Naruto had not been raised by them. And now they were unable to get in touch with him. The silence continued after Konohamaru's door closed behind him. Naruto turned to face Hiruzen, but his expression was one of quiet, solemn disappointment rather than hatred. With a voice that was hardly audible above a whisper, he said, So, you decided to strip the innocence from a child who hasn't even lived his childhood yet. Nobody made a move, nobody breathed, and the once strongest shinobi of his era, Hiruzen, remained silent. He turned to face Naruto, the son he had reared and who had been abandoned by his parents. A boy who saw the shinobi world through scars rather than fantasy. His response was silence. Naruto pivoted. I think I made my point clear. Hiruzen's voice interrupted Naruto just as he was ready to leave the room. Wait a moment, Naruto. Naruto turned to face the elderly Hokage. In a few months, the stipend from my office will end. You're of age now, and it's time you start earning on your own, Hiruzen said with a smile. I don't mind working, explained Naruto. I can take any job, at a shop or somewhere else. Hiruzen let out a sigh. There's a catch. You know how the village sees you. Do you really think anyone will hire you? Naruto's expression was unreadable as he looked down. Yeah, I know, but I never really cared before. Still, why does the village see me like this? Why do they treat me like a monster? Sadness clouded Hiruzen's eyes. It started the day you were born. The Ninetales attacked the village. It was sealed, into Mito and Narumi. Naruto squinted his eyes. Then what does that have to do with me? After they left the village when you were just 4, rumors began to spread, twisted tales that you were the Ninetales in human form. The villagers began to fear you, and from fear came hate, Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Didn't you tell them the truth? A disbelieving Naruto inquired. Didn't you say their beloved Hokage defeated the beast? We did, acknowledged Hiruzen. But fear is stubborn. Rumors take root and spread faster than truth. No matter what we said, their fear only grew. With a heavy sigh, Naruto looked at Kushina and Minato. So tell me, how could you seal something like that into newborns, into your own children, just minutes after they were born? Minato gazed down, his eyes filled with pain. I didn't have a choice. Kushina was barely holding the Ninetales back, I couldn't seal it into her again while she was holding it. We were running out of time. The standard sealing process takes too long. It was our only option. Naruto's fists clenched. So now I have to find work, but the people might not even give me a chance. Hiruzen gave a serious nod. After a moment, Naruto said, I could work at Ichiraku Ramen, I'm sure Chuki would give me a job. Hiruzen paused. What if the customers stop coming? What if the business suffers because of you? At the elderly man, Naruto squinted and said, something's fishy, it sounds like you're doing everything you can to steer me into becoming a ninja. Pretending to be innocent, Hiruzen questioned, why would I do that? I can smell it from here, old man, Naruto said, squinting his eyes. Just tell me, why are you pushing me so hard to become a ninja? Hiruzen folded his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. It's for your own good. To protect yourself. As the elderly Hokage went on, Naruto scowled but remained silent. You have unnatural talent, Naruto. I saw it today with my own eyes. You caught wooden shuriken without even looking, and you made Ebisu trip over his own feet without touching him. That's not ordinary. You may not see it, but I do. His expression became more serious as he paused. And I don't want to repeat what happened 4 years ago. Now that Minato is back, people are going to realize who you are, his son. Word will spread, not just in Konoha, but across the other nations. There are enemies out there who would love nothing more than to capture, or kill, you. I can't assign a personal guard to you 24/7, he continued. And I can't be there every time something happens. But if you're a ninja, you'll have the strength and freedom to protect yourself. Naruto sighed and turned away. You're forcing me to become something I never wanted to be. With gentle words, I'm giving you a path, Hiruzen said. And don't you think you should use your power to help others? You're right, Naruto. The world is broken. However, until someone modifies it, we make it through. A memory reappeared in Naruto's mind at that moment, serene, strong, and unforgettable. The Supreme Kai once said, use your power to save others. At that moment, Narumi moved forward. I truly do understand, Naruto, she said quietly. However, the world continues to exist even if we make an effort to live in harmony. Please think about it, she said, glancing at Minato and Kushina before turning back to him. There will always be people who hate and want to harm us. Here in the village, you are the only person we know. We won't be able to see you in this manner after we leave the academy. With his eyes glued to the ground, Naruto remained silent as the Supreme Kai's words continued to reverberate in his head, becoming louder with each heartbeat. To save others, use your power. The room was filled with anticipation as everyone waited. Naruto looked up at last. Fine, he replied. I'll join your little farce not because I like it but only out of the love I had for you. Jiraiya spoke for the first time. Naruto, I know you don't want to listen. But listen to me, please. His voice was more fragile than anyone had ever heard it, and he inhaled slowly. I may seem silly, but there is a prophecy. A child who will bring the world together one day. Yahiko, Nagato, and Koanon were my 3 students prior to Minato. Yahiko is the most unique. I was inspired by his principles. He had a dream of peace, but war caused his unjust death. I then located Minato. He seemed like the one to me. However, the prophecy changed the day you were born. The room froze. It said a child with immense power will either save the world, or destroy it. Jiraiya fixed Naruto with her gaze. You're not incorrect when you say that the ninja world is a place of violence. But putting an end to that hatred is my dream. To halt the murder. I never intended to harm or desert you. I believed that Mito and Narumi might be the ones when they were born and carried the 9 tails. The 9 tails is, after all, the strongest of all the tailed beasts, more potent than the others put together. After pausing, he did something unexpected. Slowly, he bowed his head, not as a shinobi, but as a man. I cannot make the pain go away. I can't make you believe in us. However, please pardon me if you can find it in your heart. Even Hiruzen and Kakashi stared in shock, as did Minato, Tsunade, Kushina, Shizune, and Rin. Mito and Narumi looked at Naruto, wondering if he was angry or moved. Naruto, however, remained silent. At last, he faced Hiruzen. When does the academy begin, Gigi? Quote, tomorrow, said Hiruzen quietly. With a slow nod, Naruto said, fine. Additionally, please refrain from referring to me as either his or her son. Up until now, my name has been Naruto, and I have no family. I want it to remain that way. Keep our relationship a secret. Minato's heart broke at Naruto's words, and he felt as though the air had been knocked out of his chest. Despite the fact that their eyes were dimming with pain, Mito and Narumi stood silently. Not right now. Despite the difficult beginning, they had at last been given an opportunity. Without turning around, he walked out of the room. With concern in his voice, Kakashi scowled and said, but Hokage-sama, the academy ends in 6 months. How is Naruto able to finish the entire curriculum so quickly? Quote. Rin's eyes blinked as she realized, I'd forgotten about that too, that's a lot of material to cover. Glancing toward the door Naruto had just left, Hiruzen smiled a little reassuringly and said, I don't think we need to worry. He had already read history and other material that was well beyond the academy level, likely deeper than some shunin. And as you can see, he has an unusual talent that I haven't seen or heard before. Jiraiya stood up and nodded slowly, saying, yeah, the kid isn't normal. It wasn't luck, that reaction time earlier. It was instinct, reflex, ability. With a grudging nod, Tsunade said, he may not have formal training, but he sees through people better than most adults I know. Minato quietly let out a breath and said, still, 6 months isn't long. Hiruzen turned to face the window, his voice low but firm. Not for a typical kid. However, Naruto, it could be more than sufficient. Later that night, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a long, tiring day and came home. Even though he felt guilty about persuading Naruto to join the academy, he told himself that it was essential for Naruto to defend himself. Hiruzen was unaware that Naruto was already the strongest person on the planet. When Hiruzen sat down to dinner with Asuma and Konohamaru later that night, they had a light conversation about the day's events before they fell silent while they ate. Konohamaru then broke it. Old man, he said in an inquisitive tone. How come, Konohamaru? Hiruzen looked up from his meal and asked. When I visited your office this morning. Who was that boy? He appeared to be just a few years my senior, but how did he use his fingers to catch a shuriken without even looking? How could he have known I was approaching? He also took Ebisu-sensei on a trip. Ebisu left me there because he was so embarrassed. Quote. Intrigued, Asuma arched an eyebrow. Are we sending people on missions they might never return from, as he claimed when he was Hokage? Quote. He lowered his voice a little. Have you ever experienced this, old man? Quote. Hiruzen's expression grew gloomy. It brought back memories of his dead friends, of sending missions that resulted in death, of his own son, Konohamaru's father, who never came back. He muttered, "Yes, too many regrets to count." When Konohamaru saw his grandfather's face, he apologized right away. "I apologize, Grandpa, I didn't intend to mention that." Hiruzen forced a small smile. "Konohamaru, don't worry, you must understand the responsibility that comes with being Hokage if you still want to be one." His chopsticks were put down as he said, "And that boy you saw, his name is Naruto. Is he a Chunin, a Jonin?" Konohamaru asked eagerly. "Can he train me?" Quote. Asuma was the next to respond in astonishment. "I've met Naruto a few times," he remarked reflectively, "but as far as I know, no one has ever trained him." If what Konohamaru said is accurate, the child either has extraordinary intuition or extraordinary good fortune. "No, Konohamaru," Hiruzen delicately remarked, "not even a genin. So far, he has not been to the academy at all. He is going to be enrolling tomorrow. If all goes according to my plan, it will be 6 months before he becomes a genin." "What? But how did he avoid Ebisu-sensei like that without training?" Konohamaru blinked. Quote. "How did you persuade him?" Asuma asked, turning to face his father. "When I last heard him, he stated that he had no desire to become a ninja. I told him I couldn't assign guards to watch him 24/7, sighed Hiruzen, and that he would need to learn self-defense if he wished to survive in this world. Now that Minato is back, people will soon recognize him," he said, pausing. "And we both know how rumors about Naruto have damaged his chances to live as a normal civilian. The only remaining option is to become a shinobi." With a frown, Asuma said, "So you forced him?" Hiruzen answered, "I gave him a choice," but his tone was unconvinced. After a brief period of silence, Asuma posed the final query. What was his reaction upon seeing Minato? Quote, "Just as we expected," Hiruzen said quietly, his face darkening. The following morning, as usual, Naruto stayed silent as he reached the academy gates, a few steps behind Hiruzen, Minato, and Kushina, while Mito and Narumi stood nearby, waiting in silence. Despite the tense atmosphere, neither of the girls spoke. Hiruzen made the decision to talk as they moved down the hallway. "The class you three are joining is made up mostly of clan heirs and a few civilians," he said. "Are you saying we're supposed to be friends with them?" Narumi asked, raising an eyebrow. Quote, "Yes," Hiruzen said gravely, "all eyes will be on you as the Hokage's children. Your father will be held accountable if you cause trouble or behave haughtily." Naruto remained silent, staring straight ahead. When they finally arrived at the classroom, they saw Iruka Yumino lecturing a group of chattering students through the window of the door. Iruka looked up in surprise as the door slid open. "Lord Fourth, Lord Third, to what do I owe this honor?" he said, startled. Quote. A stunned silence descended upon the room. Every student had heard stories about how the Yellow Flash had defeated the Ninetales 12 years prior, and a wave of whispers swept through the class at the mention of the fourth Hokage. "Iruka, we've come to register 3 new students," said Hiruzen as he moved forward. "These 2 are the daughters of the fourth, Mito and Narumi Namikaze Uzumaki," he said, pointing to the girls. "Their lack of time in the academy is not a cause for concern. If necessary, I think they could pass the graduation exam today. However, their purpose is to foster a sense of unity among the other students." With a hand on Naruto's shoulder, he turned to face him and said, "And this boy, though not by blood, I consider him my grandson." Iruka blinked. "Lord Third, has he gotten any official training?" Quote. "No." Hiruzen shook his head. The class gasped, and even Iruka was clearly taken aback. "Pardon me, Lord Third," Iruka said, picking his words carefully, "but wouldn't it be better if he attended the class next year? In 6 months, this batch is scheduled to graduate. I'm not sure without previous training." Hiruzen gently interrupted, "Don't worry, Iruka. His knowledge is beyond what the academy teaches. Concerning combat training, he picks things up quickly. He will surprise you, I promise." Slowly, Iruka nodded, saying, "If you believe that, then I have no objections." Hiruzen smiled slightly and pushed them forward, saying, "Go on, introduce yourselves." With assurance, Mito said, "Good morning, everybody. Mito Namikaze Uzumaki is my name. I'm hoping that we can all become friends." Narumi trailed behind. "Hey, I'm Narumi Namikaze Uzumaki, and I can't wait to develop alongside each of you." Quote. Naruto was next in line. With composure, he said, "My name is Naruto." Quiet. He did not continue, despite everyone's waiting. That's not how you introduce yourself, Hiruzen said, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Naruto. You forced me to participate in this farce, Naruto said with a deadpan expression. Don't count on me to comply. With an uncomfortable cough, Hiruzen said, all right. Take your seats, you three. Both Mito and Narumi took hold of Naruto's arms and pulled him to a bench close to the center, with Mito sitting to his right and Narumi to his left. With an inward sigh, Naruto said, so much for secrecy. After a brief period of observation, Minato, Kushina, and Hiruzen gave silent nods of support and departed. Buzzing like bees, murmurs filled the classroom as it calmed down. He didn't even mention his last name. Is he really that important? Why are the Hokage's daughters sitting with that nameless orphan? Before the pupils could explore their curiosity further, Iruka cleared his throat and went back to teaching. All right, calm down, everybody. Let's get started. Many villagers smiled and nodded courteously as Kushina passed by, her long red hair gleaming in the sunlight, but her thoughts were elsewhere, as she made her way to the Uchiha compound, a location she hadn't been to in years. It hadn't always been that way, and she was a little taken aback to see how far the Uchiha lived, pushed to the corner of the village, practically alone. When she finally arrived at the compound, she asked a young clan member for directions, and he nodded quietly, directing her to Makoto's house. Kushina continued on the path until she came to a small but clean house, where she inhaled, held up her hand, and knocked softly. Makoto Uchiha appeared as the door opened a few moments later. Makoto. Kushina managed a tiny smile. Makoto grinned back and moved aside, saying, come in. Unspoken words filled the air as Kushina stepped inside, kicked off her sandals, and followed Makoto to the living room, where they sat on a sofa. Makoto said, I'm truly disappointed in you, Kushina, in a quiet voice that was obviously hurt but devoid of rage. Guilt-ridden, Kushina bowed her head and said, I know. For what I did, I'm even beginning to despise myself. Makoto's face softened a little. Well, what was his response? Quote, he doesn't want to talk to us, Kushina said, but Mito and Narumi. He is gradually becoming more open to them. I'm hoping they'll all get along. Didn't you ever think it was a bad idea, leaving the village like that? Makoto scowled. Quote, Kushina's cheeks started to well up with tears. Makoto moved in closer and put a soft hand on her shoulder as she noticed this. I hope he might reconcile with you someday, she said politely. Thanks, muttered Kushina. Silence fell between them for a moment, but it was heavy with shared history, not awkward. After a while, Kushina asked with a small smile, so, how have you been? How is Sasuke doing? Given their similar ages, I hope Mito, Narumi, and Naruto can become friends. After saying, I hope so too, Makoto paused for a moment before asking, but what about Naruto? According to what I've heard, he never attended the academy and has never had any official training. How is he going to handle it? Quote, according to Kushina, it's true, he had no desire to become a ninja. Indeed, he referred to ninjas as idiots. Really? Makoto asked, raising an eyebrow. Why did he say that? Quote, after inhaling deeply, Kushina started to describe her talk with Naruto the previous day. Makoto was obviously shocked when she finished, as evidenced by her brief silence. He speaks like someone who's lived the life of a shinobi. Yes, Kushina replied, but he learned everything he knows from reading about the past. For distributing the tailed beasts in the name of peace, he even referred to the first Hokage as a fool. Nevertheless, he consented to join the academy. Makoto inquired. He was persuaded by Lord Third. Told him that protection would not last forever. He had to learn how to protect himself. Nobody wants the events of 4 years ago to happen again. Yes, Makoto said softly, I was aware of that. To be honest, it was terrible. Itachi informed me that a mob had cornered Naruto. After they attempted to beat him, he abruptly disappeared. No signs of the alien chakra. To make matters worse, the village rejoiced when he vanished. Guilt twisting Kushina's heart like a knife caused her face to fall. And then, Makoto went on, he comes back, alive, 4 years later, claimed that a wolf had saved him. Some even said they witnessed it, and in appreciation for saving Naruto, Lord Third bowed to it. Yeah, Kushina said quietly, I was in disbelief when I heard. Just utterly astounded. The room fell silent once more. Eventually, Kushina inquired, so, how are Itachi and Fugaku? Quote, at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen dismissed all the Anbu from the room, leaving only himself, Minato, and Jiraiya behind. The mood was tense, thick with the weight of what was about to be said. He began slowly, his voice somber and heavy. Things started to fall apart after you left the village, Minato. Startled by the abrupt change in tone, Minato looked up and asked, "What do you mean?" With caution, he asked. Many people said they saw the Sharingan in the beast's eyes after the Ninetales attack, Hiruzen sighed. The mere rumor was sufficient to cast doubt on the Uchiha. They were blamed from that point on, quietly but undoubtedly. Both politically and physically, they were forced to the village's periphery. He took a moment to collect his thoughts. They appeared to be coping at first. But over time, the strain, mistrust, and loneliness started to wear thin. They became agitated. They felt deceived, humiliated, and undervalued for their devotion and service. Eventually, they started organizing a coup. Minato's eyes grew wide. Wait, was Fugaku aware of this? Quote. Yes, Hiruzen nodded solemnly. He bore the full burden of the village's distrust and the clan's annoyance as the leader of the Uchiha. Despite his desire, he was unable to stop it. The clan's rage had become unbearable. He couldn't publicly disagree with them as their leader without losing everything. So, he acted with them, as he too felt the isolation. Minato became tense as she said, "So what?" Quote. Hiruzen went on, "Itachi and Shisui approached me and told me the plan a few weeks prior to the planned coup. Makoto also learned, somehow. When she confronted Fugaku, he made the most difficult choice of his life." Minato leaned closer, worried. "He ordered Itachi and Shisui to eliminate everyone involved in the coup," Hiruzen explained quietly. "That included himself." Minato leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "What? Why? Fugaku opposed the coup, why would he decide to pass away?" Quote. Hiruzen's voice was low and full of tired contemplation. He thought it was the best course of action. However, I believe he secretly regretted it. And he decided to give his life when the time came in order to stop something much worse. With a tense voice, Minato shook his head and said, "That's not the point. If he felt bad about it and knew it was wrong, why did he have to die? His own clan had cornered him. There might have been civil war among the Uchiha if he had refused to follow their lead." The answer from Shisui was, "We tried to avoid that outcome," Hiruzen said. Koto Amatsukami, a potent genjutsu that his Mangekyo Sharingan possesses, has the ability to change a person's will without the subject's knowledge. We thought it might have brought the coup to a peaceful conclusion. So why didn't they make use of it? Minato inquired, perplexed and irritated. Fugaku refused, Hiruzen stated, and we have yet to learn why. Perhaps he thought it was dishonorable. Perhaps he thought it would only postpone the inevitable. However, he refused to let Shisui use it, not even for self-preservation. After listening in silence, Jiraiya finally said something. "How about the senior citizens? Danzo probably won't take this news well. He wouldn't sit quietly if he found out about the coup. To tell you the truth, I never informed the elders," Hiruzen acknowledged. "I specifically kept Danzo out of it." "Why?" Startled, Jiraiya inquired. If he had gotten involved, he would have definitely ordered the extermination of the entire Uchiha clan, Hiruzen said grimly, adding that he inherited Nadime's mistrust of the Uchiha. However, his treatment of Naruto was the primary reason I kept him out of the picture. "What is that related to Naruto?" Minato scowled. Quote. "I chose not to involve Danzo in things like this ever since he began spreading untrue rumors about Naruto," Hiruzen sighed. "Respect for Danzo's previous service was the only reason I didn't remove him from the council." Makoto and Kushina, with tears welling up in her eyes, Kushina sat quietly. "But why? Why did he sacrifice himself?" she whispered. Quote. With her own eyes sparkling, Makoto glanced down and said, "I confronted him after learning about it. I insisted on answers, and he handed them to me, heavy and honest. He also sensed it." Start of flashback. Makoto stood in front of Fugaku, tears running down her cheeks and her voice trembling. "Tell me, Fugaku," she begged, "you'll make the villagers right if you follow this plan. People will view us as monsters and traitors. Do you want it that way?" Quote. Fugaku avoided looking at her and remained silent. "Even if you win, we lose," she went on, "because everyone will fear us and not respect us, and the villagers will also fear us and not respect us. What about the kids? They have nothing to do with this." Her voice broke. "They'll grow up hated, shunned. People will whisper behind their backs, avoid them out of fear. Do you really want Sasuke to have that kind of life? To grow up bitter and alone, unable to form real friendships? Please, we don't have to do this. When Fugaku finally gave her a serious look, he suddenly realized what was going on. He took a step forward and drew her close to him. I'm sorry, he said in a whisper. I never thought about the things that truly matter. I promise you, nothing bad will happen. The study of Fugaku later that night. Fugaku waited by himself. Shisui and Itachi soon came in and bowed. Itachi said, "You called for us, father." "Yes," Fugaku replied. "You both already know what the clan is planning, the coup." They didn't say anything. Unspoken tension pervaded the room. "Finally, I've made a decision," Fugaku declared. "Tonight, when we gather, I want the two of you to eliminate everyone involved." A stunned silence fell. "What?" exclaimed Itachi. "Dad, what are you saying?" Shisui was also shaken. "Fugaku-sama, you can't mean that." "You heard me," was Fugaku's firm response. "It's the only way." Shisui took a step forward. "Sir, if I may, there's another way. A peaceful way. No one has to die." Fugaku gave him a silent glance. "My Mangekyo Sharingan has a special genjutsu, Koto Amatsukami. It can alter a person's will without them even knowing they're being controlled. I can cast it on the clan members tonight. No one will suspect a thing. We can end this without bloodshed." Fugaku remained silent for a while. "You may follow my orders, Shisui," he concluded, "but this is the only path." "Why?" pleaded Itachi. "Please, father, tell us why." "You might be able to alter minds," Fugaku said in a deep voice, "but you can't change what's in their hearts. What you're suggesting will only bury the hatred and anger. It won't erase it. Eventually, it will rise again. And next time, it could be worse." He looked over at Shisui. "If we kill that hatred now, cut it off at the root, there won't be a next time. And more than that," Fugaku said with a stern expression, "you all know how we've nurtured this sense of superiority in our children, as if we are kami descended from heaven, born to rule, to look down on others. No genjutsu can suppress that. Not truly. It festers beneath the surface. But if we cut off the disease at its root, there's hope. The children, they can still be saved from that poison, before it takes hold." The impact of Fugaku's words still stunned both shinobi, who remained silent. "One more thing," said Fugaku. "Shisui, I'm appointing you as the new head of the Uchiha police force." Startled, Shisui questioned, "Why me? Itachi is far more qualified." "Itachi is already part of the Anbu," Fugaku remarked, grinning slightly. "Consider this, my final mission for you." Itachi's cheeks were wet with tears. "Father, please, think about Sasuke. Will you really leave him behind?" Fugaku gave a small smile. "No, he has you, and your mother. Sasuke looks up to you more than anyone. I know you'll do a great job raising him. Please, do this for me." Itachi uttered the words, "I don't know, father. I don't think I can," so trembling. "When you reach adulthood, I want you to guide our clan into a new era." "Itachi," Fugaku said softly, "I have faith in you. Your mother will be the clan head for the time being. Although I apologize for pushing you so hard, stealing your childhood, and now putting such a heavy burden on you, keep in mind that children are always the ones who suffer as a result of adult-initiated conflicts. I think you have the power to change that, and I hope you will build a future in which no child must endure the hardships of grown men's arguments." With tears in his eyes, Itachi questioned, "What should I tell mother? And Sasuke?" Fugaku gave him a tender glance. "Makoto will understand. Thanks to her, I got the chance to make things right. And to Sasuke, tell him I died protecting our clan and the village. Tell him, I'll always be proud of him, no matter what path he chooses." The atmosphere at the Naka shrine that evening was thick. Unaware of what was about to happen, the Uchiha clan's rebel faction had assembled. As they discussed the coup in whispers, all of a sudden, steel glowed. They fell, swift, clean, silent, one by one. As he watched the treachery take place, one of the clan members realized the terrible truth: his own people had betrayed him. His eyes were burning. "You traitor! How could you do this to our own clan?" he roared. He suddenly swung his katana high and lunged at Fugaku. With icy accuracy, Fugaku sidestepped and slammed a kunai into the man's chest. Blood gushed from the attacker's mouth as he gasped, but adrenaline kept him moving. He used his last surge of strength to drive the katana into Fugaku's heart. Despite Fugaku's attempts to dodge, the blade still ripped into him, causing blood to flow from the wound. Itachi and Shisui had just dispatched the last of the rebels from the other side of the courtyard. Their eyes widened in horror as they turned. "Dad!" Itachi shouted, rushing toward him. Clinging to his bleeding chest, Fugaku fell to his knees. Leaning toward his dying assailant, he muttered under his breath. "I did this, for our clan, to rise higher, and for our children." Cradling his father in his arms, Itachi fell to his knees and caught Fugaku as he fell. "Dad, hold on. Please, we'll get you to the hospital," he begged, his voice breaking in fear. Fugaku shook his head weakly, blood staining his lips. His shaky hand extracted a battered scroll from inside his robe. With a rasp, he said, "Give this to your mother, she'll know what to do with it." Itachi clutched the scroll with shaking hands. Fugaku's eyes fixed on his son's face, growing warm but far away. "I'm proud of you, and of Sasuke." A sour grin appeared on his lips. "If only I had been a father to him, not just a shinobi." Itachi's eyes grew wide and began to sparkle with tears. "Don't say that, please. Tell him, I'm proud of him too," Fugaku said in a tone that was now hardly audible. "I wish I had more time." Then there was quiet. Fugaku's body froze in Itachi's embrace. Itachi muttered, "Dad," but got no response. Even the wind seemed to weep in that silent moment as the scroll slipped just a bit from his grasp. Itachi roused his Mangekyo Sharingan upon witnessing his father's death. Itachi later called Makoto and Hiruzen. Makoto fell to her knees as soon as she saw her husband's lifeless body when she walked into the room. She broke down in tears, letting them fall freely. Her chakra soared in her pain, and she also awoke her Mangekyo during that heartbreaking moment. She sobbed and whispered, "Why, Fugaku? Why?" With silent tears streaming down his cheeks, Itachi approached her. As they sobbed together, he knelt down and held his mother. After observing them in silence for a while, Hiruzen turned and left the room, allowing them to grieve in private. After Makoto stopped crying, Itachi took a scroll out of his robe and gave it to her. "Mom, Dad told me to give this to you." Makoto unrolled the scroll slowly with shaking hands and started reading. "Greetings, Makoto. I'll be gone by the time you read this. I apologize. I know it sounds silly, but I couldn't think of another option. How could I live with myself, knowing I was part of a plot that endangered our village, and yet do nothing? I couldn't stand becoming someone who murdered their friends out of ambition. Pardon me. Tell Itachi and Sasuke that I'm proud of them. And Makoto, I believe in you. The clan will now be led by you. My passing must mark the start of a new era for the Uchiha, one based on honor and strength rather than bitterness and superiority. They will initially follow you since you are my wife. But earn their trust. Encourage them to have faith in you. Become strong. Not just with your Sharingan, but as a leader. The clan can only change for the better after that. All I can say is that all of you are loved by me. Fugaku." Makoto was silent as he gazed at the scroll. Once more, tears fell, but this time they were accompanied by resolve as well as sorrow. "What should we tell the village?" Makoto asked quietly. "I'm sure they'll ask. We can't say some enemies attacked." Adding, "It can't be the truth," she shook her head. "We can't reveal the coup or any internal conflict within the clan." At that moment, Hiruzen entered. His expression was steady but solemn. "If you'll listen, Makoto," he said, "we'll tell them I sent Fugaku and the others on a secret classified mission. They were ambushed by rogue enemies. Only Shisui and Itachi survived. Fugaku died by killing the last rogue enemy." He hesitated, regret shining in his eyes. "I know this won't erase your pain. I should have acted sooner, when Danzo pushed you and the clan to the outskirts of the village. That only let resentment grow deeper. I can't make up for your loss, but I can do this much for you. I will not allow anyone to disrespect the Uchiha." Makoto considered what Hiruzen had said, then turned to Itachi and inquired. "What do you say, Itachi?" After a moment of hesitation, Itachi said softly, "I don't know, Mom. But if it holds Dad's honor, I have no problem with it." With a heavy but determined heart, Makoto nodded. "Okay, we'll proceed with this." The village was informed of Fugaku Uchiha's passing the following day. At the funeral, a large crowd showed up to pay their respects. Itachi remained near Sasuke in the middle of the crowd, providing silent consolation while his younger brother grieved. Buried deep with Fugaku, hidden from the world and from those who would never comprehend, was the Uchiha's dark secret, which died with him. End of flashback. I apologize. If we had stayed, none of this would have happened, Kushina said as she consoled Makoto. It's okay. Even if you didn't leave, something like this would happen, Makoto said a few seconds later. At the office of the Hokage. Whispering, there was an incident with Kumo, Hiruzen clarified. Minato squinted her eyes. Why didn't you call us sooner? Hiruzen gave a headshake. Why escalate things into a war when it can still be contained? Minato fell silent, his calm exterior betraying a flicker of anger. The nerve of them, playing dirty and threatening war. We can't change what's already happened, Minato. Now, we have to focus on what comes next, Hiruzen said quietly after letting out a long sigh. As usual, class was in session, but the majority of the students were not listening to Iruka. Naruto! Exclaimed Iruka. What unique ability made the first Hokage so feared in battle? Are you serious? Naruto gave him a weary look and let out a sigh. His would release Kekkei Genkei. Naruto muttered under his breath. Seriously, even villagers can answer that question, as he sank back into his seat, looking bored. While some students in the vicinity chuckled softly, Shikamaru merely mumbled, "What a drag," and sighed. Iruka blinking, a little taken aback. Okay, you can sit. But please, try to pay attention. Learning history is important. Leaning forward, Naruto spoke louder than ever. Really, what's the point of learning history and memorizing the Hokage's names if we're just going to pretend they were perfect? There was silence in the classroom. Naruto rose slowly, his voice piercing. Shouldn't the point of history be to stop the next generation from making the same mistakes as the last one? But here we are, doing the same things, again and again. Same conflicts, same hate, same pain. The quiet grew longer. Every student, including Iruka, looked at him in disbelief. Iruka asked in a softer, more inquisitive than severe tone, "What do you mean by that?" Naruto looked up at him. We keep learning about how great they were, but we never talk about their screw-ups. Isn't that part of the reason stuff keeps going wrong? Wait, I think I've seen you somewhere before. Iruka paused, studying Naruto with narrowed eyes. Ah, that day in the Hokage's office, years ago. Isn't that what the old man said when he introduced me? Naruto nodded slightly. Quote. With a sigh and a puzzled look, Iruka said, "All right. I'll accept your comment, but keep in mind that statements like that have consequences, Naruto." Naruto sat down again and said, "I know, that's why I said them." The mood in the room had changed, even the usual whispering had ceased, and Iruka slowly turned back to the chalkboard. The class was quiet for once, not because they were bored, but because they were paying attention. Iruka then carried on with the lesson. Later, for physical assessments, the class went outside. Students began throwing kunai and shuriken one by one. The majority were mediocre and missed the center by a large margin. Next came Sasuke, who, predictably for the Uchiha prodigy, hit every kunai dead center. Mito and Narumi came next. Both of them made flawless shots. Many students thought admiringly, as one might expect from the daughters of the Hokage. It was Naruto's turn at last. Everyone was watching him, and rumors were circulating that he had never received any training. Are you even proficient with a kunai? One student made fun of it. Enough, Iruka yelled, cutting them off. Naruto approached the line, picked up a kunai, and after a moment of staring, he realized the blade was dull. It was a training kunai. He tested the weight by rolling it around in his palm, then abruptly flicked his wrist and threw it. Whistling through the air, the kunai. Crack. A heartbeat later, the first tree moaned, cracked, and fell as the kunai ripped through it and slammed into the second behind it. Pupils stepped back in disbelief as the tree swayed and then fell, crashing into the ground with a loud clatter, and they could feel the impact beneath their feet as dust exploded into the air. Other classes became alarmed. Sheepishly, Naruto scratched the back of his head. Apologies. I suppose I ought to have exercised more caution. The class gaped in astonishment. What happened just now? Iruka managed to utter them. Did he do that? One pupil muttered incredulously. Another whispered, no way, that was a blunt kunai. Iruka moved forward and exclaimed, Naruto, are you all right? And, how on earth did you accomplish that? Quote. With a slight shrug, Naruto said, oh, I'm sorry. Quote. Iruka squeezed the bridge of his nose and sighed, saying, enough. Naruto, we don't have any more trees. Following the kunai incident, Mito and Narumi were still in shock. Have you noticed that? Naruto is amazing, murmured Narumi. Quote. How on earth did he do that? Mito asked, his eyes wide. Perhaps we ought to just ask him. Still taking in what they had witnessed, Narumi uttered those words. Iruka yelled before they could get close, "Everyone, prepare for the test of shuriken throwing." Quote. Students stepped up one by one and finished the exercise with varying degrees of success. Some landed close to the center, some missed, and some did fairly well. Naruto was next in line. He approached the line with composure, picked up a pair of shuriken, and tossed the first one casually, causing it to embed itself far deeper than any previous one in the training post. That ought to be sufficient, Naruto reflected. When he released the last shuriken, the first one had gone all the way through the post and was flying out from the back, clinking to the ground behind. He picked up the others and started throwing them, one after another, all hitting the same spot. The class let out a gasp. Hold on, did he just toss them all in one place? One student questioned incredulously. The taijutsu sparring matches followed. Everyone's attention was captured by the final match, Naruto vs. Kiba Inuzuka. There was a buzz of excitement in the classroom as some students continued to think that Naruto's previous achievements were a fluke, while others had changed their minds. Kiba was standing across from Naruto. "Be prepared to lose," Kiba said with assurance and a proud smile. Kiba then sprang forward, throwing a barrage of punches and jabs at Naruto, but none of them were successful. The class gaped in disbelief. It appeared as though Naruto had not moved at all, as he stood motionless while Kiba continued to strike, always missing. This weird dance went on for almost a minute. "Why am I unable to strike you?" At last, Kiba let out a frustrated yell. With a composed expression, Naruto said, "Because, you don't know how to fight." The students who were watching burst out laughing, and even Akamaru barked, as though he agreed. "You see, even the little guy understands," Naruto smirked. "Akamaru, you as well," Kiba moaned. Kiba charged again, furious. This time, Naruto stopped Kiba in his tracks with one hand and calmly put the other hand on his forehead. Then he hit Kiba's forehead with a flick of his ring finger, thwack. Although it didn't sound like much, the impact was felt right away. As though he had been hit by a strong wind gust, Kiba flew backward, colliding with a wall behind him and losing consciousness. The class fell silent, mouths and eyes wide. What just took place? Someone muttered. Who is Naruto? Someone else inquired. Even Iruka stood speechless, at a loss for words. Mito and Narumi, meanwhile, watched in wonder. "He's really awesome," Narumi exhaled. "However, how did he avoid being struck? And he didn't even move," Mito said, perplexed. After squinting, Narumi gestured to the spot where Naruto had been standing and said, "Look, footprints." "So, he did move." Mito leaned in. "However, we were unable to see it." Slowly nodding, Narumi said, "He's full of surprises." Meanwhile, Naruto had already approached Kiba, knelt next to him, and gave him a gentle shake. To his relief, Kiba stirred and groaned, still breathing. Murmuring, "You're okay," Naruto said, "Good." The students were still processing what they had just seen, so they sat in stunned silence. First to recover, Iruka said, "Someone take Kiba to the infirmary, right now." Quote. Iruka watched Naruto closely, still trying to process what had happened, while two students hurried over to assist in carrying Kiba. When the other classes saw the fallen tree during their physical training later, they inquired as to what had happened. "Why is the tree there?" one student asked. "It simply fell," Iruka replied with a vague tone. "Did you fall? A mature training tree doesn't simply topple over," someone else remarked dubiously. "I'm not sure," Iruka muttered. "It must have been old," and started to leave quickly. Iruka deftly sidestepped the students' attempts to question him, vanishing before they could corner him. Everyone was talking about Naruto, even though the typical after-school chatter was louder than usual. "What did you do?" Quote. "Where did you get your fighting skills?" Quote. "Are you a Jonin in secret or something?" Quote. Like smoke, Naruto moved through the crowd undetected, silent, and disappeared. Sasuke watched Naruto leave while standing a short distance away with his arms folded. Sasuke acknowledged to himself that he is strong, but not as strong as Itachi. Mito and Narumi, meanwhile, were exploring the academy's grounds. "Where did he go?" Narumi looked around and asked. "He most likely returned home. Is he to blame?" With obvious frustration, Mito answered, "The class just wouldn't stop, so nosy." "We'll talk to him tomorrow," Narumi replied. "Let's ask Hiruzen-sama for his address." "Yes," Mito said, nodding. We must ascertain the true nature of his condition. The Uchiha household at night. With Makoto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Shisui seated around the table, the dinner was quiet except for the rustle of movement and the clinking of chopsticks, until Makoto broke the stillness. "So, Sasuke," she said, smiling softly, "how was your day?" Quote. Mid-sentence, Sasuke paused and said, "Today, 2 new girls joined the academy. They are the daughters of the Hokage." Makoto arched an eyebrow before giving a playful grin. "Oh, so my little Sasuke is at last showing interest in girls." Quote. Red in the face, Sasuke exclaimed, Can't you, please?" He buried his face in his hands and moaned. Shisui and Itachi chuckled softly, taking in the scene. In an attempt to shift the conversation, Sasuke blurted out, "But that's not all," adding that there was another boy by the name of Naruto. According to Lord Third, he treats him like a grandson. I believe he lied when he said he had no training. Why do you think the third Hokage lied? Makoto asked, tilting her head in curiosity. Quote. Today, we took a physical test that included taijutsu, shuriken, and kunai. Most pupils were mediocre. Expectations were fulfilled by the Hokage's daughters. However, Naruto's turn came next. We all believed that he was incapable of even throwing a kunai. Sasuke hesitated, as though he was still taking in the scene. All right. Intrigued, Itachi inquired, did he hit the bullseye with all of his kunai? Quote. No, said Sasuke, shaking his head. His actions were incomprehensible to humans. Everyone was paying attention to that. He launched a kunai, which penetrated one tree and lodged itself in the tree behind it. The first tree fell to the ground, simply broke and fell apart. Everyone froze, staring at Sasuke. Makoto said, wait, her eyes wide. You mean to tell me that he fell a tree, using a kunai for training? Quote. Yes, we all witnessed it, and he threw them all at the same spot during the shuriken test, Sasuke cried. The first shuriken popped out the back of the target post when he threw the final one. In other words, he landed each one precisely in the same spot. The surprise even reached Itachi. But, aren't those weapons dulled for practice? Quote. They are, affirmed Sasuke, and that's what makes it even more bizarre. Even though they had heard stories of legendary shinobi accomplishing impossible feats, this was something else entirely, and nobody at the table could conceal their astonishment. And then he faced Kiba during taijutsu, Sasuke went on, who was regarded as the second best in taijutsu after me. Kiba hurried him, but he was unable to hit a single blow. It seemed as though Kiba's punches phased through Naruto, as he remained motionless. Once more, the room was silent. Then Naruto did this, with just his finger, Sasuke said, raising his hand to simulate flicking someone's forehead. Kiba's forehead was licked, and Kiba took off like he had been struck by a wind gust. A stunned silence descended upon the room. He said he spends most of his time in the Hokage's office, reading beyond the academy curriculum. Did he have blonde hair and whisker marks on his cheeks? Itachi asked, leaning forward a little. Quote. Yes, said Sasuke, nodding. Why? Quote. I've seen him a few times, Itachi remarked reflectively, but he was abducted by bandits 4 years ago. How he got back to the village is a mystery. There were no witnesses or chakra trail. He simply showed up one day. He said a wolf saved his life. A wolf? Sasuke inquired, perplexed. A talking one, added Shisui. Really? Quote. Itachi acknowledged that, we never saw it ourselves, but some villagers said they had. They even claimed that when the third Hokage came to see how Naruto was doing, he bowed to it. That's why I think the third lied, Sasuke replied. Maybe he secretly trained Naruto. I don't think so, Itachi said, giving a slight shake of his head. Every day, the Hokage is overburdened with paperwork. He doesn't even have time to breathe, much less train someone in secret. But still, Shisui whispered, it's not normal to break trees and knock someone out with a flick. Tsunade Senju is the only person with that kind of strength that I've heard of. Her Senju ancestry is said to have given her incredible strength. Some people even assert that she can level mountains with a single blow. So there are ninja even stronger than you, Ni-san? Sasuke asked, his eyes brightening. Quote. Yes, Itachi grinned. In many aspects, Shisui is stronger than me. The third Hokage was referred to as the god of shinobi during his heyday because he was an expert in all 5 elements. What about Tsunade Senju? Sasuke inquired. A legend. If Naruto is anything like her, She's a medical genius with unrivaled raw strength, Itachi said. So perhaps she is related to Naruto in some way, Sasuke proposed. Itachi shrugged and said, we're not sure. However, there is something about that boy that is definitely out of the ordinary. The Namikaze household for dinner. It was a quiet evening in the Namikaze house. Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune, and the twins, Mito and Narumi, were seated around the table, and the gentle clatter of plates filled the room until Kushina's kind smile interrupted. How did your first day at the academy go, then? Did you make any friends? She inquired, glancing at Mito and Narumi. Quote. Mito chewed thoughtfully and said, it was nice, but we didn't really get time to talk much because it was the first day. Minato looked at them and said in a quiet, slightly tense voice, how's Naruto? How is he doing? Was he mistreated by anyone? Quote. After exchanging looks with Narumi, Mito grinned. She remarked, in actuality, Naruto was really cool. Even better. Narumi nodded and continued. With a head tilt, Kushina said, what do you mean? Quote. Well, today we had the physical assessment, kunai throwing, shuriken accuracy, and taijutsu, Mito said. And, leaning forward and holding a piece of meat halfway to his mouth, Jiraiya posed the question. Narumi frowned and remarked, some kids made fun of Naruto when it was his turn to throw the kunai. They said things like, does he even know how to hold a kunai? However, Naruto remained silent. He simply tossed it. Tsunade smirked and said, let me guess, he hit the bullseye. Quote. With wide eyes, Narumi shook her head and said, no. When he hurled the kunai, it struck a tree in front of the target and lodged itself in a tree behind it. The first tree he hit, Mito added. It broke. And then toppled over. As some of the adults choked on their food, there was a collective cough. You're telling me that Naruto broke a tree? Tsunade sat up straight and said, wait. Using a training kunai that is blunt. Quote. Yes, and the crazy part, exclaimed Narumi, he simply flicked his wrist as if it were insignificant, and he didn't even appear serious. With a sudden serious expression, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and said, don't tell me, he also destroyed the shuriken post. Quote. No, not that, Narumi said with a laugh. However, he tossed every shuriken into the same location. The first shuriken emerged from the back of the post when he threw the final one. He essentially drove the shuriken so deep that they dug through one another and pushed the first one out, Mito said, nodding. It was crazy. The adults were clearly shaken, and the room fell silent once more. With a more solemn tone, Mito leaned forward. And Naruto battled a boy named Kiba during taijutsu. Kiba appeared to be unable to even touch him. His blows simply went straight past Naruto. Naruto appeared to be motionless from the outside. However, upon closer inspection, we noticed faint footprints where he stood, as if he had moved, but too quickly and covertly for us to notice. Narumi continued, then, with just a flick of his finger, he sent Kiba flying backward like he was hit by a gale. There was silence at the table once more. Tsunade appeared astounded as well. Jiraiya's low laugh eased the tension. Hey, it appears that someone is headed your way, Tsunade. This isn't a time for jokes, Jiraiya, Tsunade said sharply, not amused, because he's never had formal training. What makes this even possible, then? Quote. Perhaps he trained covertly. Jiraiya shrugged and offered. No, Minato said, shaking his head. Naruto was constantly watched, according to Hiruzen. It seems as though he hasn't even accessed his chakra, which I have personally sensed. No accumulation or indications of recent use. There's another possibility, Tsunade thought as she folded her arms. We all know that the Uzumaki are distant relatives of the Senju, and he is one of them. Perhaps he inherited a peculiar trait. But even so, Jiraiya scowled and shook his head, aside from you, Tsunade, none of the Senju ever displayed this level of strength. Furthermore, Hashirama had wood release unlike anyone else. It could be explained by natural talent, but not to this degree. We must watch him, Minato muttered. Jiraiya went on to say, I recall Sensei once told me that some children are born with unnatural potential. He described it as raw talent of a kind that rewrites the rules. Perhaps Naruto is one of them. If so, we ought to think about giving him the right training so that he can learn to manage that power before it becomes hazardous. Mito scoffed at that moment, her voice piercing and scathing. Really, do you think any of you could get his attention? Following all that he endured, After everything you all in this village have done to him. Quote. The adults fell silent, taken aback. With her eyes icy, Mito went on, what could you possibly teach him? Stop acting as though you're doing this for his benefit if his strength already rivals Tsunade's and his abilities are unparalleled. Kushina attempted to interrupt Mito, but Mito wasn't done. Avoid getting involved. Keep your distance from him. Additionally, don't act as though his display of power has made you suddenly concerned. Jiraiya averted her gaze. Minato looked silently down at his plate while Tsunade sighed and furrowed his brows. With a composed yet solemn tone, Narumi remarked, and he also said something about how they display the Hokages as men with no flaws, adding that as a result, the pain keeps happening. After listening in silence up until this point, Tsunade arched an eyebrow and asked, what does he mean by that? Quote. Well, I'll tell you exactly what he said, Narumi said, turning to face her after taking a quick look at the other pupils. She inhaled deeply before quoting verbatim. Really, if we're only going to act as though the Hokages were flawless, what good is it to study history and commit their names to memory? Quote. Isn't the purpose of history to prevent the following generation from repeating the mistakes of the previous one? Yet here we are, repeatedly performing the same actions, same disputes, the same hatred, the same pain. It was so quiet in the room that even the slightest sound of the wind against the windowpanes seemed to be louder than the silence itself. After a lengthy silence, Mito said in a soft, unsure voice, well, I believe he's correct. It seems as though they were flawless based on what we have read in the academy books. However, that can't be true, can it? Quote. The weight of her own memories, of Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, and even Dan, seemed to weigh down on Tsunade, and her face softened, appearing for a moment much older than usual. No, she finally said in a low voice, it's not true. All Hokages were flawed, some made dreadful errors. Hashirama made an effort to promote peace, but she put her trust in the wrong people. Although Tobirama established mechanisms to safeguard the village, he also set the stage for severe divisions. Despite his kindness, Hiruzen allowed too many things to go unchecked and too many secrets to fester. She trailed off, then shook her head, and me. I think Naruto's right, Tsunade remarked, if we only share the historical events that fill us with pride, we're not teaching, we're hiding. Furthermore, if we conceal the truth, the suffering will undoubtedly recur. Mito and Narumi exchanged wide-eyed glances. This was no typical lecture. Perhaps it's time to alter the way we teach history, Tsunade said, glancing toward the window where the sun was softly filtering in. To learn, not to exalt. Totally. There was silence during the dinner. Later that evening, the mindscape of Mito. The Namikaze family slept peacefully after dinner, but in her dreams, Mito was abruptly drawn into her mindscape, a huge, unsettling area dominated by a huge, sealed gate. She blinked and saw herself standing in front of Ninetales' yin side, its eyes gleaming in the darkness. Now, what do you want? With his arms folded, Mito inquired. Did you notice something strange about your brother today? The beast's deep voice echoed. Quote. You mean how he's cool and awesome? Mito asked, tilting her head. Yes, I did notice. I still don't understand how he accomplished half of what he did. With laughter, the Ninetales rumbled, HMPH. I also witnessed it. Tell me, though, did you feel his chakra? Quote. No, Mito said, and that's the strange thing. He didn't even know how to use chakra yet, it seemed. Most likely as a result of my parents' foolish choice to isolate him. The fox growled, you're right, saying, that boy has never figured out how to access his chakra. But even without it, he showed strength and skill that were above and beyond what a typical person should possess. Mito scowled. How can someone do all that with no training and no chakra usage? Quote. The beast hesitated before responding. I sensed something inside him, even though you humans might not notice it. Whatever it is, it's not normal, even though I can't yet identify it. It's unadulterated, wild, and strong. Similar to a volcano that is ready to erupt. You mean, his power could be on the level of a Biju? Mito asked, his eyes widening. Quote. It's possible, the Ninetales stated. Yes, it could compete with the strength of a tailed beast if that power within him were fully engaged. Perhaps more. However, without knowing its nature, I am unable to verify it. For now, it's just speculation. Taking a deep breath, Mito said, so, he might become the strongest of all of us. Perhaps, the fox said, shrugging its enormous shoulders. But pay close attention. Girl, don't discuss this with anyone. Why not? Startled, she inquired. Because, the Ninetales stated solemnly, he would be entitled to a normal life. Reluctantly, he consented to become a ninja. Your teachers, family, and even the Hokage will rush him if word spreads. Make plans to accommodate him. Make use of him. Mito's gaze dropped. Indeed, but what gave him the right to turn down Hiruzen-sama's request? Quietly, she inquired. HMPH, the Ninetales snorted. Use your power to save others. That old fool said that, and I sensed something in that boy, a slight rise in emotions. I doubt you noticed. You saw what happened at dinner, the fox went on, and they were talking about training him, watching him, and trying to control him the minute you mentioned his accomplishments. His freedom will be taken away if they discover that he has power comparable to that of a Biju. They will treat him like a weapon, Mito said, clenching her fists. Exactly. The Ninetales snarled, and that's why I think people are stupid. But that boy, your brother, he is unique, astute, sharper than his years would indicate. I may even confess, I like him. Whoa, Mito blinked. Do you have feelings for someone? You didn't even express your feelings to me. You're a nagging brat, so why would I waste my breath on you? The fox gave a snort. After a moment of hesitation, Mito continued, but why are you attempting to save him? You claim to be indifferent to people and their fates, after all. You're here now, attempting to protect him from others. Quote. The Ninetales didn't say anything. She demanded, hey, answer me, you. Before she could respond, the Ninetales growled softly and quickly pushed her out of his mind with a flick of his tails. Mito awoke with a start, heart racing and eyes wide. There was silence in the room, her sister sleeping peacefully in the bed beside her, but Mito was unable to fall back asleep. Considering what she had just heard, no. The world has never seen her brother, and it should never have control over him. One of the few things that was constant in Naruto's life was the orphanage where Akira lived, and he went there whenever he could. Naruto strolled through the peaceful streets of Konoha. After exchanging greetings, they strolled around the village until they arrived at their regular location, a little park nestled among trees and old buildings. Akira smiled at him. So, I heard you joined the academy, she said. Blinking, Naruto said, how did you know that? Quote. You weren't around last time, so I figured she'd know, she said, referring to the Anbu who occasionally followed Naruto. HMPH. As Naruto muttered, she talks too much. Akira laughed and asked, so, why did you do it? I assumed you had no interest. With a shrug, Naruto said, Gigi asked me to. Gigi Hokage, she inquired. He's always taken care of me, he said, nodding. I wanted to give something back. That's all. Akira gave him a quiet glance as her face softened. You realize that you're too good. Quote. Don't tell anyone, Naruto said, half smiling at her. I have to maintain a frightening image. The breeze rustled the trees around them as she laughed and they fell into a cozy silence. After 6 months, Naruto was the center of attention ever since he joined the academy, displaying a level of skill that many thought was unattainable for a student his age. His physical prowess was unrivaled, and even though he stopped destroying trees on command after some complaints, he remains a mystery to everyone. Naruto didn't even need to fight seriously, he only needed to flick his opponent in the forehead once, and he would drop, making it impossible for anyone to touch him. The class had soon divided into 2 opposing factions, the Naruto fan club, which was composed of most of the remaining girls, who couldn't help but admire his strength, mystique, and quiet confidence, and the Sasuke fan club, which was led by Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno. Naturally, the majority of the boys were envious, but a few, Hinata Hyuga, Mito Namikaze Uzumaki, Narumi Namikaze Uzumaki, and Yakumo Kurama of the Kurama clan, stayed out of the drama. Although they did not belong to any fan groups, Mito and Narumi were frequently spotted near Naruto, which attracted stern looks from some of the girls in the Naruto fan club, who subtly tried to keep them away from him during school hours. Sasuke and Naruto themselves were the ones who suffered the most from the attention. Sasuke was less fortunate and frequently had to literally flee when the fangirls appeared, while Naruto had a way of slipping out of class, slipping around corners, and vanishing from sight completely. Fortunately, Naruto had made some true friends, including Shikamaru, Choji, and, strangely enough, Kiba's ninken, Akamaru. To Kiba's chagrin, Akamaru had developed a deep affection for Naruto, and occasionally the pup would curl up on his head or nap on his lap. Naruto didn't mind. In fact, he liked the little guy. However, if there was one thing Naruto detested, it was what he referred to as the Banshee sisters, Sakura and Ino. Their incessant yelling, particularly when they were fighting over Sasuke, gave everyone headaches, and after enduring their screeching matches for a few days, Naruto made the decision that enough was enough. Now, whenever they began to yell, an enigmatic gag cloth would materialize over their mouths, instantly silencing them. Not even Iruka-sensei knew how it happened. However, nobody questioned it. Everyone was simply appreciative. Graduation day had arrived, the last day at the academy. Because this year's class included several clan heirs, the graduation exam was moved from the classroom to the open academy training grounds, allowing it to be observed by the Hokage, the clan heads, and even the legendary Sannin. Among the proud clan heads in the stands were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who had total faith in their daughters, Mito and Narumi, and, after hearing tales of Naruto's strength, had no doubts about his success either. Nevertheless, one question silently tormented them both. How did Naruto get so powerful? Quote, they weren't alone, either. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Rin, who had all come expressly to watch Naruto, were all plagued by the same uneasiness, and none of them had any answers, even though the boy was their son, brother, or godson. Following the written exam, students proceeded to the practical section, starting with throwing kunai. The clan heirs did a great job, hitting their marks with practiced precision, and even Shikamaru, who loudly complained about everything being troublesome, hit his targets, more out of fear of his watching mother, Yoshino, than anything else. The students took up the challenge one by one. Iruka finally called the final name on the list. Naruto. A group of girls near the training grounds let out loud cheers. Naruto-kun, quote, repeat that move for us. Quote, give me your girlfriend status. Quote, you're awesome. Quote, the shouts of praise resounded like a chorus, attracting the attention of the nearby students and eliciting a number of envious looks from the boys. Rin was standing close by, clearly in a rage, her arms folded tightly across her chest, her brow twitching. She had been Naruto's overbearing older sister since he was a child, and she was not prepared to put up with him now, surrounded by yelling fangirls. Kakashi tried to soothe her by raising a hand. Nay, calm down, Rin. To calm her down before she blew up, he said, it's not a big deal. Her eyes blazed as she spun around on him. Why ought I to, so he can grow up to be a pervert like you? She retorted, poking him in the chest. That was uncalled for. Kakashi winced. Makoto leaned across the field and smirked as he whispered to Kushina. It appears that he has indeed inherited the charm, despite the fact that he has only been a few months at the academy. Kushina grinned, her eyes fluttering with a mixture of pride and concern. Jiraiya, meanwhile, exhaled deeply and loudly. He remarked, half admiringly, looks like that boy's a natural-born woman stealer. Tsunade gave him an immediate glare for that, along with a good smack. In a whisper, keep projecting, perv. Deeply unimpressed, slightly agitated, and completely bewildered, Naruto stood in the middle of the mayhem. He eyed the flushed girls with narrowed eyes and scratched the back of his head. Why are these girls acting this way? Never in my imagination did I expect fangirls, he muttered to himself. More worn out than flattered, he sighed. I think, no one's ever told them the truth about what a shinobi life is. His voice fell to a chilly murmur that only he could hear, and his eyes darkened a little. He glanced at the girls, still grinning and cheering. I hope they all fail, so they can preserve their lives. Naruto's heart was silent for a moment, filled with a serene determination. Kakashi and Rin watched him from a distance, and Kakashi's expression became unreadable under his mask, while Rin's expression, which had calmed down a little, now wore a look of quiet sorrow. Kakashi whispered, he sees too much for his age. He carries too much, shot back Rin. And one or two of the fangirls in the throng noticed the expression in Naruto's eyes, not one of pride or haughtiness, but something heavier and colder. It was not the appearance of a boy seeking admiration. The expression was that of someone who had seen too much of the world and didn't have time for its delusions. Because he didn't want to risk any delays, or unanticipated damage, earlier in the lineup, Iruka had purposefully kept him for last. He gave one kunai to Naruto. There was a noticeable stir in the stands as a result. Just one, what? Inoichi narrowed his eyes and whispered. According to Hiashi Hyuga, everyone else got 10. Curious, even the Sannin and the Hokage leaned forward. Naruto, Iruka said, sounds resigned already, would you please try not to break anything? Quote. Naruto simply grinned and said, we'll see how they respond. I want them to be unable to speak. With a defeated sigh, Iruka said, just don't destroy the grounds. With a casual flick of his wrist, Naruto threw the lone kunai as he turned, assumed a lazy stance, and faced the line of practice targets, wooden posts backed by trees. There was a sharp hiss as the blade cut through the air. Thunk! It lodged itself in the trunk of the next tree behind it after piercing right through the dense training tree. Everything was silent for a while. Then, with the force of impact, the first tree split cleanly in half, cracking and collapsing. The audience fell silent. Troublesome, mumbled Shikaku Nara, in shock. Smack. Get a good impression. Yoshino hit his arm and snapped. Even the stony-faced Hiyashi was clearly taken aback. Despite his mask, Kakashi's stunned expression was clear, his eye was wide and blinking, and Rin and he both stared, their jaws slack. Look there, Tsunade Haim. With equal shock, Jiraiya muttered. Staring, Tsunade said, how, even I am not strong enough to accomplish that. Shizune said, it's really shocking, Tsunade-sama, in a low, odd voice. Taunton twitched his ears and oinked in agreement. Sitting next to Kushina, Makoto Uchiha leaned slightly and said, when Sasuke told me about him, I thought he was exaggerating. But now, she said, glancing at the broken tree, every word is true, in my opinion. Kushina's expression was unreadable as she remained silent, her fists resting in her lap. Sitting next to her, Minato squinted as he watched Naruto return to Iruka while grinning as if nothing had happened. Itachi Uchiha and his uncle Shisui were two of the many silent onlookers who stood out. Both are independent prodigies. Both left them utterly stunned. They were at a loss for words to describe what they had just seen from Naruto. The shuriken throwing test followed. At this point, everyone was tense. Following the kunai incident, everyone's eyes were fixed on Naruto, anticipating, waiting, something extraordinary. Once more, Iruka called his name. Calm and collected, Naruto took a step forward. He picked up 10 shuriken from the tray, moving slowly and fluidly, and then he threw them all at a far-off wooden post in a tight spread in a single motion. Trying to follow the blurs of spinning steel, the crowd watched. The post was struck by the last shuriken. The crowd thought it was over, but then, clang! From behind the post, the first shuriken curved back and reappeared. In some ways, the ensuing quiet was even more oppressive than the one that had come before. The wind even appeared to hesitate, uncertain if it should dare to interrupt the moment. Eyes wide, Shisui whispered, that wasn't luck, that was planned. Itachi remained silent, staring at Naruto while expressing the same silent thought. This child poses a threat. The audience erupted in gasps. Who is he? Inoichi whispered. Who gave him his training? Choza Akamichi said. Even Minato had crossed his arms now, his jaw slightly clenched. Kushina's knuckles were white as she held her hands tightly in her lap. Makoto narrowed her eyes and glanced between them. Taijutsu sparring, a realistic combat match designed to evaluate technique, reflexes, and control, was the next test. As luck would have it, the top 2 competitors in the class faced off in the final match. Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto. The audience stiffened in expectation. The Hokage, the Sannin, and the clan heads leaned forward. Everyone had been waiting for this confrontation. With a confident stance, Sasuke entered the ring and immediately activated his stance, his keen eyes fixed on Naruto. With his hands in his pockets and his head cocked slightly, Naruto appeared to be as at ease as ever across from him. Start! Iruka yelled. Sasuke didn't think before charging at full speed and delivering a straight punch to Naruto's jaw. It was all over in an instant. Naruto raised one hand just before the punch was about to land, and with effortless precision, he caught Sasuke's wrist. Even Sasuke was stunned by the abrupt stop. He fought to free himself, but Naruto moved behind him and quickly chopped his neck, rendering him unconscious before he could act. Naruto won. Iruka's voice came. Sasuke opened his eyes slowly after Naruto knelt down and gave him a gentle shake. You all right? Naruto inquired. Sasuke nodded slightly and then stood up, taking Naruto's extended hand. The crowd echoed with gasps. The clan leaders looked on in silence. Hiyashi even whispered, that's not typical. Tsunade whispered, his reaction time is unreal. For once, Jiraiya was silent. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. He read Sasuke's movements like a book. He didn't even seem to struggle, Rin murmured. The crowd remained stunned. Even Itachi narrowed his eyes as he and Shisui watched from the shadows. Then finally came the ninjutsu portion. Henge, substitution, and clone jutsu were the three standard forms of jutsu that each student had to practice in order to pass. Some students were disqualified because they performed poorly on these tests. They finished their tests one by one until Naruto's turn came. The substitution jutsu comes first. He was instructed to use a nearby chair in its place. Suddenly, the chair was replaced by Naruto in a blink. No smoke was present. No hand signals were observed either. Confused, the teachers exchanged glances. Unknown to them, Naruto had used his incredible speed to switch places with the chair. The clone jutsu comes next. Naruto stood still. He grunted a little. Two hands suddenly reached out from behind him. The room echoed with gasps. In the observation gallery, even the clan heads leaned forward in surprise. The hands pushed away from Naruto's body, and out stepped a perfect copy of Naruto, standing tall beside him. The clone asked, "Is it okay?" Iruka nodded slowly after blinking. "Why yes, it's perfect." Clan heads who were observing exchanged murmurs. What kind of clone was that? There was no smoke. Is it a shadow clone? But that's a Jonin-level technique. Tsunade was leaned upon by Jiraiya. "Hey, Harem, did you notice? He didn't use any hand signs." Tsunade gave a slow nod. "Yeah, and the only person I know who could do jutsu without hand signs was my grandfather, Hashirama Senju." Hiruzen continued, "Yes, I remember. Sensei rarely needed hand signs for his techniques. And now, I see it again in Naruto. These might be academy-level jutsu, but don't take them lightly, not when they're done without any formal training." There was silence in the room. "What do you mean? No training, Lord Third?" Hiashi Hyuga asked. Hiruzen responded, "He joined the academy only 6 months ago. Before that, Naruto had no shinobi training at all." The room trembled in shock. The heads of the clans muttered to one another. With a sparkle in his eye, Jiraiya asked, "Could it be? As the next god of shinobi standing right there?" "Perhaps," said Hiruzen. "After all, the first was called that for a reason." Jiraiya inquired, "Tsunade Harem, did you notice his chakra levels?" Tsunade gave a nod. "It's enormous. It's beyond cage level, maybe a pseudo-biju." Hiashi immediately turned on his Byakugan. But the moment his vision extended, he froze. His eyes went wide with surprise. He whispered, "What is this?" with a hint of incredulity in his voice. Throughout his life, he had witnessed innumerable chakra systems, but this was something else. Whispering, "He's different," Hiashi said. This boy radiated chakra from every cell, as opposed to the typical chakra flow created by the Tenketsu, which are the 361 chakra points spread throughout the body. It seemed as though his whole being was a living chakra core, not just from specific points. It's not just Tenketsu, it's everywhere. His whole body is producing chakra, constantly. Hiashi felt a shiver go down his back. Whoever this kid was, he disregarded all of the Hyuga clan's knowledge regarding the anatomy of chakras. Across them, murmurs started. Kushina and Minato were taken aback. They were intrigued by what Hiashi said, even though they knew Naruto would have vast chakra reserves because he was their son. Hiruzen grinned. Even now, his heart is pure. Naruto used the Henge jutsu at the end. Perfectly, he changed into Hiruzen himself. The elderly Hokage's face lit up a little. The man said, "Congratulations, Naruto. You've passed the exam," with fondness. "To tell you the truth, when I heard you had no prior training, I doubted you'd make it. But today, you've proven me wrong." Without saying anything, Naruto accepted the Hittite and tucked it into his pocket. The heads of the clans and other students looked at this incomprehensible action in confusion. A few murmured to one another. "Why didn't he wear it? Isn't he proud? What's going on with him?" Hiruzen moved forward to stand next to Minato Namikaze, who was wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robes. The third smiled broadly and spoke to the graduates. "Congratulations to you all. Today, you've taken your first step into the world of shinobi. Remember this, the will of fire burns within each of you. Protect this village, protect one another. Come in a week to know your team placements." However, Naruto didn't appear to be paying attention. He stared at Hiruzen without replying, his face still blank, a serene, unreadable deadpan. Hiruzen's voice then rose once more. "From this day forward, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, will assume leadership of the village. I hope you all find success and honor in your shinobi paths. Parents eagerly waited at the academy gates. Some pupils proudly showed off their new forehead protectors as they ran with joy to their parents. Warm hugs and kind words were being given to those who had failed. Shisui, Itachi, and Makoto waited for Sasuke together close to the crowd's edge. He hurried over to them, beaming, when he eventually came out. Mom, big bro, Uncle Shisui, look, I'm finally a shinobi. His Hittite was raised high. I'll make you all proud. Naruto, Mito, and Narumi left the academy building together not far away. Minato, Kushina, Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Rin were all waiting for them. Mito and Narumi ran to their parents with joy. But Naruto kept his distance and walked slowly and calmly. Naruto said, "Hello, Gigi." Kakashi ni, Rin ne, with a gentle smile. He spoke in a calm, upbeat tone. "Congratulations, Naruto," they returned the smile. In the meantime, Minato and Kushina were conversing and laughing with Mito and Narumi. As they showered their daughters with praise, the proud parents gave them hugs. Then Kushina and Minato looked at Naruto. Kushina said, "Congratulations, Naruto," quietly. "Yeah, you did well," Minato said, pausing a little more. Naruto gave them a quick glance before averting his eyes without answering. They were struck hard by that one moment of silence. The smile on Kushina's face wavered. Minato lowered her gaze. They both got it, and they both felt the consequences of their decisions in that silence. Whispering, "It's only fair," Kushina said. Minato gave a slow nod. "We did this, to him." The graduation exams were a week ago. In order to await team announcements, all of the recently graduated genin were now assembled in classroom 7. Naruto sat quietly in his chair between Mito and Narumi, who were having a private conversation. Abruptly, rumble, the entire room recoiled. Shikamaru sighed, "Here we go again." He mumbled, "Troublesome," and put his head down on the desk. The source of the chaos emerged forcefully at the door. Sakura and Ino are the Banshee sisters. At full speed, they rushed into the classroom. "I'm first, Ino pig," yelled Sakura. Ino screamed back, "Not a chance, billboard brow." Like kunai through glass, their voices rang out throughout the classroom. And then they saw Sasuke, sitting quietly by the window. Together, they exclaimed, "Sasuke-kun," and ran toward him, their screams growing louder like sirens. They were on their way to him. Poof! Suddenly, two gags materialized and magically stopped them in their tracks. As both girls staggered back, wide-eyed and muffled, still attempting to scream through the restraints, the classroom fell blissfully silent. The room erupted in a collective sigh of relief. Sitting back in his chair, Kiba mumbled, "Thank the gods." With its tail wagging, Akamaru gave a soft bark of agreement. Even he couldn't take it, Kiba smirked and continued. Meanwhile, still attempting to overcome the now dissipating gag jutsu, Ino and Sakura argued, muttered and furious, pointing fingers at one another. As Sakura and Ino struggled, still gagged and muffled, the entire class was gasping with laughter, struggling to breathe as they argued wildly in squeaky nonsense. Seated between Mito and Narumi, Naruto gazed at them with a sardonic expression. Then he whispered, "Oh, for the love of Kaioshin, why can't they just take it off? And seriously, how the heck did they even pass if they're this dumb?" In a whisper, Mito said, "Yeah, and all they ever do is scream, Sasuke-kun. Pure fangirls." Narumi groaned and continued, "I really hope we don't get stuck on a team with either of them." With a sigh, Naruto crossed his arms over his head. "Well, at least the trash is starting to sort itself out. Most of them are just fangirls. They'll end up dead the moment reality hits them, still clinging to whatever fairy tale the adults told them." He spoke in a flat, soothing, yet acerbic tone. "No rage. Don't make fun of it." He saw it as the cold truth. For a moment, Mito and Narumi looked at him and fell silent. They got what he was saying. Naruto's strength and skill were fueled by a deep-seated resentment toward the world, the lies, and the unrealistic expectations that people held. Despite their absurd appearance, Ino and Sakura continued to fight across the room, squealing loudly and staring at one another. With a clipboard in hand, Iruka-sensei finally made his way into the classroom. He stopped when he saw that Sakura and Ino were still having trouble with the gag seals, their muffled arguments still going on like background noise. Iruka rubbed his temples and let out a loud sigh. Ino, Sakura, will you please stop acting like children? You're genin now. It's time to start behaving like it. You're adults. Act like it. Now that Iruka had pointed out the obvious solution, the two girls froze, looking sheepish as they rushed to take off the gags. A single pupil held up a hand. Iruka-sensei, where's Mizuki-sensei? Iruka's tone remained constant, but his face darkened a little. He's on leave. However, the reality was still difficult for him to accept. A betrayer. In reality, Mizuki had broken into the Hokage's office in an attempt to take the scroll of seals, but the fourth himself had caught him red-handed. He ignored the idea and concentrated on the pupils. Well, now that you're officially shinobi, Iruka said, grinning proudly as she addressed the class, I want to congratulate each and every one of you. The students were whispering excitedly to each other. These past years with you have been memorable. Each of you is talented in your own way. But remember, missions are nothing like the academy. Out there, mistakes can be fatal. Always listen to your squad leaders and your superiors. Learn fast. Stay sharp. Watch each other's backs. Then he turned to look at Mito, Narumi, and Naruto sitting together in the center. Iruka's tone grew softer. And to you three, even though you only joined my class a few months ago, I'm truly glad you did. He grinned broadly. Being your teacher, even for a short time, was an honor. I hope I was able to pass on at least something useful. I have no doubt that you'll all become exceptional shinobi, in your own ways. Naruto nodded slightly, his face respectful but unreadable. Mito grinned broadly. Iruka received a thumbs up from Narumi. Iruka cleared his throat and moved forward in front of the classroom. Alright, everyone, it's time to announce the team placements. Instantly, the room fell silent, and everyone's attention was fixed on him. He started to read the list. Team 1. Students were silently responding as he went through a few teams before he finally said. Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Sakura leapt to her feet and stood erect on her desk before he could continue. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "See, Ino pig. True love prevails." Poof. Her mid-victory cry was muffled when another gag appeared in her mouth. Students were barely able to maintain their composure as the classroom burst into muffled laughter. Iruka narrowed her eyes and sighed. Sakura Haruno, do I really need to remind you this is a classroom? Sakura sat back in her seat, gag stifling her mumbled complaints as she blushed angrily. Iruka went on, unconcerned. Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Mito Namikaze Uzumaki, Narumi Namikaze Uzumaki, and Naruto. Murmurs broke out in the class. Kiba raised an eyebrow and said, Wait, sensei, why does Team 7 have 5 members? I don't know the specific reason, Kiba, Iruka responded with sincerity, but when I asked Hokage-sama, he said this is a special team. Team 7, in particular, has a long and meaningful history. Before continuing, he took a moment to allow the class to calm down. From what I've been told, when Lord 4th, Minato Namikaze, graduated, he was placed on Team 7 under Jiraiya of the Sannin. Later, when Minato-sama became a Jonin, he led the next Team 7, which included Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Nohara. A few pupils leaned closer, paying closer attention. Obito Uchiha died heroically, saving a teammate. Rin Nohara became a highly skilled combat medic, said to be on par with Tsunade-sama, one of the legendary Sannin. And Kakashi Hatake, as you all know, went on to become an elite S-rank ninja and the strongest Jonin in the village. Iruka looked over at the present members of Team 7. And now, this generation's Team 7 is made up of the Hokage's daughters, Mito and Narumi, Sasuke Uchiha, the heir of the Uchiha clan and the son of the Hokage's close friend, and Naruto, who is widely considered the spiritual grandson of Lord 3rd. Kiba, obviously irritated, muttered under his breath, so they're just playing favorites, huh? Iruka heard him and responded with patience, well, you see, I don't know all the details myself, but I've heard that years ago there was talk of forming alternative squad models, not just teams of 3 genin, but also teams of 5, depending on talent and mission complexity. He looked around the classroom. It seems the Hokage has finally decided to test that system. If this format proves successful, more teams like it might be formed in the future. But Kiba asked, but why them? What's so special about them? Iruka spoke in a steady tone. Well, Sasuke is the son of the Uchiha head and the clan prodigy. As the daughters of the Hokage, Mito and Narumi have probably been trained by the fourth, Kushina-sama, and even the Sannin. And Naruto? Iruka hesitated once more, turning to face the composed boy in the center. Well, I don't think I need to explain. You've all seen what he can do, even when he's barely trying. Unconvinced, Kiba scowled. Iruka went on. As for Sakura, she has exceptional chakra control, which gives her a natural edge in genjutsu and medical ninjutsu, skills that could potentially put her on a path similar to Tsunade-sama. Everyone was not prepared for that. Wait, Ino uttered in shock. Does that mean Sakura might be trained by Tsunade-sama? Iruka gave a shrug. It's possible. If she proves herself, anything could happen. Rewind. They were having a serious conversation inside the Hokage's office. To finalize the Genin team formations for the new generation, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki were present. Kushina abruptly declared, "I'll take Mito, Narumi, and Naruto as my Genin team," in a firm yet passionate voice. "If I can be their Junin-sensei, I might finally get the chance to reach Naruto and maybe earn his forgiveness." Minato nodded encouragingly at her. After exchanging glances, Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded slowly in agreement. Hiruzen, however, was silent for a while, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Then, calmly but firmly, he spoke. "I don't think that's a good idea." Kushina swiveled in his direction. Her voice faltered a little as she asked, "Why? Don't you want me to rebuild a relationship with my son? I know I made a terrible mistake. We ignored your warnings. We failed him. But I want to tell Naruto how sorry I am. I need him to know." Hiruzen gave her a tender glance. "It's not that I don't want that, Kushina. You're his mother. But Naruto doesn't trust you, not yet. Forcing yourself into his life too suddenly might only push him further away. Worse, it could damage his relationship with Mito and Narumi." Kushina swallowed hard and looked down. "I think," Hiruzen went on, "we should give them all time. Let them build their bonds naturally. Then, when Naruto is ready, you and Minato can approach him, gently, and with honesty. That may make reconciliation easier, and real." Minato, lost in contemplation, finally said something. "Well, I've had an idea sitting in the back of my mind since before I became Hokage. Back then, I wanted to experiment with 5-man squads, 2 Junin instructors instead of 1, and a more flexible team structure." He looked around at the others. "I never got to test it. But maybe now's the time." "All right," said Jiraiya, "what's your plan?" "Well," Minato said, "initially, Mito, Narumi, and Naruto were going to be placed under Kushina. But that left Sasuke and Sakura in a different team, short by 1 member." He surveyed the space. "So, let's combine them. We'll form a 5-person team 7. Naruto, Mito, Narumi, Sasuke, and Sakura, under both Kushina and Kakashi as joint Junin sensei. I believe with Kakashi there, Naruto will have someone he can open up to. And slowly, Kushina can rebuild trust, not force it." Arms folded, Tsunade said. Sakura Haruno, that pink-haired fangirl who won't shut up about Sasuke." Minato gave a small smile. "Yes, I know, but she has excellent chakra control. With proper training, she could become a formidable medic nin, possibly even follow in your footsteps." Tsunade arched a curious but doubtful eyebrow. Minato turned to face the former Hokage and asked, "What do you think, Hiruzen?" Hiruzen thoughtfully stroked his beard while leaning back in his chair. At last he said, "I think it's a solid plan. Both Kakashi and Kushina are S-rank shinobi. If we want to form a true powerhouse team, these 5 are the perfect combination." Jiraiya gave a small frown. "But what about Naruto? Even from a distance, I can tell, his potential surpasses all of them combined. Won't that create jealousy, resentment, even?" Hiruzen gave a headshake. "It's unlikely. Naruto isn't the kind of person to flaunt his strength. He doesn't seek attention. In fact, I can tell he downplayed what he's capable of." He glanced at the others. If anything, his drive may inspire the others to push themselves harder. Especially Sasuke. He's competitive by nature and has a good heart. And if Mito and Narumi want to stand beside their brother, they'll push forward too. After a brief period of silence, Kushina finally posed the query that had been bothering her. "Do you think Naruto will stay a shinobi? I mean, long-term?" With a smile, Hiruzen's eyes were firm but kind. "Yes, without a doubt." The end of the flashback. With a clipboard in hand and a steady voice, Iruka stood at the front of the class and declared, Jonin-sensei of Team 7 will be Hitaki Kakashi. A sincere smile appeared on Naruto's lips as his face brightened at that precise moment. Some students whispered in shock. Kakashi was famous, a legend even in the present day. Iruka went on, though. And also, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto's smile disappeared in an instant, his jaw slightly tightening as his face darkened into a silent frown. There was a mixed response throughout the room. Why are there two Junin? Hiba moaned and sagged in his chair. Calmly, Iruka replied, it's a 5-man squad. That many genin on missions is too many for one Junin to manage efficiently. Thus, a dual sensei system is being tested. He continued making announcements. Team 8. Hiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga. Kurenai Yuhi will be your Junin. Hiba smiled. That's right, that's what I'm discussing. Shino gave a silent nod. Hinata smiled slightly, apprehensively. Team 9 is still active under Gai Sensei, so no changes there. Iruka looked at the list again. Team 10. Shoji Akamichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. Asuma Sarutobi will be your Junin. I'm stuck with lazy-ass Shikamaru. Ino moaned dramatically. Quote. Yawning, Shikamaru said, troublesome. She accepted a chip from Shoji, who said, you'll get used to it. Iruka read the final team on his list with a slight smile. Yakumo Kurama, Kurin Hodo, and Yashiko Yona make up Team 11. Rin Nohara will be your Junin. There were a few startled mutterings. Rin was a well-known figure in Konoha, renowned for her medical skills and quiet strength. Iruka spoke to the class again as he put down the clipboard. All teams should remain in their classrooms until their Junin comes to pick them up. Some people, particularly Kakashi, might take a long time. There were a few giggles in the room. Kakashi was notoriously late. However, Naruto sat motionless, his eyes narrowed in concentration. She and Kakashi, he did not know how to react. The Jonin came one by one to retrieve their genin squads after Iruka left the classroom. Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, and Team 11 were soon the only ones left, still awaiting their sensei. Team 7 sat silently together, becoming angrier by the second. With his arms folded, Mito sighed, what's taking them so long? As Naruto put it, well, Kakashi is famous for being late, he grinned lethargically. Sakura was occupied trying to persuade Sasuke to join her for lunch across from them, but it was obvious that he was trying to get away. He looked at Naruto, wondering how he had managed to get rid of the group of fangirls that were usually around him. Sasuke eventually gave up trying to resist and sank into the seat next to Naruto. The statement, "You seem close with Kakashi Hitaki," was made by Sasuke. What's he like? And how strong is he, really? Naruto gave his head a scratch. Kakashi's kinda like a big brother to me. As for how strong he is, well, you'll find out soon enough. But yeah, he's always late. I think Rin-ne might be out looking for him right now. Sasuke appeared perplexed. Wait, didn't he train you? You said you're close. Nah, Kakashi was in the Anbu when I was little. He only left the Anbu about 4 years ago, said Naruto. With furrowed brows, Sasuke questioned, then who trained you? Lord Third, Rin Nohara. Naruto gave a headshake. No one. I didn't have a shinobi teacher. Me joining the academy was kind of a surprise. Gigi, the third, said I had some kind of unnatural talent, and asked me to join. So I did, because I loved him. Naruto caught Sasuke's attention. But if you didn't train under anyone, how are you this strong? I've heard about unnatural talent, like my brother Itachi and Uncle Shisui. Both are called prodigies. They awakened their Sharingan at a young age, and even reached the Mangekyo, the highest known form of the Sharingan, but yours is on a next level. Even both Itachi and Sushi were shocked seeing your skill. Naruto simply gave a shrug. I don't know. Mito asked Sasuke inquisitively, did you awaken your Sharingan? No, but I will soon, Sasuke said with assurance. Well, the Sharingan usually activates in high emotional moments, fear, pain, or near-death experiences. Itachi and Shisui probably awakened theirs during the war. Maybe they saw death, maybe they caused it, Naruto pondered. Startled, Sasuke blinked. How do you know all that? Simply put, I read a lot, Naruto said. History of clans, dojutsu, especially the Uchiha and Hyuga eyes. Narumi sat up straight. Have you ever tried channeling chakra into your eyes? Sasuke scowled. It doesn't work like that. Mito said, why not give it a try? I mean, it's not like we're in a war. Might as well see if you can trigger it naturally. After a moment of hesitation, Sasuke closed his eyes slowly. He concentrated, pulling chakra and focusing it on his eyes. When he opened them, they had lost their blackness. Each eye glowed with a single tomo, and they were crimson red. Naruto's gaze expanded. It worked. As Sasuke gazed at his reflection in the window, a broad smile appeared on his face. Star-struck, Sakura exclaimed, "Sasuke-kun, you're so cool." The door to the classroom slid open at that moment. A strikingly red-eyed woman with long black hair entered. "I am Kurenai Yuhi, your Jonin instructor," she said calmly. Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba Inuzuka of Team 8 stood and approached her politely. Kurenai's gaze, however, fell on another person who was still seated in the back. Yakumo Kurama was sitting quietly in her seat when she approached her. The harsh words, "You should quit," came from Kurenai. "You don't have the talent to become a shinobi. I'm telling you this for your own good." Emotion twisted Yakumo's face. "Lies," she exclaimed as she got to her feet. "You're just jealous. You're afraid I'll surpass you in genjutsu." The classroom started to reverberate with the argument. Naruto initially disregarded it. Kurenai's voice, however, continued to pierce his mind. At last, Naruto lost his temper. "Hey, will you be quiet? There are other people in the classroom. This isn't your house." Kurenai gave him a narrowed look. "I'm talking about her well-being. She's not fit for this path." Naruto rose, his voice piercing. "Your students are Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. As far as I know, Yakumo isn't one of them. So maybe it's not your place to say who's fit to be a shinobi." Kurenai said, "I tried teaching her a year ago," with a detached tone. "She failed. That's why I'm saying this." Naruto calmly remarked, "Or perhaps you weren't the right teacher for her." That struck a chord. "I am a Jonin of Konoha," Kurenai interrupted. "I know how to assess a student's potential. The one lacking talent here is her, not me." The classroom was enveloped in a thick silence. At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki, Rin Nohara, and Kakashi Hatake came into the room. Rin was holding Kakashi's ear. "How many times do I have to remind you not to be late?" The three of them noticed the tension in the room as soon as they walked in. Naruto was locked in a silent stare-down with Kurenai. Calmly, "Naruto," Kakashi called. "Oh, hey, Ni-san," Naruto beamed broadly. Rin surveyed the area. "Seems like something happened here." Naruto remarked, "There was something. He pointed to Kurenai, "keeps saying that girl isn't fit to be a shinobi. I said it's not her place to decide that. It's yours." Rin blinked. "Wait, who's the girl?" To which Naruto replied, "She's one of your students." Rin looked over at Kurenai. "Kurenai, what's going on?" Kurenai bent down and spoke softly into Rin's ear. Surprised, Rin remarked, "Oh, Hokage-sama said he handled it." "Yes," said Kurenai, "but, are you sure? You know what happened before." Rin gave a firm nod. "I trust Hokage-sama's sealing abilities. He's one of the greatest Fuinjutsu masters in the entire elemental nations." Kurenai sighed but nodded. Still, Rin said in a calmer voice, "I think you went too far, Kurenai. How would you feel if someone told you you weren't fit to be an instructor?" The helpful mutter, "Well, Naruto already said something like that," came from Sakura. Rin and Kakashi both turned to look at Naruto. With his arms folded, Naruto uttered, "What? All I said was, maybe she wasn't the right sensei for her. Anyway, why are you so late?" "We've been waiting 3 hours." Rin smiled half-heartedly. "You know how Kakashi is." Naruto let out a sigh. Yeah, let's just get this over with." Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, "Team 10, go to Training Ground 10 to meet your sensei. Team 7, meet me on the rooftop in 5, he stated. Rin took a step forward. "Team 11, same for you, rooftop. Don't be late." Rin, Kakashi, and Kushina then left the classroom. The other pupils gathered their belongings one by one and trailed behind, making their way to the rooftop in silence. There was a mixture of excitement, curiosity, and a hint of tension that persisted. Everyone was seated on the rooftop floor 5 minutes later. Now fully dressed in their Jonin gear, Kushina Uzumaki, Kakashi Hatake, and Rin Nohara stood in front of them, solemn but approachable. Kushina flashed a radiant smile. "All right, let's begin with introductions. Name, likes, dislikes, and dreams for the future," she responded. "Sakura, why don't you go first?" Sakura paused. Why don't you go first? We're a team, right? Kushina laughed. Fair enough. She took a step forward. Her eyes grew aloof as she said, my name is Kushina Uzumaki. I like my family, ramen, and training. I dislike the mistake I made in the past. One I regret deeply. I just hope one day, I'll get the chance to tell that person how sorry I am. She looked at Naruto thoughtfully for a moment before smiling subtly and continuing. My dream is to keep my family safe, no matter what. Her words hung in the air for a moment, and the group fell silent. Then Kakashi moved forward, his mask mostly covering his face and one hand in his pocket. I'm Kakashi Hatake. My likes, not really your concern. Dislikes, same answer. And dreams, he sighed, I don't have any. Rolling his eyes, Naruto muttered, yeah. More like reading smut and acting like a pervert, loud enough for everyone to hear. A number of heads jerked in his direction. Naruto, exclaimed Kakashi, feigning pain. Why would you say that? Naruto stared at him sardonically. Because it's true. You and Gigi need therapy to fix that addiction. Rin was clearly trying not to laugh. She took the next step, trying to keep things going. She paused and glanced at Kakashi, saying, my name is Rin Nohara. I like dango. Naruto grinned to himself, not missing it. Her voice became sharp and firm for a moment as she said, and I dislike perverts, traitors, and anyone who takes advantage of others, especially rapists. My dream is to become the best combat medic in the entire elemental nations. Rin noticed Naruto giving her a knowing smirk as she was finishing. Her eyes narrowed. When she said, don't start. Naruto raised his hands in the air. I didn't say anything, yet. Sakura, you begin, Kushina said with a kind grin. Sakura got up. She looked at Sasuke quickly and blushed deeply. My name is Sakura Haruno. My likes are, well, that's a secret. She inhaled deeply before continuing, my dislikes. Ino pig. And my dream, she glanced back at Sasuke and burst out laughing. Sasuke shuddered visibly. Kushina sighed as he watched with a mixture of sympathy and laughter. Well, I feel sorry for Makoto. Confused, Sasuke turned to face her. Sensei, you knew my mother. Of course, Kushina said, smiling subtly. She is my best friend. Sasuke said nothing more, but his curious gaze lingered on her. Kakashi took a step forward. Mito, your turn. Mito took a confident stance. My name is Mito Namikaze Uzumaki. I like my family, ramen, and training. I dislike traitors and perverts. My dream is to become the strongest kunoichi in the world. Both Rin and Kakashi gave her a subtly positive nod for her strong, clear voice. Narumi, called Kushina. Narumi grinned and got to his feet. I'm Narumi Namikaze Uzumaki. I like my family, ramen, and training. I don't really dislike anyone. And my dream is simple, to be the strongest. Kushina grinned proudly at her daughter's unwavering resolve. Kakashi turned his attention to the next. Naruto. With his hands in his pockets and his eyes initially lowered, Naruto stood slowly. My name is Naruto. I like Gigi, Kakashi ni, and Rin ne. Rin and Kakashi both smiled softly at that, their relationship subtly acknowledged. Naruto added, my dislikes, I think I don't have any, and as for a dream, I haven't figured it out yet. At last, Kakashi gave the final one a nod. Sasuke. Calm and cool, Sasuke stood. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like tomatoes. My dislikes, a few things. And my dream, his eyes narrowed, voice sharp, is to become the strongest Uchiha to ever live. Stronger than even Madara Uchiha. At that, the group fell silent. Kakashi even arched an eyebrow. A bold ambition, muttered Kakashi. Confident, said Sasuke in a firm voice. Rin took a step forward. All right, Yakumo, your turn. Yakumo Kurama rose to her feet, her voice soft but with a sarcastic undertone. My name is Yakumo Kurama. I like flowers. I dislike people who belittle me. And my dream is to prove a certain someone wrong. Her eyes became a little harder. And to become the greatest genjutsu user in Konoha. There was silence for a while. Rin then gave a soft smile. I believe you can, Rin said kindly. After all, genjutsu is the specialty of your clan. You carry their talent. Unexpectedly, Yakumo's eyes widened slightly, but she nodded modestly in gratitude and sat back down. She called, Kurin Hodo, next. A brown-haired boy, calm, rose to his feet. My name is Kurin Hodo. I like sushi, dislike oil, and my dream is to make my family proud. Brief and easy, his words were spoken with a quiet strength. Rin called out, Yashiko Yona. Next was a tall boy with piercing eyes and a firm voice. My name is Yashiko Yona. I like spicy food, I dislike sweets, and my dream is to become the strongest shinobi, so I can continue my father's legacy. A pause occurred. Kakashi's head cocked slightly. You're the son of Raiju Yona, right? Yashiko gave a nod. Yes, I am. Kakashi's eye flashed a rare glint of respect. Your father was an exceptional ninja in his generation, Kakashi remarked reflectively. You knew him? Yashiko inquired, looking astonished. Not personally, said Kakashi. But I remember seeing him with my father once. They worked together briefly during a joint operation. Yashiko nodded respectfully, clearly proud of his ancestry. Rin glanced at the 3 members of Team 11 and grinned. All right, Team 11, you've all got solid goals. Starting tomorrow, we'll see how far you're willing to go to reach them. Kushina smiled brightly and broke the tension by clapping her hands. All right, that wraps up introductions. Rin moved forward, her voice now more solemn. Tomorrow, we begin survival training. Kakashi smiled at them in his usual way. And don't think passing the academy means you're officially genin. You still have to pass our test. Sakura gave a blink. Wait, what? That's not fair. We already passed the academy. Kakashi gave a lazy shrug. That was just to see if you had enough talent to take this test. Most teams will fail. Sakura's eyes were wide as she said, wait, what happens if we fail? Kushina said, simple, with a smile that stopped short of her eyes. You'll be sent back to the academy. Sakura had a horrified expression. She hurriedly inquired, so what's the test going to be? It's a survival test, stated Kakashi. Come to training ground 7 at 7 a.m. sharp. Oh, and a suggestion, don't eat breakfast. Why not? Mito inquired. You'll just puke it out, Kakashi calmly remarked. Naruto looked at him blankly. So you mean 10 o'clock? Kakashi looked innocently. Who? Me? Rin said. Don't worry, Naruto, grinning playfully. I'll make sure he shows up on time. Smirking, Naruto lifted an eyebrow. Really? And how exactly are you going to manage that? Rin gave a wink. That's for me to figure out. I'm waiting, Naruto declared with a laugh. Rin said, I will figure it out, with a mocking sense of resolve. Rin looked at her own group. Same goes for you, Team 11, training ground 11 at 7 a.m. Don't be late. Over the noise, Kushina's voice rose. All right, you're dismissed. You're free to do whatever you want until tomorrow. She said that, and before Sakura could catch up, Sasuke ran off, making a clean getaway. Mito and Narumi strolled alongside Naruto as he turned to depart. Naruto abruptly stopped and looked over his shoulder as they were walking down the street. Calmly, hey, kid, he said. Come out, I know you 3 have been following me. Konohamaru emerged sheepishly from behind a nearby fence, followed by a boy with glasses and a perpetually runny nose and a girl with pigtails. See, Konohamaru turned triumphantly to his friends. Told you, I said he was cool, he even knew we were following him. Naruto arched an eyebrow, and Mito and Narumi appeared taken aback. With his arms folded, Naruto said, what do you want, kid? And why have you been following me every day? Konohamaru blinked. Wait, you knew I've been following you all this time. Naruto grinned. It's a secret. He leaned a little forward. So, what do you want? Konohamaru stood up straight and said, I want you to train me. With pride. Mito and Narumi both blinked in shock. Naruto looked at Konohamaru doubtfully. Really, aren't you supposed to be learning from an elite jonin or something? He inquired. I'm just a fresh graduate. Lies, Konohamaru yelled, gesturing wildly. I saw your graduation. I saw what you did. That's when I decided, if I want to become Hokage, you have to be the one to train me. He defiantly crossed his arms. The things you can do, Ebisu-sensei can't even dream of doing in his lifetime. His head was scratched by Naruto. So, you haven't given up on becoming Hokage, huh? No way, exclaimed Konohamaru, his eyes blazing with resolve. I'll become a better Hokage than old man, so good that I won't let anyone die. Ever. Naruto was surprised by the last part. For a moment, his smirk vanished and was replaced by a softer, more reflective expression. His gaze shifted from Konohamaru to the 2 children behind him, then to Mito and Narumi, who were silently observing the action. Naruto's eyebrow went up. And what if I say no? Konohamaru's face was serious as he crossed his arms. Then I'll chase you every day until you say yes. And I'll demand Grandpa assign you as my trainer. Naruto blinked. Yeah, no, I still won't. Mito and Narumi's jaws dropped in unison at that. Konohamaru was astounded, too. With wide, hopeful eyes, Konohamaru said, please, boss. Boss, Naruto repeated, raising a brow. Konohamaru said, yes, you're the boss, 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 and started to march in a little soldier's manner. Moegi and Udon, his two teammates, immediately joined in, reiterating, boss. Boss, boss. A big drop of perspiration trickled down Naruto's face. Naruto mumbled, okay, stop the chanting. He looked at them seriously. Tell me, why are you asking me? I mean, Gigi's retired, he should have all the time in the world for you. Gigi's busy, sighed Konohamaru. He said he's going to be an advisor for the 4th. And he's, well, old. Konohamaru repeated, please, boss, but this time it was softer. I won't complain, I promise. Naruto let out a deep sigh. He glanced at Mito and Narumi, who were still watching, amused. He finally gave in when he realized there was no way out. Fine, I'll train you. Yes, exclaimed Konohamaru, leaping into the air. Boss is the best. Naruto cautioned, but don't get your hopes up, no ninjutsu. No genjutsu, I'm just going to help you improve your speed and strength. That's all. Konohamaru blinked. Wait, why no ninjutsu? Naruto gave a shrug, because I don't use it. All three children were taken aback by that. You don't use ninjutsu? Nope, said Naruto. If you want to learn jutsu, go bug Gigi or someone else. I'm just here to make you stronger. Konohamaru looked confused at first, then smiled wide. That's even cooler. You fight without flashy stuff, just raw power. I wanna be like that too. Naruto said, fine, while observing Konohamaru and his companions. Before you three begin training, you need to eat properly. A balanced diet, full of nutrients and protein, will help build your body up before any intense training starts. Okay, boss. Konohamaru was excited and nodded. So when do we start? A week from now, answered Naruto. A week, exclaimed Konohamaru, shocked. Arms folded, Naruto said. Yes, the food you eat needs time to bring your body into balance. Normally, I'd say wait a month, but I'm dropping it to a week. Konohamaru complained and muttered, fine, before he, Moegi, and Udon fled while chatting among themselves. Mito looked at Naruto as they walked away. Why no ninjutsu, though? You used it in the graduation exam, and you didn't even use hand signs. Naruto gave a shrug. I don't use it, and honestly, failing a student just because they can't do the 3 basic jutsu. That's ridiculous to me. Well, smiled Narumi, not all of us have super strength and freakish reflexes like you. Naruto smiled half-heartedly. You've got the 9 tails, right? Mito gave a nod. Yeah, but mine's manageable. He said he'll only lend me his power if I prove I'm worthy, and only in dire situations. Narumi let out a sigh. Mine's a jerk. Every time I try to connect with him, he threatens to eat me. Naruto scowled. Why's that? Mito gave a quiet response. I have the yin half, the spiritual side. It's more rational, but Narumi has the yang half, the physical aspect. It's filled with raw hatred and aggression. Narumi's eyes became somewhat gloomy. He hates humans. All of them. Naruto's face became contemplative. That's not surprising. I mean, they've lived for centuries. They've seen how humans lie, hurt each other, start wars. And on top of that, they've been caged and used as weapons. He raised his gaze to the heavens. If I were in their place, I'd probably hate humans too. They were silent for a long time. Still, said Naruto, I don't think they're beyond understanding. They just need someone who'll treat them like equals. Like living beings. At the Sarutobi compound that evening, around the dinner table, Hiruzen, Asuma, and Konohamaru were enjoying a peaceful evening meal. Hiruzen stated, so, Asuma, putting down his chopsticks, how is your team coming along? Before responding, Asuma took a sip of his tea. As expected of the Ino-Shika-Cho trio, they're willing to work together and have good synergy. But, Ino's proving to be a bit of a problem. She's upset about not being placed on the same team as Sasuke. Hiruzen laughed a little. I'm sure you'll work it out. Then his attention was drawn to something. Konohamaru was eating a balanced meal that included rice, vegetables, and meat, all the necessities, and was unusually happy. Hiruzen said, "Konohamaru, with an eyebrow raised, you seem happy. And it looks like you've decided to eat properly for once." "Yeah," Konohamaru grinned and said. "Boss agreed to train me." "Boss?" inquired Asuma, perplexed. "Who's this, boss?" "Naruto ni," exclaimed Konohamaru with pride. Asuma and Hiruzen both blinked in surprise. "Hold on a second," Hiruzen said, "did Naruto really agree to train you?" "Yep. Did he offer to train you himself, or did you ask him?" Hiruzen asked. "I asked him," said Konohamaru. "I saw what he did to Ebisu-sensei a few months ago, and then what he did during graduation last week. I figured, if anyone can make me strong enough to become Hokage, it's him. So I asked him, and he accepted." "Curious," Hiruzen leaned forward. "Just like that, he agreed when you asked?" Konohamaru scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, not exactly. At first, he said no. I even told him I'd ask you to train me instead, but he still said no. I kept asking, and eventually, he agreed, but only under one condition." "What condition?" inquired Asuma. "He said he wouldn't teach me ninjutsu or genjutsu. Instead, he'll help us train our speed and strength." Hiruzen grinned a little, finding Naruto's caution amusing. Konohamaru gave an enthusiastic nod. "He said he doesn't really use ninjutsu much himself, and I was fine with it. I mean, I saw him cut down a tree using just his strength." "Cutting down a tree?" Asuma questioned, unable to believe it. Konohamaru practically bounced in his seat as he exclaimed, "You didn't see it, uncle, but it was awesome. Naruto threw a kunai. It pierced through the first tree, hit the one behind it, and the first tree just fell over." Asuma gave Hiruzen a quick look. The elderly Hokage affirmed, "It's true, we all saw it. And he didn't even use hand seals when performing basic academy jutsu. That alone is impressive, especially given how little formal training he's had." "How does he plan to train you?" Hiruzen added thoughtfully. "But he'll be a genin starting tomorrow. He'll be busy with missions." Konohamaru shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't know, he told me to start eating properly, get all the nutrients I need, and that we'll start training in a week." Asuma questioned, "A week later? Why the delay?" Konohamaru smiled enthusiastically once more. "He said it'll help my body adjust to good nutrition, and that it'll make training more effective. I don't really get how that works, but I'm doing it anyway." "He's right, though," Hiruzen remarked, thoughtfully caressing his beard. "Good nutrition does support physical training, though I admit, I'm not sure why he insisted on a full week off before starting." Between mouthfuls, Konohamaru continued, "In fact, he originally wanted me to wait a month, but he shortened it to a week." Asuma, obviously impressed, raised an eyebrow. "Huh, so he's really putting thought into this. I think," he said with a cigarette in hand, "Naruto's trying to make sure your body adjusts to the new routine first. When your system goes from sloppy eating to clean, nutrient-rich meals, it needs time to stabilize. He probably wants you in peak condition before pushing you into serious physical training." Konohamaru's head cocked. "So, it's like warming up before the real warm-up." "Exactly," Asuma remarked, grinning slightly. "Only this warm-up involves your stomach, muscles, and metabolism catching up before the hard stuff starts." Hiruzen muttered, "I know Naruto is wise beyond his age," as he looked up at the night sky outside the window. "But I didn't expect this level of thoughtfulness from him, not yet." Asuma, still lost in thought, nodded slowly. "But one thing's been bothering me, how the hell did he break a tree with a blunt kunai?" Hiruzen folded his hands in his lap and leaned back. "We're still not entirely sure. But Hiyashi Hyuga observed something interesting." Konohamaru became alert. "Oh yeah, Grandpa, tell him what Hiyashi-sama said." With a slight smile, the elderly Hokage went on. "Apparently, every part of Naruto's body is generating chakra, not just the tenketsu points. It's highly unusual. In a normal shinobi, chakra flows from the chakra coils and tenketsu, but in Naruto's case, it seems to be coming from everywhere." Asuma squinted her eyes. "Wait, everywhere? That's not just unusual, that's borderline unnatural." "Yes," said Hiruzen, "and even more remarkable is the sheer volume of chakra. For someone who hasn't undergone formal shinobi conditioning, his reserves are enormous, easily a pseudo-biju, possibly more." Stunned, Asuma leaned back. "That's insane. If that's true, and if he learns to properly control it, he might Become the next god of shinobi, according to Hiruzen's version. Silence fell for a beat. Hiruzen added. Jiraiya said the same thing, in a hushed tone. Asuma's cigarette escaped his lips just a bit. No kidding. Team 7 was waiting at the training grounds. Birds chirped languidly overhead as the morning sun filtered through the trees. As directed, Naruto, Mito, Narumi, Sasuke, and Sakura had assembled. However, Kakashi and Kushina were not present. Mito looked at Naruto and asked, "Did you eat breakfast?" Naruto nodded slightly. Sakura questioned, somewhat perplexed, "But sensei said not to eat, didn't he?" Naruto corrected, "He suggested we don't eat, didn't exactly order us not to." "We ate." Mito gestured between Narumi and herself. "Figured better to train on a full stomach than pass out halfway through." "My mom didn't let me leave without breakfast," Sasuke added flatly. "Said I'd be an idiot if I skipped it." The quiet silence was suddenly broken by a loud growl. Sakura's face was flushed, and everyone turned to stare at her. I didn't eat anything last night either," she admitted. "I was too excited about today and forgot." Mito took an apple out of her pouch and gave it to Sakura without a word. "Here, eat this." Sakura gave a grateful smile after blinking. "Thanks." She chewed enthusiastically, biting into the apple rapidly. At that moment, Kushina and Kakashi emerged in a cloud of smoke. Kakashi took 4 bells out of his pouch and said, "All right, let's get started. You need to take these bells from me before noon." Sakura said, "But sensei, there are only 4 bells, however." Kakashi grinned and said, "You're seeing just well, my cute little genin, that means one of you will be sent back to the academy." "That's unfair," snarled Sasuke. "This is my test, so everything is fair," Kakashi said nonchalantly in response. "Now, let's begin." Narumi and Mito then ran off in one direction. Sakura followed closely behind Sasuke, who entered another. There was only Naruto left, standing squarely in front of Kushina and Kakashi. Kakashi said, "Naruto, aren't you going to hide? Aren't you going to read your book?" Naruto asked in return. Kakashi answered, "Why would I read during training?" Quiet. Mito and Narumi watched silently from the bushes. Narumi muttered, "Why isn't Naruto doing anything?" Mito mumbled, "Who knows, let's wait and see." Naruto was asked by Kakashi, "Aren't you coming at me?" "No," said Naruto. "Then I'll come at you," Kakashi declared as he sprang forward and kicked quickly. In midair, Naruto grabbed Kakashi's leg and yanked him down. Kakashi turned and jumped back, but the jingle of bells interrupted him. Kushina and Kakashi froze. With the bells hanging in his hand, Naruto stood composedly. Kakashi exclaimed, "How did you take them?" In shock. "When I pulled you down," was Naruto's straightforward response. Mito, Narumi, Sasuke, and Sakura gazed in disbelief from the bushes. Sasuke whispered, How did he take them? We didn't even see him taking them." With their gazes fixed on Naruto, the group came out of hiding. With wide eyes, Narumi exclaimed, "How and when did you take them? We didn't even see you reach for the bells." Naruto simply gave a shrug. Kushina smiled and said, "So, Naruto, to whom will you give the bells?" Naruto approached silently and gave 1 bell to each of the 4, Sakura, Sasuke, Mito, and Narumi. They all looked at him, startled. Sasuke frowned and asked, "Why?" Naruto said, "I'm not really interested in this kind of stuff," and shrugged. Mito pushed her bell back into Naruto's hand right away. "No way, I'm not letting you go back. I didn't even do anything to earn this. I don't deserve it." Narumi trailed behind. "Me too. I was just watching the whole time. I didn't help either." Next to move forward was Sasuke. "My Nii-san always told me, teamwork is everything. If we're not a team, then there's no point in passing. I'm not taking it either." At last, Sakura said, "I know you 4 had a chance to earn the bells, and I didn't. But that's exactly why I can't accept this. We either all pass together, or none of us do." Kushina and Kakashi clapped their hands together. "Well said," said Kakashi, grinning. "You all pass." "What?" cried Sakura, Sasuke, Narumi, and Mito collectively. "But, how?" Narumi exclaimed, utterly perplexed. Kakashi's arms were folded. "The true purpose of this test was to evaluate your teamwork. Even though you didn't actively fight or strategize together, each of you chose to sacrifice your own chance for the sake of your teammates. That decision alone proves you understand the core of what it means to be a shinobi." He gave them a serious look. Remember this. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. It took me a long time to learn that lesson the hard way. I hope none of you ever forget it. The four of them said, "Yes, sensei." In unison, with the exception of Naruto, who stayed silent and had an unreadable expression. Sakura looked up at the heavens. "So, what do we do now? You said we had until noon, but it's only 7:30. "Good point," remarked Kushina, grinning mischievously. "How about we evaluate your combat skills?" Sakura questioned. "Don't you have our academy reports? Wouldn't that be enough?" "Reports help, yes," Kushina replied, "but they only show how you perform in a controlled, classroom environment. Real missions are unpredictable. That's why we'll act as your enemies in a simulated mission. We want to see how you respond under real pressure." The group looked at each other anxiously. "A simulation," Mito whispered. "Yep," replied Kakashi. "Let's see how you all handle a bit of chaos." "What will we do?" Sasuke asked. "Simple," Kakashi stated in a composed yet firm tone. "We'll evaluate your hand-to-hand combat skills first. You're all fresh genin, and until you improve physically and gain proper chakra control, we won't be teaching you any ninjutsu." Sasuke, obviously perplexed, questioned, "But why no ninjutsu? I mean, it's essential for a shinobi, right?" "You're partially right," Kakashi said in response. "Ninjutsu is important, but it's not the most essential skill. Taijutsu forms the foundation." He gave the group a serious look. "Let's say you run out of chakra in the middle of a mission and can't use any ninjutsu. What will you do then? You can't abandon the mission, can you?" "We'll fight," said Sasuke with assurance. "Exactly," nodding, Kakashi said. "That's why we focus on physical combat first. Chakra control and ninjutsu will come later, once you've built the basics." Kushina took a step forward. "So here's how we'll divide you. Mito and Narumi, you'll spar with Kakashi. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto, you'll be with me." Mito gave a knuckle crack. "All right, let's do this." From behind his mask, Kakashi grinned. "Mito, you're up first." With determined eyes, Mito took a step forward. With tension in the air, Kakashi and Mito turned to face one another. Mito suddenly sprang forward and spun into a high kick that was directed at Kakashi's head. Kakashi lifted his right arm calmly and precisely, catching her leg in midair. He punched her in the face in the same motion. Mito used both hands to block it, twisting free and falling to the ground. She charged again without hesitation, hurling a quick succession of haymakers. Kakashi skillfully deflected each one while adding a few of his own clean blows. Mito narrowed her eyes, focused but frustrated. Fine then. Now more fierce, her movements more precise, she charged forward. She used her right leg to sweep low. Kakashi leapt, but Mito saw it coming. Leaping after him, she slammed her foot into his stomach in midair. Kakashi stumbled a little when he landed and grunted. Mito persisted. She delivered a flurry of quick, unrelenting blows. However, Kakashi dodged each blow with skillful ease, moving through them like wind through leaves. "Enough," said Kakashi, who took her last blow in his hand. Although he spoke calmly, there was a quiet intensity in his eyes. "You're good, your form is solid, but..." Gently, he let go of her hand. "You need to work on your speed and strength. Your reflexes too. You've got potential, Mito. Don't waste it." A fire ignited in Mito's eyes as she stood motionless, breathing heavily and perspiring. Kushina yelled, "Okay, Naruto. You're up," as she entered the training area. With his hands casually in his pockets, Naruto turned to face her, composed as ever. He remained silent. His face was unreadable. Tension crackled in the air as Kakashi, Mito, Narumi, Sasuke, and Sakura stood a short distance away, watching. Kushina did not hold back. With her fist drew back, she bounded forward. Her blow was direct and swift, but Naruto moved more quickly. In a clean, fluid motion, he caught her arm in mid-swing, gave it a sharp yank, and flipped her over his shoulder. Thud, Kushina grunted in surprise as he hit the ground. From the sidelines came gasps. With wide eyes, Mito and Narumi recalled their own years of training. Never once had they been able to do that to their mother. Rolling back onto her feet, Kushina brushed her hair away from her face. She mumbled, "I didn't expect that," and her knuckles cracked. "Looks like I need to start trying." She suddenly picked up her pace and charged once more. Naruto was hit by a barrage of punches and kicks, but he easily dodged them, moving his upper body only slightly more than was required. His feet were light, precise, and grounded. After spinning, Kushina delivered a roundhouse kick. Cleanly ducking beneath it, Naruto caught her leg in midair and threw her sideways. But Kushina's form kept her stable as she twisted in midair and executed a flawless backflip. She smiled and lunged at him once more, delivering a forceful blow to his chest. Naruto took his hands out of his pockets this time and put them behind his back. Again, gasps arose. Startled, Sakura said, "What is he?" Kushina's fist came flying. Naruto didn't flinch. His body moved with almost dance-like precision as he stepped to the side at the last second. As Kushina passed him, Naruto extended one leg and swept at her ankle, not enough to knock her over, but enough to disrupt her momentum. Kushina lost her balance and staggered, but she quickly got back up and slid into a crouch. She looked up, a grin forming. "You've got some nerve, fighting hands behind your back." Kakashi whistled softly. "He's not just skilled, he's in complete control." Mito's eyes glowed. "He's not fighting like a genin." Narumi gave a nod. "He's fighting like someone who's been doing this for decades." Sasuke's forehead wrinkled. "Who the hell is he?" Kushina burst in once more, her fists exploding with new vigor. She didn't hold back this time. Her punches were more accurate and sharper, designed to test every aspect of his defense. Naruto, however, appeared unfazed. With one hand still tucked behind his back, he raised his free arm, his fingers flat, palm stiffened into a knife hand. Cut up, press, make a swipe. He casually and precisely deflected every incoming punch, making small but well-placed movements. It was not ostentatious. There was no hurry. It was easy. Mid-barrage, Kushina's brows furrowed. "What is this?" she pondered. "He is more than just talented. He's completely relaxed. As if he's not even making an effort." She feinted a left and aimed a strong right jab, but just as quickly, Naruto dipped beneath it, his movements smooth as water. He reached down, grabbed her leg as she stepped forward, and gently yanked it in the same motion. It was just enough, not a hard throw. Kushina lost his equilibrium. She fell to one knee as her foot moved. A gentle thud. For a moment, she gazed at the ground, astonished not by the fall but by how effortless it was. She hadn't been overpowered by Naruto. Like he was always one step ahead, he had just outread her. She gazed up at him while remaining on one knee. With his hand behind his back once more and his posture relaxed, he stood motionless, his hair rustling slightly in the breeze. With a slow step, Kushina stood up. It was realization, not exhaustion, that caused her to measure her breaths. Kushina took a step back and let out a long breath. "Enough," she said in a steady yet reflective tone. She gave Naruto her full attention. "You're highly skilled, but more than that, you're too relaxed. From the way you move, your posture, your eyes, it's like, you're not even trying." Naruto remained silent. He just stood there with his hands back in his pockets, as composed as ever. Kakashi folded his arms and stepped forward. He said, "She's right," with a small nod. "I've been watching closely. None of your movements were wasted. Every step, every block, perfectly timed. Efficient. No hesitation." His visible eye narrowed. "It's not the skill of someone learning, it's the control of a master. You fight like someone who's had decades of experience." There was silence among the group. With a mixture of wonder and perplexity in their eyes, Mito, Narumi, Sasuke, and Sakura gazed at Naruto. The morning wore on with each member of the team being evaluated. Everyone could see by the end where they stood in terms of skill and where they needed the most work. Sakura had demonstrated the least amount of combat readiness of all of them. Kushina attracted everyone's attention with a single clap of her hands. "All right, you all have potential, and you've got some skills. But we're going to sharpen them. Starting tomorrow, we'll be taking on one mission per day, followed by physical conditioning and taijutsu training." After giving them some time to think, she said, "Don't worry about lunch. You'll be provided meals during training." Then her eyes landed on Sakura. "And you, Sakura," she said in a different tone. "You need to work harder. From what I've seen today, you're underperforming, and frankly, undernourished. I'm ordering you to eat properly." Sakura looked up, shocked. "But if I eat too much, I'll get fat. Then Sasuke won't even look at me." Sasuke averted his gaze and moaned in frustration. Kushina narrowed her eyes. "That's not up for debate. You're under my command, and I won't tolerate disobedience. As your Jonin sensei, I'm ordering you to eat properly." You're still growing, and your body needs fuel. Firm but maternal, she took a step closer. You think you'll gain weight? Not with the training I've planned. If anything, you'll burn more than you eat. But if you keep starving yourself, you'll stunt your growth. Is that what you want? To stay short and weak for the rest of your life? Sakura shook her head hastily. No, ma'am. Then Kakashi took over. We'll also be working on team formations, group strategies, and cooperative combat. There'll be team building drills and memorization exercises. You'll need to remember as many formations as possible. Sasuke's arms were crossed. What kind of missions will we be doing? With a deadpan response, Kakashi said, D rank. Sasuke nodded silently, accepting it despite his obvious lack of admiration. Kushina put her hands on her hips and smiled as she said, all right, why don't we go celebrate? You've officially become a team, after all. At that, everyone became alert. Ramen, Mito and Narumi exclaimed together, their eyes gleaming. Kushina laughed. I should have guessed. She looked around at the others. What about you, Sasuke? Sakura. Sakura gave a nod. We're okay with that. Sasuke gave a shrug. Fine by me. Naruto was the focus of Kushina's gaze. You, Naruto. Naruto responded simply and flatly. Fine. No thrill, no grin, just silent obedience. Sakura and Sasuke glanced at each other, noting how emotionless his tone was, particularly in contrast to how animated he had been during the spar. There was something strange about it. The group then started to cross the well-known village streets in the direction of Ichiraku Ramen. Kushina trailed slightly behind them as they walked, her eyes quietly glancing around. Then she noticed it, the scowls, the murmurs, the critical gaze. As they went by, the villagers turned to look at Naruto rather than at her or the others. Icy, hateful gazes tinged with long-standing suspicion. A few whispered to themselves. Others simply looked on in silence. Kushina felt her chest constricted. Why? Bitterly, she thought. What are they doing? She felt a strong urge to strike out and protect him. To scream. He's not a demon. He's my son. Everything you think you know is a lie. However, she didn't. She was unable to. Not with the status quo. Not considering how shaky Naruto's bond was with the village and even with herself. They hardly had a relationship at all. He appeared uninterested even during the earlier spar. She gave him a look. Eyes forward, face neutral, hands in his pockets, he walked. Not bothered, or perhaps simply numb. As if he had seen all of this before and lacked the energy to respond. She was devastated by that. Ichiraku said to herself inaudibly as they rounded a corner and saw her red banner. I'm sorry, Naruto. Tsuki saw Naruto coming closer. Welcome back, Naruto. Looks like you brought some friends this time. Hey, old man, Naruto exclaimed with a broad smile. Sakura and Sasuke were surprised. Even though it was only 6 months, Naruto sensed, distinct. More vivid, more content. Kushina was taken aback as well. Her son's smile was unlike anything she had ever seen. She felt regret for the decision she had made 12 years prior, causing a subtle ache to stir in her chest. Tsuki turned to look at her. Well, it's been a long time, hasn't it, Kushina? She smiled warmly at him. Yes, it has. How have you been? I'm doing well, Tsuki said as he used a towel to wipe his hands. So, is it still your usual miso ramen? You remember after all these years? Kushina inquired, looking astonished. Tsuki laughed. What can I say? You and the Hokage were my best customers. How could I forget? Everybody gave their orders. When Sasuke requested a bowl full of extra tomatoes, Tsuki grinned and gave Naruto his usual. At that moment, Ayame emerged from the rear. So, Naruto, how's life as a ninja? Naruto slurped his noodles in response. It's just getting started, he said. Softly, be careful out there, she said. Naruto gave a nod. It was a rare moment of calm as the group sat together, eating and conversing as bowls clinked and chopsticks moved. The atmosphere was light and warm. Office of the Hokage. Later that day. As reports were given, Minato listened carefully from behind his desk. With his arms crossed and a composed yet perceptive expression, Hiruzen sat close by. Jonin instructors crowded the room, each awaiting their turn. Evaluations of teams 1 through 6 had already taken place. Their Jonin sensei announced the same outcome one after the other. Team failed. Team failed. Failed. It was anticipated. The Genin test was challenging. The reports from teams 8, 10, and 11 followed. We passed, Kurenai Yuhi declared with assurance. Sarutobi Asuma gave a nod. My team passed as well. The cool-headed Rin Nohara went on. Team 11 passed with flying colors. Then everyone's gaze shifted to the door. The room became silent. The most talked about team in the evaluation, Team 7, had everyone anticipating their report. Not just any group of genin, though. The team consisted of 5 people. It included Itachi Uchiha's younger brother, the son of the head of the Uchiha clan, and the daughters of the Hokage. In addition, Kakashi Hatake, a jonin who had never defeated a genin team, was in charge of it. The doors opened at last. Kushina and Kakashi entered together. Minato raised his head. So, how did it go? With eager anticipation, everyone waited. Kakashi stopped abruptly. There was a long pause. Passed. The room was filled with gasps, and even Hiruzen arched an eyebrow in surprise. Stunned, Minato questioned, "You're saying they passed the bell test?" Kakashi gave nod. Yes, actually, it was one-sided. Naruto took the bells by himself and gave them to his teammates. But then, his teammates refused to accept them unless they could all go as a team. So, I passed them. Wait, Hiruzen said, squinting his eyes. You're saying Naruto single-handedly got the bells from you? Kushina said, exactly. The test ended in just a few minutes, and he moved forward. After that, we spent the remaining time evaluating their combat capabilities. Minato inquired, obviously interested, and, how are they? Kushina gave a small smile. They're good, especially Naruto. He's far ahead of the others. And the strange part, he doesn't even look like he's trying. Kakashi continued, there's no wasted movement in his actions. His reflexes are sharp, calm, focused, he fights like a seasoned practitioner. Minato reclined in his chair, reflecting, and silently in awe. Hiruzen chuckled quietly. Well, as I expected. That boy has unnatural raw talent. Seems it was a good decision to let him join after all. Kushina nodded and crossed her arms. And not just that, he managed to knock me to the ground, twice. And he did it without breaking a sweat. Minato's gaze expanded. He gazed at her incredulously. He was aware of Kushina's fighting prowess. If Naruto could defeat her with such ease. That's impressive, he whispered to himself. Kushina went on in a reflective tone. As for Sakura, that girl has potential. She's not there yet, but if we push her the right way, she can become something special. I'll make sure she works hard. With a faint smile, Minato's eyes blended pride and worry. Looks like Team 7 is going to shake things up. With his arms still folded behind his back, Hiruzen glanced out the window and nodded slightly. His words were thoughtful. So, it was a good thing to place them all on the same team, he said. Their strengths complement each other, and their bonds will only grow stronger with time. For a moment, Minato's thoughts as a father took the place of the burden of his role as Hokage, and he leaned back in his chair. Let's just hope they learn to rely on each other, and not just on Naruto's strength. They will, Kushina declared quietly. They've already started. Unusually quiet, Kakashi nodded once. This team, it's different. They challenged me without realizing it. They reminded me of something I'd forgotten. Hiruzen grinned. Then perhaps it's not just the students who will grow. There was a moment of thoughtful silence in the room. The shadows of the past were keeping a close eye on the first steps of a new generation. Then, with hesitation, one of the Jonin held up a hand. When he said, "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, who exactly is Naruto? We've never really heard about him. Is he the boy we've seen reading through every book in the Hokage's library?" Hiruzen nodded slightly. Yes, that's him. I consider him as close as a grandson. The room awoke in astonishment. With a tone of curiosity, another Jonin inquired, "Did you train him, Lord Third?" Hiruzen gave a headshake. No, I didn't, but I've watched him grow. He's different, intelligent beyond his age, and he has a raw, unnatural talent unlike anything I've seen. The room fell silent once more. Every face showed signs of shock. Later on in the day, Sasuke raced through the streets of the village, making his way directly to the Uchiha compound. He was giddy with excitement, eager to tell Uncle Shisui, his brother, and his mother what had transpired. He stormed in the door. He exclaimed, "Mom, big bro, Uncle Shisui, look! I activated my Sharingan." Itachi, Shisui, and Makoto turned to face him. When they noticed the dim red glow in Sasuke's eyes, his one Tomo Sharingan spinning slowly, their eyes widened a little. Makoto inquired in a worried tone. How did it happen? Did something happen to you? Sasuke gave a headshake. No, nothing like that. Narumi just suggested I try channeling chakra into my eyes. I did, and suddenly, it activated. The three elder Uchihas looked at each other in surprise. Interesting, muttered Itachi. Maybe what we know about the Sharingan's awakening isn't the full truth. Makoto gave a contemplative nod. Shisui smiled and said, So, Sasuke, who's your Jonin-sensei? And your teammates? I'm on Team 7. It's a 5-man squad. Me, Mito, Narumi, Naruto, and Sakura. Our Jonin instructors are Kakashi Hatake and Kushina-sama. With a slight smirk, Itachi remarked, Kakashi-senpai, huh? So he finally passed a team. Why, what do you mean? Sasuke inquired inquisitively. He's failed 6 teams before yours, described Itachi. Sasuke cocked his head and asked, You know him? Yes, said Itachi. He was my captain when I was in the ANBU. He trained me for a while. Sasuke looked at his mom. Mom, do you know Kushina-sama? Makoto grinned broadly. She's my best friend. We've known each other since we were your age. Itachi folded his arms. So, you passed the bell test. The back of Sasuke's head was scratched. He gave a brief explanation of what had transpired earlier that day, stating that Naruto had taken the bells by himself and given them to the team, who refused to go unless they all went together. Well, not exactly. Itachi nodded slightly. Considering what we saw last week, that sounds about right. Sasuke gave a nod. Still, he's so strange. We've known him for 6 months, and I've never once seen him smile. But today, we went to Ichiraku, and he was all smiles. Laughing, joking, like a different person. Shisui gave a small laugh. Sounds like he's just slow to open up to people. But once he does, he lets them in completely. Sasuke cast a contemplative glance down. Yeah, maybe. Shisui crossed his arms and said, 5-man squad, huh? Looks like they're finally testing that format. Itachi gave a nod of agreement. Yeah, said Sasuke. Iruka-sensei told us they're running a trial. If it works well, they might start forming more teams like this in the future. Itachi gave a quiet smile. So you're finally a ninja now, huh? He asked, stroking Sasuke's hair into place. Sasuke muttered, swatting his brother's hand away, hey, don't do that. However, Itachi merely grinned and gave Sasuke a quick pat on the forehead. Sorry, force of habit. Sasuke raised his eyes in optimism. Will you train me, I mean, with the Sharingan? Itachi gave a nod. Yeah, whenever I'm free, I'll definitely help you learn to control it properly. Makoto, who had been listening in silence, raised his voice. So, what's your training regimen like? Sasuke straightened up, ready to talk. We're starting with team formations, physical conditioning, and taijutsu basics. Kakashi-sensei said the first few weeks will be all about building coordination and stamina. Makoto gave a nod of approval. That's a good foundation. You'll grow faster than you think, Shisui mentioned, grinning. Especially with teammates like Naruto pushing you. Sasuke gave a serious nod. Yeah, I'm not going to fall behind. They had been working together for a month. Kakashi and Kushina had pushed them hard over the last few weeks, emphasizing rigorous physical training. Already accustomed to such demanding routines, Mito and Narumi kept up with ease. Despite his initial struggles, Sasuke persevered out of sheer willpower. Sakura struggled the most because the training was much more intense than she was accustomed to. To everyone's astonishment, however, Naruto pretended that it was just another Tuesday. Mito said, found the target, over the radio. Speaking into his own communicator, Kakashi inquired, does it have a pink ribbon? Yes, Mito said in agreement. All right, Mito, stay in position. Sakura, move to the north. Sasuke, you're on the east. Narumi, take the rooftop. Naruto, are you ready? Yes, said Naruto coolly. Over the radio, Kushina's voice abruptly interrupted, be on guard. Like a breeze, Naruto moved in silence. He landed next to the cat after softly jumping from a nearby roof. The cat didn't struggle, which surprised everyone. Rather, Naruto rubbed its head gently and it purred. Mito's shocked voice said, how did you? Kakashi sounded amused as he said, all right, let's go back. It looks like we've set a new record for catching Tora, just 20 minutes. To report their mission, they all made their way back to the Hokage Tower. Hokage-sama, Team 7 reporting. Mission complete. We caught Tora, said Kakashi. The entire mission room turned to stare at them in disbelief. Hiruzen let his pipe fall. 20 minutes, he asked, and looked at the time. Yup, Kakashi said nonchalantly. How? Minato inquired, obviously taken aback. Naruto said he might know where the cat would be. We followed him, and sure enough, he found it. He caught it, and surprisingly, it didn't even protest, Kakashi said. Minato said again, but, in 20 minutes. The previous record was over 3 hours. I don't think anyone's breaking that record for years. They all laughed at that. At that moment, Madame Shinji, the wife of the daimyo, who owned the cat, barged into the room. She quickly snatched Tora out of Naruto's grasp and gave the poor cat a tight hug. Oh, my dear Tora. Don't run away again. Do you have any idea how worried I was when you ran off? She broke down in tears. Tora writhed and fought to break free from her owner's death grip while the genin team watched. They all started to perspire. Well, no wonder it always runs away, Sasuke muttered to himself. Yeah, Mito said, if I got hugged like that every day, I'd run too. Naruto hesitated to speak up as he watched the poor cat wriggle in agony. Ma'am, I think she doesn't like being squeezed like that. You should try being more gentle, rub her back softly. Madame Shinji came to a stop. Really, boy, well, I'll give it a try. She released her hold and gave Tora's back a light scratch. The cat suddenly calmed down and started purring, much to everyone's surprise. Madame Shinji's gaze brightened. Oh my, she likes it. You've done me a huge favor, boy. Then, as she had done with the cat, she suddenly gave Naruto a tight hug. Goo, coughed Naruto, squirming a little under her hold. Those in attendance couldn't help but perspire. Narumi muttered, is Naruto receiving the Tora treatment now? Should we be ready to capture him if he runs away too? Mito laughed. Relax, Naruto's not a cat, I think he'll survive. Madame Shinji finally relaxed, and Naruto inhaled deeply while adjusting his jacket. She grinned adoringly at Naruto and said, well then, Minato, turning to face Minato, I'm doubling the reward. Please ensure the extra goes to this boy. Minato returned the smile. As you wish, Lady Daimyo. Well, congratulations, Naruto, a beaming Hiruzen said. You've just solved the bane of Konoha's genin teams, permanently. Yes, Kakashi continued with a smile on her face, that cat has earned the nickname, Demon Cat, for a reason, but paradoxically, she has been a significant contributor to the village economy. Then Sakura blinked. Wait, what? It's a running joke, told Kakashi. No Tora, no Konoha. That cat's escape missions have generated more low-rank assignments, and money, than almost anything else. You seem to have some personal history, Naruto remarked, turning to face Kakashi. You have no idea, Kakashi said sarcastically. Mito was shocked and said, wait, Dad, you had the Tora mission too. Minato laughed. Yup, even I had to chase that cat back when I was a genin under Jiraiya-sensei. Sakura's eyes widened as she said, seriously. That cat's that old. Hiruzen gave a headshake. No, the current Tora is the daughter of the original. Her mother's name was Tori, same temperament, same claws. In shock, everyone blinked. Wow, mumbled Sasuke, it's a whole dynasty of demon cats. So, smirking, Minato asked, would you all like to take another mission today? I think we'll pass, added Kushina, taking over. They've got another training session to handle. After saying their final goodbyes, Team 7 departed from the Hokage Tower. At last, they reached Training Ground 7, the well-known clearing encircled by towering trees. All right, Kakashi said, turning to face them, we're doing tree walking, which is a chakra control exercise, today. Perplexed, Sakura inquired, tree walking? How are we supposed to walk on trees, sensei? Like this, Kakashi replied simply. With his hands in his pockets, he approached a nearby tree, planted one foot on the trunk, and started to ascend vertically as though it were the most natural thing in the world. The genin gazed in wonder. Sakura gasped, how did you do that? Kakashi explained, it's all about chakra control, as he stood sideways on the trunk. You focus your chakra into the soles of your feet and maintain a constant flow. Too much chakra, and you'll push off the surface. Too little, and you'll fall. This exercise is great for improving control and expanding your chakra reserves over time. He glided back down and surveyed the area. Mito, Narumi, you two already know this, right? Both of them gave a nod. Sasuke, When Sasuke said, I learned it when I was 9. Good, Kakashi said with a nod. Your goal is to reach the point where you can walk up and down trees without thinking, complete subconscious control. Kushina went on, Mito, Narumi, you're still going to practice too, even if you've learned it, repetition only strengthens the control. The two girls said, yes, ma'am, but Narumi let out a small sigh. The exercise started with everyone. Sakura carefully channeled chakra to her feet, full of excitement and determination. She was able to climb the tree a few paces before losing her balance and slipping down. Kakashi said, not bad for a first try, with encouragement. To everyone's surprise, Naruto, with his hands behind his head and a soft humming sound, walked up a tall tree as if it were nothing. Blinking, Kakashi said, Naruto, did you already know how to do this? Naruto gave a headshake. Nope, just figured it out after you showed us. That was unexpected for both Kushina and Kakashi. Incredible, mumbled Kakashi. He's doing it on instinct, no hesitation. Kushina told Naruto, keep practicing anyway, but she cracked a rare smile. Even if it's easy now, there's always a higher level. She focused on Sakura and Sasuke, closely observing their development. After a couple of hours, Sakura stood grinning and panting on the tree's side. The entire ascent and descent had been accomplished without any slippage. Kushina said, well done, Sakura, with pride. You've got the basics down. Now, your task is to keep repeating it until you exhaust yourself. That will stretch your chakra coils and build better control. It was soon noon. Okay, everybody, lunchtime, Kushina exclaimed with brightness. As they had done each day, the genin team assembled. Kushina had brought lunch for everyone every day since the first day of training. Once, when Sakura inquired as to why, Kushina merely answered, it's my responsibility as your ko-sensei. However, that was not the whole truth. Naruto was the true reason, the one she kept to herself. Her food was the first her son had ever tasted. Years of his life, years of doing basic things like preparing dinner or packing his lunch, had been lost to her. She therefore wanted to give him that experience, a mother's food, even if it was only training lunches. Nevertheless, she secretly felt anxious. What happens if he dislikes it? What if, out of courtesy, he just eats it? What if, while I'm not looking, he throws it away? However, she was apprehensive when she asked Naruto how it tasted on that first day. It's nice. Kushina felt like the happiest person alive at that precise moment. Tears had almost filled her eyes, and her hands had shaken. She had been so ecstatic that evening at home that Minato and Tsunade had to physically restrain her from destroying furniture out of excitement. Everyone reassembled after some time. With a smile, Kushina distributed a number of carefully packed bento boxes after opening a storage scroll. Here you go, eat up. You'll need your energy for the rest of the day. After thanking her, they all started eating beneath a big tree's shade. Even though the training was difficult, the warm meal provided a sense of routine and comfort, and the atmosphere was laid back. After lunch, they resumed their work, concentrating on team-building activities this time. They gradually laid the groundwork for genuine teamwork by practicing moving in unison, covering one another's blind spots, and reacting to various mission scenarios. The day finally came to an end as the sun started to set. Kushina yelled, all right, that's it for today. We'll wrap up here. She glanced at the team, who were obviously stronger than they had been a few days earlier but were still gasping for air. But don't forget, keep practicing your tree climbing. You can even do it at home on the walls. We're here to teach and guide you, but the real growth comes from your own effort. As they listened intently to her words, all of the genin nodded. After finishing their training for the day, they packed up and started to go home. They were worn out and a little sore, but they were secretly proud of their progress. After a long day of training, Naruto was making his way home through the village when he was abruptly met by three voices he recognized. Boss. He turned to see Udon, Konohamaru, and Moegi running toward him, eager as ever but a little out of breath. We completed the exercises you assigned us, Konohamaru declared with pride. So, what now? Naruto stretched a bit and yawned. Rest for today. Tomorrow, do the same exercises again. Konohamaru let out a moan. What? We've been doing the same stuff for a whole month now. Naruto grinned and arched an eyebrow. Weren't you the one who said, I won't complain no matter what, bosses? That quickly silenced Konohamaru. Naruto scratched the back of his head and sighed. Look, I know it's repetitive. But this kind of training builds endurance, stamina, and eventually speed. The children nodded and fell silent. He had taken Naruto's pledge to train them seriously, very seriously. He told them to eat healthily right away, without skipping meals or getting by on snacks. After a week, he gave them a straightforward but taxing routine that included running laps around the training field, core exercises, push-ups, squats, and a 1-hour midday nap. Naruto responded simply when they inquired as to why they were required to sleep during training. Rest is just as important as training. A tired body learns nothing. Following a period of rest, they engaged in meditation to help them relax before starting more drills and laps. Even though it was exhausting, they always did as Naruto said. Even though Konohamaru complained a lot, they were gradually growing stronger, more determined, and more disciplined. Even though he didn't express it much, Naruto secretly took pride in them. The next day, in anticipation of their upcoming mission, Team 7 assembled at the Hokage Tower. Minato gave them a scroll while grinning a little. Your mission today is to weed and prepare a farm for planting. The client is an elderly farmer living on the outskirts of the village. After clearing the weeds, you'll also need to plant seeds for the next crop. The team accepted the task without complaint. Even Sakura and Sasuke had started to notice by this point that some of the villagers would glare at Naruto whenever they were out in public. Perplexed and annoyed, they silently drew Mito away. Sakura questioned, "Why do they look at Naruto like that?" "Yeah, it's been happening a lot," Sasuke said, while scowling. For a moment, Mito's eyes darkened. "Some of them are just stupid enough to believe in old, baseless rumors," she stated with candor. "Ignore them." Sakura and Sasuke both agreed in silence that it wasn't fair, even though they didn't fully understand what she meant. They finally reached the old man's farm. He initially grinned as he greeted the team, but his expression wavered a little when he looked at Naruto. He didn't glare or say anything, but the change in his demeanor was obvious. Naruto remained silent. "We're here for the mission you requested," Kakashi said calmly. "Clearing the field and planting the seeds, correct?" The elderly man gave a nod. "Yes. Follow me, I'll show you the field and you can call me Maso." They followed him until they came to the farmland on the property. It was a huge field, at least 10 acres in size. "This is huge," moaned Sakura. "There's no way we can finish this in one day." Mito declared, "Not if we get some help," while clenching her knuckles. Kushina's voice interrupted her before she could even create a clone, sharp and firm. "No shadow clones. But why not? We could finish way faster," grieved Narumi. When Kushina said, "This mission isn't just about speed, it's about teamwork. It'll help reinforce the team formations and coordination we've been drilling." Mito complained a little, but he got it. As they started to collect the tools, they soon recognized an issue. Kakashi scowled a little and said, "There are only 4 sets, 4 shovels and plows." "I'm sorry," the elderly man angrily said. "I didn't know there would be 5 of you. I assumed it would be 3 kids." Kakashi and Kushina looked at each other, both of them silent but clearly irritated. Naruto moved forward before anyone else could say anything. "It's okay. We'll manage." "But how?" inquired Sakura. "You don't have any tools." Naruto raised a hand. "This is enough." Without saying another word, he dropped to his knees and started to work the field, removing weeds, loosening the soil, and even using his bare hands to plow small rows. His speed astounded everyone, more than the fact that he was working without any tools. "Whoa," muttered Sakura, "he's like a machine." Kushina yelled, "What are you staring at? Get moving. If you waste time, we'll be stuck here all day." The rest of the team regained their focus, gathered their tools, and set to work. After 2 hours, everyone was sweating and panting, with the exception of Naruto, who continued to move at full speed while his hands and arms were covered in dirt. After a while, Kushina called, "Okay, break time." Thankful for the rest, the genin fell to the ground. Calmly, Naruto approached while dabbing at his perspiration. "Naruto," called Kakashi, "let me see your hands." They were held out by Naruto. Kakashi picked one up and examined it closely. "Don't cut. Not a single bruise. No blisters. Not bad," Kakashi uttered softly, his tone tinged with pride. Sakura gave Naruto a perplexed look as the group took a brief break. She questioned, "But how come you don't have any wounds? I mean, even we have blisters using proper tools, and you've been working with your bare hands all day." For a moment, Naruto remained silent as he considered his response. At last, He smiled slightly and shrugged. Let's just say, I'm built different. Sakura blinked and then slowly nodded, saying, to be honest, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it myself. After 10 full acres of arduous, backbreaking labor, the field had been plowed by evening. They were tired, but they were done. All right, Kakashi said with a gentle hand clap, we'll wrap up here for the day. We'll return early tomorrow to sow the seeds. With a nod of gratitude for the rest, the team started to go home. But Kushina and Kakashi remained to tell the customer. Kakashi went up to Maso, the elderly man seated on his porch. Kakashi declared, we've finished the plowing, we'll return tomorrow morning to complete the planting. Maso gave a nod, obviously impressed. That was faster than I expected. Thank you. Maso paused before yelling as Kakashi and Kushina turned to go. Excuse me. They came to a halt and turned around. Yes, inquired Kakashi. The elderly man shifted uncomfortably. If you don't mind, I wanted to ask about the blonde boy. I've heard some things. Unpleasant things. Are they true? Although Kushina's face darkened a little, she spoke steadily. The words, let me guess, she said. You've heard rumors that he's the Ninetales in human form. That he's dangerous. Maso nodded grudgingly. Yes, I didn't know what to believe. I remember Lord Fourth defeated the Kyuubi, so when I heard the rumors about that boy, I was shocked. Kushina took a step forward, his eyes firm but calm. What you've heard is completely false. Someone deliberately spread those lies years ago. But today, you saw Naruto yourself. You saw how hard he worked, how he treated everyone. Does he seem dangerous to you? Maso slowly shook his head. No, he doesn't. If he really were the Ninetales in human form, he could have destroyed the village at any time. But instead, he's helping people like me. Kakashi gave a silent nod. The Kyuubi's attack brought great loss to the village, that much is true. But Naruto has carried that burden his entire life, unfairly. He didn't get to have a normal childhood. He grew up alone, isolated. Yet, despite all that, he's never turned bitter. He's grown stronger, kinder. As Maso processed those words, there was a brief period of silence. Finally, I see that now, he said. I judged him without knowing anything. I feel ashamed. I'll apologize to him tomorrow. I just hope he doesn't mind. Kakashi's face became softer. He won't. As the two shinobi turned and left, Maso nodded slightly in gratitude. Team 7 showed up at the training field the following day to sow the seeds. They put in a lot of effort and finished the assignment by noon. Maso yelled just as they were ready to go back. Naruto, can I speak with you for a moment? The others hesitated, looking at one another, wondering what Maso desired. Naruto approached him after giving him a nod. After a moment of hesitation, Maso turned to face Naruto and said, I'm sorry. Naruto blinked. Sorry. For what? I heard the rumors, Maso admitted in a low voice. When I first saw you, I was skeptical. I thought, how could the Yondaime have defeated the Ninetales if it was still here, right? But after seeing you yesterday and speaking with your sensei, I realized those were just baseless rumors. He gave Naruto a direct look. I judged you unfairly. For that, I'm sorry. Naruto smiled a little. It's fine. You heard something scary, and you thought about it instead of acting out of fear or hatred. That takes guts. So, no worries. Naruto turned and rejoined his team after Maso nodded respectfully, looking relieved. In the Hokage Tower, as Kushina declared, Team 7, reporting. Mission completed. Kakashi took a step forward. Good work, everyone. You've earned the rest of the day off. Do whatever you like. With a grateful nod, the genin left. When they were gone, Kushina let out a quiet sigh. At least someone is willing to be reasonable about Naruto. Maso didn't blindly believe the rumors. He thought about them, asked questions, and when he understood, he accepted the truth. Hiruzen and Minato smiled at each other. Yes, replied Hiruzen. At least not everyone sees Naruto as the Kyuubi. The genin agreed to have lunch together after departing the Hokage Tower at Narumi's suggestion. Before they departed, Kushina, the ever-caring sensei, gave them each a packed bento. Near the training grounds, they located a peaceful area beneath a tree and took a seat, opening their lunches and engaging in light conversation. Sakura looked curiously at Naruto halfway through the meal. Hey, Naruto, she said, why did Maso call you aside earlier? Naruto lifted his bento to look up. He said he was sorry. With confusion, Sakura asked, sorry. For what? After a brief pause, Naruto answered. There are some false rumors about me spreading around the village. When Maso found out the truth, he realized he had been thinking about me the wrong way, and he apologized. Sasuke looked up from where he had been eating quietly. Is this about how the villagers treat you? Naruto gave a nod. Yeah, the rumor is that I'm the Kyuubi in human form. Ever since I was 4, people started believing it. Fear took over. Some just avoided me, others weren't so kind. Sakura's eyes went wide with shock. But the Hokage-sama defeated the Kyuubi 12 years ago, didn't he? How could anyone believe you were the beast? That's ridiculous. Naruto smiled slightly, sourly. Well, I have these whisker-like birthmarks on my face. That's all it took for people to assume the worst. They saw something different and made up their own story. Sakura gazed at him in disbelief. But Mito and Narumi have the same marks. And if you were really the Kyuubi, you would have destroyed the village by now. Silent as ever, Sasuke nodded slightly in agreement. This time, Naruto's smile was more sincere. The fact that people are accepting their brother for who he is, rather than based on rumors, makes Mito and Narumi happy. Something caught Sakura's attention, and now I did too, she said. What caught your attention? Mito inquired. Are the three of you related? Sakura asked, observing them with interest. What does that mean to you? With a slight frown, Narumi answered. You all have whisker marks, and you kind of look alike, added Sakura. Naruto hesitated, not wanting to go there. After listening in silence, Sasuke looked at the three and said, she's right. I can see it now that I'm looking closely. There are look-alike people in the world, Naruto replied quickly. And the whisker marks, maybe there's someone else out there with the same ones. Sakura hesitated, her eyes narrowing in contemplation, and then nodded slowly. When lunch was over, everyone left and went home. Mito, Narumi, and Naruto strolled in the direction of the orphanage. Where are we heading? Narumi inquired. To meet a friend, answered Naruto. So, how's Konohamaru's training going? Narumi inquired as they were walking. Quote. Well, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. I didn't exactly begin training them. I simply gave them exercises and let them do the work on their own. However, they are doing well. A girl was waiting by the gates of the orphanage when they arrived, and she rushed to Naruto and jumped into his arms. Ni Naruto, she cried out. In shock, Mito and Narumi blinked. So, Naruto said with a smile as he put her down, what are your plans for today? Quote. I take it you're a ninja now. Akira pointed to the headband on his forehead and asked. Naruto gave a nod. Then I want to be trained by you. She exclaimed with excitement. Why, you'll be joining the academy in a few months, after all. Willn't they train you there? Quote. The majority of the children will already have basic training from their families, Akira sulked. I don't. The last thing I want is to fall behind. Naruto ni, please. Quote. Naruto looked at the silently observing Mito and Narumi. And who are they? Akira looked between them and asked. These two. Naruto grinned and said, they're my teammates, and two of my life's most significant individuals. You three kind of look alike, Akira said, tilting her head. Are you related? Quote. All three tensed. With a sigh, Naruto said, yes. They are my sisters. Don't tell anyone, though. Promise. Quote. I won't, Akira said with a firm nod. However, that doesn't mean you can disregard me just because they're your sisters. Quote. Naruto laughed and said, yes, ma'am. Let's leave. They made their way to the training ground after a brief walk, where Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi were already working out the exercises Naruto had assigned them. Konohamaru glowed upon seeing Naruto. Boss. Quote. Moegi and Udon stopped and waved, saying, hey, Naruto. Mito. Narumi. Quote. Hey everyone, this is Akira, Naruto said, waving back. She will begin training with you today. What? It's unfair, yelled Konohamaru. Quote. What do you mean by that? Asked Akira, raising an eyebrow. Quote. We requested that boss train us first, Konohamaru said, crossing his arms. You appeared out of the blue. Are you attempting to take him? Quote. Take my brother away. I just asked him, and he agreed, Akira sighed. Easy. Quote. Brother. Moegi, Udon, and Konohamaru all shouted at once. Enough. Naruto interrupted abruptly, saying, she has no one to teach her the fundamentals and will soon be joining the academy. I said yes when she asked for my assistance. Do you have an issue with that? Quote. With a swift shake of his head, Konohamaru said, "No, boss." Turning to face him, Akira smiled and asked, "So, how long have you known Naruto ni?" Quote. "For 7 months, Konohamaru said proudly. "You." Quote. "More than a year," Akira said, grinning smugly. "I triumph," she triumphantly added. "In what?" Konohamaru insisted. "I've known him longer. Then I also win," Konohamaru retorted. Squinting, Akira asked, "How?" Quote. "The first person he agreed to train was me." Quote. "You had to ask how many times?" Akira inquired. "A few. I asked once, and he said yes," Akira grinned. "I triumph once more." Konohamaru frowned and said, "Tch. Show off. And I get to call him Naruto ni, you still call him boss," Akira remarked, grinning provocatively. Naruto raised a hand just as they were about to argue once more. "Cease. Later, you two can start acting like boyfriend and girlfriend." "She isn't my partner," Konohamaru screamed, his face flushed. "My boyfriend isn't him," Akira retorted, just as agitated. Both Narumi and Mito started laughing. Simply shaking his head, Naruto said, "Great, now I've got 2 Konohamarus." Naruto turned to face Akira and said, "All right, start with laps around the training ground." "You got it," she smiled in response and started to run. Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi were then facing Naruto when he said, "You 3, keep going with your core exercises." As Akira ran laps around the field, they nodded and went back to training. After a few minutes, the 3 of them completed their sets, exhausted but proud of their work. Konohamaru wiped perspiration from his brow and said, "Boss, when are you going to teach us how to throw kunai like you? And how do you fight?" Quote. "You don't have the strength or control for that yet," Naruto sighed. "Pay attention to what I've already instructed you to do." "How about taijutsu, though? Are you going to teach us how to fight?" Moegi asked. Quote. "I don't really use a traditional style," Naruto said, shaking his head. "I read my opponent and adjust accordingly. To be honest, I don't advise following any particular style to the letter." "Why not?" the 3 of them asked simultaneously. Mito and Narumi, who were listening close by, became curious as well. "You're often limited by the stances and forms that come with a single style, or even multiple ones," explained Naruto, folding his arms. "You get structure from them, but you also get predictable movements. So what ought we to do in its place?" Udon inquired. "Create your own style," Naruto said, "do what you're best at. While some people are stronger or more agile, others are faster. Your fighting style should come from what your body does naturally. How do we determine that, though? And how do you anticipate your opponent's moves?" Udon inquired. Quote. "By paying attention," Naruto advised, "observe how people move, adjust their weight, breathe, and develop habits. Everyone emits signals. You can respond without using pre-planned moves if you maintain your flexibility." "And the aspect of style?" Moegi inquired. "You've got 2 options," Naruto said, gesturing with 2 fingers. "The first is to study a variety of styles and see which one suits me best. Or 2, forget the books if you want to be genuinely unpredictable. Develop your own style by making mistakes. Try things out, keep what works, throw away anything that doesn't." Frowning, Konohamaru said, "That sounds hard." Naruto grinned and remarked, "It is difficult, but that's what makes it yours. It cannot be taken away from you." Mito grinned and crossed her arms, saying, "Naruto, you really did gain some insight." Quote. "Yes," said Narumi with a smile. "You now have a sensei-like voice." They then carried on with their day. Having only been genin for a few months, Team 7 had already established a reputation for having the quickest mission completion time of any genin team, which was easier to achieve with 5 members. They were currently reporting the completion of their 60th D rank mission, which they had just finished. "All right, what's in here?" With a slight smile, Hiruzen looked up and said, "I hope you don't mind another D rank mission." Beside him, Minato, who was going over the mission scrolls, also grinned. "No," Mito and Narumi both shouted at once. "We're sick of doing housework. If we keep getting stuck with these low-level missions, how are we supposed to build real experience?" Protested Narumi. "Give us something harder, a higher ranked one, Dad." Quote. "You've only recently become genin," Iruka, who attended the meeting, attempted to explain. "Chunin level ninja are usually the only ones allowed to take on higher ranked missions. We're indifferent. Tougher missions can be handled by us, Mito argued. Quote. With his arms folded, Sasuke nodded and said, she's right. These tasks are becoming monotonous. Kakashi, Kushina, what do you think? Minato asked, turning to face the team's Jonin. Are they prepared? Quote. After giving it some thought, Kushina said, they're talented. A genuine mission could provide them with invaluable experience. However, we should also ask Sakura and Naruto. Sakura gave an enthusiastic nod, adding, I'm also curious to see what a higher-ranked mission is like. Naruto, who had been unusually silent, was the center of attention. All right, anyway, he whispered. With a scowl, Sakura said, you know, for someone as strong as you are, you're not very excited about this. Minato ignored the comment and grabbed a scroll off his desk. All right, then, I have a C-rank mission for you. It is your responsibility to accompany and safeguard a bridge builder until his job is finished. With solemn expressions, the group nodded together. Turning to a Chunin nearby, Minato said, call in the client. Then the doors opened and an older man with a battered pine hat, a bottle of sake in one hand, and a distinct smell of alcohol in the other, looked doubtfully at the young ninja before him. HMPH, he sneered, I paid for adults, not a bunch of brats playing ninja. Are these kids really meant to keep me safe? Quote. Who do you think is a brat? Mito lost her temper and snapped, but Kushina quickly pulled her back. Now, Mito, Kakashi said with a smile. It's not a good idea to assault the client, no matter how rude they are. Naruto observed the elderly man silently, his eyes unreadable and keen. With the quiet authority of the Hokage, Minato said, Tazuna-san, in a calm yet firm voice. I advise you not to treat my shinobi disrespectfully. Of their class, these genin are the strongest. Dealing with bandits will only serve as a warm-up for them, I promise. He paused to allow his words to sink in before continuing. Additionally, they won't be by themselves. They will be accompanied by two jonin, both of whom are S-class ninja. One is my student, and the other is my wife. I personally promise that while you are in their care, nothing bad will happen to you. Tazuna's face tensed as he realized he might have gone too far. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, he said, bowing his head respectfully. Checking the time, Kakashi took over and said, we'll start the mission tomorrow morning at 8 because it's already noon. We can then travel a considerable distance before nightfall. Everyone gave a nod of agreement. Mito, Narumi, Sakura, and Sasuke had come early and were waiting for their last teammate, and the 5 genin stood at the village gates, prepared to go on their first C-rank mission. After a few minutes, Naruto jogged up with a full backpack slung over his shoulder. Why did it take you so long? Narumi crossed her arms and asked. Rin Nichan wouldn't let me leave until she finished packing my bag herself, Naruto grinned sheepishly. She kept double-checking everything until she was satisfied. Azumo and Katetsu, the gate guards, saw him coming. Hi, Naruto, Azumo yelled. Naruto waved, saying, hey, are you all still on gate duty? Quote. Yeah, we've got a few more months to go, said Azumo. Looks like you're going on your first mission outside the village, huh? Katetsu asked, glancing at the group. Quote. Yes, Naruto said, nodding. We are taking an elderly man back to his homeland so that he can complete the construction of a bridge. Already a C-rank mission. Not bad for genin, but watch out, missions tend to get out of control when you least expect it, Azumo said. Really, what was your first mission with AC rank? Mito inquired. Trying to recall, Azumo and Katetsu both scratched their heads before Katetsu snapped his fingers. You're right, our mission was to deliver a consignment to the land of tea. Did that mission get out of hand? Sasuke inquired in an inquisitive tone. Azumo remarked, no, that one went fine. However, our second C rank jumped to AB rank. We encountered a renegade ninja and a band of bandits. Nevertheless, the mission was successfully finished. Sasuke nodded reflectively. All right, are you implying that our mission might also intensify? Sakura inquired, obviously a little uneasy. There's always a chance, Azumo stated. It could take you to B rank or even A. You never know. A basic C rank going up to an A. Are you serious? Sasuke laughed. Hey, anything's possible out there, replied Katetsu. We've even heard of missions jumping all the way to S rank. The genin exchanged startled glances. Really? Wait, C rank missions moving up to S rank? Mito inquired. We don't know the details, just stories, Kotetsu shrugged. However, they claim it has occurred. Kushina, Kakashi, and an older man named Tazuna, holding a bottle of sake, arrived at the gate just as they were finishing their conversation. So, Kakashi, finally leading a genin team, Kotetsu smiled. Hopefully, they won't end up like you. What is the intended meaning of that? Naruto inquired. You are aware of Kakashi's personality, correct? Kotetsu grinned in response. With a nod, Naruto said, yeah, always late. Kotetsu jokingly said, we're hoping none of you inherit that trait. Kotetsu, did you say anything? With his hands in his pockets and his eyes half-lidded, Kakashi asked in his typical calm, relaxed manner. With a nervous laugh, Kotetsu said, to you. No, I would like to offer some guidance to these new genin. Kushina took a step forward and said firmly, all right. Let's get going. This marked the start of the group's first mission outside the village walls, as Kushina, Kakashi, the 5 genin, and Tazuna left the gates of Konoha. Beyond the boundaries of Konoha, the team traveled in a tight formation and moved steadily along the dirt road. With his safety as the top concern, Tazuna, the bridge builder, was positioned in the middle of the group. Naruto walked right behind him, watching over his back. Mito was to Naruto's left, alert and looking around. Sasuke was on Tazuna's immediate left, silent and intent, and Sakura was on his right, keeping a balanced defense. Narumi was in the lead of the genin formation up front, her face composed yet alert. Kushina was at the very front of the group, serving as the point and keeping her senses sharply tuned for any danger. Following closely behind Naruto was Kakashi, who was still reading his book and keeping a careful eye on Naruto's back and himself, his hands in his pockets concealing the acute awareness in his one visible eye. With each stride, they moved closer to the unknown perils of their first actual mission and farther away from the safety of the village, moving like a well-coordinated unit. The trip was silent for a few minutes, with no one talking and everyone on high alert, looking around. Hey, this is my first time outside the village, Sakura said, breaking the silence. Have any of you previously left? Quote. We only visited the village a few months ago, Mito retorted. We were lodging at the daimyo's estate prior to that. Sasuke continued, I left the village once with my mother a few years ago. Naruto, how about you? Sakura inquired. This is my first time if we're speaking voluntarily, Naruto said with a casual shrug. If not, it's my second. What does, voluntarily, mean to you? Perplexed, Sakura inquired. As he moved forward, Naruto spoke calmly, well, 5 years ago, some bandits kidnapped me. For nearly 4 years, I lived outside the village. A wolf then came to my rescue, returning me to Konoha. A wolf, even Tazuna, who had been listening quietly, turned his head inquisitively as Sakura repeated the phrase, blinking in surprise. What is a wolf, in your opinion? It tried to harm you, didn't it? Sakura inquired. No, it wasn't like any normal wolf, Naruto said, shaking his head. It was able to speak. It informed me that it wasn't human. I was saved by it, and a couple of other kids from other towns, before returning me to Konoha. I still can't believe there was a talking wolf, Sakura muttered as she continued to process the information. Naruto shrugged and remarked, well, there are a lot of things in this world we don't understand, such as the contract between Kakashi Ni-san and his ninja dogs and Gigi, the third Hokage, and a talking monkey. They also converse. The third's family has a contract with the Monkey King, and the fourth had a summoning contract with the Toads, correct? Yeah, I've heard about summoning animals, Sakura said, nodding. Quote. Sasuke added thoughtfully, I believe that wolf may have been a member of a wolf summoning clan. Naruto answered, maybe, or perhaps not. He told me he wasn't from this world when he saved me, claimed that he was only on vacation. The group paused at that, exchanging looks. And here's something else weird, Naruto continued. You know how people always say demons have pointy ears? Quote. Each of them gave a nod. That isn't always the case, though. The wolf informed me, pointy-eared creatures are not always demons. Furthermore, not all demons have pointed ears. He shared many things with me, and they helped me realize how little we truly know about the world. You mentioned that it was on vacation here on Earth, correct? So, that means there are beings out there, beyond our world, that we don't even know about. Mito inquired, her face thoughtful. Quote. Yes, Naruto said, nodding. He said something along those lines to me, that there are whole worlds in existence. There was a lot to take in, and the thought of beings from outside their world was big and unsettling. The group fell silent once more, each member deep in thought. After a few minutes, Sakura broke the silence once more. "Tazuna-san, are there no ninja in the land of waves?" Quote. In agreement, Narumi nodded and said, "Yeah, I was wondering the same thing." With a sigh, Tazuna adjusted the bottle that hung by his side and said, "No, we don't. Trade and exports are the main sources of income for our nation. Selling goods, particularly exotic ones, to nearby nations is how we earn a living. We just cannot afford to keep up a ninja force because we are small." "However, what if your nation is attacked?" Narumi inquired, worried. Tazuna clarified, "Well, most nations don't bother with us because we're not a military threat, and attacking us would hurt their own economies because many of them rely on our goods. Thus, we have avoided confrontations." Surprised, Sakura remarked, "I still can't believe there's a whole country without any ninja." After remaining silent in the rear, Kakashi finally said, "It's not just the land of waves. Ninja forces are absent from a number of nations. They are regarded as neutral territory. The great ninja villages are not allowed to interfere with existing treaties unless specifically asked to do so." "That's kind of reassuring," Mito said. "But also kind of scary. They are unable to adequately defend themselves in the event that something goes wrong. That's why missions like this one matter," Kakashi said calmly. The trip went on in silence until Mito saw a tiny puddle on the ground a few feet ahead. Weird, she thought, it hasn't rained recently. She looked at Kakashi, who was engrossed in his book, after noticing that Naruto appeared utterly unconcerned. She chose to remain vigilant because something didn't feel right. "I wonder why those two are standing in the middle of the road, are they after us?" Naruto muttered as they crossed the puddle. Quote. This prompted Mito to inquire, "What do you mean by, those two?" Quote. Silently, Naruto answered, "Did you not see them? A pair of mist ninjas with peculiar senses of style. They're missing nin, too, based on the cut on their headbands." Kakashi shut his book when he heard this. Mito remarked, perplexed, "I didn't see any ninjas standing there." "Weird," murmured Naruto. Two chains then appeared out of nowhere, threatening to encircle Kakashi, but Naruto managed to push him away in time. The others were alerted at once. "Why are you pursuing us, and who are you?" With a firm tone, Naruto asked. "Get out of here, brat." One of the ninja growled. "Who are you?" I asked. Naruto said it again. The two demon brothers lunged at Naruto before he could react, but they were swiftly defeated. Kakashi choked the other, and in a matter of seconds, both were bound together after Kushina knocked one unconscious with the hilt of her sword. From where did they originate? Perplexed, Sakura inquired. They were hiding, Mito said, using a genjutsu to disguise themselves as a puddle. So you noticed, Kakashi remarked with a tone of admiration. Mito gave a nod. What puddle? I didn't see any puddle, scowled Naruto. Surprised, everyone turned to stare at him. What? Wait, did you fail to notice a puddle? Narumi inquired. Yeah, I saw them standing in the middle of the road, Naruto said, nodding once more. I asked who they were earlier for that reason. They were silent for a moment, trying to figure out what that meant. Sakura said, that means, first, he isn't affected by genjutsu, Sasuke concluded. As he closely examined Naruto, Kakashi narrowed his visible eye and said, it's strange, I've never heard of anyone who was totally unaffected by genjutsu. If the technique is powerful enough, even Uchiha with high-level Sharingan can be caught in one. He paused, his voice solemn, but you didn't even seem fazed. Just so you know, my mind is stronger than you can imagine, stronger than most adults, Naruto said, crossing his arms. When I returned a year ago, Inoichi told me that. Perhaps genjutsu isn't effective on me. With a hint of curiosity mixed with caution, Kakashi's eyebrow twitched behind his mask as he said, right now, we need to figure out why the demon brothers of the mist attacked us. We'll test that later. Now, answer me, Kakashi said, taking a step forward, his face unreadable under his mask as he turned to face the captured demon brothers. You attacked us, but why? Quote. A brother sneered, we don't know what you're talking about. Do you think I'll let this go without answers? Kakashi asked in a chilly tone. Quote. You think you can scare us? Growled the other brother. We've witnessed worse. The air thickened with pressure as the exchange became tense, back and forth, neither side yielding. With a final sigh, Kushina, who had been observing from the side, moved forward. Do you mind if I take over, Kakashi? Let me take care of this in the Uzumaki fashion. Kakashi nodded to her and stepped back. Gleaming chakra chains suddenly exploded from Kushina's back, slamming into the ground and encircling both demon brothers tightly, causing them to writhe and widen their eyes as they realized that the chains were actively depleting their chakra rather than merely holding them in place. In a matter of seconds, both men were moaning in agony, and as fatigue set in, their strength rapidly diminished. The genin around them looked on in disbelief. What are those chains? Sakura asked, her eyes wide. Mito quietly boasted, they're Uzumaki chakra chains, which have the ability to totally immobilize targets and suppress chakra. They can only be used by Uzumaki. Sakura muttered, that's a deadly ability, with admiration. Can both of you use them? Sasuke asked, glancing between Mito and Narumi. Quote. Mito replied, I unlocked mine about a year ago, but I'm still nowhere near mom's level. Shrugging, Narumi said, I don't have them. Sasuke's eyebrows shot up. Why not? Quote. I don't know, Narumi said. Maybe I'll unlock them later, or maybe I just won't. Under his breath, Sasuke muttered, strange. From what mom told us, not all Uzumaki awaken the chains, said Narumi, half smiling. Since they are uncommon, it wouldn't be shocking if I didn't have any. Naruto, meanwhile, stood a little distance away from the others and silently watched Tazuna and the interrogation. He squinted when he saw something strange. Tazuna's hands were shaking a little, his face was slick with perspiration, and his eyes kept darting toward the captured ninja and then swiftly away. Naruto cocked his head and said, Hey, old man, what's causing your panic? It's not like those two were after you, he said in a sharp yet informal tone. Quote. Flinching, Tazuna said, what? And no, that isn't the case. They just attacked out of nowhere, that's all, he stumbled rapidly. I'm still apprehensive, surely, unexpected ambushes can frighten anyone. Quote. Naruto didn't respond. Instead, he just stared at Tazuna for a long time with an unreadable expression before turning his head away, seemingly accepting the response, but with suspicion still present. The demon brothers were still securely bound in Kushina's chakra chains a few meters away. Tell us the truth if you want to live, she said in a calm but foreboding tone. She leaned forward a little and said, your chakra will be totally depleted in a few minutes. You know what happens to shinobi when they lose all of their chakra, don't you? Quote. Their bodies shook, sweat streaming down their faces as the crushing hold of the chakra chains continued to drain them, and the demon brothers moaned in agony as the last of their chakra started to ebb. All right, quit, let's talk. At last, one of them yelled, his voice breaking in despair. The brothers fell to the ground, gasping for air, and Kushina squinted before slowly drawing back her chakra chains, causing the glowing links to disappear. Tazuna's face went white across the clearing, and he was overcome by panic, his eyes wide, his breathing shallow, his forehead beading with sweat. Naruto saw right away. Well, I think we just found our answer, he said, crossing his arms and speaking loudly enough for everyone to hear. Mito gave him a perplexed look and asked, what do you mean? Quote. Look at the old man's face, Naruto said, cocking his head in Tazuna's direction. You'll comprehend. Everybody looked at Tazuna. Tazuna's shoulders drooped under their combined stare, and he looked down, muttering something hardly audible. With a calm yet piercing voice, Kakashi stepped forward and said, so, they're after you, huh? He hesitated. Would you mind explaining why? Quote. Guilt-ridden, Tazuna raised his head and said, are you familiar with Gato? Quietly, he inquired. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. You mean Gato of Gato Industries? Among the elemental nation's 5 wealthiest men? Quote. Yes, Tazuna said with a grim nod. He said he wanted to invest in trade when he came to our country a few years ago. However, he gradually seized control of our markets, our shipping lanes, and our ports. He depleted our resources one by one until there was nothing left. He now rules over the whole land of waves. Our only hope is this bridge I'm building, he said, clenching his fists. It will release us from his control and allow us to trade directly with other countries. He's working so hard to stop me because if the bridge is finished, he won't have any more control. The genin exchanged uncomfortable glances as a sympathetic ache pulled at them. Finally speaking in a calm yet firm tone, Kakashi said, you know, you could have told Hokage-sama the truth. He would have been of assistance to you. Shaking his head, Tazuna said, we're desperate. Everything we have, combined from the entire village, is what I paid for this mission. It is our final hope and coin. So I'm pleading with you, please help me, he said, bowing his head. We won't forget it if you do. The inhabitants of the land of waves will always be appreciative. Tazuna, we understand your situation, Kushina said calmly but firmly as she moved forward. We do wish to assist. But not in this manner. If Gato sent these two, then it's very likely that he's hired other, stronger shinobi, she said, glancing at the demon brothers who were restrained. Our genin could be seriously endangered if this mission is carried out. For the time being, we should go back to the village and return with higher-ranking ninja, she said, turning from Tazuna to Kakashi. In this manner, we can stop Gato without endangering needless lives. Tazuna's expression brightened with optimism, but the genin's responses were anything but happy. What, are you going to return us? Never, Mito yelled. We're not giving up just yet. Quote, yes, this is our first high-ranking mission, and we're not going to back down from it, Narumi then added. There's a reason we're the best genin team. Don't even consider abandoning us. Quote, how are we supposed to grow stronger if we run from challenges? Sasuke said, crossing his arms in a stern but resolute tone. Quote, Sakura shifted uneasily, uncertain, and Naruto said nothing, his face unreadable. With a weary sigh, Kakashi said, this isn't about strength, it's about responsibility. He turned to face each of them. I can't intentionally endanger your lives as your jonin. You're not yet experienced enough for this kind of mission. And if you don't let us take missions like this, how are we supposed to gain experience? Sasuke said as he moved forward. When Shisui and Itachi were younger than me, didn't they go to war? Quote, Kushina's eyes grew piercing. Sasuke, those were different times. Her eyes widened abruptly, and both of them had already awakened the Sharingan at an early age. Sasuke's eyes were there, staring back at her, but they now had two tomo in each. A hush fell over the group. So, you're all serious about continuing this mission? Kakashi said quietly, breaking the silence. Quote, without hesitation, Sasuke, Mito, and Narumi all nodded. How about you, Sakura? Kakashi asked, turning to face her. Quote, I mean, it's scary, she said, swallowing hard and speaking in an unsure but earnest tone. However, I agree if this mission aids in our development. At last, they looked at Naruto. Kushina took a step forward. You, Naruto. Quote, Naruto looked at everyone around him, then at Tazuna. His voice was quiet and collected as he said, I'm fine with continuing the mission. With a serious expression, Kakashi turned to face the group. Before we go any further, we need to inform Hokage-sama about the situation, and request backup in case things escalate. He took out an empty scroll and jotted down the mission update, including Tazuna's confession and the encounter with the demon brothers, before taking another scroll out of his pouch. With a flash of hand signs, he pressed his hand to the ground. Puff! In a cloud of smoke came a small dog wearing a leaf forehead protector and a blue vest. Yo, Kakashi. Pakun glanced around, then his eyes settled on Naruto. Hey, kid. Naruto gave a small nod. Hey, Pakun. With twitching ears, Pakun patted over and said, so, why did you call me this time? Quote, the mission scroll was rolled up and given to Pakun by Kakashi. Please deliver this to Hokage-sama for me. We've encountered complications, so this is an urgent status report. Pakun nodded briefly and carefully placed the scroll in his mouth, saying, got it. I'll get it there fast. Then he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. All right, Kakashi said, turning back to the group. Having said that, let us ensure that our visitors do not attempt to flee during our absence. Still weak from earlier, he pulled out a length of chakra-infused rope and walked up to the demon brothers. With practiced movements, he securely tied them to a tree, ensuring they couldn't escape or use chakra. That should hold them until backup arrives. He got to his feet, wiped his hands, and faced the team. Let's move. The group then proceeded toward the land of waves, now completely aware that the task at hand was far riskier than it initially appeared. As they continued walking down the dirt path, the group was mostly silent, the tension of their earlier encounter still lingering in the air. Naruto glancing at Kakashi through his shoulder. With a contemplative tone, he said, hey, Ni-san, what will happen to those two? Quote, Kakashi continued at his current speed. Formally, after a brief pause, he continued, they'll be given to the hidden mist. They're both missing Nin. The mist village decides what happens next. Naruto fell silent, his expression unreadable, his normal vitality gone, as he gazed down at the road beneath his feet. He remained silent for a moment. Mito glanced at her mother as they walked. What would happen if we were to apprehend a Konoha missing nin? With interest and a trace of worry in her voice, she inquired. Kushina's expression darkened slightly, but she answered without hesitation. She looked straight ahead and said in a calm but serious tone, "It depends on what they've done. Some might be brought back for trial. Others might not be given that opportunity if their offenses are serious enough." Mito became quiet, her curiosity stifled by the truth of what her mother had said. Sakura walked in silence for a while before speaking in an unsure tone. However, why would someone initially turn into a missing nin? Quote. Under the mask, Kakashi's face was unreadable as he spoke. As he walked with his hands in his pockets, he looked forward once more and said, good question. But to tell the truth, there's no single answer to that. Before continuing, he paused to allow the topic's weight to settle. Some people think the village is preventing them from growing more powerful. There are those who can't stand taking orders, and those who chase power at any cost, he said, his tone growing more detached, as if he were speaking from experience. Others feel like the village abandoned them first. Greed, pain, betrayal, pride, even loneliness. He glanced back again, eyes scanning the genin. The reasons are as different as the people themselves. There was a silent pause, and the genin was at a loss for words. Though he remained silent, Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. An old boatman, a friend of Tezuna's, was waiting for them when they finally arrived at the shore, but they had a problem. There were 8 people in all, but only one small boat. Space was limited, and even then it was obvious that 6 people couldn't fit comfortably, but Kushina and Kakashi swiftly chose to use chakra to walk across the water, allowing the genins and Tezuna to use the boat. While they were considering a solution, Mito made a suggestion. I'll henge into a little thing. That way, we won't take up space, she said, adding that Narumi could follow suit. Without any delay, Mito and Narumi used the transformation jutsu to change into tiny cats and settled themselves on Naruto's shoulders. Good idea, Kakashi said, nodding. Despite the tension in the air, the group couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship when they saw the partially constructed bridge stretching across the hazy sea once they were on the water. The one that said, "You've done a great job, Tezuna." Talk quietly, the elderly boatman cautioned, just raising his voice above a whisper, because Gato's men are everywhere in this area. Your voices can even be carried by the wind. The group fell silent, their eyes scanning the foggy surroundings as the boat glided forward, the bridge looming larger with each passing moment. At last, they arrived at the shore's end. Tezuna said, "We're almost there, just a few more miles and we'll reach my home," with a tone of respite. When he heard that, the group accelerated, eager to rest. They were walking along a thick forest path when Naruto noticed 2 strange key signatures. He hesitated a little, his senses sharpening, and he heard a rustle from the nearby bushes, but he didn't panic. Beside him, Mito's eyes narrowed. She quickly drew a kunai and prepared to throw it into the bush. However, Naruto stopped her before she could do anything by gently grabbing her wrist. "What are you doing? Someone is there," she said in a desperate whisper. "If they're ninja, do you really think they can't dodge a kunai?" Naruto replied in a low voice, his eyes still scanning the forest. "Or what if they are normal people? It would kill them." Down. Kakashi's voice rang out abruptly. Although Mito was aware that Tezuna's reflexes were not as quick as a ninja's, he immediately grabbed him and yanked him to the ground. They all hit the ground at the same moment that a huge sword swung past them and loudly thudded into a tree. They stood up slowly and turned to face the source. A tall man was standing on top of a massive blade that was lodged in the tree trunk. Kakashi's gaze grew strained. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza stood tall on his enormous sword and grinned coldly as he said, "It's an honor to meet both the Red Death of Konoha and Kakashi of the Sharingan." With his eyes wide with surprise and curiosity, Sasuke muttered under his breath, "Sharingan." Kakashi took a small step forward and fixed the enemy with his only visible eye. "What are you doing here, Zabuza?" "I'm just here on business," Zabuza said calmly in response. "Hand over the bridge builder, and I'll let the rest of you walk away." Kakashi's voice became stern. "That's not going to happen. Give it up. Zabuza, you're outmatched. You can't face 2 Jonin on your own." Zabuza laughed darkly, enjoying the assurance. "Why don't we put that to the test? Though I must admit, I'm more interested in the Red Death than you. After all, The Uzumaki are said to be masters of Kenjutsu. I want to see if that's true. Kushina took a step forward, her presence fierce and her eyes keen. If it's a challenge you want, I'm ready. But make no mistake, you will lose. Abruptly, a thick mist rolled in, unusually thick and swift. In a matter of seconds, the area was enveloped in a spooky silence as visibility declined. Everyone, be on guard, Kakashi warned, his voice low and serious. Zabuza is famous for his silent killing technique. He could strike from anywhere. The area was suddenly consumed by Zabuza's overwhelming desire to kill. Sakura's voice faltered as she shook, barely able to stand, and said, "What is this feeling? It's suffocating." Even Sasuke was affected, his expression tightening with discomfort. Tazuna abruptly collapsed to the ground, unconscious, unable to bear the strain. But Narumi and Mito held their ground. They were accustomed to such powerful chakra, having previously encountered the deadly aura of the Ninetales. As composed as ever, Naruto appeared utterly unaffected, as though nothing had occurred. As he explained crucial kill points, Zabuza's icy voice reverberated through the fog. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular. Then there was a loud thud, the distinct sound of a body striking the floor. Everyone stiffened, watching the white haze surrounding them as the heavy fog gradually started to lift. They were astounded by what they saw when visibility returned. Zabuza was unconscious on the ground a few feet in front of Naruto, at his feet. Sakura gave a blink. When did he move? Mito mumbled. I didn't even notice him moving, with wide eyes. With a tone of surprise and interest, Kakashi said, Naruto, did you knock Zabuza unconscious? Naruto nodded slightly. Yeah, he was wasting our time. If he really wanted a fight, he shouldn't have started talking crap. Still trying to comprehend what had happened, Narumi questioned, but, how did you even see him in the mist? A casual, I moved closer to him so I could see, was Naruto's response. Once I got near enough, I knocked him out. Sakura uttered, you say that like it's as easy as walking, still incredulous. As if it were that easy, Naruto simply shrugged. Kakashi narrowed his visible eye thoughtfully. Gazing down at Zabuza's unconscious body, Naruto questioned, okay, so what do we do with him now? A serene voice pierced the atmosphere before anyone could respond. You can hand him over to me. Everyone made a sudden turn. A hunter nin, a masked figure with a mist village headband, stood a few meters away. When the masked ninja said, thank you for knocking him out, I've been tracking him for months. Finally, I have him. You're a hunter nin from the hidden mist? Kakashi inquired, closely examining him. The ninja gave a silent nod. Without hesitation, he moved forward, lifted Zabuza's body over his shoulder, and then, nodding courteously, turned and vanished into the forest. For a brief moment, the team was silent as they processed the abrupt change in tension. Mito said, okay, Naruto, still perplexed. Tell me, how did you move so fast, and how did you even know Zabuza was standing there? I already told you, Naruto said nonchalantly, placing his hands behind his head. I just approached him. But, I didn't even notice you moving, Mito remarked, her eyes narrowing. Naruto replied simply, I moved fast enough that he didn't notice. That's all. Before the discussion could go any further, Kushina interrupted in a firm voice. That's enough. We need to keep moving. The group then continued on their journey. After an hour, they eventually arrived at a modest house, Tazuna's home, on the outskirts of a small village. Moving forward, Tazuna knocked on the door. From within, a woman's voice asked, who is it? Tsunami, it's me, exclaimed Tazuna. The door flew open almost immediately, and a worried-looking woman with kind eyes hurried out. She threw her arms around Tazuna without saying anything. Tsunami said, I'm so glad you're safe, Dad, with a tone of relief in her voice. Tazuna grinned proudly and said, thanks to these ninja, I made it back in one piece. Tsunami bowed deeply and turned to face the Konoha shinobi. Thank you for bringing my father home safely. Kushina waved her hand slightly. It's nothing. We're just doing our duty. Tsunami said, come in and rest for a while, with kindness. When dinner is ready, I'll call you all. Thankful for a brief moment of calm, everyone nodded and started to enter the house. But Kushina moved forward as Tsunami was about to go to the kitchen. Mind if I help you? Tsunami appeared taken aback, but you've been traveling all day. Why don't you rest? Kushina grinned. It's normal for us to work hard. Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, Cooking for 7 extra people, especially when they're ninja, can't be easy. Tsunami, obviously moved by the offer, chuckled softly. You're right about that. Alright, I'd appreciate the help. They all gathered around the table to eat breakfast in silence the following morning. However, it was evident that Kushina and Kakashi were deep in contemplation. The genin saw immediately. What's wrong, Mom? You seem to be thinking a lot, Narumi said worriedly. With a sigh, Kushina looked up. I've been thinking about yesterday, about that hunter Nin. Kakashi raised his head at that. So, you're thinking the same thing, he replied. With curiosity, Sakura inquired, what is it? Kakashi's tone was calm, almost too informal. There's a chance Zabuza might still be alive. Sakura's gaze expanded. And you say that so calmly. Didn't that hunter Nin take him away? Why would Zabuza still be alive? It's simple, said Kushina. When a hunter Nin captures a missing Nin, they're trained to dispose of the body on the spot, so the secrets of the village don't get leaked. Sakura said, maybe he didn't do it because we were there. Maybe he thought we might interfere. There's some logic to that, Kakashi agreed. But even so, the way that hunter Nin acted, there's still a high chance that Zabuza survived. Tazuna went pale. So, that scary man is going to come back. Yes, said Kakashi firmly. We don't know when. Could be today, could be tomorrow. And since he didn't seem badly injured, he won't need much time to recover before he comes for revenge. Sakura and Tazuna both let out shrieks of terror. You expect us to fight him again? Sakura exclaimed. And you're just saying it like it's nothing. Naruto gave an eye roll. Seriously, if this is your way of scaring us, it's not working. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head in shame and gave a little, clumsy laugh. Firmly, don't worry, Kushina said. We can stop him. But more importantly, we're going to train you to stand your ground. If that hunter Nin really was Zabuza's ally, we can't afford to take chances. But how? Objected Sakura. We don't know when he'll come. And how can we get stronger in such a short time? If he's Zabuza's acquaintance, he's probably stronger than us. That's exactly why we'll start training immediately, Kakashi stated. You'll learn how to withstand killing intent, how to repel it, and even how to release your own. We'll also be doing other exercises to help sharpen your reflexes and senses, Kushina said. If Gato hires more ninja, you need to be prepared. At an unidentified place, with each swing of his enormous sword, Zabuza sharpened his senses. He squinted his eyes. That brat, how dare he knock me unconscious, he said. At his side, the masked hunter Nin spoke slowly. But, when did he move? I couldn't even sense him. And more importantly, how does he know exactly where you're standing? Zabuza stopped in his tracks. His face hardened and his blade hung in midair. You're right, he acknowledged. It seems Konoha isn't raising ordinary genin anymore. Haku, we'll need to be more cautious, and train harder if we're to face them again. A sneering voice pierced the air before Haku could reply. Useless. Haku and Zabuza both turned to see Gato smugly standing at the door. With his patience running low, Zabuza snarled, what do you want now? Gato sneered, I came to see how pathetically you've failed, you've got no honor. You can't even kill a simple bridge builder. In a moment, the steel hummed with murderous intent as Zabuza's blade swung toward Gato's neck. Zabuza cautioned, your head will roll if you utter one more word. Gato grinned, unconcerned. If you're really capable, prove it by killing the bridge builder. Not by pointing your sword at me. Need I remind you, I'm the one paying you. The tense atmosphere was left in the air as he turned and left. The forest, Kushina said, all right, now you'll learn how to withstand killing intent, in a composed yet firm voice. Two of the genin turned to face her. Mito, Narumi, you two go and guard Tazuna. You already know how to withstand killing intent and how to release your own. Mito and Narumi both gave a sympathetic nod and quickly departed the scene. Kushina confronted the other three. Okay, you three, I'm going to release some of my killing intent. Pay attention to how it feels and try to repel it by flaring your own chakra in a sudden burst. She briefly closed her eyes before gradually letting go of her desire to kill. The air around them became oppressive and heavy in a matter of seconds. The pressure was heavy and oppressive, settling in like a storm cloud. Sakura shuddered and struggled to remain upright. A bead of sweat formed on Sasuke's brow as he gritted his teeth in an attempt to withstand the unseen force pressing down on him. However, Naruto stood there, utterly unconcerned. His face was composed, even bored, as though nothing out of the ordinary was taking place. Kushina gave a blink. Kakashi's eyebrow went up. They looked at each other, perplexed. It's not affecting him, Kushina said slowly as she narrowed her eyes and studied Naruto. How is that possible? Well, Naruto, Kakashi inquired, since you can withstand killing intent so easily, why don't you try releasing your own? Naruto gave him a doubtful look. Are you sure? Kakashi waved nonchalantly. Don't worry, we've seen this kind of thing plenty of times. Naruto is casual, fine, but don't blame me if something happens. He closed his eyes and took a few steps back. Initially, a slight pressure that was barely perceptible started to emanate from him. But then it started to build, slowly but surely. In just a few minutes, a suffocating, overpowering presence pervaded the entire forest. The very air appeared to shake. Sasuke and Sakura fell to the ground, their eyes wide with terror and shock. Sakura shook and mumbled, What kind of killing intent is this? Zabuza's was child's play compared to this. It was a powerful, old-fashioned force that pressed down like a mountain on even Kushina and Kakashi. The sheer force of Naruto's aura made their knees give way a little. And it disappeared as abruptly as it had appeared. As though nothing had occurred, the forest returned to its usual state. Naruto calmly glanced around at everyone. Well, I think I can leave now. Naruto left a stunned silence behind him as he turned and left without saying another word. Sakura's voice was shaky when she finally spoke after a few moments. Sensei, is this normal? I mean, if we survived that, I think we can handle any kind of killing intent. Both Kushina and Kakashi remained stunned and unresponsive, their faces still frozen. Sasuke whispered, It's not normal, as perspiration permeated his face. His knuckles were white and his fists were clenched. That wasn't something a genin should be capable of. It felt like a storm, Kakashi said quietly, eyes still on the spot where Naruto had stood. A storm just waiting to strike. Controlled, but barely. Kushina finally found her voice, her eyes narrowing slightly. But the real question is, how can he do such things? What kind of power was that? Nobody responded. The silence that followed was heavier than before, thick with uncertainty and something else. Fear. At the bridge, while the old bridge builder worked alongside the other laborers, Mito and Narumi stood watch near Tazuna. Their task was straightforward. Protect him from any bandits or enemy ninjas that might show up. A moment later, Naruto arrived. Narumi spotted him and called out, Hey, did you finish your training? Naruto nodded slightly. The three stood together, silently observing the workers as the day wore on, the steady sound of hammers and footsteps filling the air. The following day, Sasuke went up to Kakashi, who was reading close to the edge of the clearing as the morning sun rose. Sasuke said, Sensei, I want to train. Can you help me? Kakashi lowered his book and nodded. Sure. Sasuke spoke once more as they made their way to a more private spot. I heard Zabuza mention the Sharingan, is it true? Do you have one? Kakashi gradually raised his Hitai to reveal his red left eye, which had 3 tomo slowly spinning in its iris. Sasuke gazed in astonishment. How do you have it? You're not a Uchiha. It's a long story, Kakashi answered. He then continued, I used to be on a team with a Uchiha, Obito Uchiha. During a mission, he sacrificed his life to save me. Before he died, he gave me his Sharingan, said he wanted me to see the world for him. Sasuke remained silent for a while as he took in the narrative. He continued, didn't the rest of the Uchiha clan object to you having it? Of course, replied Kakashi. They never said it openly, but many weren't exactly thrilled about a non-Uchiha using their prized bloodline. It was complicated. My brother, said Sasuke abruptly, he told me you trained him when he joined the Anbu. Kakashi gave a slight smile. Well, I wouldn't say I trained him completely. By the time he joined Anbu, your brother was already highly skilled. I was his squad captain, though. With an intense expression, Sasuke took a step forward. Then show me. I want to see how well you can use the Sharingan. Kakashi smiled teasingly. You're confident. Adamantly, I need to see it for myself, Sasuke stated. Kakashi shrugged slightly. All right then, let's see what you've got. With Naruto, Tsunami said she had to go out and buy some groceries while the others carried on with their work. Naruto said, I'll come with you, right away. Gato might still have bandits lurking around. It's better to be safe. After a brief pause, Tsunami nodded. All right, thank you, Naruto. Naruto observed his surroundings as they strolled through the village streets. It was gloomy, many stores had bare shelves and were almost deserted. The village's desperation was obviously exploited, as the few available goods were either spoiled or exorbitantly priced. People were hesitant to speak or attract attention, so they moved silently and with downcast eyes. Naruto scowled. Thus, this is the result of Gato's control. Tsunami started selecting a few necessities inside one of the few operational stores. The door behind them creaked open as she gave the shopkeeper some coins. A gruff-looking bandit entered. Naruto squinted his eyes. There was something in the man's eyes as he calmly looked around the room, obviously trying not to cause a scene. Predator. With a smug expression on his face, the bandit approached Tsunami as she proceeded with her purchase. He obviously wanted to take her arm when he reached out. However, his wrist stopped, frozen in midair, before he could touch her. He noticed a much smaller hand firmly clutching his own when he looked down. Growling, the bandit asked, "Do you wish to die, brat?" Naruto remained silent. In an instant, he pulled the man forward and chopped the side of his neck. Before he even reached the ground, the bandit fell to the ground, unconscious. The shopkeeper was amazed as Tsunami gazed with wide eyes. Naruto turned to her calmly. "Let's finish up and head back." Naruto later stood quietly outside the house, gazing down the road that led into the village, after safely escorting Tsunami home. He looked forward, then back at the silent streets. "I need to see more of this place because it has a certain vibe." Naruto then embarked on a journey around the nation in an effort to comprehend the suffering endured by its citizens. Later that night, there was a relaxed and peaceful atmosphere as everyone gathered for dinner. Sakura was discussing her training with great enthusiasm. "I think I'm finally getting the hang of it. It's tough, but I'm improving bit by bit." Chizuna gave a contemplative nod. "At the current pace, the bridge will take a few more weeks to complete." "Don't worry," Mito reassured them. "You'll finish it, and we'll help end Gato's tyranny over this country." "It's no use," a voice abruptly said from the other side of the room. A young boy, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, was standing in the doorway, glaring at them as everyone turned to face him. Mito said softly, "What are you talking about, kid? Why would you say that?" The boy stated emphatically, "Gato is too strong. You can't beat him, you'll just end up dying. You should leave this country while you still can, save your own lives." "You're worrying too much," a gentle smile said Narumi. "We're ninja. Gato can't do anything to us. And you should be proud that your grandpa is risking his life to build a bridge that will help everyone." The boy yelled, "Enough!" as tears filled his eyes and his voice rose. "You don't understand anything. You don't know what it's like to live in fear every day. You've probably lived comfortable lives, never knowing what pain or real suffering means." He spun around and fled the room. Tsunami called after him, "Inari, come back and apologize to them." Inari, however, paid no attention. His footsteps trailed off down the corridor. There was silence in the room. Naruto looked at Inari's unreadable face where he had been standing. But he remained silent. He ate quietly, as though nothing had happened. After Inari stormed out, Sasuke broke the silence by asking, "What's with that kid?" Chizuna sighed with exhaustion. "Sorry about that. Gato did some awful things to this country. And one of them affected us the most. Inari, especially." With gentleness, Sakura inquired, "What happened? Why would a kid talk about dying so casually?" Tsunami's expression was pained as she looked down. She paused, then started talking. "There was a man named Kaiza, my husband. Inari loved him deeply. They were more than just father and son, they were best friends. Always laughing, always together." Her voice wavered as she paused. When Gato began taking control of the country, Kaiza was one of the first to stand up against him. He gave people hope, inspired them to resist. For a short time, we truly believed we could fight back. Her voice cracked a little. But one day, everything changed. Gato captured Kaiza. He wanted to make an example of him. He severed Kaiza's arms in front of everyone. Right there in the village square, then killed him while the entire country watched. Cheers started to fall, and Tsunami's hands shook. Inari saw everything. He was just a little boy. He watched his hero, his father, die right in front of his eyes. Her voice was breaking with emotion by the time she finished telling her story. Kushina took a seat next to her and put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Tsunami tried to smile as she wiped away her tears. "Sorry, I didn't mean to burden you all with my story." However, nobody said anything. Everyone sat in silent contemplation as the weight of Tsunami's story hung heavy in the air. They were all very saddened by what had happened to her and Inari. With his fists clenched in silence, Naruto made a silent vow to himself. Sasuke, however, was unique. He was the most affected of all of them. The pain of the memory of losing his father as a child still plagued him. Something inside him stirred when he heard Inari's story. He was familiar with the emptiness of loss, the powerlessness, the fury. And he had a purpose now. Even if it meant going beyond his comfort zone, Sasuke Uchiha would put an end to Goto's despotism. He got up and walked away from the table without a word, his eyes blazing with resolve. After breakfast the following morning, Sasuke hurried to the forest to train harder than he had ever done before. With Naruto, the suffering and destitution all around Naruto weighed heavily on his heart as he strolled through the dilapidated country streets. Every face he saw seemed to be bearing a tale of loss, and the air was heavy with silence. Then he heard soft sobbing coming from a nearby narrow alleyway. He came to a halt. Inquisitive and worried, he turned and walked lightly into the alley. As he moved farther into the shadowed area, the sobbing became more intense. A boy and a girl, hardly older than 7 or 8, were huddled against the chilly stone wall. Their faces were sunken and pale, and their clothes were ripped and filthy. They appeared weak, malnourished, and deserted. At the sight, Naruto's stomach turned. He hurried over, but the kids whimpered in terror as he got closer. They stiffened as though they were about to be struck or pulled away. Naruto said softly, "It's okay," while bending over. "I'm not here to hurt you." With wide eyes full of fear and a glimmer of curiosity, the girl glanced up at him. But the boy's eyes remained alert and wary. Naruto whispered, "Hey, kids, are you all right?" Slowly, the two shook their heads. Whispering, "Mister, do you have something to eat?" Naruto smiled a little, remorsefully. "Not right now, but if you want, I can cook you something." Hope filled the girl's face. "Where are your parents?" inquired Naruto. Both kids tensed, and then started crying, when their parents were mentioned. Naruto's face became softer. "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Mommy and Daddy, they're dead, Goto's men took them away," the girl choked out. To calm his rage, Naruto briefly closed his eyes. Gently, "All right," he said. "Come with me. I'll get you something warm to eat." The boy held the girl back and gave Naruto a doubtful look as she nodded and moved forward. With a wary and defensive tone, the boy questioned, "Why should we trust you?" Naruto halted his pace and looked up at him. "Good question," he remarked. "Give me your reason." The boy's eyes narrowed. "Why are you helping us? No one does that anymore. In this country, no one helps others, not unless they want something." Naruto did not recoil. "For your information," he said quietly, "I'm not from this country. And maybe that's why I can still help. You don't have to trust me, but I'm not going to walk away while two kids go hungry." A long pause ensued. At last, the boy relaxed and gave a silent nod. Naruto stood up and grinned. "All right then, follow me." The air was clean and the water clear as he led them out of the alley and toward the riverside. It was peaceful and quiet, a little haven from the world they had left behind. Naruto said softly, "Okay, you two, go clean yourselves up. I'll catch some fish so you can have a proper meal." The boy frowned as he glanced down at his frayed garments. "But, we don't have anything else to wear." Naruto smiled reassuringly at him. "Don't worry about it, I'll take care of that." To begin fishing, he turned and jumped into the river, plunging below the surface. The kids, meanwhile, went down to the water's edge and started washing themselves, scrubbing away the filth and grime that had accumulated from days, perhaps weeks, of neglect. After a few minutes, Naruto came out of the river with a number of recently captured fish. With their hair stuck to their faces and both drenched, the kids made their way back to the riverbank. With a kind grin, Naruto extended his hands in their direction. A gentle, bright light surrounded the two kids as it started to glow. As the light dimmed, they looked down in astonishment, each wearing a brand new, spotless outfit that fit them all perfectly. With wide eyes, the boy questioned, "Ho, how did you do that?" Naruto grinned and gave a quiet laugh. "Magic," he remarked jokingly. And then his face softened. "But tell me, do you have any bruises or wounds?" The kids fell tentatively silent. Naruto's tone became even softer. "If you don't tell me, I can't help you. So please, show me." After a brief pause, the girl raised her arm to show a scraped elbow. Without hesitation, Naruto stooped to observe. In a matter of seconds, the wound disappeared as if it had never existed, and it started to glow softly. The girl's expression brightened with appreciation as she said, "Thank you. Thank you, mister, what's your name?" "You can call me Naruto," he said, grinning broadly. Then she exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, Naruto." Next, Naruto looked at the boy. "What about you?" After hesitating, the boy revealed his scraped knee. When Naruto lightly touched it, the wound immediately healed. Naruto began preparing the catch, saying, "Wait here for a few minutes. I'll cook the fish. Hey, I forgot to ask. What are your names?" He remembered suddenly. The boy gave a shy smile. "I'm Yukio." The girl gave a nod. "I'm Yukino." The fish was ready a few minutes later. The children eagerly devoured it, relishing each morsel as Naruto passed it to them. Yukino looked up and said, "Naruto, can you catch more fish?" Curious, Naruto asked, "Why?" She whispered, "There are other kids like us who don't have anything to eat." Naruto gently questioned, "If there are other kids, then why aren't you with them?" The eyes of Yukino filled with tears. "A few days ago, some bandits found us, so we ran to save ourselves." Knowing the fear in her voice, Naruto nodded. In an effort to feed as many of the kids as possible, Naruto stealthily slipped away to catch more fish while they were eating. He traveled around the nation for the remainder of the day, feeding hungry kids wherever he could. He saw adults struggling as well. Many of them were in a similar precarious position. Naruto once went up to an old man who was seated close to the riverbank. "Why don't you try fishing, since there's so little food?" replied Naruto. With caution, the elderly man murmured, "Gato's men have bandits guarding the river. If they catch us fishing, we're doomed." When Naruto remembered abandoning Yukio and Yukino by the river, his eyes narrowed. He teleported back to where they were without hesitation. He saw a bandit skulking toward the kids when he got there. Before the bandit could do them any damage, Naruto sprang into action and vanquished them. After considering all he had witnessed, Naruto decided the whole village would be fed by him. He got up early the following morning, before the sun had risen completely, and made his way to the sea nearby. He spent hours there catching as many large and small fish as he could, as well as a few squids. He collected enough to feed hundreds because he was focused and determined. By noon, Naruto discovered a central location in the village that was accessible, open, and spacious enough for everyone to congregate. He started preparing the food there after setting up a basic cooking area. The air was soon filled with the aroma of fresh fish sizzling over the fire. Gato's bandits took notice of it as well. A bunch of them came over, obviously determined to put an end to it. "This isn't allowed," snarled one of them. "No one gives away food without Gato's permission." Naruto, however, did not recoil. He effortlessly knocked them all out in a flurry of movement. The kids who had been observing from afar gazed in astonishment. They gathered around the food, excited and fearless, as soon as they saw how easily Naruto dealt with the bandits. One by one, the adults also started to show up, cautious at first, wondering if it was a trap. However, their hunger overcame their fear when they witnessed the children eating in safety and freedom. Their faces were a mixture of disbelief and hope as they took a step forward. The residents of Wave Country experienced something they had believed was lost forever for the first time in a long time. Relief. The word quickly got around the village, and even to the bandits. A few of them threatened to murder the villagers when they arrived armed. Naruto became enraged. He quickly broke the arm of one bandit who was threatening to kill everyone. The bandits' threat was quickly eliminated by Naruto, restoring peace to the area so that people could eat. Everyone ate contentedly by the evening. Naruto brought a big fish to Tsunami's house and gave it to her so she could cook. Others at Tazuna's house, including Inari, were curious about Naruto's source for the fish. The door opened abruptly. "Tsunami, Tsunami," Tazuna had cried. Tsunami questioned, "What's wrong, Dad? You seem rushed." Tazuna asked, "Do you know what happened today?" To which Tsunami answered, "No, what happened? Today, Kami showed us mercy. He sent his angel to feed all the people of the country. They say a blonde-haired boy brought fish, fed everyone, and even stopped the bandits. He broke one of their hands when they threatened people," Tazuna said without pausing. He turned to Naruto in gratitude after noticing him. "Thank you, kid, for feeding our people." "It's nothing," declared Naruto. Gato is scum, and those bandits are worse. They even assaulted kids. So that's where you went today, and you got this big fish," replied Tsunami. Naruto gave a nod. "Well, I saw some kids starving and fed them. Then I found out that Gato's bandits were guarding the river, so I decided to help." Tsunami remarked, perplexed, "How did you catch such a big fish? I don't think fishes this size live in rivers." The casual statement, "I went to a nearby sea," came from Naruto. Everyone was taken aback. "How much fish did you carry? And how did you bring it from the sea all the way to the village square and cook it?" asked Tazuna. To which Naruto replied, "I don't know, but it was a lot of fish." The Konoha ninja, meanwhile, gazed in wonder at Naruto. "Naruto, you should have told us. We could have helped," Kakashi replied. Naruto gave a shrug. "Well, you were busy guarding Tazuna and training others, so I decided to go alone." Kakashi raised a brow. "What would you have done if those bandits had caught you? There might have been other ninjas guarding too." "That's why I chose the sea," Naruto shot back with assurance. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Nothing happened to me, and, sorry for not telling you." Behind his mask, Kakashi flashed the eye smile Naruto was always accustomed to seeing. In Konoha, as usual, Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi were training, doing as Naruto had told them to do in order to remain sharp. "Where's Naruto, anyway? We haven't seen him in a week," Moegi asked, wiping sweat from her brow. "He said he's on a mission outside the village," Konohamaru said, taking a moment to recuperate. Someone in the vicinity noticed the trio as they continued their training. They caught Jiraiya's eye from a distance. He had just returned to the hidden leaf after checking in on his spy network. He narrowed his eyes in recognition. He watched Konohamaru with interest and thought, "That kid, he's Hiruzen's grandson." Curious, Jiraiya walked over to the group. He yelled, "Hey, kid!" Moegi, Udon, and Konohamaru stopped their training and looked around to see a tall man with a big scroll on his back and wild white hair coming toward them. "You're Konohamaru, right?" smiled Jiraiya. "Yeah, but who are you?" Konohamaru replied, slightly confused. Jiraiya made a dramatic anime face fail right away. "You don't know me," he cried, rapidly getting better. "I'm the great Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin," he exclaimed, striking a dramatic kabuki pose with a loud voice and finger gestures. With wide eyes, Udon questioned, "Really? You're the Jiraiya of the Sannin?" Jiraiya exclaimed, "Standing right in front of you." With pride. "Well, if you're done bothering us, we're in the middle of training," Konohamaru stated quite plainly. "We don't have time to chat." Shocked, Jiraiya blinked. He thought Konohamaru would be thrilled, or at the very least, request training. Instead, he was being brushed off. Jiraiya scratched his head in shock and asked himself, "Seriously, what's with kids these days?" He said, "Hey, kid," out loud. "You want me to train you?" "No," Konohamaru replied flatly. Jiraiya instantly collapsed, arms and legs flailing in a heightened anime fashion. "Are you kidding me?" he cried, jumping to his feet. "I'm the legendary Sannin. Your grandfather trained me, and I trained the fourth Hokage." Without a pause, Konohamaru asked, "So what?" Again stunned, Jiraiya blinked. "You want to become Hokage, right? If I train you, you've got a real shot at it." Konohamaru stopped in the middle of his stride. Having sensed a breakthrough, Jiraiya grinned. Hook, line, and sinker. Konohamaru, however, turned around with his arms folded. "Tell me something." "Shoot," said Jiraiya. "Can you cut down a tree with a single kunai?" Jiraiya paused. "Well, you see, yes or no?" asked Konohamaru. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. "No." Konohamaru uttered the words, "Then you're not as strong as boss," without surprise. Jiraiya arched an eyebrow. "Boss? Who's this boss you're talking about?" "Naruto." A proud Konohamaru grinned. "He can cut down a tree with a single kunai. And if you can't do that, then he's stronger than you." Jiraiya gazed at the child, completely perplexed. What does cutting a tree with a kunai have to do with anything? Konohamaru took a step forward and met his eyes directly. "Have you ever seen a ninja cut down a tree with a blunt kunai?" asked the man. Jiraiya blinked. A blunt kunai. Konohamaru gave a nod. "Yeah, that's how strong Naruto is." In typical anime fashion, Jiraiya fell apart once more. He mumbled, yeah, I saw the tree thing too," and stood up. "But Naruto can't seriously be training you, right?" Konohamaru shot back, "Who told you he can't?" He's been training us for months now. Jiraiya was totally unprepared for that. Wait, what? Yeah, Konohamaru said with assurance. He's making us do all kinds of physical exercises, push-ups, endurance runs, combat drills, so we can be stronger and faster. Jiraiya crossed his arms and said, alright, but what about ninjutsu? Simply, he said he won't teach us any ninjutsu, Konohamaru retorted. What, why not? Because he doesn't use ninjutsu himself. Well then, he continued, standing up straight, how about I teach you ninjutsu instead? No thanks, said Konohamaru nonchalantly. If I want to learn ninjutsu, I'll just ask Gigi, but honestly, who needs ninjutsu when you can cut down trees with a single kunai? Jiraiya was about to reply when he stopped. He had nothing. Well, we'd like to continue our training if you're done bothering us, Konohamaru said, turning back to Moegi and Udon. Jiraiya declared, I trained the 4th Hokage, you know, as he puffed out his chest. So I can make you just as strong as him in ninjutsu. Konohamaru's eyebrow went up. Didn't Gigi train you, so that means Gigi's even greater than you. Jiraiya recoiled a little at that jab. Well, yeah, but sensei is old now. Don't you think he deserves to rest at his age? Konohamaru retorted, isn't he still an advisor to the Hokage? The words, advising and teaching are different, Jiraiya blurted out. Teaching takes a toll on your body. Advising, not so much. After giving it some thought, Konohamaru shrugged. Well, if that's the case, I'll think about it. But what about taijutsu? What style does Naruto say he will teach you? Replied Jiraiya. Boss told us to make our own style rather than depending on existing styles, Udon said. Jiraiya was shocked by this. He responded, what, make your own style? You aren't even genin, how can you make your own style? Well, boss told us every individual body has something unique. Some have strength, some have speed, and some have agility and great reflexes. He told us to figure out our forte and develop according to it, Konohamaru said. Jiraiya was shocked once more by this. Jiraiya stood there once more, half impressed, half frustrated, as Konohamaru turned back to Udon and Moegi and continued his training without saying anything more. Still visibly perplexed by the encounter, Jiraiya started to move in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Akira was moving in the direction of the Hokage Tower. She hadn't seen Naruto in a week, and she was beginning to get anxious. At last, she arrived at the tower and entered. She went up to a woman who appeared to be the Hokage's secretary. Excuse me, I'm here to see the Hokage. The woman gave a soft smile. May I ask the reason for your visit? I can inform him. My brother went on a mission a week ago. He said it would only take a week, but he still hasn't returned. I'm here to ask the Hokage about him, Akira said. The woman said courteously, please wait here. I'll let the Hokage know, and entered the office. She came back after a few minutes. You may go in and speak with the Hokage now. After giving a nod, Akira unlocked the Hokage's office door. Minato was occupied with paperwork when she entered. He smiled warmly as he looked up and saw her. Minato said politely, how can I help you, little one? With her arms crossed, Akira exclaimed, I'm not a little girl. In a few months, I'm going to attend the academy. The Anbu suppressed their laughter in silence from all 4 corners of the room. She was recognized by one Anbu at the rear. Minato gave a quiet laugh. All right, then tell me, why are you here to see me? When will my brother be coming back? Akira asked. It's been a week since he left on a mission, and he hasn't come back yet. I thought you'd know the status. Minato gave a nod. Okay, tell me your brother's name. Naruto. Minato hesitated for a second. Did you say Naruto? With a hint of concern in her voice, Akira said, yes. Is he okay? Why hasn't he returned? Of course he's fine, Minato told her. Due to unforeseen circumstances, his mission escalated into a higher rank one, so it will take longer than expected to complete. Relieved but still nervous, Akira nodded. So, Akira, Minato said, his voice softer, tell me about your brother. Akira smiled slightly and remarked, Naruto is so kind. He's cool and strong. Once, he even saved me from some ninja bullies. Minato gave a kind smile. Well, good luck, Akira. I hope you become as strong a ninja as your brother. With a respectful, thank you, Hokage-sama, Akira turned to leave the room. Minato smiled softly as she left, a subtle warmth emanating from their brief exchange. Later that night, Minato was unwinding after completing his paperwork when Jiraiya burst into the room. "Hello, Sensei," Minato said, grinning broadly. "How have you been?" "I'm fine," Jiraiya said, beaming broadly. "Just finished some research." A hard blow to the back of his head occurred as soon as Jiraiya uttered the word research. Jiraiya turned and saw Tsunade and Shizune standing directly behind him. "Ow, what was that for?" he cried. With a glare, Tsunade growled, "Pervert," at him. "Hey, I'm a super pervert," Jiraiya exclaimed with pride while posing dramatically. Hiruzen came into the room as they were conversing. Tsunade said, "Hello, Sensei," with a warm greeting. Shizune added, "Greetings, Lord Third," with grace. "Sensei, today I met your grandson," Jiraiya said after the amicable conversations. Hiruzen's eyebrow went up. "And what did you talk about?" "Well, after I entered the village and gathering intel from my spy network, I saw him and his two friends training," said Jiraiya. "I went over to talk to him, and when I offered to train him, he rejected me." Tsunade nearly spat out her sake from laughter. "So you got rejected by a kid? Good, at least he won't turn out to be a pervert like you." Jiraiya objected, saying, "Hey, that's not nice." Jiraiya went on, "But Sensei, are you aware that Naruto is his trainer?" Minato, Shizune, and Tsunade choked on their drinks after learning this, but Hiruzen stayed composed. "By your look, you already knew, Sensei." "Yes, I know," said Hiruzen coolly. Jiraiya questioned, "But do you think it's wise?" Hiruzen had a curious expression. "What makes you ask that?" "Well, Naruto is still a genin," Jiraiya clarified that. "No matter how talented he is, what if he pushes Konohamaru too hard or makes a mistake?" Hiruzen gave a soft smile. "I don't think anything bad will happen. Naruto planned the training carefully, he even makes sure Konohamaru eats properly before starting. Plus, it's mostly physical exercises, so the risk is low." Jiraiya laughed. "Yeah, Konohamaru told me Naruto doesn't use any ninjutsu. He said, who needs ninjutsu when you can break things with a kunai?" Tsunade grinned and remarked, "So that's why you got rejected, because Naruto's training him." Jiraiya gave a nod. "He didn't even acknowledge me. Said Naruto is stronger than me since I can't cut down a tree with a kunai." Tsunade chuckled, "So you got whooped by a kid?" "And he told me something strange, that Naruto told them to develop their own style rather than depending on some pre-existing styles," Jiraiya replied. "But how can they do that? They're not even genin. Usually, only experienced shinobi develop their own styles," Tsunade replied. "It seems Naruto told them every body has a strong forte. Some have strength, some have speed, and some have reflexes and agility. He told them to find it, and build from it." Hiruzen remarked, "Well, that's a new thing." Shizune remarked, "It seems rather unconventional." "Who knows, we'll find out later by seeing how the kids progress," Hiruzen replied. Jiraiya shook his head and remarked, "He even rejected me after I told him I was trained by Sensei and that I trained the fourth Hokage." Tsunade grinned. "Well, that's an improvement." Jiraiya scowled. "What does that even mean?" Tsunade laughed. "It means the kid's growing some backbone." Jiraiya gave a nod. "But after I mentioned how Sensei needed to rest because of his age, he said he'd think about it." With an eyebrow raised, Hiruzen questioned, "What does my age have to do with training?" Replied Jiraiya, "He said if he wanted to learn ninjutsu, he'd come to you. And I told him, considering your age, you need rest. You've worked so long for the village, you deserve it." Tsunade gave her first nod of agreement. "I have to say, I agree with you on this one." "Well, today I met someone interesting," Minato remarked. "Who?" Jiraiya inquired inquisitively. "A girl named Akira. When I called her, little one, she denied it and even lectured me. Then she told me Naruto is her brother," Minato explained. This made Jiraiya and Tsunade pause in mid-bite. "Ah, that little girl," smiled Hiruzen, knowingly. "Naruto saved her from some genin bullies about a year and a half ago. Since then, they've become close." "You know her?" Minato asked, surprised. Hiruzen gave a nod. "Yes, she's an orphan. Naruto spends time with her, and she considers him a brother, and Naruto feels the same. Well, she came to ask why Naruto still hasn't returned to the village. I told her the mission escalated to a higher rank," said Minato. Jiraiya questioned, "A higher rank? What do you mean?" Minato clarified, "They came across the demon brothers of the mist. They also discovered that Wave Country is under Gato's tyranny. The kids insisted on joining the mission. Tsunade let out a sigh. I don't know what it is with kids these days, they're so rebellious. Hiruzen gave a quiet laugh. I think they're not nearly as rebellious as you. Team 7 had been in the land of waves for 2 weeks at this point. Sasuke trained with unwavering resolve during that period, pushing himself to the limit. He practiced day and night with the sole goal of becoming strong enough to overthrow Gato's oppression. When his Sharingan changed during a late-night battle with Kakashi, the third Tomo blossomed in both eyes, a silent, crimson promise of his resolve. His efforts had paid off. Mito and Narumi stood watch at Tezuna's side, guarding him as the bridge was completed while Sasuke trained. For those who still feared Gato's return, their presence served as more than just a shield, it was a sign of defiance. Sakura, on the other hand, turned inward. She improved her chakra control under Kushina's tutelage and moved more confidently across the rushing river's surface. Her resolve was hardened, however, by her training in emotional resilience, which taught her to stand tall under the weight of murderous intent. Sakura almost passed out when Kushina first let it loose on her. She persevered the second time. In the meantime, Naruto persisted in his efforts to feed the oppressed nation's citizens and assist orphan children. One day, Yukino and Yukio came to him with a sincere request, to help the other orphans who had been harmed by Gato. Their request deeply affected Naruto, who treated the children's wounds using his magic materialization and healing skills. In addition to providing them with physical comfort, he gave them new clothes, which gave their lives a new lease on dignity and hope. At an unidentified hiding place, when Gato learned that his bandits had been rendered immobile, he rushed inside. Curious and angry, he came to find out. Gato demanded, "What happened? Who dares to attack you?" It was a ninja from Konoha," one of the bandits said feebly. Gato laughed. "A single ninja did this to all of you." "It's true," the robber argued. "But that kid is no ordinary ninja. He didn't even bother fighting us directly. He just struck our necks and knocked us out cold. And when we tried to stop him after discovering someone was feeding the villagers, we attacked as a group, but he crushed us. He broke our arms and legs like we were nothing," the leader admitted, shaking his head. Anger twisted Gato's face. "You expect me to believe a Konoha brat did this? Kid," he grumbled. His voice brimmed with contempt, his rage evident. "Pathetic. You let yourselves get humiliated and beaten down by a child. You call yourselves bandits. You can't even handle one boy," he said. Assuming it would be another typical day, the genin were promptly reminded by Kakashi of the danger that still existed with Zabuza at large. Kushina cautioned that an attack might occur today or tomorrow as the bridge approaches completion. Taking no chances, they made the decision to go to the bridge together, ready to confront any dangers that might arise. But one thing was clear, Naruto wasn't with them. With concern, Narumi murmured, "Where is he?" "He left this morning, as usual," Sakura answered. Determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes as his gaze hardened. "Then we'll handle this ourselves. Naruto won't always be around to help us. We all know he's the strongest among us, but that just means we need to grow stronger too. One day he may need our help, and when that time comes, I want us to be ready." "You're right," Mito said with a firm nod. Kakashi and Kushina exchanged a proud look as they heard what they had to say. They were relieved to see that the team decided to stand tall on their own, rather than feeling envious or bitter about Naruto's strength. They realized that depending on him constantly was risky, and neither mentor could have asked for more. The group then headed for the bridge. In order to protect Tezuna's family, Mito sent a number of shadow clones to be on standby in case Gato sent bandits their way. At the Zabuza site, Zabuza was prepared. He had been pushing himself for 2 weeks, developing his strength, speed, reflexes, and chakra control. He had a sharper body and an unwavering resolve. He would do whatever it took to complete his mission this time. Furthermore, he was resolved to get revenge on the genin who had degraded him. "Zabuza," Haku whispered quietly, "I've heard that the genin who defeated you also crushed all of Gato's bandits. They say he's been feeding the entire country on his own." Zabuza gave a somber laugh. "Impressive, but let's see what he can do against us. Simple bandits are no match for a skilled shinobi." Haku's face became tense. "Still, there's a problem. Kakashi Hatake is with them. Not only him, but Kushina and several other genin. What should we do?" Zabuza responded icily, "You deal with the genin. Leave Kakashi and Kushina to me. Once I've finished them, I'll deal with that blonde brat myself." He promptly slung his enormous blade across his back. There was only the promise of bloodshed and vengeance in his tone. When Team Konoha eventually arrived at the bridge, it was covered in a dense layer of fog. Every sense went into overdrive the moment they set foot on the stonework. A low, threatening voice said, "I've been expecting you," as it floated through the mist. Kushina and Kakashi were alert, spotting it instantly. "Zabuza!" They all snarled together. A derisive laugh ensued. With a tone of smugness and laughter, Zabuza said, "Hey! That brat isn't here, I see. No matter, by the time I've disposed of all of you, I'm sure he'll come running." "You're dreaming, Zabuza," Kushina retorted, advancing and drawing her sword. Defiance blazed in her eyes. "This time, you're the one who will fail." Haku stood silently by Zabuza's side as the mist changed and he emerged from its depths with a huge blade slung across his shoulder. Kakashi narrowed his single eye and muttered, "So, he really was a fake hunter nin." "Haku," Zabuza ordered in a chilly tone. "Take care of the brats. I'll handle the rest." Kushina and Zabuza both moved forward, their tensions igniting like steel on steel. Kushina firmly said, "Kakashi," keeping her gaze fixed on her opponent. "I'll deal with him. Is that okay with you?" Kakashi let out a slow breath, evaluating the circumstances. But be careful. He has the mist to his advantage, and we don't know what tricks he'll use." Kushina spoke sharply and resolutely as she raised her blade in a steady stance. "Then watch closely, you'll see why the Uzumaki are never to be underestimated in Kenjutsu." Kakashi looked over at the shinobi in the mask. "It seems my fight is with you." "No way, Kakashi-sensei. Allow us to fight him. We need to test our strength," Mito replied with determination. Sasuke gave a nod of agreement. "She's right. We have to see the results of our training." Kakashi glanced at Mito, Narumi, and Sasuke. He paused for a long moment, then sighed. "All right, but remember, if things go wrong, I'll step in immediately." The three genin gave resolute nods. Sakura said tremblingly, "I'll guard Tazuna," as she fidgeted with her hands. I know I'm not ready to face an opponent like that." Kakashi smiled in her eyes. "Don't underestimate yourself, Sakura. In missions like these, protecting the client is just as important as fighting on the front lines." The bridge quickly turned into a battlefield. Zabuza's monstrous executioner blade and Kushina's katana clashed violently, sending sparks flying through the dense mist. "Not bad, you're stronger than I expected," Zabuza said, grinning toothily. Kushina glared back, "That's what I was about to say," her eyes blazing with defiance. Their duel dominated the bridge, and they briefly broke apart before charging again, swords ringing loudly. Alongside the genin, Sasuke had an opening when Mito and Narumi charged directly at Haku. In order to overwhelm their opponent, both sisters conjured up shadow clones and surrounded him. They soon discovered, however, that this would not be simple. Immediately, a shower of silver needles shredded their clones. "Senbon," Mito's piercing eyes narrowed as she gasped. "Naru, be careful, this isn't an ordinary assassin, we need speed on our side." Sasuke's three Tomo Sharingan came to life at that very moment, following every movement of Haku through the fog. Mito and Narumi fought Haku in close quarters, using precise kicks and fists. To their astonishment, Haku stood squarely opposite them, his grace and speed effortlessly keeping up. Haku then bounded backward and flew through hand signals. As they aimed directly at the genin, dozens, then hundreds, of glistening senbon formed in the air, glinting dangerously. Sasuke exclaimed, "Dodge," as his fingers began to weave signs. "Fire release. Great fireball jutsu." He exhaled deeply, a roaring blaze rushing toward Haku with a searing heat. Haku, however, was quicker. The flames were swallowed by a wall of water that surged upward. A suffocating white haze covered the battlefield as boiling steam hissed across the bridge. Sasuke rushed forward to confront Haku from the haze. He followed every move with his spinning Sharingan, reading and anticipating Haku's next move before it even occurred. The advantage was evidently his for the first time. When Mito and Narumi realized this, they moved aside to let Sasuke lead. They couldn't match the Sharingan's advantage due to his accuracy. Sasuke launched a powerful kick into Haku's chest first, pushing him back. He followed with a backflip that landed on his feet with grace. Sasuke quickly made hand seals and let out a sharp exhale. Fire style. Fire bullet jutsu. A barrage of flaming fireballs erupted from his mouth, tearing through the mist. Haku said softly and muffledly, "It's no use," from behind the mask. "Let's test that," said Sasuke icily. Haku was protected by a wall of water that surged up as the first fire bullet roared toward him. Sasuke's assault was not finished, though. Another fire bullet pierced through and hit true as soon as the water wall retreated. The fabric of Haku's robe was scorched as flames licked across it. Haku whispered, "Not bad," in a composed yet respectful tone. Haku said softly, "I think it's time I stop holding back," in a composed yet determined tone. "I didn't want to use this, but to achieve Zabuza-sama's dream, I must." A quick succession of signs passed through his hands. Crystalline ice mirrors suddenly sprang up all around them, creating a dome that enclosed Haku, Mito, and Sasuke. Their breath could be seen in the icy mist as the air inside the dome became chilly and heavy. Sakura went into a panic outside. A startled, "S-sensei. What just happened?" she exclaimed. Kakashi examined the dome with a narrowed single eye. "So, that Hunter Nin is a Yuki clan member," he whispered. "I thought they were all dead." Sakura said in a tremulous voice, "Dead? What does that mean, sensei?" While her eyes scanned the area for any potential threats to Tazuna. Kakashi grimaced as he scowled. There were bloodline purges in the hidden mist. For reasons still unclear, the Mizukage Yagura gave the order to wipe out anyone possessing a Kekkei Genkai. Mist was once filled with clans carrying powerful bloodline abilities, but as fear spread, those people were hunted down like demons. Entire clans were slaughtered. He stopped and stared at the ice dome. The Yuki clan was believed to have been wiped out completely. But it seems, one survivor remains. Within the dome, Sasuke bombarded the dome with a barrage of enormous fireballs. The genin sighed in relief as the fierce flames started to melt the ice, but their hopes were dashed when the structure began to reform almost immediately. Mito yelled, "What the heck is that?" "It's no use," said Haku coolly. "No matter how many times you destroy the ice, it will reform. I can create ice as much as I want, but you'll eventually run out of chakra." It was much harder for them to attack him directly after Haku leapt inside one of the mirrors. Mito looked around at the mirrored surfaces and asked, "Where is he?" Abruptly, the ice mirrors were encircled on all sides by innumerable reflections of Haku. In an instant, thousands of Senbon needles rushed forward in a lethal barrage as he swiftly made another hand sign. "Not again," moaned the three. They attempted to avoid as many as they could, but it was impossible to avoid all of the needles that were falling from all sides. They had to grit their teeth through the stinging pain as several Senbon struck their bodies. At the home of Tazuna. In case Gato sent any bandits, Mito's clones surrounded Tazuna's home to protect his family. She remained vigilant, keeping a close eye out for any indications of danger. Tsunami, meanwhile, was occupied with her everyday tasks, humming softly while making lunch. One of the clones on Tazuna's house's roof saw movement in the distance while the others stood guard. She gestured to the others without hesitation. Determining that it would be best to face any possible dangers far from the house, two clones immediately set out to investigate. Two bandits were attempting to approach the area where the rustling was coming from. The clones reacted quickly, jumping in front of them and punching the bandits in the stomach with great force. Before they could respond, the men fell, gasping for air. The clones moved swiftly, securing them in a secret location and tying them up with ninja rope before taking their places again. On the bridge, the blades of Kushina and Zabuza collided, sending sparks flying with each strike. Kushina's speed blurred as she swung in a quick horizontal slash, a smirk tugging at her lips. The clash reverberated through the mist as Zabuza just managed to block in time. Kushina said, "Not bad," as expected from one of the seven swordsmen of the mist, in a humorous tone. Mito pushed her palm forward inside the icy dome, using Gale Palm to scatter the Senbon needles before they could pierce her flesh. She yelled, "Sasuke, can you make another fireball jutsu?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes and scowled. "It's useless. The ice just regenerates." "I know," Mito said with a determined tone. "But what if we can multiply the flames?" Narumi took a step forward. "We won't know unless you both try." Sasuke gave a nod. "All right," he commanded. "Fire style. Great fireball jutsu." While making quick hand gestures, Mito's hands simultaneously moved in unison. She yelled, "Wind style. Gale Palm," and pushed her palm out. With a roar, the two jutsu combined, the wind stoking the flames until they burst into a raging conflagration. The thick layers of ice surrounding them were melted by the intense heat. Mito looked around the battlefield as the steam dissipated. She whispered, "Where is he? He should be right in front of us." However, There was no sign of the hunter Nin. Then, all around them, glistening ice mirrors appeared once more. "Oh, come on, not again," Sasuke moaned, then scowled at their reflections. How much chakra does he even have to keep forming this ice dome over and over? Haku's steady, calm voice said, "Nice trick," from inside the mirrors. "You almost caught me. If I hadn't escaped the dome, I would have been defeated." TCH. Mito released a frustrated grunt. "All right then, here I go." She made hand signals, and suddenly dozens of shadow clones materialized, all running toward the ice mirrors and kicking and punching simultaneously. The frozen surfaces began to crack, but the mirrors continued to reform before they could be destroyed. Narumi looked up to see Haku's reflection looking down from above as the clones persisted in their attack. "Gotcha," Narumi grinned and said. She yelled, "Sasuke, be ready," and created her own shadow clones. She launched herself high into the air, using her clones as stepping stones, and slammed her fist into one of the mirrors. The ice was broken by the impact, and Haku lost his technique. Already, Sasuke was moving. He got closer and engaged Haku in close combat. His fist struck Haku's mask, shattering it close to the forehead. When Sasuke delivered a follow-up roundhouse kick, Haku lifted an arm to block it, but the force knocked him to his knees. Sasuke changed his position and pushed both palms forward, hitting Haku in the chest and causing him to stumble backward. Haku steadied himself. He started creating Senbon from the nearby water and hurled them in the direction of his opponents after saying, "I'll give you this, you are skilled shinobi. But it will take a lot more to defeat me. It seems the three of you are weak. Even with all three members, you are struggling against me," Haku stated simply, as he always does. The three genins' tempers flared at this. With a kunai in hand, Narumi charged at him. When Haku ducked, the weapon struck a mirror. Haku aimed Senbon at her as soon as he landed. Narumi made a brief hand gesture before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. She suddenly slammed into him from behind, pinning him down with her knees digging into his back. Holding one of his hands tightly to stop him from weaving hand signals, Narumi smiled and said, "Gotcha. Now, what will you do?" "Watch out, Naru," Mito yelled. Senbon hit Narumi in the back a moment later. She grimaced in agony. Where did those originate? With a grunt, she thought. Then she saw the phony hunter Nin throwing Senbon at her and creating single-handed seals. She immediately stopped his technique by grabbing his other hand as well. Mito stepped forward and used ninja rope to tie him securely. "Seriously, I didn't think you were capable of using single-handed seals," Narumi remarked, squinting as she took the Senbon off her back. The three genin were shocked to discover that the hunter Nin was a girl when Sasuke took off the mask. The hunter Nin said, "Finish me," in a low, melancholy voice. Shocked, the genin froze. Sasuke yelled, "What are you talking about? I failed to accomplish my mission. I failed Zabuza-sama. He has no use for a tool that cannot complete its task," said the phony hunter Nin. "What are you talking about? Failing a mission doesn't mean you have to die. And why do you keep calling yourself a tool?" Narumi asked. "I am a tool Zabuza-sama can use as he wishes, but I am a failed tool." Wait, I don't get it," grimaced Sasuke. "What's with this whole tool philosophy? Shinobi are tools," the hunter Nin shot back in a low voice. "When their usefulness is gone, they can be discarded." Stunned, the three genin fell silent. Sasuke's voice was firm with resolve as he said, "I don't know what kind of life you've had, but shinobi aren't tools. And you shouldn't think of yourself as one." "He's right," said Narumi. "Failing a mission doesn't mean you have to end your life. It means you need to learn and grow, so next time, you don't fail again." Mito moved forward. "I can sense your emotions. You're not evil or heartless. So tell me, why are you helping Zabuza?" There was a sense of silence. "Because Zabuza-sama gave me a purpose," the hunter Nin quietly said at last. "Do you know what it feels like to have no purpose in life? When no one wants you, no one acknowledges your existence, only loneliness and pain." She continued by describing how her father had murdered her mother because she had a bloodline trait, how she had been compelled to defend herself by killing her father and those who pursued her, and how that loneliness had consumed her, until Zabuza discovered her. "For that reason," she softly replied, "I will give my life to help Zabuza-sama achieve his dreams." The ice dome surrounding them started to melt as she spoke, bringing the outside world back into view. Meanwhile, Kushina and Zabuza faced off outside. "Well, that was a good spar," she remarked, her lips curving into a confident smile. I think I've seen enough of what you can do. Her back suddenly exploded with glowing chakra chains that whipped through the air and cinched tightly around Zabuza. He tried to free himself, but the chains were too strong, and his eyes grew wide. He attempted to cut through the binds with his enormous executioner's blade, but it bounced off innocuously. No use, Zabuza, Kushina stated in a composed yet firm voice. Those chains won't break. Give up. You can't win. With a grunt, Zabuza struggled to free himself. Nah, don't bother. If you keep trying, your chakra will just be drained, Kushina replied. Zabuza snarled, you think these chains can hold me? Kushina smirked and said, just so you know, these chains can hold a Biju. And you think you can get away? The demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi, and his accomplice were subsequently apprehended. Across the bridge, there was a thick silence. Chizuna breathed a sigh of relief as the battle dwindled. Finally, Gato has been stopped. Haku muttered, sorry, Zabuza-sama, I failed you, in a low voice. Grunting, be quiet, Zabuza said. At that moment, Kushina and Kakashi felt two people approaching. They noticed two figures approaching them as the mist fully dissipated. One was a tall man, perhaps 6 feet, with a lean but powerful build, red hair, and piercing blue eyes. The other was a little shorter, about 5 feet 9, with brown eyes and black hair. One of them was immediately recognizable to Kushina and Kakashi, but the other was unknown. However, Kushina felt uneasy about this stranger for some reason. The shorter man said, well, with a gleeful smile on his face. He licked his tongue eagerly, his eyes darting to Zabuza bound in Kushina's chains, and said, Uzumaki Kushina, the Red Death herself. I've been waiting to taste your chakra. His gaze then fell upon Mito. And what's this? Another Uzumaki. Today's going to be quite the feast. Mito yelled, hey, just what are you talking about, you freak? Mito, stop, a stern Kushina commanded. Mito started to argue, but she stopped when she noticed a new expression in her mother's eyes. She knew right away that this was serious and said nothing. The man's disturbing actions made the genin shudder. Sakura took a step back. Who is that, sensei? He's creepy. And what does he even mean by feast? That's Haruki, Kakashi clarified in a steady voice. Also known as the chakra leech. He's infamous for his ability to absorb a person's chakra through physical contact. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and said, really? How could anyone fight an opponent like that? I've never heard of anything like it. With a worried tone, Sakura questioned, but how can you defeat someone who can absorb your chakra just by touching you? It's up to me to figure that out, Kakashi said, his expression growing serious and his tone tightening. Narumi looked at the other man next to Haruki and scowled. But who's that? He looks like an Uzumaki, from his hair. The man grinned. You're right, brat. I am Jiro Uzumaki. Kushina's eyes went wide with shock. An Uzumaki, alive. I didn't think there were any survivors left. With a composed yet circumspect tone, she inquired, can you tell me why you're here? Jiro gave a somber laugh. Well, as Gato expected, Zabuza failed to kill the bridge builder. When he learned that a kid was giving Zabuza trouble, and that you and Kakashi were here, he decided to hire us instead. So, we came to complete his bidding and kill all of you, including Zabuza and his little accomplice. With his eyes blazing, Zabuza roared angrily. That midget dares to betray me. Ignoring Zabuza, Jiro moved forward, his face hardening. Uzumaki Kushina, I, Jiro Uzumaki, challenge you. If you don't give me a challenge you'll die, and I'll kill your genin right after. His voice reverberated across the bridge as he threw back his head and laughed heartily. An Uzumaki versus an Uzumaki. This is going to be fun. I can't wait to see how it ends. Haruki laughed quietly. Then I suppose I'll take Kakashi. Seems fair enough. Jiro then lunged toward Kushina. She immediately jumped back, ready for battle, and drew back her chakra chains that shackled Zabuza. Simultaneously, Haruki sprang at Kakashi, attempting to seize him and take in his chakra. Sakura immediately hurried to her teammates, leading Tizuna in her wake. With a hint of worry in her voice, Sakura questioned, will they be okay? They will, Mito said with assurance. All of a sudden, there was a lot of noise coming from across the bridge. They turned to face the source and saw Gato coming, flanked by a number of missing nin and hundreds of bandits. Gato grinned and remarked, well, it seems we arrived just in time, it's time to put an end to all this. Zabuza's rage flared up at once. Across the bridge, his voice roared, you little midget. You dare betray me. You failed your mission. Simple as that, Gato said icily in response. His grin grew as he said, even if you had finished it, I had no intention of paying you. And I hear these brats have been causing me trouble. I decided to intervene myself. The newcomers were swiftly scanned by the genin. Rough-looking bandits and missing nin from different villages, such as Kumo and Iwa, were among the crowd. With recognition flashing in their faces, a few of the Iwa missing nin stared at Mito and Narumi. One of them whispered, "Hey, look at the redhead and the blonde. They look like that cursed yellow flash. Seems luck's on our side. We can finally take our revenge on him." Another grinned cruelly and asked, "What do we gain from killing them? Do you think the village would take us back just because we killed his kids? No, why don't we keep the girls for ourselves? In a few years, they'll be at the perfect age." Both Mito and Narumi became enraged upon hearing the disgusting remarks. "You dare say that," exclaimed Narumi. "We'll show you what happens when you mess with us. And you, old midget, you think you can stop us? You'll lose." "HMPH, scoffed Gato haughtily. "What can you do? There are hundreds of them, and you're only 4. You can't win." Mito retorted, "Why don't you see for yourself?" "Hey, brat, release us," came Zabuza's abrupt command. Narumi narrowed her eyes and turned to face him. "Why should we? What if you try to take us down?" "I have no interest in that," Zabuza said bluntly. "The deal between me and that midget is broken. I have no enmity with you, and I want to make that fool pay for betraying me. You can't handle all of those enemies alone. Just look at those missing nin, who knows what rank they are?" Narumi looked at Sakura, Sasuke, and Mito. "What do you say?" With caution, Sasuke stated, "We can't be sure." Narumi thought for a moment and then nodded. "Fine, you're right. We can't just blindly charge at ninjas without a plan." Mito then released Haku, and Sasuke proceeded to untie Zabuza. "Where's that blonde brat who knocked me out? I came for him, but he's nowhere to be seen," Zabuza said sharply while posing the question. "He went out early this morning, probably feeding the people in this country," replied Mito. Zabuza blinked, frowning. "What did you just say?" Mito folded her arms. "You heard me. He's been giving food to the villagers and took down some of Gato's bandits. That's what made Gato so restless." 5 shadow clones were made by Narumi, who gave them instructions to assist Sakura in protecting Tazuna. "Sakura, can you protect Tazuna and make sure no one gets near him?" asked Mito. Sakura gave a fierce nod. "If anyone comes close, I'll knock them out. Sensei showed me a trick to coat my fists with chakra. It makes my punches way stronger." Narumi and Mito smiled. "At this rate, you'll be Ba-chan's apprentice in no time," said Narumi. With curiosity, Sakura inquired, "Who's Ba-chan?" "Tsunade." Mito grinned in response. Sakura cried out, her eyes brightening, "Really?" With a dry tone, Sasuke interrupted the girl's conversation to ask, "Do you realize we're in the middle of a fight?" Together with Zabuza and Haku, the genin, Sasuke, Mito, and Narumi, then stood poised to confront the swarm of bandits that Gato had brought to the bridge. Without a hat, a Hokage cloak, or an anbu in tow, Minato strolled through the streets of Konoha in his formal clothes. The people in the village bowed to him as he went by, and he smiled gently in return. He planned to meet someone at the village orphanage, which was his destination. He was standing in front of the orphanage gate after walking for a few minutes. A wave of uneasiness swept over him as he gently pushed it open. Naruto had previously resided at this orphanage prior to his expulsion. He felt angry and guilty at the way those people had treated his son. He was aware that he was ultimately to blame. 12 years ago, he had foolishly left Naruto in the village, believing the people would treat him like a prince. He had ignored Hiruzen's warnings and instead devoted his time to training his 2 Jinchuriki daughters. The worst outcome had resulted from that choice. His son no longer desired to interact with him. The boy refused to even look at Naruto when he and his group visited his office for missions. Minato was deeply hurt, but he knew he was deserving of it. His son had paid a heavy price for his serious error. The villagers had believed vicious rumors and directed their hatred toward Naruto because they were so blinded by their hatred of the Kyuubi. Could he really hold the villagers responsible, though? They were just regular citizens who were terrified, left with resentful memories, and unable to express their annoyance and rage. The boy became their scapegoat and the object of their hatred by accident, or maybe because of Naruto's bad luck. Despite his desire to punish the villagers, Minato was aware that he was primarily to blame. He had left the village without introducing his newborn son to the populace or providing an explanation for how he had stalked the Kyuubi. He hadn't given any of it much thought because he was too tired and rushed, and his son had suffered as a result. Minato left his pessimistic thoughts behind and entered the orphanage. Children from 3 to 10 years old were playing, laughing, and conversing inside while the orphanage matron kept a close eye on them. When the matron saw that someone had come in, she turned to look at them, and her eyes widened in shock. She bowed respectfully and exclaimed, "Hokage-sama." The older kids, particularly those between the ages of 8 and 10, ceased playing as soon as they heard the word, "Hokage-sama," and they rushed excitedly toward him to welcome their leader. Minato greeted the matron with a warm smile. "Hello, Mrs." The old woman gave a kind smile. "Aiko," was her response. Minato said, "Good evening, Miss Aiko," with grace. Aiko said respectfully, "Good evening, Hokage-sama. To what do we owe the honor of your visit?" "I was just walking through the village and happened to pass by this orphanage, so I decided to stop in," replied Minato. Aiko grinned and said, "Your visit is a privilege for us, Hokage-sama." The older kids soon surrounded Minato and asked him a ton of questions, including how he became Hokage and how he defeated the Kyuubi. Carefully avoiding any reference to sealing the Kyuubi inside his daughters, Minato responded to them in a calm and patient manner. He didn't want to scare the kids with such sobering facts. Aiko intervened after a few minutes and dispersed the small group of people gently. "I'm so sorry, Hokage-sama. They got a bit too excited. I hope they didn't trouble you." Minato smiled and said, "It's quite all right, Aiko-san, I enjoyed talking with them. Actually, I came here to meet someone." She questioned, "Who might that be, Hokage-sama?" "A girl named Akira. I heard she lives here," Minato said. "Yes, she does," Aiko nodded in agreement. "She just returned from training. She's been preparing with some children her age. She plans to join the Shinobi Academy soon. If you'd like, I'll call her." Minato gave a grateful nod. "Thank you, Aiko-san." Akira and Aiko emerged a few seconds later. Aiko excused herself after a brief conversation, leaving the two of them alone. Akira bowed respectfully when she saw Minato. "Good evening, Hokage-sama. It's good to see you again," she said. "The feeling is mutual," Minato said, grinning broadly. "Curious," Akira said, "Hokage-sama, do you know when Naruto will return?" Minato gave a headshake. He tried to reassure her by saying, "I'm sorry, but the mission he went on is a serious one. It might take some time. He's protecting a lot of people." Minato had no idea that what he had said encapsulated exactly what Naruto was doing in the Land of Waves. A bright smile spread across Akira's face. With pride, she exclaimed, "I'm sure Ni-san will save everyone. After all, he's the strongest." Minato gave a nod. "Yes, I've heard about that too, and about his teammates as well," he said. Akira inquired, "You mean Mito-ne and Naru-ne?" A little taken aback, Minato asked, "You know them too?" "Yeah, I've met them twice," Akira said. Minato said, "Would you like to come out with me for a bit?" Akira blinking, startled, "Are you sure, Hokage-sama? You're a busy person, I wouldn't want to waste your time," she replied with hesitation. Minato gave a quiet laugh. "It's all right, I have some free time today." Akira grinned and said, "Well, if you're okay with that, I'd love to come, but I need to ask Aiko-san for permission first." Minato told Aiko a few minutes later that he would be taking Akira out for a little while. While agreeing, Aiko gently reminded them to be back before curfew, 8 o'clock sharp. Inquisitive about the young girl strolling casually next to the Hokage, the villagers couldn't help but look in Minato's and Akira's direction as they moved through the streets. Minato began a conversation to break the ice. "So, Akira, I heard you're training to join the academy." "Yes, Hokage-sama," nodded Akira in response. "Is there a particular reason? I mean, the academy teaches the basics from the start, doesn't it?" asked the man. Akira gave a quiet smile. "Yes, but I wanted to have some experience beforehand. Many students are trained by their parents, who are shinobi, or come from clans where they're already taught the basics. Since I don't have anyone to teach me, I didn't want to fall behind." Minato acknowledged her resolve with a nod, but he was saddened by her situation. Even though he already knew the answer, he asked, "But how did you know how to train?" "From Naruto ni," smiling broadly, Akira said. "A few months ago, I asked him if he'd train me. He agreed, along with some other kids. One of them is a boy named Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Jiji. At the title, Third Jiji, Minato chuckled softly but soon calmed down. And what kind of training does Naruto have you do? He inquired. He makes us run laps around the training ground and do some exercises. He also makes sure we eat well and take naps in the afternoon, she said with pride. Naps? Minato asked again, smiling inquisitively. Akira gave a nod. Nisan said that tiring the body too much does no good. With proper rest, our bodies adapt better to the training. After that, we do more exercises and some meditation. Minato grinned in spite of his own admiration. What about kunai and shuriken practice? With pride, Akira remarked, Mitone and Narune taught us the basics. They eventually arrived at Ichiraku Ramen after walking on. Minato gave her a quick glance. Would you like some ramen? Akira nodded enthusiastically as her eyes brightened. Chuki welcomed them inside and inquired about Akira's well-being. They chatted amiably for a while before he brought them bowls of hot ramen. Later that night, Minato made sure Akira got back to the orphanage before curfew by walking her there. At the bridge, Wave Country. In a matter of minutes, the building site was transformed into a battlefield. Cries of agony resounded through the air as steel clanged and blades clashed. The water erupting on both sides of the bridge, however, was the most spectacular sight. Although some believed it to be merely a show, the reality was much more serious, an ongoing conflict between S-class shinobi. To get more space, Kushina and Kakashi had moved their battle to the water's surface. Alongside Kushina dodged a katana slash from Jiro Uzumaki, her opponent, by gliding backward across the water with her mastered chakra control, which she had developed over the years. She appeared to be skating across the surface with grace as the force of her movement caused water to shoot out from beneath her feet in a spray that resembled a geyser. She immediately aimed a diagonal slash from shoulder to hip, but Jiro parried it with a fluid movement and struck back with a blow of his own. In response, Kushina twisted her wrist, drove the hilt of her blade into Jiro's solar plexus making him stagger a little, and followed up with a powerful roundhouse kick. Jiro staggered back but regained his footing quickly, his katana slicing up in a rising arc. With a mere flick of her wrist, Kushina redirected the blow and responded with a quick backhand slash. The blades locked in a collision that sent shockwaves through the atmosphere. Water churned beneath them as they pressed against one another, chakra crackling. Every move was a graceful dance of peril, with instinct and accuracy combining to create an exhibition of unadulterated skill. Kushina took a single breath and spun away, her stance low and ready, dropping droplets into the mist. The tension between them tightened like a drawn bowstring as Jiro steadied himself across from her, his eyes narrowed, and he became calm before the next burst of movement. The gleam of their blades conveyed a silent acknowledgement as the air between them thickened. Neither was willing to waste a step. With the delicate ease of someone who saw the weapon as an extension of her spirit, Kushina slightly shifted her grip and angled her katana. Jiro adopted her posture, mirroring her poise and danger. Then there was a pause in silence. They both moved simultaneously. With blinding speed, two steel arcs sliced through the air. A sharp metallic crack rolled across the water as a result of the collision. Kushina launched a sweeping horizontal cut as she spun into the rebound, her foot skimming the surface and using chakra to anchor herself. Before twisting his wrist to stab upward, Jiro ducked low, his blade gliding along hers in a deflection full of sparks. At the same moment, Kushina leaned back and hit the ground with her hair flying through the fog. Each note of the song their blades produced was evidence of their skill, endurance, and deadly intent. Jiro moved forward, launching a series of precise blows that flowed naturally into one another. Kushina backed off with equal elegance, timing each parry just right. She sidestepped, water blooming beneath her feet, and deftly redirected his blade offline as his last blow, a thrust intended for her throat, came. Then she stepped behind him, the edge of her blade brushing his shoulder before he rolled away. Both stopped once more, a few paces apart, breathing steadily and deliberately, not out of weariness but rather of deliberation. Only a heartbeat separated Kushina and Jiro before they charged forward once more, their motions precise and smooth, as if they had practiced the move 1,000 times. Every change in their weight caused the mist to coil around them, and the water beneath their feet trembled as their momentum collided. In a barrage of accurate blows, steel met steel. With a ringing hiss, Kushina's blade slid against Jiro's as she caught a downward swing. A thin crimson line appeared on her forearm where the tip of his katana had grazed it. She returned the favor with a quick counter that cut above his wrist and left blood on his sleeve. Before they moved once more, grace and power intertwined, their eyes briefly shifted to their wounds, wordless acknowledgments. Jiro moved forward with a sudden change in pace. Just in time, Kushina twisted aside, his blade sliced through the air next to her, close enough to touch. The final blow caused a shallow cut across his knuckles, and she retaliated with a series of angled blows, each one a heartbeat faster than the one before it. As their rhythm grew deeper, a faint mingling of blood and mist occurred. The vibration ran through their arms as their blades locked. Silently and intently, they locked eyes before separating to launch another assault. His arm was nicked by Kushina's sword, and Jiro's slash in return grazed her palm. Neither slowed, neither gave way. Alongside Kakashi, Kakashi made sure Haruki never got close enough to touch him by moving with a laser-like focus. He avoided every attempt by Haruki to seize him, a kunai shining in his hand. Every time Haruki got close, Kakashi retaliated with lightning-fast accuracy, nicking Haruki's hand with his kunai. Haruki did not retreat. On the contrary, his excitement only increased. A frenzied smile split his face as he sprang forward once more, water exploding in a geyser-like burst as chakra flared beneath his feet. Kakashi glided backward across the surface with equal control, matching his rhythm. He threw multiple kunai with explosive tags in a single fluid motion. Although Haruki easily avoided them, the explosions behind him caused a shockwave to strike his back, slightly off-balance him. As soon as he saw the opportunity, Kakashi took action. He lunged forward, intending to deliver a clean, devastating blow to Haruki's throat. Haruki, however, maintained his composure and steady gaze. The move had come as no surprise to him. Haruki reached for the approaching hand as Kakashi's blade flashed toward him, nearly catching Kakashi's wrist in the process. Kakashi anticipated this and ducked low to counter at the last second. His kunai made a clean arcing cut across Haruki's abdomen. Dark blood smeared on the surface of the water. Kakashi instantly leapt back. With one hand covering the wound, Haruki straightened, his lips curving into a grin that hinted that the battle was far from over. Kakashi's gaze grew strained. There's a problem. It's too simple. How could he fall so fast if he's truly an S-class missing nin? It doesn't add up. He has used his skills to kill several elite shinobi. He gripped the kunai tighter. Whatever it is, I must exercise caution. His hand began to flare with a sudden burning sensation. His face grew angular. What is this? Haruki's low laugh reverberated across the water, intensifying into a threatening laugh. What's wrong, copy ninja? Wondering why you were able to hurt me so easily. Kakashi's eyes remained fixed. It's simple, Haruki added, his eyes sparkling with nefarious joy. I let you. That burning you're feeling. By now, you've realized it's not normal. My blood has two special properties. It burns like acid, and it disrupts your senses. You've already fallen into my trap. Today will be the end of the copy ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. And once you're gone, I'll deal with those 3 Uzumakis next. 3. Kakashi said in a steady but low voice. You mean Jiro Uzumaki, your partner? Haruki grinned ominously. Partner? Do you really think I'd share power with someone like him? I only met Jiro today. As tempting as it was to drain his unique chakra, I decided to wait. When Gato mentioned Kushina Uzumaki, I knew she'd be far more satisfying. The air grew heavy as the water rippled around them, a silent reminder that the real battle had only just begun, and Kakashi's eye hardened. With each breath, the tension between Kakashi and Haruki grew as they faced one another. Kakashi's hand began to burn more intensely, and the sensation spread like liquid fire up his arm. He was shocked to see that Haruki's wounds were already healing. The deep cut across his abdomen, for example, was closing itself up until there was no sign of it at all, as though it had never happened. Kakashi swiftly pushed his hand into the water after realizing the danger, allowing the icy current to caress his skin. The discomfort in his chest only grew worse, but the pain subsided a little. His mind racing, he squinted behind the mask. So his body heals almost instantly. This won't be easy. Kakashi changed his strategy after realizing that he needed to exercise greater caution and used ninjutsu to assess Haruki's vulnerabilities. He made a series of practiced seals with his hands. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Rumbling from the surface, a huge dragon of swirling water charged toward Haruki with unstoppable force. Haruki's own hands flashed through a series of seals in an instant. Water style. Water wall. At the same moment the dragon struck, a high wall of water rose up in front of him. With a loud crash, the two jutsu smashed into each other, exploding outward into a rain-like shower of droplets. Kakashi quickly created a series of hand signals after realizing he needed to be more covert. Hidden mist jutsu. The battlefield was engulfed in a silver-white fog as a dense layer of mist rolled across the lake. All sounds except the soft lap of water were muffled by the heavy, cold air. Kakashi pulled his father's white chakra saber out of the mist. As he moved in silence, his eyes keen and fixed on his invisible foe, the blade flickered faintly through the mist, its pale light flickering like a ghost's breath. It was a bloody, disorderly battle on the bridge. Mito yelled, "Rasengan," and slammed the whirling ball of chakra into a missing nin from Kumo's stomach. A single blow defeated the adversary, lifting him off his feet and sending him crashing onto the icy stone. Zabuza sliced down the bandits and missing nin like paper in a storm, moving through their ranks with a terrifying efficiency. Sasuke launched a fiery blast at an Iwa nin using his fire style, fire bullet jutsu. The initial flames were quickly absorbed by a wall of mud formed by the enemy, but as soon as the wall fell, Sasuke fired again, this time hitting the Iwa nin directly, sending him sprawling. Sakura, meanwhile, stood guard next to Tazuna. The bridge builder was surrounded by a defensive circle of 5 Narumi clones, poised to stop any approaching danger. Haku's movements were precise and fluid as he moved across the battlefield. Bandits and missing nin alike were struck by the flashing silver streaks of Senbon needles in the mist. Before they knew what had hit them, each target fell silently, either unconscious or paralyzed. Narumi created a single-handed seal and threw a shuriken into the battle nearby. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Whistling toward the adversaries, the shuriken transformed into 10 identical copies in midair. The storm of blades instantly brought down a number of bandits. However, the missing nin responded swiftly, with some twisting away just in time to avoid the onslaught and others employing substitution techniques with fallen bandits. In the meantime, a bandit approached from behind Sakura, ready to attack. When he was spotted, one of the Narumi clones yelled, "Sakura! Look out!" Sakura whirled, her fist exploding with chakra. "Shanaru," she yelled, launching her blow. The blow struck cleanly, and with a loud crack, the assailant flew off the bridge. Since this was their first kill, Sakura, Sasuke, Mito, and Narumi had all unknowingly crossed a line they had never crossed before. However, the adrenaline rush from the battle prevented the realization of that fact from settling in. As they cut through the ranks of bandits and missing nin, Mito and Narumi fought alongside each other, moving in perfect unison. With deadly accuracy, their Rasengan spiraled, piercing their enemies' guts with each blow. For a few seconds, victory appeared possible. However, they were too confident. Out of the confusion, the two Iwa missing nin who had earlier spoken so vilely about the young Kunoichi appeared, their predatory gazes fixed on Mito and Narumi. The real battle was about to start, and these were not ordinary missing nins, but experienced murderers. With Naruto in the interim, Naruto came to visit Yukio and Yukino at their request. Their happiness filled the air as he played and laughed with the siblings and other kids. However, Naruto froze in the middle of their games, a sharp, unmistakable unease swept over him. He said softly, "Sorry, kids," but his tone abruptly became serious. "I think I've got something important to take care of." Sensing his determination, the kids nodded and released him. Naruto ran out of sight, jumping over rooftops until he was certain he was by himself. The look on his face and the single word, "Kai Kai." His disappearance was instantaneous. On the bridge, blood had turned into a shallow pool on the bridge, a crimson liquid that was only a few millimeters deep but was enough to discolor everything underneath it. As they faced their next opponents, Mito and Narumi refused to back down. Yoruba sneered, his smile growing. "Look, Kibo," he said. "Our bait walked right up to us." Kibo nodded, his eyes lingering on the two girls, dark and full of lecherous intent. He taunted, "Why don't you both surrender? It'd save you from being maimed by us. If those cute faces get scarred, you'll be of no use." With her chakra flaring, Mito roared, "Shut up, you bastard!" and charged forward. As she drove it directly into Yoruba's stomach, a Rasengan humming with deadly energy formed in her hand. However, nothing took place. Yoruba just grinned. "You think it would be that easy? We've been watching your moves all this time. And we've already found the perfect counter." As he took a step forward, Kibo's skin darkened and became rough and earthy. He sarcastically remarked, "See, we can coat ourselves in earth chakra, our bodies turn to literal stone." Mito was sent sprawling as Kibo's fist struck her face with vicious force before she could react. She slid across the blood-stained bridge, striking it hard. In an attempt to crush her stomach, Kibo lifted his foot, but Mito rolled back just in time, narrowly avoiding the stomp. As she readied herself to stand once more, her eyes blazed with defiance and her breathing quickened. While Narumi fought Yoruba, Mito made a determined effort to engage Kibo. Their inexperience was evident despite their strength and camaraderie. They were quick and fierce but still learning the ins and outs of combat. Their perseverance paid off, though, as each blow succeeded in chipping away pieces of hardened stone from the Iwa Nin's chakra armor, causing their opponents to grunt in pain. The two missing nin were only made more angry by that humiliation. Yoruba and Kibo poured more chakra into their bodies, their faces contorted with rage. Their skin was covered in layers of earth until it appeared as if they were wearing stone armor. After a brief exchange of glances, Mito and Narumi poured chakra into their fists and struck together, delivering two accurate, chakra-infused blows that landed squarely. However, there was no impact this time. The Iwa Nin hardly batted an eye. The blood-soaked bridge echoed with the hysterical laughter of Kibo and Yoruba. Yoruba mocked, "It's useless, girls. When we use this jutsu, no one can break through it, except maybe Tsunade herself." As Mito and Narumi prepared for the next attack, the two moved forward with menacing smiles, their footsteps splintering the bridge below them. The conflict continued for a few minutes. In a series of wind-style jutsu, Mito sent slicing gusts through the mist like blades that could not be seen. Narumi maneuvered water-style attacks next to her, sending waves hurtling and crashing in the direction of their enemies. However, nothing was effective. The hardened armor surrounding Kibo and Yoruba was hardly scratched by the powerful strikes. The two Iwa Nin appeared more like walking fortresses than human beings as the layers of earth chakra absorbed every blow. Mito's eyes flashed with frustration as she gritted her teeth. No matter what we use, it's not even making a dent. With a sharp exhale, Narumi prepared another attack, chakra whirling around her hands. There has to be a weak spot, there always is. Kibo and Yoruba, on the other side, grinned cockily, sure of their superiority. With chakra fluttering all around them, Mito and Narumi prepared their positions. However, Kibo and Yoruba hurried ahead before they could move. Their speed remained constant despite their heavy earth armor. While Yoruba struck Narumi across the jaw, Kibo's fist crashed into Mito's face. Both girls were sent rolling across the blood-stained bridge as they followed with strong kicks to the chest and quick downward punches to the chin. Their garments were ripped and covered in crimson and filth. Something stopped the Iwa Nin in mid-stride as they lifted their feet to stomp down on them. Confusion flashed across the faces of both men as they froze. A blond boy stood between them, effortlessly gripping their legs as they cocked their heads slightly. Mito and Narumi simultaneously whispered, "Naruto," as their eyes widened in relief and surprise. Without saying anything, Naruto pushed their assailants back and sent them tumbling to the ground. He then knelt next to his sisters and turned to face them. His face was gentle, but his eyes were piercing with rage as he assisted them to their feet. He observed their blood-stained faces, their ripped clothing, and their wounds. His jaw tensed, but he made himself speak calmly. "Are you two okay?" he said softly as he wiped their cheeks of the blood. Mito yelled, "Idiot, do we look fine?" But her voice was more worn out than irate. "Where were you, anyway?" Naruto smiled a little, uncomfortably. "Sorry, I went to check on some kids who lost their families because of Gato. I lost track of time." He took a moment to look down. "Sorry I wasn't here when you needed me." Mito's face grew softer. "It's fine. It's not like we were completely outmatched. If not for that stupid earth armor, we'd have beaten them already." Slowly, with a steady expression, Naruto nodded. "Then rest. I'll take care of them from here." Mito and Narumi yelled, "No. Together. We'll fight. They need to pay for what they said about us." Rubbing the back of his neck, Naruto let out a sigh. All right, but if things get out of hand, I'll end it. Got it?" After exchanging brief looks, the two girls firmly nodded, their eyes brimming with resolve. Kibo and Yoruba arose from the collision, scurrying to their feet while snarling in exasperation. Yoruba's voice rose in rage as she glared at Naruto. "Who are you, brat? You're going to pay for that." With clenched fists, Narumi took a step forward. "Hey, freak, did you forget? Your fight is with us." Mito stood tall despite her bruises, mirroring Narumi's posture. With Kakashi, Haruki's senses dulled and his vision blurred. he moved carefully through the thick mist. He became confused by the dense vapor, and in spite of his reflexes, Kakashi's white chakra saber slashed his body multiple times. But as his regenerative ability kicked in, each wound closed almost immediately. Haruki's arrogant voice reverberated through the fog, "You think you can win, copy ninja? No matter how many times you cut me, I'll heal. I've absorbed chakra from countless shinobi, including those with special bloodlines. My body has changed. I can fight all day, but you can't. Eventually, you'll run out of chakra." Somewhere in the mist, a serene voice answered, "If I run out of chakra, wouldn't that make me useless to you? And you're declaring it so proudly." Haruki gave a somber laugh. "Then I'll just take you now and wait for your chakra to return, then I'll absorb it." Then he flinched. His torso was filled with a searing pain and then the smell of charred flesh. He noticed a charred mark spreading across his chest when he looked down in alarm. He slowed his regeneration for the first time. With a hint of panic in his voice, he demanded, What did you do?" From the mist, Kakashi's voice said, "Nothing special," with ease. "I just slashed you with lightning chakra." Haruki's smirk wavered, then twisted back into defiance as his eyes narrowed. Spreading his arms, he let his chakra flare violently around him. "Ha, fool, do you think I'd believe that? Did you forget my moniker?" he asked. "I am the chakra leech." "Yes, you're the chakra leech," said Kakashi in a steady, calm voice from the haze. "But I think your own ability has become your downfall. Your arrogance made you believe you're invulnerable. Any skilled shinobi could have dodged my attacks, yet you didn't. Let's say you allowed yourself to be hit because you trusted your regeneration. Unfortunately for you, I just found a loophole." Haruki growled and whirled in the direction of the voice. "You're bluffing. I don't have any weakness." "You're wrong," Kakashi shot back, his voice resonating in all directions, making it hard to identify. "From the start, every slash I landed carried a small trace of lightning chakra. At first, you healed quickly, and I didn't notice any drop in my chakra reserves. So, I tested my theory. This time, I infused a greater amount," Kakashi added. His tone changed, calm but decisive. "You took the hit, and your healing slowed. It seems elemental chakra interferes with your cell's ability to regenerate. Years of easy victories made you complacent, Haruki. You stopped questioning your limits. Those who died to you didn't have the time or luck to realize it." After a long silence, Kakashi's voice finally emerged, icy and determined. "This is the end for you, Haruki. Nice fighting you." Haruki's face flashed with panic as the realization hit. Fear took the place of the serene assurance that had once characterized him. His mind racing for a way out, he staggered backward. But the world turned black before he could turn and run. A final, sharp hiss of lightning sliced through the fog. The lightning chakra charged blade of Kakashi cut through with ease. In a single, accurate motion, Haruki's head detached from his body. Like fading echoes of his fall, both fell silently into the water below, the ripples extending through the fog. Alongside Kushina's chakra chains whipped through the air as she moved gracefully around the battlefield. Jiro Uzumaki had made the decision to escalate the situation across from her. His own 6 chains swung out like giant tendrils, rushing in her direction with lethal accuracy. With quick, fluid movements, Kushina's katana flashed, deflecting the attacks. She landed lightly on the water's surface, whirled around, and struck a metallic ring directly into another chain. Jiro landed in her blind spot and swung his blade toward her stomach as soon as she parried. Jiro grinned, certain he had won, but her body disappeared in a cloud of smoke as her knees gave way under the force. His gaze expanded. His torso was pierced cleanly from behind by a katana a heartbeat later. However, Jiro's body dissolved into the water and rippled out into the surface below before Kushina could react any further. The two were now facing one another once more, both displaying signs of combat. With her Uzumaki vitality already working to regain her strength, Kushina's right upper arm was slashed, but only a bloodstain and a rip in her shirt showed the wound. Jiro had a corresponding cut on his shoulder, a dark stain of blood leaking through the ripped cloth, but his posture was unwavering. Using chakra chains with Kenjutsu, ingenious, Kushina reaffirmed as she gripped her weapon more tightly. But two can play that game. Water splashing beneath her feet, she bounded forward. 6 luminous chakra chains shot out from her back as the gap between them narrowed, tearing through the atmosphere like angry snakes. They sliced past Jiro with blinding speed, and he instantly reacted by twisting away from their strikes. Jiro retaliated by releasing his own chakra chains and confronting Kushina directly. Sparks of energy flashed between the two Uzumaki as they fought for supremacy, and both sets of chains clashed violently. In the meantime, they engaged in a parrying duel with their katanas locked together, each attempting to overwhelm the other. Kushina leapt with a sudden surge of strength and kicked Jiro hard in the stomach, sending him reeling back. Neither of them hesitated as their blades flew from their hands and landed several meters away. In a perfect mirror of one another's movements, both instinctively extended their chakra chains and yanked their katanas back into their grasp. Jiro struck once more, his chains slicing forward with ferocious accuracy. Kushina retaliated by striking back with her own chains to break his. Blades gleaming, the two charged at one another. As they met, new wounds appeared on both arms. Kushina spun around, ready to attack once more, but one of Jiro's chains stabbed her shoulder before she could do so. "Ah," she moaned, her voice distorted by agony. With her chains gone, her control wavered. She gritted her teeth and grasped the embedded chain, only to have her palm pierced by tiny spikes along its links. She fought the pain, determined to pull it free, and blood trickled down her hand. However, Jiro denied her any opportunity to bounce back. Rushing in, he drove the hilt of his sword into her ribs and slammed his fist into her stomach. Even though her chakra was rapidly depleting, Kushina gasped and felt her breath taken away, but she still managed to kick desperately through the fog of pain. "Give up," Jiro commanded, his chains encircling him menacingly. "Never," Kushina moaned, her palm dripping blood. She ripped the embedded chain from her shoulder with one last burst of effort and disappeared, only to reappear a few meters away in a flash of movement. Breathing steadily, her katana turned into a puff of smoke. With his eyes narrowing, Jiro yelled, "So, you've given up then?" Kushina remained silent. A quick succession of seals passed through her hands. Chakra started to hum and twist the air around her. She exclaimed, "Uzumaki style, advent of whirlpool." Under their feet, the water shook violently and then sucked into a huge whirlpool. In a roaring display of chakra power, waves surged outward as the great vortex formed, pulling both fighters toward its turbulent center. Jiro yelled, "What are you mad?" As the whirlpool's pull intensified and he was pulled toward its raging center. Struggling to regain his balance, he was about to jump out of its reach when Kushina suddenly lunged forward, cutting the gap in an instant and slamming her fist across his face. Jiro stumbled back, his eyes burning as he wiped the blood from his lip. "You think you've won? I have the perfect counter for this. Uzumaki style. Harmony of waves," he shouted, forming his own set of seals. Around him, chakra flared, and the water obeyed his command. When his technique clashed with Kushina's, the enormous whirlpool started to tremble and disintegrate in a matter of seconds. The battlefield was twisted into a violent storm of raw chakra as the calm and chaotic forces of water collided. Kakashi looked toward the raging storm ahead, having just finished his fight with Haruki and sealed the man's head into a bounty scroll. He was momentarily stunned by what he saw, two enormous water jutsu colliding, their raw power tearing through the lake in explosive surges. He had never seen such mastery of water-style techniques in his life. However, he quietly sighed and reminded himself that the Uzumaki were known to be the best at water ninjutsu. As he prepared to intervene at any time if Kushina needed his assistance, his hand moved delicately toward his blade. The water jutsu battle was over. With overwhelming force, the two methods collided, negating one another and releasing a tremendous shockwave that sent waves crashing in all directions. As they were caught close to the blast's epicenter, Kushina and Jiro moved swiftly, each creating a bubble of water to protect themselves from the explosion's violent force. On the bridge. At last, the battle on the bridge was over. The majority of the missing nin and bandits were lying defeated, their bodies strewn all over the broken stone. Kibo and Yoribo were the only ones remaining, engaged in a valiant struggle with Mito and Narumi. Gradually, things started to change. With their shadow clones scuttling in and out of the confusion, Mito and Narumi unleashed a torrent of Rasengans in perfect unison. The brothers' earth armor was broken by the unrelenting attack, cracks grew until pieces started to come loose. They had left their faces exposed, which was still a fatal flaw. Mito was the first to notice and yelled a warning. Both Kunoichi quickly took advantage of the gap. Their clones pounded with accuracy, their fists slamming into bare faces. Kibo and Yoribo reeled from the impact, blood streaming down from new wounds. Crimson seeped from their torsos, and only their arms and legs were still covered in shattered armor. The two rogue shinobi attempted to flee after realizing the battle was lost, but Mito and Narumi prevented them from doing so. They ran forward in perfect harmony, slamming their knees into the backs of their adversaries. Sealing tags, which the sisters had mastered years before, flared to life on Kibo's and Yoribo's skin before they could react. The villains' bodies collapsed in defeat as their chakra was sealed in a matter of seconds. The dust and the final sounds of fighting were carried away by the wind as it swept across the bridge. Narumi and Mito emerged triumphant. Alongside Kushina, after the protracted, punishing battle, Jiro and Kushina were both gasping for air. Aiming for a final blow, Kushina lunged forward again, but Jiro swerved to the side, barely avoiding him and putting his elbow into her back. She faltered but quickly got back up, spinning on her heel to kick him back, landing it right on his chin. From intense kenjutsu battles to bursts of destructive ninjutsu, their battle had developed through all forms of combat, including weaving their chakra chains in tandem with sword techniques. They were now reduced to pure taijutsu, their energy almost depleted. Each step had grown heavier and slower, but neither warrior gave up. Kakashi watched the duel from a short distance in silent wonder. He finally realized why the Uzumaki were referred to as stamina monsters after witnessing them exchange blows and persevere past their usual limits. Finally, both fighters were at their breaking point. They gave each other a quick nod of respect before charging ahead with fists ready for a final conversation. However, their punches missed when they swung. Exhausted, they fell to one knee as their knees gave way. Jiro's rough laugh broke the silence. His words, "That was a good fight," were interspersed with breaths. "I haven't had a battle like this in years. You've proven yourself a true Uzumaki, Kushina." "The same goes for you," Kushina said, still gasping for air. "I thought all Uzumaki were gone." When Jiro said, "I barely escaped," his face softened. "My father saved me at the last moment. Since then, I've wandered the world, training, surviving, getting stronger." Kushina's eyes flickered with confusion as she scowled. "Then why attack me? Why threaten my children and my students?" Jiro shook his head and laughed once more. "That was just my way of pushing you to fight seriously. I never intended to harm you or your genin. I only wanted a real fight, and you gave me one." The cautiously approaching Kakashi blinked in shock at what he had just heard. Uncomfortable silence replaced the tension in the air, as the weight of conflict gradually gave way to respect for one another. Kakashi scowled and sounded a little annoyed. "Seriously, if you wanted a fight, you could have just asked," he replied. Jiro grinned back. "What's the thrill in that? And where's that leech?" "Dead," was Kakashi's blunt response. Jiro laughed. "Figures. That fool actually thought he could drain me." Kakashi's expression changed as he looked off into the distance. Quietly, he remarked, "It appears that the battle on the bridge is over." The sounds of fighting, which had been constant, had completely stopped. Kushina jerked to his feet. "Let's go. We need to check on them." On the bridge, at last the fight was over. Gato had left as soon as the tide turned against his men, and he was nowhere to be found. The wind and the slow trickle of blood pooling along the fractured stone were the only sounds to break the stillness that remained on the bridge. The genin stood shaking in the midst of the carnage, their nerves frayed and their bodies exhausted. Cruel clarity returned as the last vestiges of adrenaline faded. Their gaze swept the battlefield, past fallen shinobi and bandits, broken steel, and severed limbs too horrible to ignore. The bridge floor was covered in blood, with shallow pools rippling as pieces of flesh and ripped organs drifted in its crimson sheen. The acrid tang of iron hung thick in the air, twisting their stomachs as they took in the scene. Subsequently, they gazed down at their own hands, which were trembling violently and covered in perspiration, grime, and faint bloodstains. Like a kunai to the gut, realization struck them. They had killed people. Sakura froze, throwing up the breakfast, her stomach heaving. Her breath came in irregular, shallow gasps, and tears welled and spilled. She didn't have a shinobi background like the others did, and she didn't have a strong will to protect her from the weight of what was in front of her. She could hardly stand as her legs shook so badly. Even Sasuke, the proud scion of the Uchiha clan, was not immune. For the first time, the harsh reality of taking a life made his stoic mask falter. Mito took a step forward, her face etched with worry. She put a soft hand on Sakura's shoulder and said, "Hey, are you okay?" At first, the pink-haired girl just nodded, silent and numb. Zabuza and Haku were sitting a few feet away, their weapons set aside, against the remains of the bridge. As they watched the young team struggle with the aftermath, their chests steadily rose and fell. They saw no derision, only the silent acceptance of those who had long since reconciled themselves with violence. Sasuke forced his expression to harden as he tried his best to conceal his feelings. He questioned sharply, "Where's Gato? And why isn't Naruto here yet?" The others looked around. Gato was nowhere to be seen. Mito said, "It seems he escaped," in a flat voice. With a hint of concern in her voice, Narumi continued, "But where's Naruto? We saw him just a few minutes ago." Before anyone could react, Jiro, Kushina, and Kakashi showed up, their footsteps softly resonating over the blood-stained bridge. Without a word, they comprehended the entire scene as their eyes took it in. The bodies, the worn-out genin, the quiet aftermath. Sakura was standing shakily, her hands clenched, tears streaming down her cheeks, when Kushina's eyes met hers. Gently, she moved forward and touched the girl's shoulder. Sakura recoiled at the unexpected touch. "Calm down, Sakura, it's me," Kushina uttered. "Everything's over now, just breathe." "They're dead, sensei," Sakura said in a broken whisper. I killed those bandits." She sobbed uncontrollably. With a low sigh, Kushina knelt down to look her in the eyes. "I know, Sakura, it's not easy, it never is. This is part of being a kunoichi. But remember, those men came to oppress the people of this country. If you hadn't acted, innocent lives would have been lost. I won't pretend it's okay, it will haunt you sometimes, but what matters is how you face it. If you regret it, that means your heart is still human." Under Kushina's soothing presence, Sakura's body trembled less as she sniffed and nodded slowly. Kakashi went up to Sasuke nearby. There was a quiet authority in his voice. "Sasuke, look at me." Sasuke's head went up. Kakashi said softly, "It's okay to let your real feelings show. No one will judge you for it." Sasuke said, "I'm fine, sensei," although his tone was tense. "I was ready for this. I didn't like it, but to stop Gato, I had to cross the line." After examining him for a while, Kakashi nodded. "Just remember, you don't have to carry it alone. Bottling it up will only hurt you later. If you ever want to talk, I'm here." Sasuke nodded silently, his eyes thoughtful but his jaw clenched. Just then, Mito and Narumi caught a glimpse of Jiro standing next to Kushina. They became rigid. Narumi's demand was, "What's he doing here?" "Hey, calm down, brats," Jiro said, gesturing with his hands. "I'm not an enemy. I just finished the best fight of my life, with my dear relative, mind you." Mito and Narumi exchanged a perplexed glance before turning to face Kushina. She let out a small breath. "He's telling the truth. He only acted that way to make sure I'd fight seriously." Mito folded her arms. "That's kind of a jerk move." "Yeah," said Narumi, "total jerk." Jiro frowned and objected, saying, "Hey, that's not very nice." Kakashi cut off the argument before it could go any further. "Where's Naruto?" From behind them came a quiet voice. "I'm here." Everyone pivoted. Naruto was approaching them with a composed demeanor and barely scuffed clothing. He stumbled and gagged Gato in front of him, his face displaying fear. Naruto halted several steps away, his blue eyes sparkling. Silently, he tried to run, he said. Didn't get very far. For a moment, the group stared in silence, their feelings of relief, pride, and disbelief alternating. At last, the mayhem was over. Zabuza's eyes blazed with rage the moment he laid eyes on Gato. The air vibrated with the intent to kill as he snatched up his enormous blade with a thunderous roar. He swung his sword back, prepared to strike, and yelled, "You miserable little rat!" His voice resonating across the bridge. Naruto moved before the blade could fall. He pulled the trembling man behind him and, with effortless precision, yanked Gato backward by the ropes that bound his wrists. Naruto's expression was as icy as winter steel as he stared at Zabuza. "Enough," Naruto said in a firm, authoritative, and piercing voice. The air felt heavier, not with bloodlust or malice, but with a quiet authority that called for composure. It was the presence of someone who could center others just by being there, not the pressure of an oppressor's aura. Sakura sensed it instantly, her shaking subsided and a tenuous silence descended upon the group. Both Kushina and Kakashi believed it was different from what he had displayed in the forest. Everyone's hearts seemed to be eased by this serene presence, which was even soothing. Zabuza gripped the sword more tightly. His voice crackled with rage as he growled, "That midget betrayed me. He sent his thugs to kill me." With even eyes, Naruto questioned, "And didn't he also send you to kill the bridge builder?" Zabuza gave a snort. "So what? That was our deal. I take the job, I get paid. But he broke it first. Naruto's head cocked slightly. Then what is it you want now, Zabuza? Your money, or his life? The mist nin fell silent for a moment. His eyes darted from Gato to Naruto as his jaw tensed. His voice was low when he did speak. As much as I'd love to make him pay, we need the money more right now. With consideration, Naruto nodded. Then let's make him talk. He'll tell us where he's keeping his stash. You take your share, and the rest goes to the people of this country, the ones who suffered under him. And the orphanages too. Zabuza snarled without protest. He lowered his sword a little and glared at Gato, who whimpered behind Naruto, saying, "Fine." Naruto's face softened a little as he turned to face his teammates. He remarked, "You all did the heavy fighting, any objections? Or maybe you've got a better idea." Once again, the mist carried only the sound of the waves below, and the bridge fell silent. With a calm yet firm voice, Sasuke took a step forward. He said, "I'm fine," while keeping his gaze on the quivering Gato. "But I think we should hand this scum over to the people of this country. Let them decide what to do with him." Mito gave a nod of agreement. "Yeah, after everything he's done, it's their right." Naruto glanced among his teammates before returning his attention to Gato, who was now flinching from their combined stare. His voice was quiet, but his finality was clear. "All right," he said, "we'll let the people decide. And, I'm sorry, for not being here when you needed me. If I'd been around," he said after he paused. He was interrupted when Sasuke shook his head. "You don't need to apologize, Naruto. We all knew you were stronger than us, way stronger. But that's exactly why we couldn't keep depending on you. You being gone forced us to push harder, to reach our own limits." He breathed a sigh of relief. "You've already done more than we could ever hope to. You fed this whole country, rebuilt hope here. I couldn't have done that with my current strength." At his side, Narumi nodded. She grinned broadly and said, "Yeah. And do you know why we didn't let you fight for us this time? For the same reason. We wanted to stand on our own too." Naruto glanced at his teammates, no, his equals, and blinked, a tiny, proud smile spreading across his lips. The others followed in silence as he tightened his hold on the ropes and dragged Gato forward. Once a site of violence and mayhem, the bridge now felt burdened by a new form of justice that was obtained via sacrifice. Kakashi sagged slightly, his expression contemplative. "I think we have one more problem." Kushina gave him a quick look. "What is it?" As usual, Kakashi's tone was relaxed. "The bridge probably took a lot of damage. Instead of helping finish it, I think we helped wreck it." Waving away the worry, Tazuna took a step forward. "That's not a problem. You helped us a lot, and you stopped Gato. That's more than enough for us." Kushina smiled. "Well, maybe Kakashi can help fix it. He knows 1,000 jutsu, right? At least one of them should help with construction," she chuckled. In the village, word of Gato's defeat spread swiftly. Few initially believed it, but the entire town started to celebrate when they saw Gato bound. His tyranny had finally been overthrown in the nation. Unable to trust his eyes, Inari gazed incredulously at Gato's captured form. He didn't think Gato was really defeated until Tazuna reassured him. Once everything had calmed down, the genin went through Gato's secret stash and found all of his money. They gave Zabuza his share when they got back. Kakashi interrupted Zabuza and Haku as they were about to depart. He said, "Where will you two be going now?" Zabuza's head cocked slightly. "What's it to you, copy ninja?" Kakashi spoke quietly. "I heard the rebels in the mist are close to defeating Yagura. Maybe you should think about joining them. Mei Terumi's next in line to become Mizukage. After all, you once tried to overthrow Yagura yourself, didn't you?" Zabuza remained silent for a moment. Haku waited for a response as he looked at him. Zabuza finally said, "I'll think about it," in a quiet voice. Naruto and Sasuke watched from a short distance as Mito, Narumi, and Sakura rushed over to say goodbye as they were ready to depart. "Good luck," exclaimed Mito. "Try to come visit us sometime," Narumi smiled. "We don't have many female friends outside the village." In fact, Zabuza laughed at that, and Haku gave him a courteous smile. "Thank you, but I'm not a girl. I'm a boy." All three girls went cold. "Really?" they all exclaimed simultaneously. Sakura gave a startled blink. "But you look like a girl," Haku concluded, grinning amusingly. "Yes, many people say that." Sasuke and Naruto were also taken by surprise. Before he could stop himself, Sasuke blurted, wait, seriously. You're a boy, but you look even cuter than Sakura. His eyes widened as he realized what he had said, and he hastily covered his mouth with his hand. Sakura's face became red. She spun around in delight, squealing, oh my gosh, Sasuke-kun thinks I'm cute. Mito and Narumi snickered behind their hands. With a smile, Naruto gave Sasuke a shoulder pat. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Sasuke scowled. What's that supposed to mean? Kushina grinned mischievously, and Kakashi smiled his signature eye smile. Oh my, I think I should tell Makoto that her youngest son is already in love. With his face flushed, Sasuke screamed, no way, and ran off, leaving the group laughing in his wake. The Wave Country had been liberated from Gato's oppression a week prior. The bridge was finished, and the damage from their battle was quickly fixed, thanks to Kakashi's Earth-style jutsu. With their hope restored, the villagers banded together to aid Tazuna without fear of Gato or his men. Food, medicine, and other necessities that the people had long been without were prudently purchased with the money that was recovered from Gato's horde. Children played freely across the streets without worrying about being pursued by bandits, bringing laughter back to the streets for the first time in years. Kushina took it upon herself to mentor Sakura during this period. The shock, the fear, and the guilt from her first kill still plagued the young Kunoichi. Kushina patiently and sympathetically gave her advice, assisting Sakura in confronting rather than avoiding those emotions. Sakura recovered slowly but steadily, regaining her strength. Team 7 would make their long-awaited comeback to the Leaf today. With a loud yawn, Naruto stretched after waking up late and staggered toward the living room. Everyone was there already, having a quiet conversation. Kakashi froze as he looked up from his book. He appeared to struggle to contain his smile as his visible eye widened slightly. Tazuna noticed, too, a moment later. He quickly turned his head away, trying not to laugh as his mustache twitched. Naruto scowled. Huh, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you looking at me like that? At that moment, Sakura emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot of freshly prepared curry. She stopped in her tracks when she saw Naruto. She dropped the pot without realizing it as her eyes widened. Quickly moving, Naruto caught it before it hit the ground. Sakura, you need to be careful. If it fell, your legs would have been burned, and the floor would be ruined. The room fell silent for a moment. Sakura then put her hand over her mouth and started giggling. Naruto blinked, perplexed. Huh, is there something on my face or what? Why are you laughing? Sakura, however, was unable to respond because she was laughing too much and her eyes were watering. The door opened a moment later, and Sasuke entered. With a single glance at Naruto, he smirked and then burst out laughing. Naruto frowned. Okay, seriously, what's so funny? With a sigh, Kakashi lowered his book just enough to reveal his amused gaze. Go look in a mirror, Naruto. Naruto continued to frown as he strode off in the direction of the restroom. He gazed at his reflection. His face was completely white, and he had large red spirals on his cheeks, resembling a clown from a festival. It didn't take him long to figure out who was responsible. Naruto's glare could have sliced through steel as he stormed back into the living room while holding a towel. However, two well-known voices yelled from the hallway before he could say anything. Mito laughed and teased, oh, Naruto. We didn't know you were into kabuki art. Yeah, seriously, Narumi snickered and added. Why'd you wash it off? It actually looked pretty good on you. With an irritated twitch of his eye, Naruto yelled, will you two be quiet? Mito merely smiled. Oh, come on, Naruto. It's been a while since we pulled a prank. You were an easy target this time. Narumi said, yeah, with a laugh. For someone who's always talking about being alert and reading movements, you sure let your guard down. Mito sulked and remarked, we attempted to take off Kakashi-sensei's mask. But he had another mask underneath. And before we could even try again, he caught us. Naruto laughed. Seriously, Ni-san, you've never shown me your face since I was 6. Even when Ne-chan tried to remove it, you placed a genjutsu behind the mask. But I think you missed a vital point about me. Kakashi's eyebrow went up. And what would that be, Naruto? Also, what does Rin have to do with my mask? Naruto grinned. Well, you should probably ask her. And did you forget? I'm immune to genjutsu. So do you realize what that means? As Naruto finished speaking, Jiro came into the hall and heard what was being said. Intrigued, he said, Oi, kid, really? You're not affected by genjutsu? Kakashi became aware. With a sigh, he responded, "Well, Naruto, I hope you won't tell anyone what my face looks like." Naruto's head cocked. "Why not? It's my family's tradition," explained Kakashi. Naruto smiled. "So that means your son and daughter will follow it too." Behind his mask, Kakashi chuckled a little. "There's still a long way to go before that." Jiro exclaimed, "Hey, kid. You haven't answered my question." Instead, Naruto turned in his direction. "Yes, I'm not affected by genjutsu," he stated coolly. Jiro narrowed his eyes and asked, "How?" Naruto gave a shrug. "My mind and mental defenses are strong. If there's any kind of mind control jutsu, it won't work on me. Not even the Yamanaka clan could enter my mind without my permission." Jiro looked stunned. He looked over at Kakashi. "You knew about this?" Kakashi gave nod. "Inoichi mentioned it once. Said Naruto's mind was unusually strong, even stronger than most adults. But I didn't think it was this strong." At that moment, Tsunami and Kushina came into the room with pots of steaming food. Jiro snatched Naruto by the shoulders and gave him a little shake before they had even put the dishes down. "Seriously, kid, tell me how you do it, I need to know." Naruto blinked, perplexed. "Why?" Jiro let out a frustrated groan. "You really don't get it, do you? You know how hard it is for a Uzumaki to control our chakra. I've been caught in genjutsu so many times and couldn't even tell. Do you know how embarrassing that is?" Jiro was now waiting for Naruto to say something. "I don't know if it'll work for you," Naruto replied, "but try meditating and calming your mind for long periods of time. It might help." "That's it. I expected something more complicated," Jiro replied. Naruto grinned. "Most solutions lie in simple things. People think serious problems need complex answers, but that's not true." "Maybe I should try it," Jiro muttered. Others thought the same thing. Jiro was getting ready to depart with Team 7 later that afternoon. The Wave Country's populace had assembled to bid them farewell. Chizuna took a step forward. "We're truly grateful for your help, even after I lied about the mission." "It's fine," Mito said, grinning a little. "We couldn't just stand by and let you suffer because of some scum." Inari's head dropped. "I'm sorry, for yelling at you, for not believing in you when you were trying to help." The genin grinned. "It's okay, kid," Sasuke said. At that moment, two well-known voices exclaimed, "Naruto ni!" Yukio and Yukino, the two kids, were running toward Naruto when he turned around. He grinned broadly. With a quivering voice, Yukino asked, "Are you leaving?" Naruto gave a nod. Yukino exclaimed, "But we want you to stay with us," as her eyes started to well up. They all watched in silence. "I apologize," Naruto said softly, "but I was only here on a mission." "This is your home," Yukino whispered, "but if you leave, who'll take care of us?" After pausing, Naruto lowered himself to their level. He told Yukino, "You have each other. You take care of your brother, and you take care of your sister. Gato's gone now, he can't hurt anyone anymore. You'll be fine. There'll be an orphanage with everything you need." The twins uttered the words, "But we want you to be with us," with shaking voices. "Ever since Gato took mom and dad away, we've been alone, but because of you, we weren't lonely anymore." Naruto didn't say anything. Then Yukino's eyes were filled with tears as she looked up at him. "Will you take us with you?" Naruto was stunned and froze. Her words shocked even Team 7, who had been quietly observing. Yukio uttered the words, "Please take us with you. We'll be good kids," in a desperate tone. Naruto was speechless. The others waited for him to answer, equally astounded. Naruto paused for a long moment before speaking. "But, you have friends here, right? If you leave them, they'll be sad. Is that what you want?" With their hands clasped together, the twins gazed downward. Naruto let out a quiet sigh. "You see, the place where I live is kind of weird and problematic. If the people there saw you with me, you'd end up suffering too." Everyone was shocked by what he said. Jiro appeared completely perplexed as Team 7 gaped at him in shock. Kushina's chest twisted with a sharp pain of guilt. Anger flashing in their eyes, Mito and Narumi clenched their fists. Sakura and Sasuke stood in silence, unable to comprehend how cruel and blind people could be. With regret in his heart for not being there for Naruto when he most needed someone, Kakashi lowered his gaze. Tsunami moved to the front. Softly, "Don't worry, kids," she said. "If you'd like, I can take care of you. Inari would be happy to have siblings." With tears welling up in her eyes, Yukino glanced up at Naruto. Then, why do you live in a place that doesn't like you? Completely unprepared, Naruto froze. Unsure of how to respond, even the other ninja fell silent. Naruto said, I don't know, in a voice that was hardly audible above a whisper. He gave Yukino a gentle pat on the head and forced a tiny smile. See, Tsunami will take good care of you. And I promise, whenever I'm free, I'll come visit. Okay. Yukino and Yukio nodded, tears running down their cheeks. With that, Jiro and Team 7 turned and headed home, leaving the Wave Country's shores behind them with hearts that were heavier than when they had arrived. Everyone was traveling at ninja speed, moving quickly through the forest. In order to allow the others to keep up, Naruto had to slow down. Naruto's mind is still reverberating with the weight of the twins' voices. Jiro yelled, "Hey, kid," and gave him a sidelong glance. What's so problematic about Konoha? Naruto remained silent. His eyes were far away, but his face remained composed. Kushina gave Jiro a quick look before quietly telling him to stop talking by shaking her head. There was silence for a time. The forest was silent except for the steady rhythm of their footsteps and the rustle of leaves. Sasuke raised his voice. Kakashi-sensei, how did you defeat Haruki? If he could absorb your chakra just by touching you, how did you win? Kakashi's gaze grew softer. Remember this, Sasuke, not every battle is won with jutsu. Tactical thinking is a shinobi's greatest weapon. The strongest, like the third, fourth, and even Itachi, are feared for their minds, not just their power. If you want to surpass Itachi or even Madara, sharpen your strategy. Never drag a fight out longer than necessary. Sasuke scowled. You still didn't say how you beat him. Kakashi reclined. He could absorb chakra, regenerate faster than an Uzumaki, had corrosive blood, and disrupted his opponent's senses. A pseudo-biju, too fast and resilient for brute force. Now, how would you defeat him? I'd use ninjutsu, mentioned Sasuke. Kakashi gave a headshake. He'd counter it. You'd be drained before he was hurt. Then I'd use chakra-suppressing seals and finish him instantly. Kakashi nodded and said, good, but every enemy has a weakness. Sasuke pondered. Maybe he can only absorb so much chakra, exceed that, and it backfires. Exactly, replied Kakashi. Finding that flaw is everything. Sakura bent forward. So what was his weakness, Kakashi-sensei? The response from Kakashi was, he couldn't absorb elemental chakra. I tested it. Lightning chakra slowed his healing, and a stronger surge stopped it completely. He never noticed his own weakness, and that's what cost him the fight. Slowly, Sasuke nodded. Kakashi looked him in the eye. So, what do we take from that? We need to cover our weaknesses, said Sasuke, and look for them in our enemies and ourselves. A smile curled Kakashi's visible eye. There was silence again on the return journey to Konoha. The late afternoon light framed the village's familiar outline as it appeared in the distance. When they finally arrived at Konoha's gates, they went straight to the Hokage Tower. Kushina reported that she had fought Jiro Uzumaki after Zabuza. In addition, Kakashi opened a scroll and reported on his altercation with Haruki. After accepting it, Minato declared, the bounty will be credited to your account. The genin then moved forward. Sakura clarified that she was protecting Tazuna, while Sasuke, Mito, and Narumi described their battle with Haku. The four of them later engaged in independent combat with the missing nin and bandits. Additionally, Mito and Narumi gave the scrolls containing Kurobu and Yoribo. When they opened the scrolls, everyone could see that the two missing nin were safely bound. Minato questioned, wasn't Naruto with you when this happened? Kakashi looked over at him. Naruto, give your report. Naruto took a step forward and started talking. His tone was steady and calm, as though he were explaining something commonplace that he had just had to do, without any pride. He described how Gato had set up bandits along the rivers to prevent the people from even fishing for food, how he saw that the country was depleted of resources, and how the shops were deserted and selling what little they had for 3 times the price. He described how he made the decision to feed the entire nation by himself, how he took care of the orphans who had lost their parents due to Gato, and how he broke the bandits' arms and legs when they threatened to kill the villagers for consuming the food he had given them. He went on to describe how he carried out this daily routine until Gato was apprehended. He then stopped the Iwa nin from stomping Mito and Narumi when he got to the bridge. Lastly, he described how he tied Gato up to prevent him from escaping and followed him when he attempted to do so. Minato gave them all congrats. I know it's not easy to fight bandits and missing nin, but you all pushed yourselves beyond your limits. Since this mission escalated far beyond its original scope, I am officially promoting it to an S-rank mission. You will all receive your pay accordingly. Sakura's gaze expanded. Hey, didn't Katetsu-san say something about missions escalating to S rank? I never thought it would happen on our first mission outside the village. Narumi said, yes, I remember, and shook her head in shock. When they told us, I thought they were joking, but it actually happened. In agreement with the genins, Minato, Kushina, and Kakashi laughed. Minato said, and congratulations, Naruto, for feeding the people of the country with warmth. Naruto stared at him blankly. Minato felt a little hurt by the expression. It's nothing, mumbled Naruto. The bounties were examined by Minato. These two are A-rank missing nin. You'll receive the bounty soon, he stated. Then he looked over at Jiro. And you, if Kushina trusts you, I'm okay with it. But as Hokage, I have to follow procedure. You'll be examined by Inoichi, and after that, you'll be on probation for a month. If you wish to continue as a ninja, you will be given an elite Jonin rank. Jiro said, I have one condition, after nodding. Minato's eyebrow went up. What is it? I want to have a sparring match against all the strong ninjas in this village, Jiro said with determination. First, I want to spar with you. If Kushina liked and married you, that means you aren't some wannabe ninja. There was silence in the room. With wide eyes, Mito yelled, hey, look at what you're saying. That's our dad, and you're mocking him. What? I'm just being honest. In my opinion, I know he's called so and so, but I want to see for myself. Until then, I won't accept that he's strong, Jiro replied with accuracy. Kushina laughed uncomfortably. Don't mind him, Minato. He's been like this since childhood. I knew him before I came to Konoha. He even challenged the Uzukage, my great-uncle, back then. Everyone's mouths fell open. Kakashi gave a little sigh. Well, I wouldn't call him crazy. I'd say he's foolish. Challenging the Uzukage, that's brave, in a way, he replied with a sigh. When Minato said, yeah, I second that, she smiled. As for the challenge, I think there are a few ninjas in the village who are at your level. The Lord Third, the Sannin, Itachi, Kakashi, and Rin, I think if she used medical jutsu, she'd be a handful too, and moreover I can't force them to fight you, he said with concern. Turning, Kakashi faced the genin. You can all leave for now. Rest up, and come back next Monday to the same place. After they all nodded and departed, Minato handed them a scroll and called over an Anbu. Take Jiro to Inoichi, he needs to be examined. Jiro then departed with the Anbu, leaving Kushina and Kakashi in their wake. Minato said, is there anything to discuss? Kushina stated, yes, it's about Naruto, with a serious expression. Kakashi raised his voice. Naruto is immune to genjutsu. Minato blinked, perplexed. Come again, Kakashi. What you heard is true, informed Kakashi. When we encountered the demon brothers, they hid in a puddle using a genjutsu. But Naruto saw through it. He didn't see any puddle. He saw them standing in the middle of the road, as if they were waiting for someone. Minato scowled. That doesn't make sense. The third Hokage had instructed Inoichi Yamanaka to check Naruto's mind for any residual trauma when he returned to the village 2 years prior. Following a comprehensive evaluation, Inoichi turned in his report. His statement, Naruto's mind is stronger than most adults, was made in a tone of quiet surprise. He cannot be mind-controlled by Yamanaka unless he gives permission. Kakashi nodded, remembering the report. You can ask Lord Third for confirmation, he has the file as well. Minato's forehead furrowed. But how? He inquired. Kushina said. Jiro asked the same thing. Naruto said try meditating for long periods of time, Kakashi retorted. Minato became quiet as she took in the details. Kushina continued, there's one more thing. When we were training them to withstand killer intent, I released my own in-training process. Sakura and Sasuke faltered, but Naruto stood there as if it meant nothing. So I asked him to release his own killer intent, and we were shocked. It was like the entire forest responded to his presence. We felt the pressure so strongly that our knees slightly buckled. Minato was taken aback by this realization. Naruto's presence even had an impact on S-class ninjas Kushina and Kakashi. Kushina went on, and one more thing, when the fight was over and Gato was captured, Naruto stopped Zabuza from killing him. Then, he released something strange. It wasn't chakra like we've seen before, It was like a warmth that made everyone calm. Even Sakura, who was trembling after her first kill, felt their fear and worry wash away. Minato's gaze expanded. He was again taken aback by this realization. Additionally, Kushina brought up the events involving Yukio and Yukino as well as Naruto's reaction. That made Minato feel guilty. When Minato said, "You can go, Kakashi," Kushina, "Wait. I need some time with you." Kakashi gave a nod and walked out of the room. Kushina questioned, "What is it, Minato? Why do you need me?" Minato responded solemnly, "Change into your normal attire. We're going to meet someone important." As soon as Kushina saw the expression in his eyes, she rushed to their home to prepare. In the home of Uchiha, to his mother, Makoto, and Uncle Sushi, Sasuke recounted the entire mission. With the harsh tone of a mother reprimanding her child for taking unwarranted risks, Makoto questioned, "So you went through with the mission even though you knew it was dangerous?" Sasuke gave a nod. "I mean, we couldn't just back down because a mission was difficult. If we did that now, we'd keep doing it forever. You should have seen that country, they barely had food to eat. But Naruto, somehow he caught fish and other seafood and fed the whole country by himself while we were training." Sushi and Makoto exchanged startled glances. Sasuke proudly added, "And I activated my 3-Tomo Sharingan, revealing his red glowing eyes." Sushi and Makoto were both in shock. Makoto exclaimed, "But you only awakened your Sharingan 3 months ago," incredulously. Sasuke said, "Yeah," with a tiny smile tugging at his lips. "But I trained hard. I was determined to stop Gato. Kakashi-sensei helped me, showed me some tricks. Honestly, he can use the Sharingan almost like a real Uchiha." When Sushi said, "Kakashi-san is a prodigy," she smiled. "He created his own jutsu when he was 15. Sasuke's eyes were wide with amazement. "But where's Ni-san?" he was abruptly asked. To which Makoto replied, "He went on a mission, he'll be back in a few days." Then she became serious. "And Sasuke, remember this. You must never speak about your missions to anyone, especially S-rank ones." Revealing that information could be considered treason. Sasuke gave a serious nod. "Understood. From now on, I'll be careful. If I have to, I won't even tell you." Makoto gave a quiet smile. "Mom, do you know why Naruto is treated in such a way by the village?" Sasuke said softly after a moment. Makoto nodded, her face growing a little serious. "Yes, it's because of someone's cruel ideas." Sasuke scowled. "What do you mean? Did someone willingly spread that lie?" Makoto let out a quiet sigh. "It's better if you don't know, Sasuke. All we can do now is hope the villagers come to their senses someday." With a slight frown, Sasuke remarked, "What's even more shocking is that Naruto is completely immune to genjutsu." Sushi and Makoto both gazed at him in shock. Sushi inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Sasuke raised his arms in explanation. "When we were on the mission, everyone else saw a simple puddle, but Naruto saw the demon brothers hiding inside it. He told us later that he has incredibly strong mental defenses. Not even a Yamanaka could enter his mind unless he allows it." Makoto blinked. "That's unbelievable. How can he even do that?" Sasuke gave a shrug. "He said anyone could, if they trained their mind enough. He told us to try meditating for longer periods, it strengthens mental focus and resistance." Makoto whispered, "Now tell me, Sasuke, are you all right?" "Yeah," said Sasuke softly. She softly remarked, "You realize you had your first kills on this mission, you can talk to me, you know. Bottling it up will only hurt you." Following a pause, Sasuke remarked, "I expected it, Mom, I knew I might have to cross that line, but I don't know if I did the right thing. They were humans, just like us. I didn't notice it in the heat of battle, but afterward, it's difficult to stop thinking about it." Makoto nodded, her face composed and melancholy. "That's the truth of the world we live in, Sasuke. You have to learn to survive it. I had a hard time after my first kill too, it stays with you if you let it. Just make sure you never take pleasure in it, and never kill when there's no need." Silence hung between them like a lesson he had to learn the hard way as Sasuke took in what she had to say. Sushi added another item. "Sasuke, I recommend you don't rely too much on your Sharingan. It should be a tool for you, not a crutch." "Why?" Sasuke tilted his head in question. "As good as the Sharingan is," Sushi continued, "over-reliance on it makes us weaker. Your mother, Itachi, and I, we don't depend on it. We're not strong because of the Sharingan, but because of our hard work and training." I'm not saying you shouldn't use it, but don't make it your primary weapon. He stopped, his eyes unwavering. The Sharingan helps with tracking movements, yes, but you need to be able to do that without it first. Then, when you do use the Sharingan, it becomes an added strength, an extension of your skill, not the source of it. Remember this, Sasuke, the Sharingan should be your strength's ally, not its foundation. I'll keep it in mind, uncle. Thanks for the advice, Sasuke replied. And out of all of us, your mom is the best fighter without the Sharingan, Sushi continued. Really, mom? Came Sasuke's question. Makoto gave a nod. It's true. Even when I was a Jonin, me and Kushina were the best duo. Sasuke asked excitedly, will you tell me more about your ninja days? Makoto laughed. Of course. Later, Kushina was strolling around the village in her regular clothes, and Minato was wearing casual clothing. As they went by, many villagers bowed and greeted them. At last, they found themselves facing an orphanage. Kushina's voice was tense as she asked, what are we doing here, Minato? Why did you bring me here? Naruto lived in this orphanage, Minato said softly. Kushina's gaze grew strained. She uttered, so this is the orphanage that kicked Naruto out, with little control over her rage. Minato had a serious look on her face. He whispered, you know, we are the reason for it. The reason I brought you here, said Minato, is because there's a girl named Akira. She and Naruto are close, like brother and sister. In shock, Kushina's eyes grew wide. While you were on a mission, she came to me asking when Naruto would return. Later, the Lord Third told me how Naruto stopped some bullies from hurting her. Since then, they've grown close. On top of that, Naruto has been helping her prepare to enter the academy. I think, if we adopt her, we can give her a good life, a family. And more importantly, it will show Naruto that we are truly sorry and that we're trying our best to earn his forgiveness, Minato said. The idea made Kushina smile. That's a good idea, but, immediately responded, don't you think Naruto will see through it? And what if he doesn't take it well? Minato nodded, his face composed yet resolute. It's a risk, but I'm not doing this for selfish reasons. I see myself in her, she has a good heart. Maybe she can be the bridge that helps us reach Naruto. They went through the gate after that, and Aiko greeted them before phoning Akira. Akira bowed slightly upon seeing them. Good evening, Yondaime-sama. When Minato said, good evening to you, Akira. Then Akira turned to face Kushina, who gave her a kind smile. Akira inquired, who is this lady, Hokage-sama? She is both my wife and Naruto's Jonin-sensei, Minato replied. Akira's gaze brightened. With a smile, she said, wait, does that mean Nisan is back? Minato gave a nod. Yes, he returned a few hours ago and is resting for now. Once more, Akira bowed to Kushina. Thank you for taking care of my brother. Kushina gave a soft smile. Don't mention it, it's my responsibility. Minato looked over at Akira. Now, Akira, I wanted to ask you something. Akira said, what is it, Hokage-sama? We would like to adopt you. If you want, we will be your mom and dad. What do you say? Tears were streaming down Akira's face as she was stunned. Really, Hokage-sama? Minato gave a nod. Yes, so, what do you say? With a gentle yet optimistic tone, Akira nodded. Adding, in a sad tone, I think Nisan will be happy. He wanted to take me, but he couldn't. He said the villagers might hate me if they saw me with him, she said. Her words caused Minato and Kushina's hearts to ache. Minato reassured her, I'm sure he will be happy, by tomorrow afternoon, we will come to take you. Be ready, pack all your things. Akira added, okay, to-san, grinning despite her tears. She received warm smiles in return from Minato and Kushina. There was a sense of hope and fresh starts in the air as they departed the orphanage. Naruto arrived the following morning to greet Akira. She rushed into his arms and gave him a tight hug as soon as she saw him. Naruto returned the hug with equal vigor. Softly, I missed you, Akira said. Naruto said, I apologize, the mission took longer than anticipated. I know, Akira said, grinning a little. After a week, you still hadn't returned, so I went to meet with Hokage-sama. He told me the mission got more dangerous and that you were saving a lot of people. Naruto gave a nod. So, how have you been all this time? Asked the man. I'm fine, said Akira. I've been training, and a few times Hokage-sama came to talk with me. You mean Gigi? Inquired Naruto in a hopeful tone. No, Yondaime, replying Akira. Naruto became quiet. After a brief pause, Akira went on, he and his wife came to meet me yesterday and said they would like to adopt me. Naruto stopped. Akira saw his response. Ni-san, is something wrong? Aren't you happy? She said. Naruto said, no, I'm fine, without pausing. I was just shocked when you told me. But I'm sorry, I should have been the one who adopts you. Akira grinned broadly and shook her head. Don't worry, just because I'm being adopted doesn't mean you won't be my brother. You're my first family, and I will never forget, or leave, you. A tiny smile tugged at Naruto's lips as he felt a warmth in his chest and held her a little tighter. Naruto eventually left the orphanage and made his way directly to the Hokage's office. Namikaze household at night. Weary from the day's activities, Akira sat on the living room sofa. Kushina was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Just then, Shizune and Tsunade came home from the hospital. They looked confused when they saw Akira, but they were too tired from the day to give it much thought. Later, Jiraiya came inside. He spotted her right away and went to talk to her. Akira clarified that she had been adopted by Minato and Kushina. A warm smile spread across Jiraiya's face. He said, "That's wonderful, Akira. I'm happy for you," and then he left to get clean. Akira, meanwhile, had picked up a photo album and was browsing through images of strangers. She stopped on one with Narumi and Mito. At that moment, the two came inside, and their faces froze in shock upon seeing her. Akira exclaimed, "Hello, Mito-ne, Naru-ne." After exchanging looks, Mito and Narumi grinned broadly. "Hello, Akira," they said together. Akira's expression brightened as she began to feel a little more comfortable in the Namikaze home. At dinner later, it was a quiet dinner. The only sound to break the silence was the slight clinking of chopsticks. Akira sat motionless, her gaze straying from time to time to the doorway. Her food had not been touched. Leaning slightly in her direction, Kushina put down her chopsticks. "Akira, is something wrong with the food?" Akira gave a small shake of her head. "It's good, Mom. I'm just waiting." Once more, her gentle, hopeful eyes lingered on the door. Minato and Kushina exchanged a brief, silent look. She said softly, "Who?" even though she already knew. "Ni-san," muttered Akira. Everyone froze. Jiraiya even froze her chopsticks in midair. Akira went on, inquisitive but innocent, "You're Naruto's parents, right? But he never told me about you, and why isn't he home?" With a twinge of remorse in her voice, Kushina bent her head. We really hurt Naruto in a bad way. That's part of why he doesn't live here." Unsure of what to say, the Sannin stopped eating, and Minato stayed silent. Akira cocked her head in contemplation. "So, that's why you adopted me. Because I'm close to Naruto, you thought I might help." Everyone was shocked by the words that lingered in the air. There was silence for a while. "What made you think that?" Minato finally inquired gently. Akira gave a small smile. "Ni-san always tells me I'm smart and intelligent. When I saw the photos of Mito-ne and Naru-ne in the hall, I realized you must be Naruto's parents, since they're his sisters." A tiny smile curved Minato's lips. "Well, we genuinely wanted to adopt you too." Akira had a gleam in her eyes. "If you want, I can ask Naruto to come live here. He wouldn't deny my request." Minato said, "No need," in a firm but kind manner. "This isn't for him. It's something we need to do for ourselves." As Kushina gazed at Akira, her eyes grew softer. "And promise us, you won't ask Naruto about this, okay?" Akira gave a firm nod, her face warm but serious. "I promise, Mom." Akira then started eating. Jiraiya said, "Hey girl, tell me, how do you know Naruto?" As they waited to hear her story, the others leaned in. Akira said, "It happened about a year and a half ago, but she started quietly. In the orphanage where I used to reside, there were two older orphans who bullied me constantly because they found it amusing. I did my best to stay away from them, but they persisted even after they were genin. They shoved me into an alley and knocked me down one day while I was out. Ni-san then arrived to stop them. They ignored his warning that assaulting civilians is illegal. They even threw a kunai at him and called him a demon, but Ni-san caught it between his fingers as if it were insignificant. Neko then showed up, caught them, and brought them to 3rd Gigi. I told 3rd Gigi everything that had happened, and he punished them. Ni-san then escorted me back to the orphanage, but not before buying me some ramen. I asked if he would return tomorrow, and he said that he would, and he has been coming to see me every day ever since. I asked him to train me a few months ago, and he concurred. When you told him you wanted to become a shinobi, how did he respond? Tsunade inquired. He didn't object, Akira said, adding that it's only natural given that this is a shinobi village. I therefore requested that he train me. Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi train with me. Are you aware that Naruto had no desire to become a shinobi? Mito asked inquisitively. Yes, because third Gigi asked him, he became one, Akira remarked. Gigi, third, Tsunade smirked and remarked, well, it looks like sensei has a new name. At that, Kushina laughed. Grinning, Jiraiya inquired, what is Minato's name? Quote. It's Blondime, a bashful Akira said. Blondime, Kushina repeated, arching an eyebrow. Yeah, Akira said, nodding, he's the Yondaime, and he has blonde hair. Thus, Blondime might as well be Tusen's nickname. Everyone started laughing at that, including Minato, who couldn't help but smile. Then Minato softly inquired, Akira, what name would you give Ka-san? Quote. After giving it some thought, Akira responded, Ka-san has gorgeous red hair. Benigami no Hime, seems like a good idea. With a proud smile, Kushina said, see, she's aware of how gorgeous my hair is, she said proudly. After dinner, Kushina put Akira to bed, lovingly brushed her hair, and pulled the blanket up to her chin before heading out of the room. Mito, Narumi, Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya were waiting in the hall, their faces composed but inquisitive. Minato and Kushina joined them a moment later and took seats on the couch. So, Dad, Narumi said tentatively, is Naruto aware? And I believe he didn't handle it well if he did. Minato took a moment to react, and his silence spoke louder than words. Mito whispered, so, tell us, what was Naruto's reaction? Quote. Rewind. After completing the necessary paperwork, Minato and Kushina were startled when the doors of the Hokage office flew open, and they turned to see Naruto standing there with a stern and uncompromising expression in his eyes. Minato told the Anbu to leave the room right away. Naruto's voice sliced through the air like a blade before he could say anything. Minato, what game are you playing? Quote. What are you talking about, son? Minato asked, flinching inwardly but maintaining a composed expression. Quote. Don't pretend you don't know, and don't even dare call me that. Naruto yelled. Minato stated cautiously, if you're considering adopting Akira, we believe she deserves a family and a home because she is a good girl. Is she not, in your opinion? Quote. She does, remarked Naruto acerbically, but not from you. Minato's forehead wrinkled. Can you explain why? Quote. With a sardonic tone, Naruto said, are you serious? When a toad whispers a prophecy in your ear, you will undoubtedly leave her. You have a lot of experience in that field, after all. Deep down, Minato and Kushina were hurt by what he said. Naruto, please, give us a chance, Kushina pleaded. However, Naruto remained silent. You know, we already signed the papers, Minato said in an attempt to reason. She will be harmed if we cancel right away. Do you wish to bring her down? Quote. All right, Naruto said, clenching his fists. However, you will pay if you ever cause her pain or sadness. Are you trying to harm us? Minato questioned in a tone that was both shocked and offended. No, said Naruto in a chilly tone, I'm warning you. With a deep breath, Minato said, it seems you're overconfident. No, I'm not. Additionally, you don't know me, don't pretend that you do. You're unaware of my abilities and capabilities. But keep in mind that you will regret it if she ever breaks down in tears because of you. Naruto then walked out of the room, and the oppressive, unseen presence vanished as he did so. With a trembling breath, Kushina said, do you think everything will be fine? Quote. It will be, Kushina, Minato said, nodding steadily as he glanced at her. It will be guaranteed. End of flashback. Finally, Narumi remarked, well, it looks like he was really angry. Whether he is angry or not, Tsunade firmly stated, that is not the appropriate way for him to address his parents. Narumi abruptly turned to face her. Well, aren't you the reason for this? Quote. The adults averted their gazes, and the room fell silent. Mito whispered, give him time, and then she turned to Kushina, saying, Mom, wait. Give him room for the time being. You witnessed the villagers' reactions to him and the rumors that circulated about him. How his parents left him. How they believed he was worthless. And upon our return, he discovered that the villagers' statements were accurate. They all realized. No one said a word. I understand, Minato muttered, it's a punishment we both have to endure. We chose to adopt Akira because she brought back memories of my own early years. I just hope he'll forgive us one day, he said, his voice trembling a little. And I thought, at least we can give her the kind of childhood we never gave Naruto. He doesn't even need to accept us once more, but perhaps one day he will at least think of us as his parents. I'm sorry, Minato, Jiraiya said in a tone laden with remorse, I'm to blame for your suffering. I realize that no amount of apology can undo the harm I inflicted. Minato said quietly, if we hadn't agreed, none of this would have happened. It's not entirely your fault, Sensei. Even though Lord Third disagreed and cautioned us, we witnessed your determination. Thus, I believed it might work. With a sigh, Tsunade said, I'm also at fault. Even though I initially disagreed with the plan, I somehow went along with it. I have no idea why. The only sound in the air was that of regret. Mito and Narumi were waiting at their regular training ground on Monday of the following week. As usual, they had been there early. Finally, Naruto emerged in the distance as they were conversing. The twins ran to him right away and gave him a firm embrace. When they retreated, Naruto inquired, how's Akira? She's fine, said Narumi quietly. And, she knows that you know. Naruto gave a nod. Of course she does. After seeing you two, it wouldn't take her long to figure it out. Mito touched his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, she'll be okay. Even if you don't want to hear it, Mom and Dad are taking good care of her. Yeah, Narumi grinned and added. And we'll be looking out for her too, she is our little sister, after all. Naruto let out a sigh. It's just, I don't trust them. We know, Narumi said. Dad told us what happened in the Hokage's office. Naruto gave her a startled look. Further, we're not angry at you, she said. If we were in your place, we probably would have reacted even worse. Sakura and Sasuke arrived as they were speaking, and then Team 8, Kiba Inuzuka, his devoted Ninken Akamaru, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame, arrived shortly after. Akamaru leapt from Kiba's head straight into Naruto's arms as soon as he saw Naruto, licking Naruto's face while his tail wagging wildly. Scratching behind Akamaru's ears, Naruto laughed. Hey there, little guy. How have you been? Akamaru responded with a joyful bark. Team 7 greeted Team 8, and Hinata greeted them back with shyness. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akamichi, arrived a short while later. When Ino first saw Sasuke, her inner fangirl exploded. She yelled, Sasuke-kun, and jumped for an embrace, but Sasuke easily ducked her approach, his face unreadable. Get off, Ino pig. Can't you see Sasuke isn't interested in you? Stop annoying him, yelled Sakura. Ino retorted, as if he'd ever be interested in you, billboard brow. Shikamaru mumbled, troublesome, while rubbing the back of his neck. I think Sasuke's just tired from staring at your huge forehead all the time, Ino said. You're totally wrong, Ino pig. Sasuke was in a good mood until you showed up and started squealing like a pig at him. Sakura replied. As the two rivals exchanged insults like it was a daily occurrence, the other members of Teams 7, 8, and 10 watched in awkward amusement. Moaning toward Naruto, Sasuke said, you know, I'm jealous. You're lucky none of your fangirls became genin and showed up here. I've been completely cornered. Naruto grinned. They don't concern me. I usually manage to escape before they start fawning over me. Honestly, it's better they didn't become genin. Do you really think they could have handled the guilt and stress from our last mission? Sasuke gave a contemplative nod. You'll have to teach me that escape trick someday. It sounds useful, and you're right. None of them could handle it unless they trained like us. In the meantime, the Banshee sisters, as Naruto referred to them in private, persisted in their increasingly intense screech competition. Another team, Team 11, which included Yakumo Kurama, Kurin Hodo, and Yashiko Yona, arrived before things could get worse. They gave the others a courteous greeting, but their smiles wavered when they saw Sakura and Ino fighting. Kurin, bewildered, said, can anyone tell us why those two were screeching at each other? Don't bother. It's just the Banshee sisters' reunion, Naruto said with a sigh. The others couldn't contain their laughter. Kiba commented, oh man, Naruto, that's actually a good name for them, in between chuckles. Dream on, forehead, Sasuke-kun thinks I'm cuter. Tossing her hair, Ino boastfully exclaimed. Sakura's face broke into a broad smile. That expression was instantly recognizable by Team 7, and Sasuke's face lost its color. Subconsciously, he muttered, "Not now, not now." Sakura yelled triumphantly, "Well, listen here, Ino pig." Sasuke confessed that I'm cute. If you don't believe me, you can ask my whole team, even our senseis saw it happen. With the exception of Team 7, everyone froze and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke raised his hands defensively and yelled, "Hey, don't look at me. My mouth spoke before my brain could react." Mito smirked and crossed her arms. "Yeah, your mouth spoke, but unless you meant it, you couldn't have said it." Sasuke let out a moan. With a slight flush starting to appear on his cheeks, he yelled, "Will you stop embarrassing me already?" Ino screeched indignantly, "That's it, forehead. You probably tricked Sasuke-kun. I mean, look at your forehead, it could reflect sunlight across the whole village." The Jonin in the shadows, meanwhile, couldn't help but grin with laughter, though some of them appeared a little irritated by the constant arguing, particularly between Sakura and Ino. Naruto eventually made the decision that enough was enough as the argument became louder and more intolerable. Suddenly, two gags materialized out of thin air, closing Sakura's and Ino's mouths. The assembled genin let out a collective sigh of relief. But the Jonin exchanged perplexed glances. They wondered, where did those gags come from? With their voices muffled, Sakura and Ino began thrashing their hands at one another in exasperation. However, Sakura was able to remove the gag from her mouth in a matter of seconds, and naturally, Ino did the same. Their argument resumed almost immediately. A soothing, well-known voice spoke at that moment. "Hello, little brother." Sasuke stopped. Anywhere he heard that voice, he recognized it. The other genin turned in the direction of the sound, and their eyes widened upon seeing Itachi Uchiha, dressed in formal attire, standing close by. The majority of them gazed in wonder. They were familiar with the legend of Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy. As usual, however, Sakura and Ino were too preoccupied with their dispute to see anything else. Sasuke said, "Ni-san," as he moved forward to give his brother a hug, a rare smile tugging at his lips. "When did you return?" "Just an hour ago," Itachi said kindly in response. "I heard you recently completed a mission, a dangerous one, wasn't it?" Sasuke acknowledged, "Yeah," as he scratched the back of his neck. "But I can't really tell you about it. It's classified." With a knowing smile, Itachi extended his hand and prodded Sasuke's forehead. "Hey, how many times have I told you not to do that? And now you're doing it in front of my friends," Sasuke muttered, his cheeks just a little redder. The rare sight of Sasuke being agitated caused the genin around him to laugh. "Sorry," Itachi said, grinning a little. Force of habit. At the same time, the shrieking of Sakura and Ino had intensified. Then Sakura shouted, "Sasuke-kun is mine." Ino retorted, "Not in your dreams, forehead." Kiba let out a loud groan. "Come on, how long are they gonna keep this up?" Almost simultaneously, a fresh set of gags materialized over the mouths of both girls. No matter how hard Sakura tried, she was unable to take hers off this time. Itachi, clearly amused, raised an eyebrow. "Interesting. Can you tell me how those gags appeared?" Sasuke let out a sigh. "We don't really know. They just show up whenever those two start arguing." Itachi gave a quiet laugh. "I see. A rather effective jutsu. Whoever cast it must have remarkable control and patience." With a sigh, Naruto turned to face Sakura and Ino. He had a serious but composed expression. He firmly said, "Can you two please stop arguing over who gets Sasuke? He's not an object you can claim. Tell me, how would you feel if some boy tried to force his will on you, saying you belong to him? I doubt either of you would like that." His words struck both girls harder than they had anticipated, causing them to freeze. Naruto went on, his tone becoming softer. "Now imagine how Sasuke feels when you do the same thing to him." Sakura and Ino bowed their heads, embarrassment beginning to show on their faces as they recognized the immaturity of their actions. They both muttered, "Sorry," together. Naruto gave a small shake of his head. "Not to me," he protested. "I think Sasuke's the one who deserves that apology." Sakura and Ino both bowed their heads and said, "We're sorry, Sasuke," simultaneously. "It's okay," said Sasuke coolly. "Just take your careers as kunoichi seriously. When the time comes, the person who's truly right for you will come along." Silently, The Jonin observing from the shadows were pleased by Naruto's skillful handling of the situation. Rin smiled teasingly and said, "Well, it's fortunate that Naruto didn't end up being a pervert like you, Kakashi." With a sigh, Kakashi grinned behind his mask. "I'll take that as a compliment." Kiba scowled as the genin was gathered. "Okay, could someone tell me why we're all here?" "How should we know? We're still waiting for our senseis," replied Mito. Hinata began. "Kurenai-sensei told us to meet here," as she fidgeted with her fingers. Ino shrugged. "Same with us," he said. A faint whistle pierced the air before anyone could reply. Almost languidly, Naruto raised his hand to the side of his face and caught a kunai between two fingers with a sharp clink. Gleaming in the sunlight, the blade came to a complete halt. The genin went on alert instantly. Even Itachi narrowed his eyes and changed his posture slightly. However, Naruto only gave a slight smile. "Relax, it's nothing. Just some kids playing around." Shortly afterward, they could all hear happy shouting coming from a distance. There were a few voices saying, "Boss," and a smaller voice saying, "Ni-san." They all turned to face the noise. 4 children, all beaming, ran across the field. First to arrive at Naruto, the girl with the short brown hair jumped right into his arms. "Ni-san," she exclaimed with joy. With a quiet laugh, Naruto easily caught her and put her down again. "Boss," the other 3 exclaimed, running up and jumping toward him simultaneously. With ease, Naruto captured them, grinning at the younger kid's enthusiasm. Konohamaru yelled, "Boss, where have you been? We haven't seen you for a month." Naruto said, "The mission took longer than expected," and shrugged. Konohamaru went on enthusiastically, "I heard you were kicking some serious butt during the mission." Naruto gave a headshake. "No, I didn't do any fighting. My team handled everything." After a moment of silence, Konohamaru smiled. "Of course, if you had fought, they would have been broken into pieces." Naruto laughed awkwardly. Kiba squinted and said, "Hey, kid, who are you?" "I'm not a kid," yelled Konohamaru. "I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi, the future Hokage of Konoha. I'm going to be the greatest Hokage this village has ever seen. Under my watch, no one will die needlessly. No one will lose their family again." Startled by what he said, the genin fell silent. Some, however, could see the fierce resolve burning in his eyes beneath their surprise. The jonin were shocked, too. Itachi, intrigued and amused, pondered what could motivate a child to speak so strongly. "But tell me, what are you doing here, and how did you find me?" replied Naruto. "Akira told us you returned, so we rushed here. She even directed us," Moegi said. Kiba repeated, "Yeah, tell us, what's a bunch of kids doing here?" But the younger ones chose to ignore him. Akira and Akamaru were playing joyfully in the meantime. "Hey, boss, while you were gone, a strange man came to us and said he wanted to train us," Konohamaru replied. "But we rejected him." Raising an eyebrow, Naruto questioned, "Who was that?" "Well, he told us his name, but I forgot it," confessed Kono. Moegi yelled, "Idiot, his name is Jiraiya of the Sannin." With the exception of Mito, Narumi, and Naruto, everyone froze in disbelief. The hidden jonin were surprised, too. Yashiko Yona questioned incredulously, "You're telling me, you rejected training from Jiraiya, the Toad Sage?" Konohamaru confidently nodded, "Yeah, he isn't as great as my boss." Curious, Yona said, "Tell me, what's so great about your boss?" Konohamaru challenged, "Can anyone here break a tree by just throwing a kunai?" The others gave a headshake. "But Jiraiya-sama trained Yondaime-sama," Kurin said. Konohamaru exclaimed with pride, "My grandpa is even greater because he trained Jiraiya." With wide eyes, Kiba questioned, "So, you're Sandaime-sama's grandson?" Konohamaru puffed out his chest and nodded solemnly. At last, the jonin who was observing all of this said something. "Shall we go?" Kurenai asked, attempting to gather herself. Kakashi said, "We'll wait," and shrugged. "It's getting more interesting, and I didn't expect Naruto to be training others." Konohamaru, meanwhile, practically bounced on his feet as he piped up eagerly. "Boss, we've been doing the same exercises all the time. It's time you teach us how to actually fight." Sighing, Naruto tried to sound patient. "I think I already told you what to do about that." With excitement in her eyes, Akira added, "But we'd like to see how it's done." Naruto gave her a disbelieving blink. His tone was informal as he stated, "You have to wait for it. Do what I say regularly first, then I'll show you." The four children, however, were not amenable. Together, Konohamaru and his companions began pleading. Please, boss. Please, boss. Akira clasped her hands together and joined in. Please, Ni-san, please. They all used their most lethal tactic, puppy dog eyes. Itachi, of all people, had the tiniest hint of amusement in his eyes, and even the genin around him were snickering. There were some jonin hiding in the shadows up in the trees, quietly observing the scene. As the four children continued their assault, Naruto's eye twitched in frustration. Mito and Narumi chose to join in as if on cue. Not you two, yelled Naruto. Mito grinned. Well, boss, aren't you the one who told them to learn by watching how others move and breathe? Now they're asking, isn't it your duty to show them? She quipped. When Naruto realized he had walked straight into that one, he moaned. He was wise enough to avoid arguing with Mito. Fine, he conceded, but before that, you've got to pass a test. If you fail, I'm not teaching you anything. The children practically glowed with excitement as they nodded instantly. With excitement, Konohamaru said, What test is it, boss? Naruto took a moment to respond. Rather, he took a stopwatch out of his pocket and walked a distance of roughly 200 feet. All right, he exclaimed, run up to this spot. If you do well, I'll teach you something new. If not, you keep doing your regular drills. The children gave resolute nods. After a few minutes, all four of them returned with smiles. The fact that they were actually faster than he had anticipated for their age caused Naruto's eye to twitch a little. Konohamaru boasted, See, boss. We totally nailed it. The neighboring genin appeared impressed as well. Akira smiled. Now teach us. Although the smirk tugging at his lips betrayed him, Naruto crossed his arms and pretended to think deeply. Kiba scowled and muttered, Hey, where are our senseis, anyway? Before he could respond, Naruto did not even turn around. Casually, they're here, he said. Hiding in the trees, watching us since the moment we all gathered. With their eyes darting to the tree line, the genin all froze. Itachi even nodded slightly. He's right. They're there. The jonin who had been silently watching tensed up in the branches. How was it that Naruto saw us? One by one, they fell from their hiding places, realizing they had been discovered. However, a huge wolf struck Naruto, flattening him onto his back before anyone could respond further. Boss! Exclaimed Konohamaru. With their hands already on their weapons, everyone immediately fell into a defensive stance. Everyone except Rin and Kakashi, who remained motionless. The clearing was filled with the rumbling, deep voice of the wolf. You're weak. All heads bowed simultaneously. Did that wolf just talk? Kiba inquired, scanning his surroundings to make sure he wasn't having hallucinations. Naruto snarled and shoved at the creature, saying, Get off of me. With a snort, the wolf moved aside, allowing Naruto to stand up. Naruto picked himself up and narrowed his blue eyes as he glared at it. The wolf merely flashed its teeth in what amounted to a smile. As I said, Naruto, you've become weak. The group erupted in gasps. Weak, exclaimed Team 7 in shock. Even Kushina and Kakashi looked at each other, unsure of how to interpret that statement. Meanwhile, trembling, Akamaru whimpered and plunged headfirst into Kiba's jacket. Hey, who are you, and why did you jump on him? Mito shouted, stepping forward defensively. Kakashi held up a hand before she could continue. Mito, there's no need to fret. His eyes softened as he turned to face the wolf. He bowed slightly and said, It's been a long time, Wolf-san, with respect. Rin bowed a little too, following his example. The genin gazed in complete bewilderment. The other jonin even exchanged unsure glances. Calm as ever, Itachi said. I've heard about you, about a year or two ago. What is your name? He was the target of the great wolf's piercing silver eyes. My name is Reikiro, it growled in a deep, steady voice. Naruto said, Mind telling me what you're doing here? Reikiro's cryptic response, It's time, had a weight to it that made the clearing quiet. Sensing that there was more to those words, the jonin and Itachi exchanged cautious looks. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and sighed. You're still as vague as ever. Fine, tell me this instead. With the new pup, how many grandpups or great-grandpups do you have now? Reikiro's mouth opened in a grin that bordered on a smirk. 500. There was a collective, what? In the clearing. What the heck? Kiba exclaimed. 500 pups. How old are you? Reikiro calmly remarked. I'm probably older than you think. In fact, I'm likely older than the tailed beasts you have in your world. At that moment, everyone fell silent, even the Kyuubi that were imprisoned inside Mito and Narumi. Sakura inquired, so, you belong to a wolf summoning clan? I've never heard of a wolf summoning before. Reikuro said, no, and shook his head. I don't belong to this world. We aren't a summoning clan. We have a world of our own. I met Naruto 2 years ago. With wide eyes, Mito questioned, wait, you're the wolf that saved Naruto? Reikuro gave a nod. Team 7 gaped in amazement. It was difficult to accept that Naruto had been saved by a talking wolf. Okay, said Naruto at last. Then tell me, why are you here? As I said, Reikuro answered in a dignified and low voice, it's time. Slowly, Naruto nodded. Fine, I'll be waiting. Realizing the cryptic weight of those words, the Jonin, including Itachi, exchanged glances. Reikuro's tone was so solemn that Sasuke, Mito, and Narumi could all hear it. Tell me, is there a threat on the horizon? Sasuke inquired. You don't need to be concerned, Reikuro muttered. But your tone betrays you, Narumi remarked, squinting. Until the time comes, Reikuro calmly stated, there are some things you need not know. With curiosity, Sakura inquired, can you use chakra? No, Reikuro replied, we don't use chakra. What does that mean? Sakura wanted to know. Konohamaru jogged up and interrupted, boss, we're waiting. Naruto let out a sigh before a smile appeared on his face. His words were, hey, Reikuro, do you have any free time? Reikuro gave a silent nod. Naruto clapped his hands together and said, okay. I'm not going to teach any fighting today, but I've got a task for you four. Curious, the children straightened. Since you all think you're fast, Naruto went on, you're going to be running away from Reikuro. Your goal, don't let him catch you. And don't think he's slow, he's faster than you can imagine. The four children let out a disappointed groan. Naruto grinned, I'm sure you'll lose. They instantly raised their heads. They all yelled, what? No way, we won't lose. Together. The four of them immediately fled into the trees. Reikuro stretched a moment later, his silver fur gleaming in the sunlight, and followed them away, as silent as a shadow. Mito questioned, Naruto, do you think they'll be safe? Of course, Naruto smiled calmly in response. Narumi inquired inquisitively, but why aren't you teaching them how to fight? With a light yet steady voice, Naruto said, hey, they're still kids. Let them be kids, for what little time they have before the world robs them of their childhood. Although he said the words casually, there was no mistaking the seriousness behind them. The group fell into a thick silence. Itachi, who had never really experienced childhood, felt a silent admiration for Naruto grow. Rin and Kakashi looked at each other for a moment, both of them understanding the deeper meaning of his words. With a gentle, hello, Nei-chan, Naruto turned to face Rin and embraced her. With a smile on her face, Rin gave him a hug back. Yo, Asuma Oji, Naruto exclaimed, beaming broadly as he greeted Asuma. Team 10 asked an astonished Ino, Sensei, do you know him? Asuma nodded. Asuma gave him a smile. Well, look who it is. You know, I didn't expect you to become a ninja. I still remember you saying you weren't interested, but here you are. All of the Genin and Jonin, including Kurenai, were taken aback by that, with the exception of Mito, Narumi, Kushina, and Rin. Naruto laughed. You know, the old man had a knack for convincing people. At that, Asuma shook his head and laughed. Sakura tilted her head and said, wait, Naruto, you didn't want to become a shinobi, yet you did anyway. Naruto gave a nod. Yeah, I wanted to live a normal life, but I couldn't. One day, the old man noticed my talent by accident and asked me to join. I didn't really have a choice. With a calm yet inquisitive tone, Sasuke questioned, is there a reason for that? Naruto uttered the words, there are a lot of reasons, with a slight sigh. All I ever saw were adults using children as sacrifices for their own conflicts. Itachi stopped. Those were the same words that his father had uttered as he was dying. He felt the memory strike him in the chest like a shuriken. Observing the shift in his brother's expression, Sasuke scowled. Ni-san, are you okay? You look pale. Did something happen? Itachi gave a headshake. No, I'm fine. Sasuke, however, didn't seem persuaded. You know I'm here for you, right? Just like you've always been there for me. You can tell me. A small, longing smile curved Itachi's lips. It's just, Father said the same words before he died. Sasuke's gaze expanded. Really? Itachi gave a silent nod. The others looked at each other, Naruto's previous words reverberating in their thoughts. Naruto stopped and continued, honestly, I never had a great impression of shinobi. I know that sounds hypocritical, but, with everything I went through, it felt like the only path I had. After that, nobody said anything. The silence was heavy and reflective, not awkward. There was a long pause before Sakura spoke again, her voice steady but gentle. I think your impression has changed, Naruto. And, if you hadn't become a shinobi, you wouldn't have done what you did back in the Land of Waves. None of us could have done that. So, maybe it's a good thing it happened. And who knows, if you try, maybe you really can change the way things are. Her words took Naruto by surprise, and he blinked. Then, gradually, a tiny smile pulled at his mouth. As he looked down, he paused and said, yeah. Maybe you're right, but about changing the way things are, he said, I'm not so sure. Mito raised his voice. So, what's the reason we've all gathered here? In a straightforward response, Kakashi stated with a hint of pride, we decided to have a team training session to see how much you've all grown. And I think, out of all the teams, Team 7 has grown the most. Team 7 grinned broadly at the compliment. Well, I did train my team, you scarecrow, playfully shot back Rin. Today we're here to see how much they've really grown. Sasuke's eyes flickered with curiosity as he asked, so, what exactly will we do? As Kushina clarified, you'll have matches, one-on-one, with other members. Hand-to-hand only. Immediately, the genin became excited. They were eager to test themselves and see how far they had come, and their eyes gleamed with anticipation. After Kakashi drew the lots, Kiba and Sakura faced off in the opening match. Kiba moaned, what, I'm fighting a girl. Every girl gave him a glare, but he went on oblivious to their looks. Girls are weak anyway, he whispered to himself. In an attempt to tell him to stop, Akamaru barked. Sasuke smirked and said, Akamaru, perhaps you should put a leash on your friend. Everyone started giggling. Kiba snarled, what did you just say? Kakashi reminded him, Kiba, your fight is with Sakura. Kiba objected, saying, but she's a girl. She's weak. Rin grinned. Looks like I'll have to go and talk to Hana. Kiba's face lost its color instantly. With a quick, okay, I'll fight her, he said. Kiba begged, but don't tell my mom or sister. Kiba and Sakura stood with their backs to one another. Kiba wasted no time in charging forward and punching. Sakura deftly sidestepped and hit him in the stomach, causing him to lose consciousness. Kiba stumbled, but he quickly got back on his feet and kicked. After blocking it with her leg, Sakura spun around and kicked him in the face with a high kick. The field was filled with gasps. Ino cried out in surprise, since when can forehead fight like that? Ever since we became a team. Mom trained her hard, Mito grinned proudly. It was done. Kiba had been knocked unconscious by Sakura's kick. Winner. Sakura Haruno, exclaimed Kakashi. The genin applauded her performance with a cheer. Kurenai let out a sigh. Looks like I'll have to train him hard so he doesn't underestimate girls, she said quietly. When Kushina said, the next match, Shino Aburame vs Kurin Hodo. On the training field, both moved from their spots and assumed their positions. Kushina called, begin. Kurin charged at Shino, fighting him. To the untrained eye, Kurin appeared to be controlling the battle. The Jonin, however, were aware of the Aburame clan's capabilities and knew better. Kurin's punches and kicks became less frequent as the battle continued. With a start, Yashiko questioned, what's happening? Rin calmly stated, wait for the results, while keeping a close eye on things. Exhausted and panting, Kurin fell to his knees. Winner. Shino Aburame, declared Kushina. Rin hurried forward, healing him and recharging his chakra with her medical jutsu. Kurin asked, confused, what happened? Quietly responding, I used my bugs on you at the start of the match. They drained your chakra slowly, which is why you lost. Kurin understood and nodded. Kushina continued, if it weren't for Shino's bugs, you might have won the match. But the reason Shino was your opponent was deliberate. In real missions, you need to know about your enemy before engaging. You must assess the battlefield and the opponent before you act. And you, Shino, Kushina said in a serious voice, it's good that you use your bugs effectively, but what will you do if the enemy has a counter? I once sparred with your father. He used his bugs on me, but since I knew how to counter them, the bugs couldn't drain my chakra. And if an opponent can use fire or lightning jutsu against you, you could be cornered. Do you understand what that means? Shino gave a nod. In his typically stoic and rational tone, he stated, I can't rely solely on my clan techniques. I need to improve my other skills. Kushina nodded slightly. I hope you'll succeed. When Kurenai said, the next match, Ino Yamanaka vs Yoshiko Yona. Yoshiko and Ino stood in their prepared positions, facing one another. Yoshiko made a snap decision. Aware of the Yamanaka clan's tactics, he charged forward and punched Ino. Ino swiftly raised her hand to block, but she was knocked backward by Yoshiko's forceful blow. Yoshiko closed in and put a kunai to her throat before she had a chance to recover. Give up, he said firmly. The genin all looked on in wonder. What a drag, Shikamaru muttered. What the heck, how strong is he? Kiba exclaimed. Itachi whispered, Kakashi-senpai, is he the son of Raiju Yona? Kakashi gave nod, he's following in his father's footsteps. Itachi narrowed his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. Who is this Raiju Yona? Sasuke asked. He is one of the legendary shinobi of Konoha, Itachi said. Some even say he was as legendary as the Sannin. I never met him myself, but father and mother spoke very highly of him. The genin listened in awe. Sakura whispered, so, what happened to him? He died defending the village during the Kyuubi attack, Kakashi stated. The group fell into a deep silence as the news weighed heavily on everyone. Kurenai took a step forward. Ino, you are too slow and physically weak. If you continue like this, you'll become a liability to your team. I hope you take being a kunoichi more seriously, especially since Naruto chastised you and Sakura earlier about your fangirl behavior. Then she looked at Yoshiko. Yona-san, I hope you reach great heights, just like your father. He was my sensei. If you want any help with training, you can ask me, provided your sensei approves. Rin smiled and said, I have no problem with that. It's natural to train a sensei's son. Yoshiko's gaze expanded. Can you tell me more about my father? Kurenai gave a nod. Yes, you can come meet me after the training, and I'll tell you everything. Asuma announced the next match. Shikamaru vs. Sasuke. What a drag, Shikamaru muttered. Sasuke's irritated eye twitched. You've got the biggest brain in the village, Shikamaru, shame it's always on standby mode. Around them, the genin chuckled. Troublesome, sighed Shikamaru. Hajime, Asuma exclaimed. Rushing forward, Sasuke delivered a swift blow. Shikamaru tried to get some distance by dodging, but Sasuke kept up the relentless attack. Shikamaru took several blows but was able to land one of his own. A kick here, a punch there. Shikamaru eventually lifted his hands. I give up. Sasuke's irritated eye twitched once more. Winner. Sasuke, Asuma exclaimed. With a sigh, Asuma lit a cigarette. Well, I guess I don't need to say it, that was too much of a drag. The jonin who were observing laughed. Following their match, Shikamaru and Sasuke went back to their respective locations. Shikamaru looked at Naruto, bored. Hey, wanna play shogi? Naruto nodded eagerly. Shikamaru let out a little sigh, unfolded a scroll, and a shogi board materialized between them with a poof. The two started playing as though they were completely unconcerned by the matches that were still going on. When Asuma saw, she couldn't help but observe their game with a hint of amusement. Shikamaru won the first match, which ended abruptly. His tone was lazy as he asked, wanna play again? Naruto gave a nod. At the same time, Mito and Yakumo's match was over, and Mito was proclaimed the winner. Shikamaru and Naruto began their second round of shogi as the next match between Hinata and Narumi got underway. Teams 7 and 10 had already turned their focus from the altercations to the match between them. Naruto surprised Asuma by winning the second match. Shikamaru's eyes grew a little wider. Huh, interesting, he muttered, straightening his posture a bit. He immediately set up the pieces for a third game because he felt challenged. By the middle of that round, almost everyone in the area was curiously observing. To everyone's surprise, Shikamaru then dropped 3 straight games. Team 10 gaped in shock. Ino exclaimed, no way. Shikamaru lost at shogi. Her shock was evident. Naruto leaned. You're relying too much on your Nara instincts. Huh, what's that supposed to mean? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow in question. At the board, Naruto gestured. Your clan's got the highest IQ in all of Konoha. In our first game, I noticed the patterns you use. Even when you lost a few pawns, you did it on purpose, trying to make your opponent fall into a trap, giving them a false sense of confidence that they're winning. Curious, Shikamaru's eyes narrowed a little. Naruto went on, but even while setting those traps, you followed a pattern. You placed your pawns near mine in strategic spots. And just when it looked like I was about to win, you flipped the whole game around. Yeah, I noticed it too, Asuma remarked while massaging his nape. How come I never realized it before? With a startlingly serious expression, Naruto nodded. In the second match, you used the same pattern. I caught on and countered it. When you noticed, you changed your strategy. Instead of sacrificing pawns, you placed them around mine to make it look like I was cornered. A self-assured smile formed on his face as he leaned forward. But I saw through it. That's how you lost. Shikamaru's eyes widened a little, and his face flashed with real surprise. Naruto continued, and in the third game, I kept pushing you around the board. Even though you managed to hold on for a while, you lost a lot of pawns. In the end, it came down to a single move, the deciding factor. At the shogi board, he gestured. You thought you'd perfectly guarded your king, but in doing that, you left your other pieces vulnerable. I took advantage of that opening. Shikamaru's eyes went wide with surprise. Do you have any experience playing shogi? Not really. I played a couple of times when I was a kid, but I haven't touched it in years. Continued Naruto. In the fourth match I played alongside you, I used your own strategy against you, and you didn't even notice until the very end. You tried to adapt, but by then, the damage was already done. The reason it took you so long to catch on is simple, I inverted your strategy. It was still yours, just flipped. Imagine what would have happened if that were a real mission. Shikamaru's eyes went wide with surprise. He was terrified of losing his friends as a result of his own error. Asuma's voice was heavy as he spoke softly. It would have cost the lives of your comrades. Asuma calmly remarked, I hope you take your career seriously, Shikamaru. I think you've realized by now that not every field will suit your advantage. Kurenai declared, Naruto and Choji will face off in the final match. Wait, Kakashi interrupted, squinting his eyes. I think I have another idea. With curiosity, Kurenai said, what is it, Kakashi? The final match will be Naruto versus all the genin. Everyone in the crowd fell silent. Except for Team 7, shock shook the genin ranks. They were already aware of Naruto's abilities. They knew he was far more powerful than anyone else, even though they had never witnessed his full potential. Are you serious? Kiba said with a self-assured smile, we could crush him easily. Mito calmly spoke up before Kakashi could reply. You're right, but it's the reverse. Naruto could crush all of us, and I don't think he'd even need to try. Everyone was stunned by what she said. You can't be serious, a shocked Yashiko muttered. I am, Mito said emphatically. We've seen what he can do. And I think all of you caught glimpses of it back at the academy. With caution, Ino remarked, but taking on everyone at once, even a Jonin would struggle with that. With a tinge of enthusiasm in her voice, Narumi proposed, why don't we see it for ourselves? Rin questioned worriedly, Kakashi, are you sure this is a good idea? Kakashi flashed his trademark grin. You'll see soon enough, and you'll all be surprised. Itachi remarked softly, you sound confident in your training, senpai. Kakashi gave nod. To tell you the truth, the training we designed for Team 7 was child's play for Naruto. The others struggled, but he made it look effortless. You all saw the graduation test. Just imagine if he actually decided to punch someone for real. Even Itachi shuddered at the thought. Sakura asked anxiously, Sensei, are you sure we'll be okay? Kakashi smiled as he usually does. Of course you will. Naruto won't harm any of you. And to give you an advantage, you can use anything you want. Everyone gaped in shock at him. Rin scowled. Are you sure about that? Kakashi gave one nod. Rin remarked, you didn't even ask Naruto if he's fine with it. Naruto, are you okay with this? She said, turning to face him. Naruto sighed a little. Fine. At that moment, Reikuro emerged from the woods. Its back held Akira, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon, all of whom appeared to be very tired. Naruto asked, so, what do you think? As he raised his gaze to the great wolf. Reikuro growled in agreement. These pups are good, a decent speed for their age. The four children were gently placed on the ground by the wolf. They were sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Naruto grinned. So, what happened, Konohamaru? Didn't you say you were fast? Konohamaru crossed his arms and pouted. That's not fair, boss. You promised to teach us how to fight, but you just made us run again. How am I supposed to become Hokage if you don't train me seriously? With a sigh, Naruto gave Konohamaru a light headshake. There's a long time before you become Hokage, you know. And how can you become the greatest Hokage if you don't experience all the stages of life first? Konohamaru fell silent and pursed his lips. But, Ni-san, you promised. Akira added, rubbing her cheeks together in disapproval. With his arms folded, Kushina questioned, Akira, what are you doing here? We wanted to learn how to fight, but all Ni-san makes us do is run, work out, sleep, and meditate. Well, Ka-san, Akira began timidly, fumbling with her fingers. I met Konohamaru, and he said we should visit Ni-san. Sasuke casually proposed, why don't you pick up some scrolls and study from them? The firm boss told us not to, Konohamaru stated. He said using scrolls would limit us. He wants us to develop our own style, something that fits our bodies and instincts. Sasuke scowled, but making your own style takes time. We trust boss, said Udon quietly but confidently. Naruto spoke calmly while crossing his arms. Well, you're here at the right time. Watch the fight closely. Observe how they move, how they breathe, how they position their legs. Remember everything you see. You wanted to learn how to fight, so I'll show you. The match between Naruto and all the genin started at that point. With a frown on his face, Asuma said, Hey, Kakashi, are you sure about this? Kakashi gave nod. I want to see how much their teamwork has developed. Kurenai scowled. And you think using a genin for this is reasonable? Kurenai, Kakashi whispered quietly, you don't know what he's capable of. This was supposed to stay a secret, but don't tell anyone. Naruto once knocked out Zabuza Momochi with a single neck chop while we were trapped in his hidden mist. There were gasps all around. Even Itachi and the Jonin appeared in disbelief. Adding, and we didn't even see him move, Kushina grinned knowingly. Kakashi's voice became solemn. Now you understand why I let everyone fight him. I want to see just how far Naruto can go, and what he can truly do. Rin whispered, and don't you think Naruto knows the reason behind it? Of course he does, Kakashi said, grinning slightly. Akira asked inquisitively, Ka-san, who do you think will win, Ni-san, Midone, or Naru-ne? Asuma folded his arms and gazed thoughtfully at the children. That fighting method Naruto's been teaching them, it's interesting, he commented. Kakashi gave a small nod, a chuckle visible in his eye. Yeah, reading an opponent's movements, that's a crucial skill. We'll get to see just how well he's mastered it when we watch him fight. A slight grin pulled at his mouth. And honestly, I'm wondering how many more times Naruto's going to surprise us.